conversations in general knowledge, not legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah, no fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Alrighty, welcome everybody to Swords of Reason right here on Speakeasy Show. This is where the logic meets passion. Okay, if you're new here, the format is real simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we open the floor for a full hour of raw, unfiltered debate before wrapping it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. After that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering your questions from the chat. I'll have a live Q&A up during the debate. Excuse me, sorry. I'll have a live Q&A during the debate in the chat. You guys can put your questions for the debaters there. But the super chats will get priority, and there's only a 30-minute window. So if you want to make sure your question gets answered, go ahead and put it through a super chat. And once the formal debate is done, we open the doors to the community for a chaos and chill panel where anyone can hop in, challenge, or question anything they've heard tonight. This is optional for the debaters, so the debaters may not stay for this part, but they're open to stay, of course. And then, so today's debate prompt, warrantless security is justified in the name of national security. Or, sorry, Warrantless surveillance. I
There
am
you go.
sorry, a little under the weather today, guys. Bear with me. Warrantless surveillance is justified in the name of national security. So let's meet today's debaters. For the affirmative, we have Abe Dinkus, who has a channel right here on YouTube where he focuses on politics, hot topic discussions, and debates. And for the negative, we have EOD696, who also has a channel here on YouTube, where he also focuses on politics, hot topic discussions, and the occasional gaming. Debaters, you know the rules. Let's keep it sharp. The clock will be ticking. All right. So we're going to start with the 10-minute opening statements. The affirmative, you're going to go first. So, Abe Dinkus, you're going to start out. Let me make sure I have the timer up here for you. And whenever you are ready, I'll start the timer with your voice. Quick reminder for the chat, though. Again, I'm going to have the Q&A up in there, and you can find both debaters in the description. So make sure, I'm pretty sure they're both streaming right now. So make sure you guys go over, go show some love on their streams, send them some support. For coming and giving you a great show tonight. Okay, so with that, whenever you're ready, Abe, I will start the timer up with your time. And thank you both for being here.
Of course, my mic's still good. Okay, awesome. Imagine a world where a single encrypted message slips through the cracks, unseen, unmonitored, and detonates in the heart of a crowded city, claiming hundreds of innocent lives. This is not fiction. It is a stark reality we face in an era of global terrorism, cyber threats, and rogue actors who exploit our freedoms to plot our own destruction. Today, I stand affirmatively to defend the resolution. Warrantless surveillance is justified in the interest of national security. At its core, national security is the bedrock of any sovereign nation's survival. Without it, rights to privacy become hollow luxuries afforded only to the dead. The Constitution was never intended as a suicide pact. Justice Robert Jackson warned in his 1949 case, reminding us that even our most sacred amendments bend under existential pressure. History bears witness. The NSA's PRISM program, revealed in 2013, disrupted over 50 terrorist plots worldwide, including attempts on U.S. soil, by intercepting communications without traditional warrants in real-time threat environments. In 2023 alone, the FBI use of Section 702 of the FISA Amendments Act offered often warrantless for foreign targets, thwarted cyber attacks from state actors like China and Russia, protecting critical infrastructure that powers our hospitals, power grids, and economies. Critics cry invasion of privacy, but this is a false dichotomy. Warrantless surveillance targets metadata and foreign communications, not the casual emails of law-abiding citizens. The Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable searches. In the face of imminent danger, where a warrant could mean the difference between prevention and catastrophe, speed trumps bureaucracy. Let's examine the Fourth Amendment's own limitations, precedents that prove flexibility in crisis. Number 1, the border search exception. United States v. Ramsey, 1977. The Supreme Court upheld warrantless searches of international mail at the border, citing national security and sovereignty. No probable cause needed, because threats enter from outside. Number 2, the exigent circumstance doctrine. Warden versus Hayden, 1967. Police may enter homes without warrants to prevent imminent harm, like a terrorist fleeing with a bomb. The court ruled the Fourth Amendment does not require police to delay in the face of danger. Number 3, the special needs exception. Veronica School District versus Acton, 1995. Random drug testing of students, athletes, was upheld without individualized suspicion. Why? Public safety outweighed privacy. National security is the ultimate special need. Now, The Fifth Amendment, invoked with cries of self-incrimination, also yields to necessity. Number one, the required records doctrine, Shapiro versus United States, 1948. Businesses must surrender records to regulators without invoking the Fifth, even if incriminating. National security demands similar compelled disclosures. Think financial metadata flagging terrorist funding. Number two, the public safety exception, New York versus Quarles, 1984. Police may question suspects without Miranda warnings if public safety is at stake, like asking a bomber where the device is hidden. Warrantless surveillance is the digital equivalent, preemptive questioning of data streams. Number three, immunity and national security letters, NSLs. Under the Patriot Act, the FBI issued NSLs demanding records without judicial review, upheld in Doe versus Ashcroft, 2004. The Fifth Amendment does not block compelled production when national survival is on the line. These are not anomalies. They are judicially recognized exceptions, proving that neither the Fourth nor the Fifth Amendment is absolute. The Constitution adapts. It must. We do not advocate unchecked power. Robust oversight exists. Congressional review via the intelligence committees, FISA courts approving bulk collection frameworks, independent inspectors general auditing compliance, and minimalization procedures scrubbing U.S. personal data. In 2022, the FISA court reported 0 international violations in Section 702 queries. A record of discipline, not abuse. The affirmative case rests on 3 pillars. 1, proven efficiency. PRISM stopped the 2012 plot to bomb the New York Stock Exchange. Section 702 exposed the 2021 SolarWinds New York stock hack. SolarWinds hacked by Russia, preventing a digital 9/11.
Oh, your mic is getting fucked up.
One sec. Am I back? Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's give him an additional 20 seconds for that.
Number 2, proportionality. The risk is existential. 1 unmonitored call, 1 untracked transfer, 1 undetected login, and thousands die. Privacy yields to survival. Number 3, safeguards. Sunset clauses, declassification mandates, and whistleblower protections, like Snowden's own channel, ignored, ensure accountability. Denying these tools handcuffs our defenders while empowering our enemies. The negative may romanticize privacy, but they offer no alternative when seconds matter. Encryption apps like Signal shield terrorists as effectively as citizens. End-to-end encryption without backdoors? That's a death sentence for intelligence. I urge you, prioritize survival over suspicion. The Constitution bends so the nation does not break. Affirm the resolution. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you for that opening statement, Abe. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to EOD for your 10-minute opening statement. And reminder for the chat, if you want to find the debaters, they're both in the description of this live, and they're both live right now. So make sure you all go show them both some love, send them some money. They're coming out to give you guys a debate tonight. Show them some support. And with that, EOD, whenever you are ready, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
All right, yeah, thanks for having us. I guess I'll start by saying, first of all, happy birthday to the Marine Corps. Happy birthday to all the Marines out there. It is Marine Corps birthday and Veterans Day tomorrow, so cheers to that. But I want to start my opening statement by saying that what the text of the Fourth Amendment actually is. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Just like number 2 in that way, right? It's very succinct and to the point. No warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, the persons or things to be seized. Now, what my opponent is advocating for is that in the interest of national security, based on these irrelevant precedents in many cases, a drug testing of an athlete, this is something that doesn't really pertain or relate to national security, right? Police may enter homes without a warrant, does not necessarily pertain to national security. Again, the prompt is really about how do we keep our country and our borders safe. And my opponent will say that there is some exception within the text of the Fourth Amendment that I just read to you that says when it comes to foreign actors or United States citizens who are being affiliated with foreign actors, there's some sort of exception there. I don't see one. I'm not reading one there. It is pretty well descript and open and straight and to the point, without a judge, without probable cause, without describing what should be searched or persons or things to be seized. There is no warrant, and there is no proper due process being involved here. It violates fundamental constitutional protections without due process, right? And this all starts as far back as 1956, where the FBI was issuing warrantless surveillance on activists such as Martin Luther King Jr., such as Malcolm X, such as the Black Panthers, simply because they were speaking up and having a rile with the state in general. Because these people were dissenting, they had their Fourth Amendment rights retracted and rescinded and simply ignored. And since then, such practices have been, chastised and ridiculed by members of Congress, members of the government, but they go back and they reinvent new ways to do it again and again and again and say, oops, our bad, let's fix that. And meanwhile, we're going to implement this new thing that actually does exactly the same thing, such as the Patriot Act, followed up by the Freedom Act. The Freedom Act supposedly repealed the ability of the federal government to mass surveil or collect data on a mass of Americans simply because they might catch something in the fishnet of billions and billions and billions of records of people's social media profiles, their direct messages, your text messages, your phone conversations. All of these things are being collected, your location data, facial recognition when you're walking the streets. All of these things are being collected in this huge sweep and being pooled in one gigantic intelligence pool in order to hopefully at some point, maybe we might actually catch a terrorist one time. And yet in 2013, a White House report going back over to the Patriot Act realized it resulted in zero. That's right, a total of zero terrorist stoppages or events of any kind. When the Freedom Act, the United States Freedom Act, actually got passed and forced the Gestapos, the NSA, and the FBI to actually go through the courts, go through FISA courts in order to obtain warrants on an expedited basis, those numbers actually went up. Actually started making more arrests when warranted surveillance was involved, because the data analysts who were looking over everything weren't completely overwhelmed by tons and tons and tons of innocent people's completely irrelevant data. So in reality, not only is it a violation of the premise, right? The ideal being that we're prioritizing security over liberty in order to maintain the security of the United States. In fact, it results in less security for the United States when we don't have warrants, when we don't target our investigations or our resources on what is actually the problem. And instead, we just cast wide dragnets out to gather up as much data as we possibly can in order to catch one or two potential criminals. In reality, what we end up doing is sending ATF agents and FBI agents to raid the homes of innocent people at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, only to find out weeks later, after millions of dollars of resources have already been wasted, that this person had absolutely nothing to do with what we were trying to prove in the first place. And now the State Department is at risk of a civil suit for wrongful prosecution. So this enables government overreach and abuse, not security. Snowden, if he taught us anything, it was that the NSA was absolutely overreaching its mandate. They weren't necessarily investigating terrorists as much as they were investigating United States citizens that had any sort of relationship overseas. There's a government program that was conducted by the UK called the GHCQ, the Government Communications monitoring system of, in the UK. And what they ended up doing was tapping the transatlantic phone lines and communication lines that tie the United States to Europe. Every piece of communication going between the United States and Europe was actually picked up and gathered by this, was ruled inhumane by the United Nations, and much of their data got shared with the NSA for unwarranted surveillance against United States citizens, and against British citizens, and against French citizens, and German citizens, and people all over the world. All of this has been completely ineffective. My opponent's going to be able to list a handful of cases where horrific events may have been prevented, and that the problem with that is it absolutely pales in comparison to the vast quantities of individuals across the world, not just in the United States, but all across the world, whose privacy and rights have been absolutely impeded and intruded upon for the sake of what? A handful of criminals, where a warranted targeted surveillance program probably would have been more effective in the first place. Then at the end of the day, the worst part of it is that all of this erodes public trust in government and international trade institutions. You have people, over 16% of people on the internet actually stop and think about what they're trying to say instead of speaking their mind freely and completely, as every American citizen should feel completely entitled to do. Instead, I have to be up here and say things like schmurder and grape and this, that, and the other thing, simply because of the surveillance that's going on within the umbrella of YouTube. Then you have to take a step back and say, okay, well, if my local police department suspects me of any sort of crime or anything like that, they can petition YouTube for all the data that I've spoken or said or uploaded or commented at any point anywhere on this entire platform. Then beyond that, the NSA might just go through a big sweeping motion to purchase tons and tons of data from all over the world from these social media companies, because they get to sell it. They sell it all the time. Why do you think apps are free? They're selling your data on the back end, and there's nothing stopping law enforcement agencies from participating in that market and buying up all of the data and all of the little tidbits of your life, in every place you've ever been, in every place you've looked at the weather, every place you've received a text message or a phone call, and the contents therein. And programs like the Patriot Act, like the United States Freedom Act, simply perpetuate this arena where the federal law enforcement and global law enforcement agencies can operate without impunity and without being checked and without being oversighted, and simply just gather up as much data as possible about as many citizens as they can for Lord knows what types of purposes. When they detect a crime, they're obligated to report it regardless of whether or not they were looking for that crime in the first place. This is the point of warrants. A law is only as good as its enforceability, and when you surveil every single aspect of everybody's lives and every word that's spoken in somebody's house because they happen to have an Alexa, because they happen to be sitting next to a smartphone, now it has gone completely and utterly off the hinges. It's off the rails. We're getting into Orwellian territory at this point. I'm just waiting for Big Brother to come up on my phone and tell me, bend over and touch your toes. That's a scene from 1984, if you didn't know. All right, so in summation, warrantless surveillance isn't a justified necessity. It's a counterproductive overreach that trades real liberties for illusory security. True national security stems from rule of law, targeted intelligence, and public buy-in, not blanket suspicion. As Benjamin Franklin warned, those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. Evidence from decades of programs proves this trade-off fails on its own terms. And I'll yield my time.
All righty. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. And I just want to give a reminder to the chat. Find both the debaters in the description. Put your questions in the Q&A, because we're going to have a 30-minute Q&A after the debate. And also, if you want to make sure it does get read, send it in via Super Chat, okay, so that you get yourself bumped up to the front of the line. With that, we're going to give the mic back to Abe for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. So, Abe, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, I find it funny, and I noticed that my opponent brought up only a few actual cases of overstepping, and that's bound to happen. It doesn't mean that it's unuseful. It seems funny that he turned almost exclusively to emotional states and some semblance of an expectation of privacy in public places and with public means. So you have data that can be collected legally without a warrant at any time. All of your data is going through some central hub of some kind, which gives that company access to all of that information. And he says some little safety for security, but in reality, we're talking about tens of thousands
Hey,
of
robot.
lives.
I paused it for you.
Okay, we good? Okay. He says some little security for, or some little safety instead of liberty. But the truth of the matter is we're talking about thousands to tens of thousands of lives, as we've seen. In the modern era, that we have many programs that do not utilize warrants, and it is better that they do not have to do so in order to stop the loss of tens of thousands of lives. We've seen at the very least 50 cases with Section 702, and I would say that the courts have agreed that they have the right to take that information without a warrant, and it's already happening now. So you could argue the ought in this, but the is has shown that it's effective and it works at stopping these attacks. And I would also inform you that on the other end of this, we have plenty of cases where information was already gathered and held and not utilized due to a need for a warrant where lives have been lost. Multiple times over the last decade, we have seen mass events that could have been stopped had we utilized the information we had, even though we couldn't obtain a warrant to stop the criminal from doing the act. We wouldn't have to arrest. We could literally detain and gather more intelligence, and it would have stopped these events from happening. We didn't do so because of the exact thing he's saying, the emotional appeal for privacy, some semblance of privacy outside of your home through digital means. I would say if you're putting it out into the ether, then it's out in the ether. It's no longer in your home. That's not unreasonable search and seizure. That signal, that message, that digital information has left you and traveled through the lines. And at that point, you have no reasonable expectation of privacy on that information. I think that's all I've got to say.
So you want to yield the rest of
Yep.
your rebuttal? Okay, awesome. Thank you for that, Abe. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back to EOD for a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And whenever you're ready, EOD, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right, yeah. Well, I have a litany of examples. Actually, I was kind of holding on to that. I wanted to get the general idea out in the ether first, but my opponent has said that there's proven efficiency. In reality, exposed by the New York Times 2005 ACLU lawsuit. Realized that the NSA collected bulk phone metadata and internet communications of nearly all Americans without FISA warrants at all. Parts of it were shut down in 2007. The courts do not agree with this. The courts continually shut these things down, and then Congress continually reinvents the wheel to try and bring the ability for the NSA and for the FBI to do warrantless surveillance back again. Over and over again. This has happened. It started back all the way back in 1956 with the counterintelligence program, which I did mention, where they went after civil rights leaders. Then in 1967, the CIA illegally surveilled 300,000 Americans opposing the Vietnam War, compiling 72,000 files without warrants. Has violated the CIA charter, and an oversight committee called it clearly illegal. It shut it down. You say that it saved tens of thousands of lives, and yet you presented no evidence in order to support this. In reality, the vast majority of what happens by these warrantless surveillance programs is that people's rights get violated. They get accused of being a criminal, and the investigation goes nowhere. It ends up leading to a dead end, or they arrest someone wrongfully and face civil action as a result. Yeah. What else have we got in here? The courts have agreed. They have not agreed. Have already demonstrated that. There's instances you said where information was not used, and yet an attack still happened. With the FISA courts, that's what the FISA courts were designed to do. Within a couple of hours, they can grant a warrant. In order for someone to be detained, you do not need a warrant. We don't need that right now. The federal agents can detain someone without a warrant on a lickety split little dilly bob. All they need is a reasonable cause, right? And a lot of this that we're talking about doesn't necessarily apply to foreign actors who are outside the United States or outside the jurisdiction of the United States. Where and how we can make a difference is with citizens of the United States, and under which the Fourth Amendment does holistically apply. And that's where the wrongdoing is happening, which I'm concerned about. And you don't seem to be the least bit concerned about. Yeah. With government actors being able to purchase social media data from agencies such as Amazon, such as Google, such as Facebook, this simply breeds a whole litany of issues and problems with how law gets enforced, how people are prosecuted or not prosecuted based upon information that government agencies can pull out of the ether simply by signing a check over to Google or whoever. And increasingly in the past several years, since the Patriot Act was formed, Google has seen increasing amounts of requests from government agencies year after year after year after year. And it's gotten into to the tune of tens of millions of Americans every single year are being probed and interned by the government without even their knowledge in a lot of cases, and being impugned, and their freaking phones are being searched. Yeah, in the 2000s, there was this program called Stingray, the MC Catcher, where they're actually latching on to the SIM cards in people's phones and tracking everything that phone does and everywhere that phone goes. The Cloud Act that was just approved by the Trump administration, not even that long ago, enables companies to go out and purchase data from data brokers from all over the world. And then the freaking Europeans are all complicit in this too. We have these intelligence networks that communicate with each other through international borders. They're all sharing notes, and in every step of the way brings us closer to the social credit system from George Orwell's fucking horror story and contemporary People's Republic of China, if you can even call it that. But with that, I'll yield whatever's left on the clock there.
All righty. Thank you for that rebuttal, EOD. With that chat, we're going to get into the 1 hour of open floor. This is where the debaters can give a cross-examine back and forth to each other. Okay. And just a last reminder before we get into this chat. If you want to get a question in for the Q&A at the end, we'll have a 30-minute Q&A at the very end. We have a Q&A. You can put your questions in there, but there'll only be 30 minutes. So if we get super chatted questions, those go first. And if it goes through the 30 minutes, we won't get to yours. So make sure, if you want to make sure it gets in, send it via super chat. Another reminder, you can find both debaters in the description. Okay, so make sure you go over to both of them. They're both live right now. Go show them some support, send them some money, thank them for being here for you guys tonight. Okay, and then at the end of the debate and the Q&A, we're gonna have a open panel, chaos and chill, where you guys can come up as well. That'll be optional for the debaters, but so stick around for that too. I'm expecting this to be a great debate. Obviously, with you guys know how I do things, I'll only be stepping in if there's like too much over talking, or if we go like way left field, start talking about flat Earth or something. But but other than that, you guys aren't going to hear from me. Both of you, thank you so much for joining tonight. And whoever wants to open up the open floor, I will start the timer with your voice.
Yeah, well, one thing I didn't address that I intended to was, Abe, you mentioned that once you put it out there, it's out in the ether and it's no longer your personal property. But when I put something in the mail and I put it into the stewardship of the federal government, they have an obligation to not unseal that package. Isn't that so? That's still my private property in a package that I sent, right? Through a mail or a postal service or parcel service like UPS.
Is it your private property once it's left your hands, EOD?
Yes.
So
It's still my property inside that box. I intend for it to get to wherever it's going.
okay, that's fine. But when you look at these things, is there some reason that somebody seeing what's inside of that box would jeopardize your rights?
Yeah, it's definitely an invasion of privacy. First of all, one of the two things that you talked about was the Fifth Amendment. It could be self-incriminating. It might be a letter to my wife to tell her not to pay our taxes this year or whatever.
Okay. So you would rather
the government should be snooping around in my damn mail. That's bullshit.
well, first of all, it's not physical mail, right? This is digital information being sent through multiple other corporations
I was
that are
speaking to the
not
hypothetical, but if you want to go back to the reality of the situation, yeah, people sending messages on something like an encrypted messaging service should not be subject to warrant.
See, I partially,
unless they're suspected of a crime, unless they're reasonably suspected of a crime, or there's a warrant that points to their involvement in some sort
generally
of
speaking, that's exactly when they're going to utilize warrantless surveillance of some kind. In the first place, they've already gathered some level of.
I've already demonstrated on several occasions where warrantless surveillance has just been a huge dragnet where they just suck in as much data as they possibly can.
So you think if they, during the San Bernardino shooting, if they had access to like Apple's encryption, you don't think they could have stopped that mass event?
I don't think they required.
They had already listed the fellow as a threat. They already knew there was something going on with him, and yet they didn't have access.
What's stopping them from detaining him? That's bullshit. They can detain somebody without a warrant. They can detain somebody based on reasonable suspicion. So I don't believe that. If they had enough of a suspicion to know that he was going to commit a crime, they should have detained him. If they didn't, that's a failure on the people operating the agency. That's not a failure on the Fourth Amendment protections offered by the Constitution.
What do you even mean? Like, I don't. You're saying that it's an arrest for things prior to them happening should have just happened.
I'm saying that if they knew that he was going to do what he did at the time and place where he did it, then they should have detained him.
I didn't say that they knew.
While he was detained.
I didn't say they knew he was going to do it in the time and place. However, if they had had access to the information, because he was already on the list of people being watched because of prior statements, they would have known about the event. This is true with multiple cases across time in the United States. Since the advent of technology,
I don't understand your argument. Let me make sure that I understand. So you're saying that what are you saying that they knew about San Bernardino where they didn't have what they needed to get a warrant?
The FBI already had him on a watch list as a potential threat, as a terror-based actor, and they did not gather further intelligence.
Is it possible for someone to be listed on a watch list that isn't necessarily a threat?
Sure.
Is it possible for that to be like a case of mistaken identity?
Sure. And in which at what point, why would it hurt for them to check to make sure they're not actually going to take the lives of tens or more? At which point,
well, again, it becomes an argument of time and place. Are the investigators aware of something imminent about to happen or not? Right, that becomes the question, and it's exactly why FISA warrants were created in the first place. Is to expedite the warrant process to get it within hours rather than days or weeks or months or whatever. That's what FISA courts were built for. And I don't necessarily agree with the FISA court system. It's a less than ideal system, but at least there is some judicial oversight in what's going on here, instead of the NSA or the FBI just going out and dragnetting every piece of information that they possibly can about every single human being in the United States. That's what I'm mainly concerned about. I don't want to stop the FBI from looking at somebody and saying, this dude's about to do something in the next week. How come we can't do anything about it? That they should be able to at least, detain that person, in my opinion. But
willy-nilly, they don't have the rest of the information.
if they know that he's going to do something in the next week or two,
Okay, so think about this. A private
right?
business, which is Apple, had the information that this attack was going to happen. This person was already on a watch list because they were a suspected actor, and
I
they
don't
could
believe
do
that Apple.
nothing.
So you're making an assertion there that I don't think is true. If Apple had knowledge of a crime was about to be committed, then they had an obligation to report that.
False. They would not open the encryption system to the federal bureau.
That's not reporting on something that they are aware of. So you're describing two different things.
And we
You're
found out
describing
after the fact
language.
that
I'm saying that they say, okay, we know something's going to happen here on this day. Here's a tip to the FBI. That's one thing. You're saying they just need to have a back door open willy-nilly for the NSA to poke their head in anytime they want to. That's completely different. That's not acceptable.
okay, do you believe that there should that either the private companies have to report every form of stepping outside of the bounds of a threat or an action, or the government has to have access to the information in order to stop these events from happening?
That's
Because
a false dichotomy. There are things that are actionable. There are things that are not. Right? Like it's reasonable to assume that if I make a joke that I'm gonna come over to your house and kick you in the nuts, that I'm not actually gonna come over to your house and kick you in the nuts. That's not actionable. But if I say I'm gonna show up at this bank on this day at this time, and then I'm gonna walk out of there with all the money that they have, that's something else.
okay, so here's the issue with what you're saying. You say this, and sure, it sounds good coming out of your mouth, but the problem is when you look at things like 9/11, you look at the Fort Hood shooting, you look at all these instances where we could have taken action had we gathered more intelligence, and were unable to gather that intelligence due to
You're
what?
You're making an assertion that I don't think necessarily applies. In the Fort Hood shooting, okay, how would warrantless surveillance have prevented that? Let's just start with that, okay?
Well, I wrote it down in my notes. The FBI monitored Hassan's emails. Radical cleric Anwar al-Awlaki, known Al-Qaeda, for months joined terrorism task force review joint terrorism task force reviewed, but deemed them consistent with research. The information was never shared because there was no warrant for the access to the information. So, like, they knew FBI had all this information, and no action was taken on this.
So,
But they couldn't say he's for sure going to do something. So if you dug more,
so you're saying that they had emails that mildly associated this guy with a terrorist group, and then so then what? They're supposed to arrest him simply for having emails?
that's not what I didn't say that. They could have done further digging into this person because of the information that was gathered.
The other part of this is this person a United States citizen or not? This is the other aspect of my concern.
He was military
The Fourth
personnel.
Amendment should only apply to American citizens. If he's what do you mean?
He was a sergeant in the military. So again,
Okay, well, how does how do you, I don't know. Okay, wait. In any case, there apparently. So you're saying that they had some emails which were consistent with research that mildly associated him with a terrorist group. That doesn't sound like any sort of evidence that would have prevented the attack on Fort Hood.
okay, they started a full investigation, and then the case was closed due to insufficient evidence because they could not obtain warrants to access greater amounts of information from the person. Even though they knew that there was communication going on between this individual and radical clerics who were Al-Qaeda at the time. No action taken because there was no warrants issued so that they could gather more intelligence on the communications. So we'll just let that happen. The same is true for my notes are full of events that could have been stopped. We had prior information. We could not obtain warrants because what? Because we're overstepping the person's expectation of privacy, and then the end result is the loss of tens or dozens or hundreds of lives. Pulse nightclub's the same story. We have prior information, but no warrant obtained. So then the event goes on and happens. At what point do you say, maybe we have to give a little bit further access to stop the loss of life and the security of the American people? Because I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but what are the tenets that the government is supposed to, our federal government is responsible for? The defense of the American people? The rights of the American people?
I think you're making a lot of assumptions based on not a lot of information. Okay, it's like, what could we have learned about the Pulse night shooting guy with a warrantless surveillance that we didn't already know? You're saying that we already knew that these people were associated with radical ideals or radical groups, and yet we couldn't get a judge to accept the ideal for a warrant. Are these going through FISA courts, or are they not going through FISA courts? That's another question I have. The whole FISA system was intended to stop terrorist activities like this. If it's not going through that system, then it's not leveraging the totality of what the justice system provides as mechanisms in order to try and act on these things.
Right.
A lot of this can boil down to just poor leadership on the part of the FBI. It doesn't have to be, oh, let's get rid of the Fourth Amendment, let's get rid of reasonable search and
Nobody
seizure
said that.
simply because the FBI won't shit or get off the
Nobody
pot.
said that. The difference is you're saying unreasonable, as if the government doesn't have reason to actually do these searches, right?
It doesn't. Okay, and again, I'll go over the Stingray misuse
So communication
from the 2000s until present. Okay, they've collected data on thousands of innocent people. The ACLU has documented thousands of cases where police departments are surveilling and monitoring people's actions and people's movements throughout the city without a warrant, without any reason, without any cause, simply because they can.
And that's
because there's
causing what damage?
from doing it. And it's not actually producing any results. It's simply an incrimination of innocent people for no reason whatsoever.
Is there a chance that lives will be saved through that access to information?
So far, no. None of it's actually resulted
there's
in
no
any
chance.
anti-terroristic activities. Instead, what it's doing
you want me to believe there's no chance.
It is enabling the police to overstep their boundaries as created and defined by the Constitution.
So you expect all of us to believe, you expect us to believe that there's no chance that that level of surveillance could save lives, could prevent the death of American citizens on American soil.
I don't think that level of surveillance is necessary in order to save lives. In 2009, a subway bombing was stopped by warrants given by FISA courts. In 2001, unwarranted surveillance programs have been shut down across the world by UN diplomats. In 2002 to 2014, the New York Police Department, actually put thousands upon thousands of Muslim people on and mosques under targeted surveillance, and ended up producing no terroristic leads in 12 years. They violated all of these people's rights, all of these people who had nothing to do with any sort of radical imams or radical counselors or anything like that, under the fucking microscope of the NYPD, lurking around every corner, and them being paranoid about what they were going to do. Half of them ended up in court for nothing, and it gets settled out of court because the DA can't fucking prosecute it. In 12 years, not one turn up from this NYPD fucking program that targeted Muslims for no good fucking reason.
Oh man, maybe if they didn't need to get a warrant for every piece of information, they could have found more.
That was warrantless. That was warrantless surveillance where they produced no results. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Do American citizens have a reasonable expectation to be protected by the government?
In 2000s to 2010, the fusion centers, they're trying to coalesce and coagulate all of these.
You're just going to dodge my question?
It's a rhetorical question.
No, it's not. Does the American government have do you have a reasonable expectation as a citizen of the United States to be protected by the federal government? Yes or no?
Yes, but I also have a reasonable expectation that the government is not going to look up my ass with a microscope every time I fucking cough. That's also a reasonable expectation that I have. I have a reasonable expectation that cops are not going to burst through my door and say, "Oh no, we thought there might be a fire."
This is an appeal to emotion. This is an appeal to emotion you're doing right now. They're not. No,
so is what you're doing.
surveillance is not the same as them kicking in your door.
Government have a
Surveillance
reasonable expectation to keep the citizens
Surveillance-
safe? Of course it is. Every government does.
Surveillance
part
is
of
not
sovereignty.
kicking in your door and arresting you. Surveillance is information gathering. It is not kicking in your door and
I
arresting
didn't
you.
say arresting you. I said kicking in the door and saying, "Oh, we thought there was a fire in here because you're smoking."
Again, that's not surveillance.
It is
kicking-
surveillance. Yes, it is. Looking and seeing smoke come out of a window and then kicking the door down because they think it's a fire is surveillance. Right?
Well, then,
Or at least
if somebody
kicking
called the
door
fire
down
department,
with
they would do the same thing without a warrant. So
kicking down the
again,
door
that's
is
an appeal to
assault.
emotion that you're making. You're saying this could happen, so I'm not okay with it, even though it's not happened, hasn't happened. You're just
It
making
has
up a
happened.
scenario. No,
It
you just
has
used like an anecdotal possibility that it could happen to you as your argumentation against unwarranted surveillance, which has nothing to do with them kicking in your door, and you've now linked your a feeling that you would feel if something happened to surveillance somehow. Like that doesn't even make sense. That didn't even track.
Okay, yes. What is the result of surveillance? Is they kick in the door and then they arrest you. They accuse you of doing something that you have never done or have never even been remotely associated with. The ACLU has prosecuted thousands of cases like this over the years since the Patriot Act was instituted by George Bush back in 2001. They've been fighting against 702 since it was passed. So this shit does happen. Okay, when when the government casts a dragnet in order to look for any sort of tie to any sort of terroristic activity, okay, you pick up people that just happen to live within a few blocks of one another or happen to frequent the same coffee shop, and it's guilt by association. Those people ended up being wrongly prosecuted. It gets thrown out of court. The government settles out of court, and it's a whole rigmarole and a whole waste of resources. It's a waste of intelligence. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. We can do so much better.
Would you
if we just
prefer
focus our intelligence efforts and use FISA courts and FISA warrants in order to do that, in order to bring the scope down and actually focus on the problem instead of trying to gather everybody's data all
So what do you
together
do
all the time.
what do you do if EOD there isn't time for the filing of a FISA warrant and you know loss of life is going to happen? What do you do then?
I don't know.
What if you have reasonable suspicion of something, EOD, but no warrant? What do you do? Reasonable suspicion that say there is a terrorist threat in a city. What do you do? You just wait. Just go
Well,
just wait for the warrant. Wait for the warrant. Everyone will die, but wait for the warrant. It'll be fine.
I detain that person. That's what they should do. That's what I've been saying since opening statements.
So black bags.
They don't need a warrant.
Black bags are better than surveillance. Just detain everybody. It's better than surveillance.
If we have a time and a date where this thing is going to go down, yeah, absolutely. Because widespread surveillance results in more innocent people being caught up in the system and more resources being wasted. Not to mention the fact that you're providing a ripe opportunity.
Did you listen? Did you listen to my opening statement?
For the government to prosecute its political opponents, as has happened in the past.
Did you listen to my opening statement?
As has happened historically, repeatedly.
Did you listen to my opening statement, EOD?
Of course I did. And I made all kinds of notes. Here are some of them. Let me share them with you. Okay, first of all, you said that there's a proven efficiency to it. I proved that false.
You didn't prove anything.
A dragnet and involve millions of people in order to catch, how many did you say? 50?
You've proved
that
nothing.
Sounds like a complete imbalance of power and imbalance of justice to me.
Has one person ever killed 100?
But you haven't actually provided examples of how it saved tens of thousands of lives. You provided an example of how it saved a dozen lives here, maybe 5 lives there. Like, okay, or it might have. Whereas at the end of the day, even having the intelligence that they needed to appropriately detain these people didn't convince them to do it. Again, you're pointing at mismanagement of the FBI, execution of the FBI as an excuse to erode Fourth Amendment rights for all of the country. I think this is insanity. You said that the courts have agreed. I gave you example after example of how the courts have thrown out each of these warrantless surveillance programs that the government has engaged in time and time again, and Congress or the president will just go back and reinvent it so that they can continue to do it and continue to erode our Fourth Amendment rights. You said that it's an argument over ought versus is, and here here I am. I'm telling you that the courts don't agree, that it doesn't exactly save tens of thousands
Then
of
why
lives,
have they upheld Section 702? Then why have they upheld Section 702 in federal, in appellate, in every court? They've upheld Section 702. Explain that to me. If you're saying that it erodes trust and no one stands for it and it isn't good, then why is the judicial system holding all the way through from the top down to it?
Okay. In the instance of 702, you're talking about an exception for foreign actors who are not U.S. citizens. Again, the Fourth Amendment should apply, and the limits on the federal government should apply to U.S. citizens, in my opinion. That's not exactly within the purview. What's alarming is when 702 tends to, again, give guilt by association to people simply because they're in the same area as these people who are involved in terroristic activities. And again, the ACLU has prosecuted thousands of cases where that's the case. They get guilt by association, and it has to be thrown out because the DOJ can't prosecute people who didn't do anything fucking wrong.
EOD, do you think that there's a chance that an attack can happen faster than a warrant can be obtained? Do you think information and messaging can happen via text, via whatever mode you prefer, that could have been intercepted and stops a bombing or a shooting of hundreds or more, can be sent before there's a chance to get a warrant, but could have been stopped if information had been gathered during that time?
Yes. And again, I'll say that an appropriate response to that would have been to either detain them or go through the FISA courts to get a warrant within a small window of a few hours, instead of going through the regular thing where you have to spend days or weeks or whatever to try to get a hold of a freaking judge. There are other ways to obtain warrants and to have judicial oversight and overview in order to scope this thing down rather than casting drag nets over the entire country, which is what the Cloud Act that Trump just passed is trying to do. So let me ask you a question, Abe. Do you think that spending billions of dollars every single year in order to surveil and warrantlessly spy on American citizens is worth it to stop some illegal immigrant from crossing the border in Mexico?
I don't think I ever made that claim.
Well, you did mention the border test, that someone coming across the border can be stopped and detained and arrested simply because of suspicion of being involved in some sort of terror plot.
True.
So
if there's reasonable suspicion of any kind of plot, then they should be able to look into it. Yes.
Yes. But the 9/11 Commission report in 2004 blamed intelligence silos and poor analysis, not a lack of data. It's not the fact that they don't have enough data. Warrantless programs like Section 215 of the Patriot Act collected billions of records, but per a 2013 White House review, stopped zero attacks. Zero attacks. Warrantless surveillance simply does not work. Casting the dragnet over everyone isn't what gets it done. You got to have a focused perspective and focus on the problem, not just cast a wide dragnet on it. And the only way you do that is with some sort of warrant, some sort of judicial review that scopes it down.
If the government
you can't just have the NSA willy-nilly have back doors into everybody's phone across the entire world. That's insane.
Again, that's just an appeal to emotion. That's just
That's
insane.
What you this is literally what you proposed. Is that the NSA should have the back door into the iPhone that would have prevented Fort Bragg. That's what you just said.
I did not say that. I said that they should have been given access to the files of a person that was suspected. I didn't say that they need to have full access to every person in the system. It would still be targeted. Everything we do is targeted. Just like you've already stated, FISA is a targeted application response system. The same is true for Section 702. The same is true for every program that we utilize. And there's oversight metrics for every single one of them that have been refined over time to stop the fast-paced attacks that have been seen and happened.
These oversight metrics did not exist prior to the USA Freedom Act, or whatever the hell they called it, which was supposed to be a revision of the Patriot Act. And ultimately what it ended up doing is it just gave them a workaround.
So you're saying because the system isn't
what they've been doing,
you're saying because the system isn't perfect, we should just not do anything and let whatever attacks could happen happen.
Time warrantless surveillance is long gone, and the arena where we live, we really need to start thinking about restrictions on how social media deals with our information at large for everybody's safety, for everybody's privacy. Everything should be encrypted end to end, and nothing should be touched without a warrant. Yes, I completely fucking agree with that. At the end of the day, okay, how many terror attacks actually got stopped? How many did you say? It was 50, at least 50. But you violated the civil rights of millions of Americans,
by the way,
in order to catch 50 bad
by the way,
rogue actors.
50 killing 100 each or 10,000 each. It doesn't even like you. The way that you put this is like, oh, one guy. Oh man. Oh, nothing. Yeah, one guy's never killed 100 people.
And 10,000 deaths since September 11th, 2001, and that was more than one actor. That was a lot more than just one actor.
Great. One person can still do a multitude of damage, even if it's 50 person for every one person. 50 people times 50 people. Like you're saying that if there's a chance to save life through gathering of intelligence that needed to be done quickly and without a warrant, it should not be done, and those people should die because their privacy is more important than the lives of the peoples that are on the line.
Let me ask you this. Is there a chance? Okay, am I saying that? Yes. But let me ask you this. Is there a chance that I could stop one person from getting lung cancer by not smoking in public?
I can't know that.
There's been, then take it for granted, there's been studies that say secondhand smoke causes cancer, yada yada. That's a bunch of bullshit. But there is a slim possibility, given the remote nature of science and probability and statistics and everything, that me not smoking this cigarette might save one life. Should my liberty be impugned simply because of that meager, slim possibility? Or, Abe, is this country founded on the ideal that people's liberty should come first, and that law enforcement ought to be more reactionary, less proactive?
I've already
we haven't
said
got to the pre-crime shit with our sci-fi universe.
I'm not saying we need to be pre-crime, but if you know that this person is a threat, then further research into that person should be committed. And you're saying
you should have no problem obtaining a FISA warrant within a few hours in order to dig deeper.
Really? That's, and you say that because there's mistakes that happen in the system, that we should scrap it all and just let it all happen. That's basically what you're saying. Don't do anything.
Let it all happen. This is such an argument of absolutes. It's unreal. Only the Sith deal in absolutes, Abe. Are you a Sith Lord? Are you secretly Darth Vader over there?
Listen,
okay.
it blows my mind because we brought up the Pulse nightclub, for instance. The probe was closed due to unsubstantiated closed as unsubstantial. The post-attack review found no derogatory information to justify continued surveillance. However, if continued surveillance had been done, they would have seen the plotting ahead of time. They didn't find this out until after the fact.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Because I don't know that. I don't know that warrantless surveillance would have fixed that problem. That's what I keep trying to tell you. You bring these issues up, and it does not seem like a warrantless dragnet over all of the American people would have solved that problem. Okay. And again, when it comes to someone you know is going to be an issue, someone who's on a watch list, you shouldn't have a problem obtaining a FISA warrant. That's what those are there for. So I've addressed this. I'm not sure
in seconds. EOD in seconds. In seconds. If somebody's already being watched,
are you fucking joking? I mean,
and you don't know, then why would you not be watching that person?
Where in history would seconds have mattered? Help me understand that.
Okay. Now, at any time, because you could send a text message and detonate an explosive device. Like there's plenty of times.
The time that I text the
we
bomb
live right now.
Blows up. The NSA is supposed to be able to swoop in and save the day.
If they knew that you had preparatory. Right? If they had known that you had already placed the bomb because you had already left some kind of message trail or some kind of data trail that says this is here, and now you have seconds to like this, you act like it's an impossibility because you can't imagine it, which is false.
It's not true. What's an impossibility? Okay, is for FISA warrants to not serve this role. That's exactly what they were built for. When somebody shows up on a watch list, it's because that they've tripped a flag or they've caught somebody's attention, or they've been associated with somebody who is part of some sort of terror watch list or something like this, and now they're on the radar. So they've already been surveilled to some extent, probably without a warrant. And where this information would normally get thrown out is when it's determined to be irrelevant or insubstantial. Okay. With FISA warrants, it's exactly supposed to avoid that precise case.
Then explain to me why there's a list of events that have happened that were closed, surveillance was closed,
execution of the law.
Surveillance was closed.
Not all things have to be absolute. You're sitting here accusing me of saying we need to throw it all out and just let everything happen.
You're saying we shouldn't have any.
That's not at all what I'm saying.
You did say that.
There are provisions in place that provide judicial scope and reasonable restrictions on what.
No, you made the claim that 702 should be shut down.
How far they can dig and how deep they can go.
You said,
and that's how it ought to be.
You made the claim that everything should be end-to-end encryption and that they should have no access to any of it. So yes, you did say it should all be thrown out because there'd be no access. Yeah, that's correct.
They need a reasonable suspicion that someone is in progress of committing or planning to commit a crime.
Why is there a list?
That they're on a watch list, so there already in that position.
Why is there a list of events? Yes,
reasonable suspicion.
Exactly. And why is there a list of people that were where there was reasonable suspicion and the case is closed?
I don't know that there was reasonable suspicion. I don't know that
there's surveillance
they had prior to the attack.
If they're known to the FBI or other government agencies, and
at this point, everyone is known to the FBI.
Okay, that's a silly comment to make. The Fort Hood shooting, we had information already monitored, knowing that he was part of Al Qaeda. We have the Boston Marathon bombing, which we had emails and information we did not have. They were not granted information gathering warrants from information gained from Russia. That they gave the FBI information prior to that bombing. We did not go further because we did not obtain the warrants. The investigation, again, was closed for no derogatory information. Further information could have been obtained. It did not get obtained. It was closed. They did not get the warrant. The same is true for the Pulse nightclub.
They had was too shaky in the first place.
FBI investigated Mateen twice.
What this proves
because of terrorist sympathy information
produces no results. It doesn't produce
what are you talking about?
The desired outcome.
The stop point was warrants.
Hold on. Let's just be clear about what you're saying. You're saying that these people were already under surveillance, they were already being watched, and they didn't have enough information to arrest. They didn't have enough information.
They couldn't look further.
They didn't have enough information to get a warrant. So the surveillance that they were doing was ineffective.
So why are we wasting
billions of dollars of taxpayers' money on warrantless surveillance programs that don't even work in the first place? They don't work in the first place, and all they do is erode our Fourth Amendment constitutional rights and our Fifth Amendment constitutional rights.
I don't know how you can say that when the list basically states right in front of me that I've gathered that the FBI knew that the cases were closed because there wasn't enough to justify a warrant, and then the event happens, and it happened repeatedly. And I only started with a few. So the Boston bombing, the Pulse nightclub, the Sutherland Springs church shooting, the Parkland shooting, all of them had information gathered. No further warrants were granted because there wasn't enough information, and then the event comes and happens. And then you're going to say, oh, it wouldn't have changed anything. Even if they could have seen more, it wouldn't have changed anything. Like, according to their own metrics, they would have gathered enough intelligence to make choices and stop things. But you're saying that it doesn't matter that they said they could have stopped it if they had information.
You're just saying that you're just making a claim. What they would have saw couldn't.
When you find the information after the fact that was already there that you could have utilized to stop an event, and you didn't gather that intelligence because you could not secure a warrant, you have to ask yourself, if we had had access to that information prior to the event, would we have been able to stop it? In these cases, it seems like they could have, but we didn't have that information because no warrant was granted. Had they been able to dig a little further, they would have been able to gather that intelligence and stop the event prior. If you vote people into office and it's the government's responsibility to protect you as an American citizen, and then it fails in that duty to protect you as an American citizen because it did not utilize the tools that it has to protect you, then I have to ask you, is our government just completely... It's just, you're saying that we shouldn't do this thing, right? That could have saved lives. right?
No, I'm
And it's
saying
the
that
government's job to
lives.
save the
I don't think
lives.
it's to save lives. Again, it's just a vapid claim.
No,
At the end of the day,
the government has one duty,
the
and it's to
government's
protect
role
you.
is to secure liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness for all Americans. As far as I'm concerned,
Can you
in the
have those
case
things
of
if you're
the
dead?
United States versus Hasbad
Can you-
Drami in 2025, a district court found that the FBI's warrantless queries of American communications collected under the FISA Section 702 violated the Fourth Amendment. It's
EOD?
a significant ruling against the government's practice of searching its collected data for information of U.S. citizens without a warrant. And ACLU versus Clapper, this case challenged the NSA's mass collection of Americans' phone records under 215 of the Patriot Act. The Second Circuit of Appeals ruled that the program was illegal. And what did they do? They reinvented it with that USA Freedoms Act. And they just continue to do it and continue to erode away at our rights. And it's excuse after excuse for no results and no
Can you have rights?
actual counterterrorism leads at all. The Patriot
EOD?
Act resulted in zero. The NYPD demographic searching of targeting of Muslims resulted in zero terrorism leads. The NSA's warrantless surveillance has resulted in what did you say? 50 potential terrorism acts have been stopped.
I didn't
by this
say
warrantless
only
surveillance,
50. I
which
said at
impacts
least 50.
millions of people's rights. We need focused engagement with FISA warrants in order to actually address these things. These people that you're talking about, these instances that you're talking about, is failure of investigators to produce sufficient information and sufficient data on these potential suspects in order to obtain the warrant. That is not the fault of the Fourth Amendment. That is not the fault of the Constitution, and it does not warrant surveillance of everybody in the country and everybody who happens to be a United States citizen simply because you want Gestapo to have free reign over people's privacy. It doesn't solve the problem. Warrantless surveillance would not have solved the problem.
I don't know how you can make that claim. Again, you are making a leap of logic without. You're saying because this program here didn't, it can't do it.
Here, let's look at the Boston Marathon bombing. You mentioned that, okay? Boston Marathon bombing in 2013.
Let's.
This is on my counter argument list right here. And it says, after the attack, the NSA used Section 215 bulk telephony metadata to map the foreign contacts retroactively. Review acknowledged that while the program didn't directly prevent the bombing, it demonstrated how bulk data can reconstruct networks quickly post-attack. Now, be aware of that. It's post-attack. The only way that would have helped is if they had waited until after the attack in the first place. The only thing that warrantless data and mass collection even accomplished for them, which the Supreme Court ruled was illegal after the fact, was to figure out where this guy had been. And at the end of the day, it wouldn't have prevented a damn thing. It wouldn't have prevented nothing.
Again, how do you make that claim? That it would have prevented nothing. No further gathering of intelligence would have stopped anything. How can you make that claim? How can you even justify a claim like that?
Because the intelligence that they're trying to gather under Section 702 and Section 215 of the Patriot Act is stuff like your text messages.
Yeah, metadata, communications.
Yeah. 90% of that, you're not going to get anything from most of these people.
Really? So communications between parties that are privy to an event about to happen could have stopped nothing.
This shit has been going on since the mob was running alcohol in and out of the city and to moonshineries out in the country. Okay, they just talk in some kind of code or some kind of trash language that investigators aren't able to discern in the first damn place. The whole ideal of this, that somehow warrantless surveillance would have prevented or solved any of it, is laughable, because you already have the surveillance, you already have investigators looking at this stuff, and they're unable to obtain the warrant. So it's not a matter of a time frame being an issue or anything like that. It's a matter of investigators being unable to produce the appropriate evidence to actually go after somebody. That's what you need to fix. You need to fix the way that investigators put these people on these lists and who it is that they're actually trying to focus on and waste resources trying to investigate.
EOD,
go after actual problems, not all American citizens.
Would you say that you would have to be alive to have rights?
You keep going back to this assertion.
I'm just curious. Do you have to be alive to have a right?
Of course you do. You have to be alive to have rights, and you have to be somewhat have your privacy intact in order to be able to exercise your rights. Without that, your political opponents are all going to end up in jail. We're all going to end up just like the Jan Sixers, 2 years, 3 years in jail with no prosecution, no court time, no court hearing whatsoever.
What does that even have to do?
You said something bad about the government one time on Facebook, so we're going to lock your ass up. That's the reality.
That's an appeal to emotion. You're saying like you don't trust the government, so the government shouldn't have information. Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
The United Kingdom of Great Britain.
Oh, I didn't know we became
up for things that they say on the fucking internet.
Oh, we're Britain now.
Bring that shit down here onto Americans and violate their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights simply because you want to stop a handful of terrorists from potentially committing a crime that they may or may not have actually gone through. The examples that you listed, warrantless surveillance wouldn't have helped, and the examples where it did are minuscule and ineffective at best.
The Fourth Amendment bans unreasonable searches, not all searches. The Supreme Court in United States versus Verdugo Urquez in 1990 and in redirectives explicitly held that the non-U.S. persons abroad have no Fourth Amendment rights. Okay, we already knew that, right? But you made some other claims just a minute ago. So like it's ineffective. That's false. DNI Clapper in 2014 reported 54 plus plots disrupted, 13 in the U.S. homeland, and 90%
out of 300 million ineffective.
702 and 215 metadata. The 2015 San Bernardino attack was missed because Apple encryption blocked access. Warrantless bulk tools would have caught Farouk's foreign contacts, according to the FBI. They would have caught the foreign contacts and the information being transferred between them.
This is what I was trying to describe to you. This is what the FBI wants, is a backdoor into Apple, all of Apple's stuff, all of Apple's firmware. And they're saying bulk data, being able to get that backdoor into every Apple phone in the world would have stopped it. If we could monitor every single Apple phone on Earth, we might have been able to actually prevent this. It's bullshit. They're blowing smoke up your ass. Simply because they want more power and more intelligence and more information about innocent people in order to...
So the layers of oversight don't matter to you. Just the government bad, no matter what. Even if it saves lives, government bad.
Let's put on our tinfoil hat for a little bit and think about who was it that actually perpetuated the lockdowns and the horseshit and the Gestapo shit that we saw during the pandemic. I'll just say that's the last time I'll say that. During the coup or whatever. Okay. Who do you think was actually trying to do that? Who do you think was trying to shut down churches and open up liquor stores? And who was trying to shut down small mom and pop shops and allow big name corporations like Home Depot and Lowe's to continue to operate?
A political party?
These are the same people that want to own every aspect
of political party?
Your daily digital self.
Do you have you're
giving them the perfect excuse without actually
you'd have to vote them in
a reasonable or meaningful way.
Then it was the will of the people because they voted them in and then they allowed that to happen. You're making an argument that because people who you don't like could be in government, they shouldn't have the ability to use tools that we could use to save lives against you, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's exactly correct. Yes.
So that's just an appeal to emotion. Because I don't want my enemy to politically to have tools against me, we shouldn't stop the murder of innocents.
That's exactly what the Constitution and what the amendments of the Constitution are designed to do, is to prevent the government from overreaching its mandate and overreaching its capabilities as defined therein the Constitution.
There's literally carve-outs for this.
We need this to stop the country from becoming a tyrannical fucking dystopic nightmare. And like I said, you're providing the perfect excuse for these nefarious actors, whoever they might be, whether it's a particular party or a particular group of individuals who seem to always win election and get appointed over and over and over again, to continue to wield an unholy power over the United States people. And we need less of that, not fucking more of it, in my opinion. I think you're crazy. I mean, again, I still have not seen how you can demonstrate that warrantless surveillance would have prevented any of this stuff.
In which of these cases?
It might not have.
In which of these cases would it have been better?
Surveillance would have absolutely done it. Okay, targeted surveillance is actually proven to be more effective. Again,
You
because
realize
data
it's
analysts aren't overwhelmed by a bunch of erroneous data that they don't need to be looking at and they don't need to be wasting their time on anyway, or
You-
any of their services or any of their
okay,
resources.
great.
If they were focused on the people who are actually causing the problems or potentially causing the problems, they might have been able to get these things stopped in the first place. And instead, that watch
54
list is 1 million people long when it ought to be like 15.
54 54 terrorist plots stopped. And you're saying, "Oh, big whoop, that's
How long have they been
fine."
doing this? How many years did it take them to stop 50 plots?
I don't have
25?
the exact time.
24, 25 years?
Yeah,
That might-
great. And say you keep like using like very loose vagueness to help you, but 54 plots, say they're all 54 plots are as grand as
Very loose
say 9/11. Then
I just
what?
sat here
Then
and
what?
went through a
54
list of
cases
examples of
of
overreach with you, as well as cases filed by ACLU and other organizations and other individuals.
yeah,
against
because
the federal
nothing could
government
possibly
for
be
having-
tailored, right? EOD, nothing could possibly be tailored and have oversight.
having their
Nothing.
rights violated. And
You're
the
standing
government-
against all forms of warrantless.
the
Or-
government and the
all
Supreme Court of the United States
forms.
has repeatedly stood against these types of programs in the past and forced Congress to go through and try to redefine them with some sort of judicial restrictions in mind. You're saying that those judicial restrictions are what the problem is. That
Well-
we can't wait for a FISA warrant. We can't wait the 2 or 3 hours.
Then we should make
for
police
judge to
officers
review a
wait.
case and say, yes, go and investigate further.
If that's the case, then we should also make police officers wait to go into a house where violence is happening. We should wait for a warrant, even if we have reasonable
That's
suspicion or
not at all
cause
what
to
I
enter
said.
home. Yes,
Again, with reasonable
you said a
suspicion,
warrant for everything.
my suggestion has been since the beginning of the debate, since opening statements, I've been saying they ought to be able to detain that person in the very least. And for whatever reason, they think they're not able to. They don't have the evidence or whatever. They're afraid of being sued in civil court for violating the guy's rights because they don't have the evidence that they need in order to obtain the
It
warrant.
just seems
That's
hilarious
not
to me because you're
because
saying
of the
black
warrant.
bag people, but don't worry, but
That's
don't.
not because of the warrant. That's because of bad.
So you
police
want indiscriminate black bagging of people absent a warrant, rather than just saying it's okay for certain
In the
information to be
cases where
gathered
there is
without a warrant.
Reasonable suspicion of wrongdoing or a crime in progress, yes. And
The-
that already
there's
exists.
no-
If a police officer is walking down the street and here's a domestic dispute going on in a house and someone trying for their lives, the police officer is obligated to barge into that house and at least investigate what's going
Oh,
on.
so almost like the smoke coming out of your house might be an actual reason for them to come into the house without a warrant?
Not if it's just because I'm smoking a cigarette. That's bullshit.
Well, if there's smoke pouring out
Also,
the window,
nobody better be banging down my damn door. They ought to knock first.
I think you just proved that there are cases that warrants
Again,
aren't
they oughta
needed
knock
for
first.
action.
There is occasionally. However, in those cases, the appropriate thing to do is to detain and seek a FISA warrant.
Again,
you can
let's break
obtain
this
a
down.
FISA warrant within hours.
Let's
Within
break this
hours,
down.
you can
Let's
obtain a FISA warrant.
Okay, let's break this down.
If that timeline is not quick enough, then you are not doing your job as a police officer.
What is
That's
the
all there is to it.
EOD?
And,
What,
and in these cases where you're talking, they were on a watch list or something. They knew for months. They've known for months. They had time to go get a traditional warrant rather than a FISA warrant in those particular cases. Also, a FISA warrant should only apply to foreign actors
what
and incidents
EOD.
of foreign terrorism.
EOD? What is the
Not
greatest
necessarily the Pulse nightclub where
What-
the guy was. I don't.
EOD? What is the greatest interest
It's like
of
a gay guy who had like a grudge with somebody or
what
something.
is the greatest interest of the federal government?
You keep saying this over and over.
No,
again.
I need you. I
I've
need it to
answered
ring
it
home for
already.
you. I need it to ring home for you.
So let's talk about this again, okay? And more haystack doesn't find the needle. NSA's own audits, declassified in 2010, showed that 90%
You're
of the
just
data they collected was completely irrelevant
it
to
doesn't
what they're trying to do. So 90% of the data.
What is the
90%
greatest
of the data that
interest
the NSA collected
of the
has
federal
nothing
government.
to do with securing your life. Has
EOD.
nothing to do with it. 90% of the
What?
data the NSA collects has nothing to do with securing your life.
Regardless, what is the greatest interest of the federal government of the United States of America, EOD?
I don't know.
To protect its citizenry.
Great. So
to
then
defend its
spending
citizenry.
90% of your resources on collecting data that's irrelevant to that goal is a waste.
Is it
Not only
in
is
the
it a waste,
best interest?
not only is it a waste of taxpayer resources and federal resources, it's a waste of the Fourth Amendment rights that all Americans are afforded under the Constitution.
Not
It's
stopping
not only that, it's a
plots.
waste of the Fifth Amendment rights and the First Amendment rights of all Americans under the Constitution.
Not stopping
You are
plots.
sacrificing the principles that this country was founded upon for the sake
Not
of
stopping
a
plots
handful
of that.
terrorists.
Okay, but not stopping actions that will see the loss of life of tens or hundreds or thousands of American citizens is a failure of the federal government. It is in its best interest to protect the American people. And if it is the interest of the government to protect the American people and defend them, then they should have. And it is, in fact, in their best interest as a federal government to gather the intelligence needed to do its job. Otherwise, it's failing the American people. So it absolutely has to be in the best interest of the federal government to seek warrantless surveillance, because what else would it do?
You say that the primary purpose of the United States is...
Will you break the rules to protect your family?
You say that the primary purpose of the United States is to secure the lives of the American people. I say that in securing those lives, it should also guarantee life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are the principles that we were founded upon. Whether or not that is explicitly defined in the Constitution or not is irrelevant to the spirit of what the founding fathers intended for this country to accomplish. And in enacting warrantless surveillance programs, you erode the liberty and the ability to pursue happiness in the very lives that you intend to save.
Well, there is no happiness if you're dead,
and
EOD.
counterproductive to the goal of the goals and the interests of the United States and her people.
There's no rights or pursuit of happiness if you're dead. Period. So it is in the best interest.
Again, wasting 90% of your resources on shit you don't need is not in the interest of protecting my life either.
Really? You pay 90% of your income in taxes?
You targeted, warranted, scoped investigations that are not big dragnets that violate everybody's civil rights.
Will more or less people be saved with greater information? More or less people are able to be protected, do you think?
I suppose it depends on what you mean by saved. You mean their physical lives? Yes, probably. More people will be saved. However, at the cost of how many people's civil lives or their criminal records or
you don't even have those if you're dead, EOD.
Defend themselves in court against the federal fucking government. How many lives will be ruined based on bad arrests, based on bad investigation, simply because somebody was in the wrong place at the wrong time and it happened to be a terrorist on the other side of the coffee shop?
You're just going to
with 300 other people.
You're just going to paint intent on the government. You're going to paint villainy and intent on the government so that you can evade their duty to you.
I presume that the government will be villainous in the way that it wields its power, which is why I am so vehemently against granting it anymore.
Which is why you should vote. And do everything in your power to make the government moral for a moral people, rather than taking all of its power away and saying the government is not trustworthy. You are saying that the information no, you're the one who's saying the information gathering is a loss of trust in the government while you preach distrust of the government. I wonder which one's worse. Everybody out there preaching distrust,
making sure the government can't pry open your asshole and figure out what you had for lunch today is going to inspire more confidence in the government than allowing them to see every single aspect of every little bit of every single person's life.
This is funny.
The whole cope from you is just really insane right
now.
You're
tying disanalogous connections between a physical search of your home and a surveillance of data and information in the form of metadata, text messages.
Let's talk about what the NSA would gain if they did get that backdoor encryption into your iPhone. They would get
I don't have an iPhone.
History. That means every place you've been in the past, however long you've had that phone.
Yeah, because they couldn't possibly know that already.
Everywhere you've been and everywhere you go on a day-to-day basis, it's going to have all of your emails.
What danger does that?
All of your text messages in it.
What danger?
It's going to have all of your direct messages in it. It's going to have everything you've ever said to anybody, anywhere on on the internet.
Oh, so it would
Because
like
guess what?
force you
How
to
many
act.
places do you go, Abe? How many places do you go where they say we need two-factor authentication? We have to associate your online
So
account
it would
with your
force
phone
you.
in order to maintain security, right?
So
It's not just being in your home, it's being in your bank, it's being in your weather, it's being in your
So-
day-to-day routine, it's being in your direct messages, your private
great.
talks with other people.
So it's almost like you would not do bad things because you know you'd get caught. So you'd.
If I had Big Brother staring me down, you're right. I would live every single
Oh
day
shit! It's
in
almost like it would
morbid
lead to a
fear
more moral
that the
society.
government might retaliate against me simply because of something I said on the internet that might not be favorable to Donald Trump, or might
Again-
not be favorable to Joe Biden, or might not be favorable to Dianne
Again, you're just
Feinstein,
making attributions.
or Hillary Clinton or anybody else. The whole concept that this won't be abused or that it hasn't been abused in the
Can I
past
tell you?
is completely
EOD.
asinine. Again, United States versus Hasbud Jarami.
Information.
ACLU versus Clapper. United States versus
Information isn't the same as
People versus
action.
Tafoya. United States versus Hay.
Information.
Case after case.
Inf-
Civil liberties being violated over and over again by warrantless surveillance programs.
There's also a myriad of cases that could have been stopped prior to the action if they had known the information. The same is true that multiple have been stopped because they had the information.
But we still haven't seen you demonstrate it. There's nothing to say that warrantless surveillance would have prevented the Pulse night shooting. There's nothing to say that warrantless surveillance would have prevented the Fort Hood incident. In reality,
Data.
what you demonstrated is that the surveillance that they did perform was insufficient. And so what they knew was insufficient to even detain these people. So that's, in my mind, that's bad police work. That's bad mismanagement on the part of law enforcement. That's Christopher Wray's
You
fault.
sound like a Monday.
That's not the Fourth Amendment's fault.
You
You
sound-
want to strip away people's rights simply because
No.
of bad management and poor policing.
Nobody said strip away rights. EOD.
Yes,
Nobody
that's
said
exactly
that.
what you're proposing. You're saying that the Fourth Amendment doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't matter.
Reasonable
Because,
cause.
again, what I just
Reasonable
went over,
suspicion. Absent
every
a warrant.
aspect of your life ties
Reasonable.
into this stupid thing, and you're trying to give them a back door into it. That's insane. No, thank you.
Do you send data out of your phone to somewhere else, EOD?
Do I send packages out of my mailbox? Yes.
Is
Those
that
packages are protected
disanalogous?
privacy.
It's disanalogous.
That's my private information
disanalogous.
inside of that letter. That's my private information.
Is there
inside
record of that?
That's
Is
my private property inside of that box.
Does
if I
that-
ship it to somebody.
does that thing stay with the shipper and the person after it's delivered, EOD?
It's sealed.
Does it stay with the shipper
doesn't necessarily
and
know what's inside of it unless it has some sort of biohazard.
so it's a
or hazardous
disanalogous
nature
example.
to it.
So it's a disanalogous example because the people you're
No,
utilizing
it's not disanalogous. My information on this phone is my private property, and I have a right to.
so
keep
the
it
phone
private.
company doesn't know what's on your phone?
The AT&T, no. There's a case in here somewhere where AT&T got fucking sued to hell and back because they were selling people's data to the federal government. That's another civil liberties violation. Great, thank you for pointing that out. No, right now AT&T does not have a right to my data on my phone.
They have your
Neither
data
does
from your
Apple.
phone already.
Okay. The problem is there's these this third party fucking rule is another little loophole where law enforcement and federal law enforcement will try to work with data brokers, which are people that go around to different service providers and gather up all the information about one particular person or another and put that into gigantic databases and sell them for tens of thousands or millions of dollars a pop. And it dumps out, all of the information that I'm talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, all in one fell swoop. All it takes is for the DOJ to write a check, and suddenly they're not violating your Fourth Amendment rights anymore because they're surveilling you through a third party exception. That's fucking bullshit. That shit needs to stop. That's part of what needs to stop. The federal government needs to get out of my damn phone, and all my shit needs to be private. Go fuck yourself. It's not gonna solve anything. I'm not a damn terrorist. Shit.
Okay, so we don't want a moral government, and we don't want oversight by the government. And
You got
we
the
don't want
robot voice,
defense.
Abe.
I'll give you a second.
Every time that happens, I forget what I'm thinking. Now I forgot what I was freaking thinking. Damn it. Freaking Robo.
You gotta get that shit fixed. It
So
might be just replacing the cable. I don't know.
it seems crazy to me that the acceptable reasons to not have warrants, even to you, seem out of bounds. Even if there's a possibility that tens of thousands of lives could be spared or saved, you say that privacy supersedes everything, even life.
No, I think you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to tell you. I think that without our liberties, without the restrictions on the federal government that the Bill of Rights actually places, our lives are worthless, and that our government would become authoritarian. I'm not saying that the Fourth Amendment supersedes lives. I'm saying that there are ways to secure life without violating the Fourth Amendment. So it's not an if then that. Both things can be true at once. You can save lives without violating the Fourth Amendment. You can totally do that. They totally have done that. In fact, when they started using FISA warrants, they stopped more global terrorism than when they were trying to do it without FISA warrants.
Which one?
Trying to do it under the Patriot Act with the Dragnet.
Okay, so there's a hierarchy of things here. Which one is more important and must first be a precondition for the other to exist, EOD?
Abe, we're not talking about a hypothetical full of absolute.
No, we're talking about the truth of the matter.
We're talking about actual
if you have no reasonable expectation, if you have no reasonable expectation to survive, because the government cannot stop threats, except for to take the long drawn out way to get each and every warrant to stop every case of fast-paced digital style terrorist actions, then the question would become, does the government have any responsibility to protect you in the first place? If it has the means to protect you and does not do so, has it failed its duty?
Yes, obviously it has. However, it does not require the means to violate my Fourth Amendment in order to secure my life. It can do that without violating my Fourth Amendment. It has done that, and it has proven to be more effective when it uses judicially scoped, warranted measures rather than the broad dragnet.
Does the government ever have the right to supersede your rights? Does the government ever have the right to supersede your rights?
If I'm a convicted felon, I suppose.
All righty. So that is the wrap up for the open hour. All right. I want to say thank you to both debaters. Reminder to the chat, you guys can find both debaters in the description of the live, and they are both currently live streaming. So make sure you go to both their live streams, show them some love, send them in some support. All right. We're going to get into the 5-minute closing statements, and chat right after that. We'll do the 30-minute Q&A, and remember, super chats get priority. So if you want to make sure your question gets answered, because there's only that 30 minutes, send it through super chat. And, your support helps me keep bringing you these badass debates that we've been having. Okay. With that being said, the way I do with closing statements, it's because I like to give one person the first word and then one person the last word for the formal debate section. So with closing statements, we're going to start again with Abe, and that'll give EOD the last word. So Abe, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, good job to both of you, and thank you both for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
All right. So, firstly, I would say that while I understand the importance of our amendments, they do have to flex to give room in many ways, and we've seen this across the states. In the United States, at any given time, there are some flex that has to happen in order to protect and defend the American people. I would say it seems odd to say that less information may lead to more security when it comes to life lost. I understand that the government has taken in the past actions maybe it should not have, but that doesn't mean as a whole we can have zero trust in the government and the institutions that we put in place to protect us in the first place. The prompt, if you remember, is warrantless surveillance is justified in the interest of national security. I would say that the government we vote in to protect us and itself. And a government that cannot protect the American citizens or itself as an institution has failed. It's failed us, and we have failed as citizens at that point. And so I do see the dangers that EOD is speaking of, but a tailored approach with oversight and a commitment to the American people, with a need for jumping on things that are the threat to the American people quickly, is a must. We've seen it. That's the only reason these programs even exist. 702, FISA, all of these programs exist specifically because we understand that in the information age, you may have to move swiftly in order to take action. I understand, again, that there's anti-government or the government is dangerous aspect to this, and that may be true. It doesn't mean that we just absolve the government of its responsibility to protect the American people from threats that are faster moving than a warrant process. So other than that, I guess I'll give back the rest of my time because I don't know what else to say.
All righty. Thank you for that closing statement, Abe. And with that, we'll give the mic over to EOD. And EOD, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the clock up with your voice. And reminder quickly to the chat, if you want to get your questions in, get them in now, chat, because we're going to be doing the Q&A right after this. And go ahead, EOD. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer.
All right. I've been linking everybody to go over to Speakeasies too. Throw in some super chats for us. All right. So what am I saying, man? My argument isn't that less information leads to more effective investigations. What I'm trying to say is that when the NSA is granted sweeping back doors into cell phones all across the nation and given these huge dragnets, they get overwhelmed by data, and those watch lists end up way too long, and that's why so many actors on those watch lists end up getting ignored, is because there's too many to focus on, and they choose where to put their focus incorrectly. That's part of what I was trying to say. Abe says that amendments have to flex. Well, every time that our amendments flex, our rights get eroded away. Our country is slipping away from our very fingertips as we watch. And the Patriot Act was a huge misstep. The 2008 housing bubble was yet another one. And this most recent thing for the USA Freedom Act or whatever simply just perpetuated the problem and continues to harness more power, more authority, more oversight into the federal government where it absolutely does not belong. Every single one of our founding fathers understood that. That's why we are the United States of America, not the United State of America. Warrant has failed us. That's completely false. Under the Patriot Act for 12 years, the DOJ, the DEA, the ATF, the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA all conducted warrantless surveillance and produced zero counterterrorism leads. Zero leads that actually stopped anything from happening at all. When they started using FISA warrants is when those 50 cases that you like to reference back over and over again, Abe, actually occurred. Is when they started doing targeted surveillance and actually managing the resources and pointing them at where the problem areas truly exist. Your ethic and your guideline here is expediency over privacy. Okay, is law enforcement over liberty. It's tyranny over freedom. Is ultimately what you're talking about. And at the end of the day, it is not worth the cost. It is not worth the violation of millions, of hundreds of millions of Americans' lives and millions of Americans' privacy in order to hunt down and capture a handful of actors. And at no point did we get any definitive evidence or demonstration that any of this warrantless surveillance would have actually stopped anything. There's vapid claims that say, oh, well, if we had seen that Facebook post, then we would have been able to do something. But at the end of the day, these people were already being surveilled. They were already being investigated, and the investigators were unable to produce any evidence in order to support the warrant. So that it had to be dropped. And it's simply a failure on the part of the law enforcement officers who were investigating these things, probably because they were scoped too thin in the first place, given the amount of data that's coming into these agencies and the amount of shit that they have to sift through that means nothing to their investigations whatsoever. They're spending too much time going through too much crap, getting too confused, and getting spread too thin in order to actually accomplish anything. There's a few more examples that I wanted to go over before I actually wrapped it up. You brought up AT&T, the Hemisphere Project in 2007. The DEA paid AT&T to store decades of call records law enforcement queried without warrants, bypass the Fourth Amendment, used in ordinary criminal cases, not those involving terrorism. So again, another appeal that you try to make is that all of this is designed to stop terrorists. Well, how do you stop the DEA from doing things like this, where they pay AT&T to just figure out people's freaking phone calls that has nothing to do with terrorism? They're selling pot. They're selling pot, and you got the DEA looking through their phones with a damn microscope. And the FBI national security letters, you mentioned this in your opening. We never did get around back to it, but the FBI issued hundreds of thousands of NSLs demanding phone, financial, and internet records without judicial review. Gag orders prevented disclosure. And the DOJ IG reports in 2007 and 2008 found widespread misuse and inaccurate exigent letters, affected innocent people, wrong phone numbers, wrongful prosecution, wrongful arrest, and all of these things have been settled since. But these overreaches and oversteps by the government never had to happen in the first place. These people's lives never had to be ruined or pried into in the first place if they had just gotten a judicial oversight and a warranted scope investigation in the first place. These mistakes and missteps of justice would have never happened. And now, we're tasked with getting rid of this precedent, which has existed for the past 25 years. Past 25 years, the government has been doing this shit. And we're just looking for more and more excuses for them to keep doing it and keep doing more of it. And it's insane. It's a slippery slope, and we're headed towards tyranny, and I don't want to see it happen. So I'll cede the rest of my time, whatever's left.
All righty. Thank you for that closing statement, EOD. And with that, we are going to move it over to the 30-minute Q&A. And before we do the 30-minute Q&A, I always like to ask a question for each side based on some of the things I heard. We'll start with the affirmative side. If the government can secretly monitor the citizens, right, without the oversight, say we did allow this, what would be the mechanism that would prevent abuse of that power? Like against maybe like a political opponent, or like EOD brought up, the average citizen getting their fucking nude that their wife sent them sent to these people. Like what would be the mechanism to prevent the abuse of that power is what I'm asking.
Well, okay, so first I would say that we already have review and oversight committees that are utilized to govern the way that these tools are used, and those are actually ever evolving. They're getting better with time. We've fixed several problems that, like EOD brought up. There's been a lot of issues with these programs over time, but technology is increasing over time, and so our programs have to develop with them, and we have to develop better metrics for overview and review of the system. So I would say there's already government agencies doing this, but I would say, again, this comes back to like us voting in the most moral parties that we can and holding them accountable to the standards that we see fit as the American people.
Do you have something for that?
Yeah. The problem with that is that we have these restriction mechanisms in place, and a lot of times overreach and abuse still occurs. And all you're doing by opening this up to a wide dragnet where you're surveilling all of the American people is inviting more opportunities for abuse, more opportunities for overreach, more opportunities for people's rights to be needlessly violated. And the biggest thing for me, even beyond that, is the expenditure of these types of programs is to the tune of billions of dollars a year that we could be saving, that we could be putting towards something that actually helps the American people rather than hurts them. So, and again, there are ways to do this without violating the Fourth Amendment. I just want to see the government do that instead.
All right. And then one more for Abe's side. Um, so like one of the things mentioned was like the main goal, and it was like it was to, prevent, like, it's to defend the freedom and privacy from external threats, right?
Yes.
Um, right. So like I would say, like, so my question would be like, how would a democracy uh claim to defend it while also doing the unchecked surveillance when that's kind of it's going against the freedom? Like, so like how does that not become a contradiction or a
Well,
moral contradiction, I guess it would be.
I think partially we rely heavily on the federal government already for the rights that do exist. And so thus we have to play a game of juggling what is allowed and what is not allowed. But we have to leave room in our rights for us to also be protected, because yes, as much as those rights should not be eroded, I don't think that we have the reasonable expectation of privacy that people seem to think that we do. And so I think we have to be realistic in how we see the world. Part of it is, yes, I do want to have privacy, but at the same time, I want the federal government to catch people who are intending violence of some kind on a mass scale. And so I have to be willing to say, okay, what am I okay with them seeing in order to make sure that that protection is granted. I think the Fourth Amendment was written in a time when we didn't have internet, right? We didn't have all these instantaneous communication devices and things like that. And so I I think that we are evolving with time. And yes, there's going to be encroachments and there's going to be pullbacks, and there's going to be encroachments and there's going to be pullbacks. I don't know where that line is yet when it comes to information sent into digital space. So I agree with EOD when it comes to your household, your property, your space being off limits without a warranted search and seizure order of some kind. I don't know that it's the same when it comes to information being sent out from you to others.
Well, the problem with that is twofold. You almost self-identified the very issue with what you're advocating for, without realizing it. Okay, the world that we live in, it is becoming less and less private. That is part of the problem. And instead of having our government participate in that and make it worse, our government should be taking steps, as the EU does, to ensure, like there's an internet bill of rights in the EU, and things that companies can and cannot do with your information on the internet. We need something very similar. And I don't think what the EU has done is robust enough, to be frank, but it's a step in the right direction. And instead, what's our government doing? Our government is saying, oh no, the government just needs to be able to collect all your data, just like Facebook does. We want some of that. Let us in there. And then at the end of the day, it results in a minuscule return on a huge swath of people having their rights violated as a result. And okay, so you're talking about, like, okay, back in revolutionary times, or at the founding of the country, back in the Wild West days, okay, we had a completely different perspective of what our personal data or our personal belongings were, right? And like I say, this goes into the package analogy, which you said was completely disanalogous, and yet it is, in fact, exactly analogous. When you send stuff across the internet, we call it a packet. It's literally a little a little digital box filled with information that you sent out. So the same rules should apply, because from a logical perspective, it is a very similar thing. But even more of your life is here inside of this device than was in your home back in the the 1800s. Okay, I had a box filled with gold bullion buried in the backyard back in the 1800s. Today I have a bank which I access through my phone, and all of my bank records are accessible. If you can tap into this phone, you can see everything I've ever spent money on, potentially. Okay, it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper the more you get into it. And now we're talking about private communiques between individuals that have no business in the hands of any type of government oversight whatsoever at all, for people who are not suspected of any kind of criminal activity whatsoever at all, being scrutinized, looked over, and collected and compiled by government agencies. This is Orwellian, Gestapo, fucking Stalinistic shit. I don't want to see our government do it. And again, it does not actually solve the problems that you're saying that it does. That is, it's just demonstrably false. The fact that warrantless surveillance has actually produced so few results, the most that you can even point at is 50 in the past 20 years. That's maybe 2 a year. Whereas you think there's only 2 terror plots against the United States a year? I don't think so. I think it's a lot more than that. Some of them don't succeed for whatever reason, but the few that do because of investigation, like, okay, great. That's wonderful. But is it worth what you're losing in the long run, which is having the principles of, the Bill of Rights actually enforced and upheld in the way that the United States government conducts itself? That is more important in my mind than the NSA collecting 90% of data that it collects is being completely worthless to its investigations. We don't need to be wasting those resources. We don't need the government having that capability. It's too ripe for failure, overreach, and abuse. It's a bad idea all around. So,
all righty. And then, so my question for EOD's side, so kind of like what Abe was mentioning here, with in modern age, with like terrorism being able to be done through cyber attacks, and like it's able to operate within the shadows of the internet. Would surveillance without the warrants be a necessary evolution with this evolution of terrorism, rather than a violation of rights? Or do you not see that we need to there isn't a need for the evolution to match the terrorism?
Well, there has been an evolution. Part of what Abe's talking about is the judicial restrictions that have been placed on these on the Patriot Act program in particular, from the USA Freedom Act. Which, again, the way they word these things is so counterintuitive. It's exactly the opposite of what it actually says on the tin, But what that provides is the FISA courts, okay, which are the foreign. And I forget what it is, but it allows federal agencies to get a warrant in a matter of hours, okay, 2 to 3 hours, like tops, in order to get a warrant, in order to dig deeper into these people, and in order to find out what's going on. That is a huge turnaround compared to what it used to be. It would be like a week-long process. You send a letter into the court, and eventually some judge will look at it and sign off on it, or they'll request more information. Then you have to go back and forth and back and forth. The FISA court is designed to be an expedited process in order to accomplish exactly that. And what warrantless surveillance does is it allows these agencies to bypass that system altogether. And they're saying that they need that. They're saying that a couple of hours isn't enough. We need to be able to respond in seconds. I'm like, okay, so like you're saying, like I'm struggling to justify how someone who's been on a watch list for months, you suddenly need something that you can act on immediately right now without involving any kind of court or judicial overview at all. I think it's just a power grab, and I don't think it actually solves the problem that it's saying it does.
Did you have something for that, Abe?
No, I don't think so. I think I'll. I guess okay. What I would say that I understand where he's coming from, but like, we the people are the government, right? And if we are the government and the government's failing, then we are failing. It is our responsibility as the American people to make, shepherd, and contribute to the system in a fashion that creates the government we want to see, and it act the way that we want. So like this surveillance and all of these things, if you had a moral government that believed and acted as you wished it to, these things, then what? Would you be more likely to grant them? If you knew that the government stood for everything you stand for and was the moral agent that you yourself are as a person of the United States, would it not be in the best interest of you and the government to then have access to the information needed?
Okay, so the information needed is different than what's being collected. So that's my main problem with that. But I mean, of course, you want the government, you want the federal law enforcement agencies is really who we're talking about. We're not talking about Congress. Congress isn't going out there doing counter global terrorism shit. You want the federal law enforcement agencies to be able to get the information that they need before they move in and try to arrest somebody. And instead, you're saying that without any warrant, without any judicial review, they can just rotoscope everybody's fucking phone. And I don't think they need that. I really don't. I think that's unnecessary. I think targeted surveillance, I think targeted warrants and targeting our resources at people we know are parts of these terror cells or are associated with these terror cells instead of anybody who just happens to be in a coffee shop where one of them is going to be more effective at the end of the day. So you're saying just scoop up all the information and then somehow that's going to make the investigators more effective at their jobs. The opposite is proven to be true. Investigators are overwhelmed by a gross amount of data that's irrelevant to their investigations, and this stops them from effectively pursuing and prosecuting the people that they need to be going after.
But to be fair, I never made the claim that we need mass scraping. We just need the ability, when we know something may be coming, to surveil that thing.
Well, again, one of the things that I conceded was that this does not necessarily apply to foreign nationals or people who are not citizens of the United States. I think the Fourth Amendment should only apply to the way the federal government deals with its own citizens. So if you're talking about foreign terrorists in a foreign country, that's a different thing.
Well, that would still be warrantless surveillance of
That's
people.
Correct. But not of all of the people in the United States. Again, I've listed the myriad of things that I'm against, and all of this has to do with warrantlessly surveilling American citizens, which is not what we need to be doing. So,
Wouldn't you agree some form of warrantless surveillance has to happen?
Not necessarily. I think we can still arrest those people with FISA warrants, which is what the FISA court was designed to do. Again, foreign actors, foreign intelligence, safety administration, something like, what the fuck does FISA stand for? I don't even remember. It's something foreign intelligence surveillance act. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what those courts were designed to do. Was to provide warrants, okay, for surveilling foreign agents. So it's not warrantless surveillance. The warrantless surveillance is when the NSA starts getting encrypted backdoors into our iPhones and collecting everybody's data. That's not what I want.
All right. So like this it's kind of related to the first question there. Because like with the like imminent threats being able to like emerge and vanish within minutes because of the way the internet works. Can the bureaucracy of warrants be justified at times of national lives being on the line? So like if we're just sticking to like in the like there's national lives on the line, any like situation you could kind of think of like and where like the warrant taking hours could cost lives if the cyber attack is about to unfold, say. Do you think the the bureaucracy of warrants is still justified in that moment?
I think in that moment you have gone beyond the point where surveillance is going to accomplish anything, honestly. At that point, if you know something is about to happen, then you need to make an apprehension. You need to set up security checkpoints. You need to set up whatever you need to do in order to secure whatever, whatever's going to be attacked, which I think we do. And that doesn't speak neither here nor there towards the question of warrantless surveillance. Again, the whole premise of where the issue lies is in the NSA dragnetting all of Americans' personal data on the internet. This is not cool. That's the main thing. That's a problem. If the NSA or the CIA or the FBI are vehemently aware of an attack that's about to happen, and they know who's gonna do it, or they at least know where it's gonna happen, then there's absolutely nothing unreasonable about them taking measures to attempt to prevent that. That's exactly within the purview of their charter. But that I mean, at that point, if you're moments away, I don't think looking at somebody's Facebook page is going to help you any. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Do you have something for that, Abe?
I could kind of
Oh,
disagree
you
with
robot and
Yeah, that fucking microphone, dude.
I mean, I could kind of disagree with that statement. The reason that I say that is, if your warrant's going to take 2 hours, even through FISA, to acquire, and surveillance would allow you to know the movements of the people that you need to stop, then you say you have 10 minutes and it's going to take 2 hours to get the information. You have to go gather that intel without a warrant in order to even know what the movements of the people enacting the terrorist act are. And so that would still be within the purview of a surveillance activity to gather that intelligence and then make the arrest or make the snatch or stop the bomb or whatever it is. And all of those things would still fall under the purview of some surveillance-based organization. And you don't have the time, and you know that the timeline is too short for you to acquire a warrant. I would rather that they stop that. Especially if we're talking large numbers of lives lost. So.
all righty. All right. So those are my questions, and now we're gonna get into the Q&A from the chat here. So first we'll start. We only got a few super chats in here, so we'll start with these. We got a new
Get your super
member.
chats in, fuckers.
Yeah, get those super chats in. We got a new member from Inward. Thank you very much. Inward, funny name. 5 pounds comes in from Shazzy Bear. Hey, Speakeasy, Alicia, mods, and chat. Just listening. We'll see you a few hours. Much love, all. Have a great debate. Thank you very much, Shazzy. Kokomo sends in 10 Australian dollars just to say nothing. Thank you very much for the support.
It's funny money anyway. That doesn't count. No, I'm just kidding.
And then another 10 of the funny money came in, says, would either of you be in favor of enacting something like in the movie The Minority Report? Catch people before they offend.
No.
Yeah, absolutely not.
No.
Why not? I mean, that's exactly what fucking warrantless surveillance is for, right?
No.
That's supposed to be precog. That's the first step towards it.
But
Let's
if
just
you
gather
think-
everybody's
no,
data,
no.
and then we'll find the criminal.
No. If you think about this more on the level of something like reconnaissance, you are to gather intelligence ahead of time so that you know what the enemy movement is, what the bad actor is going to do ahead of time. Not so that you can go take them out ahead of time.
And let's relate this to a military intelligence. Okay, are we conducting military surveillance? You know, at every single country all over the world, or are we focused on places where we think there might be a threat? Right? We're focused on places where there might be a threat, right?
Yeah.
Where there's like a warrant to go and surveil those places, right? Otherwise, the military is not going to waste the resources on it. So we just need to apply that rule to federal law enforcement agencies. That's all I'm saying.
If you already know there's an area of contention, then it is in your best interest to be watching everything in that purview. Like, and that
so
doesn't
you're saying
always.
The military should be surveilling every single country.
I didn't say that. I'm saying if you're in the Middle East and you're in a specific country in the Middle East, then yes, you should be watching all the affairs of the country that you're intertwined with. Just like if you know a certain organization has threats against the U.S., you should be tracking and paying attention to everyone associated with that organization. The same should be true, and we would function that way. That's not the same as a warranted program. That would be me watching all of the things that have to do with that thing intensely to make sure nothing ill comes from it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I know there's,
No,
say I know
the
there's,
equivalent would be okay. The equivalent would be like if we were interested in stopping radical Muslim terrorism,
Yeah.
and we started surveilling with our military assets and our spy planes and all of our intelligence operators on the ground. We started deploying them into every single Muslim country in the world, including Turkey, which is a NATO ally. Right? That doesn't make sense, does it?
EOD, if there was 500 people in the U.S. and they were sworn Al Qaeda, and they had prior communications with Al Qaeda, but you could not get a warrant to look into them further, should you
Why
just
couldn't you get a warrant if you know that they're Al Qaeda? Why wouldn't you be able to get a warrant? You see what I'm saying?
Is it just a cakewalk? You just get a warrant no matter what?
There's missing pieces there that need to be secured by law enforcement in order to make that work. Otherwise, okay, again, with Turkey, okay.
So the more clever you are, the more you should get away with.
The military would need a good reason to investigate or try to send SR-71s over Turkey in order to surveil their air bases, because they're an ally. They're supposed to be like on the up and up and all groovy. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to be wasting resources flying over an ally and trying to surveil their air bases. You see what I'm saying? But when it comes to somebody like Saudi Arabia, like, sure, okay, there's a warrant, there's a cause, a reason to actually observe that country, or at least before the second Gulf War.
Yeah, but what you're basically saying is, if somebody's clever enough to get away with evil, then we shouldn't do anything about it.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm telling you that there should be a reason that we're surveilling them in the first place. That's all the warrant is designed to accomplish.
No, a warrant is different than a reason.
The fact that you're saying that we should be allowing federal agencies to surveil people without a warrant means that they don't need a reason at all.
You could have reasonable suspicion and not be able to obtain a warrant because you don't have enough evidence for the warrant to be pulled, but you could have completely reasonable suspicion that something is coming from that. And that is where the rub is, because if there is...
Well, people have been detained for reasonable suspicion all the time. So, I mean, again, like, especially these instances that you're talking about, like the Pulse nightclub.
How do you track down the person?
What?
How do you know where that person is? How do you track that person down to detain them? How do you know where they're doing? How do you, like, you're like disconnecting it as if it's like 2 points on a data sheet, and somehow they're intrinsically linked. But there is definitely a way where what you're saying is impossible. We can't even go detain that person because we don't have the intel on where that person is or what that person's doing, but we know something's happening. Like you have intrinsically linked that we know who the person is and we know what's happening.
And there's no reason the warrant shouldn't be granted. Do you understand? That's the disconnect. If we know something's going to happen, but we can't get the warrant, then why couldn't we get the warrant? Is it just because of a nefarious judge?
You don't. If you don't have enough evidence, you don't get a warrant. You have to have.
Yes, that's true. That's all I'm saying is I just want the evidence to be presented and the warrant to be obtained.
So clever people who don't leave evidence to get a warrant against them should get away with their crimes, is what you're saying. So long as you're clever enough to not leave enough evidence to get a warrant against you, you should be able to get away with whatever you want.
It's not possible if you do not leave evidence, but yes, ultimately at the end of the day, liberty comes at a cost. Okay, rights come with responsibilities. What can I tell you? There's a give and a take. What you're describing isn't some genocidal event or some grand humanity saving thing that actually occurred. You said that there's 50 plots in 25 years.
It's not in 25 years. You brought the 25 years.
They violated millions of Americans' lives.
That was a
millions
report.
of Americans' rights in order to accomplish that small little penance.
It wasn't in 25 years, EOD. It wasn't in 25 years. It wasn't in 25 years. The report says in 2014 it was
Why is
deemed.
that even important?
Because you're saying like 2 a year. If it was all in 1 year, then you'd have a bigger issue, wouldn't you?
What was the time frame? I'm pretty sure it was. You did say it was 21 years.
No.
During the debate.
In 2014 report, 54 plus plots disrupted. In 2014, 54 plus plots disrupted.
The report is from 2014.
13 in the U.S. homeland, and 90% relied on 702 and 215 metadata. Did 2015 San Bernardino attack miss because Apple encryption blocked access access. Warrantless.
Okay, here
Right.
I have exactly what you're citing right here. Okay, it says
Okay.
Section 702 collections, Prism and Upstream have been credited with thwarting over 50 terrorist plots since 2008. Okay, so you're right. It wasn't 20. It wasn't 21 years. It was
The report.
18.
No, the report was made in 2014. So if it's between 2008 and 2014, then you're literally talking about 52 attacks in 6 years. So 52 terrorist plots.
This is terrorist plots since 2008, according to reports declassified in 2017. So all of that is over 10 years. It's 50 in 10 years, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're talking about a small penance at the behest of removing and ignoring the Fourth Amendment right of millions of Americans in order to accomplish it. You're sacrificing, the forest to save one tree. It's completely counterintuitive to what the United States should stand for. And you have no numbers or no idea of what those terrorist plots even entailed. It could have been exactly what the Night Pulse club shooting was. It was a lover's quarrel. None of that shit actually comes out in the wash. At the end of the day, all you're saying is like, look at all the good stuff we did. We stopped 50 terror plots at the loss of millions of people's rights.
National security.
The math
not
doesn't matter.
Random.
The math doesn't matter.
A national security event is not like a couple people. Generally speaking, that's a national security risk, which means the entire country.
But you listed the Pulse nightclub as a national security risk.
No, I listed it as something that could have been stopped had they gained access to more data.
So then that's a disanalogous example to the prompt. Then.
No, I just had a list in our after, because obviously that wasn't even in my initial stuff. The point was that on many occasions we had prior knowledge that something was happening with this person. There is a cutoff when a warrant wasn't obtained, and then an event happens after the fact. We find out the data later that we could have stopped it had we had the data, and it's like, okay, cool. We just allow these things to happen, even though this person's known, even though they're on a watch list, even though we know there's something going on with them. And
again,
then
that's a failure of the law enforcement to produce that evidence prior to obtaining the warrant. That's not a failure of the fact that the warrant exists. You don't get rid of the warrant because law enforcement can't appropriately investigate somebody that they expect to be capable or in progress of doing a fucking crime.
Right. So old detective work without technology is the way we should move forward.
Did I say? Is that what you heard me
That's
say?
what's coming across.
Am I talking to a wall right now?
That's what's coming across.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the investigatory processes that have been executed against these people were insufficient, and it's perfectly feasible that they could have found this evidence that they weren't able to find in order to whatever serve the warrant.
Yes, clever criminals should get away. You're right.
That threshold exists is not the problem.
You're right.
The problem is the inability of the police force to get there. Okay.
All right, so let's go on to this next one here.
Better police, not less warrants. I don't.
We got Wrath of Reason comes in for $5. Thank you very much. Abe sure did not have this much trust in his government on Friday. Just kidding. Great job, guys.
Cheers, Wrath of Reason.
Thank you very much, Wrath of Reason. And that's it for Super Chat. So we're going to move over here to the Q&A. The first one that came in for the Q&A was Fredo Fonzarelli says, was Snowden justified in his actions? Why or why not?
Absolutely, he was. He's one of the few whistleblowers who expose the NSA for their PRISM program and the mass surveillance shit that they've been doing with Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, and several others. It's the sole reason that the USA Freedom Act even came to be, where we started to roll back a little bit of what was going on with the Patriot Act. But ultimately, all that accomplished was Congress blowing a bunch of smoke up your ass so they could continue to mass surveil the American people without warrant. So it unfortunately fell on deaf ears, but what Snowden did needed to happen. It's an important first step. And we need more people to come up from the NSA and from the CIA in order to spread this wide open and show how these government agencies are absolutely overreaching and overstepping their mandates and their charters.
So we shouldn't utilize the protections for whistleblowers. We should have them all jump outside of the system and
I don't know where
scream
you
it from
heard
the
that come out of
streets?
my mouth, but I mean, if you're just gonna sit here and
No,
straw man me all night, I guess that's what we're gonna do.
I'm asking because he went outside of the lanes of whistleblower protection programs and gave the information straight to the people rather than going through the whistleblower programs to highlight these issues. If you jump outside of the system and you break the law to do it in order to get the information to the people rather than take the legal routes that have been established prior, then is that right or wrong?
Who's to say what would have happened if he had followed those routes in the first place?
Great question.
Perhaps he knows more about what happens within those routes in order to protect whistleblowers than you or I do, and perhaps he thought that the information would have never gotten out if he did do it that way. Perhaps by that reasoning, he determined that it was absolutely necessary in order to avoid that pathway.
Wasn't he a data analyst contractor for a government program?
I'm not sure. But I know that we need more whistleblowers and more light on the subject rather than less. So if stepping outside the boundaries of what a whistleblower, normally would go through is what we need to do in order to accomplish that, then I reckon it is justified.
Viva la revolution.
All right. Our next one comes in from the original vintage, says, EOD, are you a sovereign citizen?
No.
No? And next one actually comes in from the original vintage as well. How do you get evidence without the surveillance?
How do you get on a watch list without the surveillance in the first place? How do you find yourself in a position where you want to request a warrant in order to surveil somebody?
That was a great obfuscation because you didn't answer their question. You just asked more questions about the system itself.
Yeah, well, I mean, people end up on watch lists. How does that happen?
They made public statements of some kind that was threatening in some manner to other people or the government itself.
Sure. Or they were witnessed to be somewhere in proximity to someone who is known to be associated with a crime, or they presented some sort of evidence in a public space where it's obvious that they're involved in some sort of terroristic plot. So this is how you gather evidence on people without, a warrant to surveil.
That's called surveillance.
So there you go. Oh, is it? Okay. I figured that's what you were going for. So I just wanted to point that out, that prior to obtaining the FISA warrant, a certain amount of surveillance does occur.
Oh, yeah. Unwarranted surveillance? What? Mm-hmm. They didn't even have a warrant to do that surveillance?
That's correct.
Oh my
And again,
gosh.
I've repeated this time and ad nauseum throughout this entire debate. Okay? Throughout this entire debate. The problem is whipping out the dragnet and pulling in all of the social media data from every American in the world. That's the problem that I have. Okay, so again, you're going to continue to straw man and redefine my argument because you think it's easier to defend against. But at the end of the day, what I have been saying is that FISA courts, FISA warrants, and judicial review and a warranted scoped investigation is a lot more effective than the big dragnets.
What did our prompt say again?
Speak easy. Can we move on?
Yes. Next question is your position that it comes in from original vintage as well. Original vintage went on fire 3 in a row here. Is your position that surveillance as a tool that you perceive is a infringement of liberty shouldn't be used to potentially save innocent lives?
Is surveillance a tool that can be used to save lives? Is warrantless surveillance? I don't think warrantless surveillance is a tool that can be used to save lives. Again, let me reiterate this for the millionth fucking time. When I talk about warrantless surveillance, I'm talking about the big dragnet, the NSA and CIA and FBI pull in all of people's personal information in order to try and sift through and eventually find a crime. That's what I'm talking about. So,
all righty. Next one comes in from Bin Talk. Says, is privacy important? If so, what would limit officers? If so, what would limit officers invading your privacy? Are warrants effective for this? If so, and how? So I think this might be to Abe. So I think it starts with like, is privacy important? And then if so, what would limit officers invading your privacy?
So I would say absolutely privacy is important. And obviously, like we said before, the Fourth Amendment does protect you from unreasonable searches and seizures. So on your person, in your home, on your property, those kinds of things where we're talking about, like a police officer, he doesn't have the right to just go through your stuff without reasonable suspicion. He doesn't have a right to detain you
mean
without
like how the
reasonable
NSA
suspicion.
does all the time with
He
the
doesn't.
dragnet?
But when it comes to greater things, when we're talking about things like national security, we will see our government toe the line of acceptability to protect the people. We see it in wartime. We see it all kinds of ways. And I'm not saying that they should just stomp out your rights, but I am saying that with a police officer, there's a difference when it's compared to the whole of the federal government protecting itself and the citizenry.
All right. Next one bumped up here with a $2 super chat. Social media is supposed to be private. Good joke. Anyone have anything for that?
Here. First of all, one of the reasons that I stopped using Facebook, okay, back in, it's probably 2016, was Mark Zuckerberg came out and said, we own all of your data. We own every bit of it. You posted to Facebook, we own it. We're going to do whatever the fuck we want with it. It's ours when you post it to our servers. And so I immediately stopped using fucking Facebook. When I went to other platforms that run themselves in other ways, it's a much different philosophy. You don't have to have the philosophy that I'm going to sell all of your data, this, that, and the other thing. I think the government, again, I reiterated this during the debate. I'll do it again. The government should be taking steps to protect your privacy, not to participate in the gross violation of it. We've seen the government time and time again absolutely waylay people's rights. ATF bursting down people's doors at 4 o'clock in the morning, conducting a no-knock warrant, a no-knock raid on somebody and killing their dog and shooting them in the face before they have a chance to actually get into court, simply because of the way that the government completely oversteps its bounds time and time and time and again. All of the time this happens. And these measly little protections that the government has tried to put on the NSA and the CIA and the data collection that's going on are completely ineffectual, and they result in very little return on investment for the sake of violating millions of people's rights. It's insane. So social media is supposed to be private. Yes, it is. It should be. You should own your data, not some fucking company, not some fucking data broker. The government should be taking steps to ensure that, rather than giving you reasons why you should just give up and say, nope, there's no such thing anymore. Just post your bank records on the town bulletin board. Fuck it.
Wait, I have a couple of questions actually for you on that, because do you believe that you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a public sphere?
Depends on what you mean by privacy. Should my bank records be public? No. Should my personal messages be public? No.
Did you willingly share the information that you've placed on social media?
Not necessarily. I'm talking about like my personal messages, my direct messages. For instance, my DMs to you should not be public. Yes. If I post it publicly, that's a different thing.
Okay.
Right? But what we're talking about when we talk about warrantless surveillance is everything you've ever said, DMs, public or otherwise. That's the problem. That's a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights.
Right. That's such a weird one, because that's...
even to your own examples. Okay, like in the Pulse nightclub or the other thing, it would have taken looking at direct messages or private information in order to actually fucking see any of that shit, right?
Possibly.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, where's the line is what I'm saying, I guess. Because if you send out messages that flat out say you're going to take lives, if there's any method of interception for that, shouldn't that happen? Like, actually say, I'm going to go shoot up this
if it's public,
place.
there's already ways for the law enforcement to get involved. If you're going to threaten the president, for instance, in public, law enforcement do get involved. If you're going to threaten somebody's life with an actionable threat, law enforcement do get involved. There's nothing stopping that from happening right now. And I'm not advocating that it should be stopped. But when it comes to, again, dragnetting all of the American people's information, that's where I draw the line. They should be targeted, warranted investigations. It shouldn't be dragnet. Everybody's shit just gets gobbled up because the government can't.
Okay, but if you could foil an assassination plot that only was transpired through, say, private messages, and nothing was ever reported, and there's no access to that stuff, we should let that continue. Like, I don't, like, if the company knows that these messages are being sent, or has some way of knowing that these messages have been sent, shouldn't there be some reasonable expectation that those companies would stop something like that from happening? Or at the very least, notify.
Investigators should go to a court and get a warrant, and then they can subpoena those messages.
How would they know they need those messages?
What do you mean? How do they know? How do you know? How does anybody know?
I'm saying if messages are sent between two individuals and they're plotting the taking of a life, is there some expectation that the company that hosted that conversation in some way, shape, or form should produce that evidence to police so that that does not happen, rather than just let it go forth, even if the company had access to that information? Because make no bones about it, all things that you communicate through, they know what you're communicating at all times. And if that is the case,
access and awareness are two different things. Okay, by access, you're suggesting that companies should just turn over all of their records and all of their information to
that's
to
not
the
what I
federal
said.
government.
I said with a particular plot. If somebody was plotting something in private messages and the company knew that thing, do they have is there an expectation that that company notifies law enforcement of some kind?
If they're aware that a crime is about to be committed, then yes, they should report it.
Alrighty. Our next one comes in from
It
random
doesn't
person.
warrantless surveillance, though. I mean, this is not related to the fucking problem.
Next one comes in from a random person. Says, "What are your thoughts on the Patriot Act for either of you to answer?"
It's terrible. It's the worst infringement of my rights in the history of my life. It needs to be repealed utterly, and most of it has been, but not most of it. A little bit of it has been. We've taken some steps in the correct direction. We need to take more. And all I'm insinuating is that the government should have to have a reason to surveil you instead of surveilling people willy-nilly without reason and completely throwing the Fourth Amendment out of the goddamn bus. So.
I actually mostly agree with the OD on that statement, actually.
All right. Geo comes in for $5, bumps himself up, says, "Great debate on both fronts. Shout out to the team."
Cheers.
Shout out to you as well, Geo. Thank you for the super chat. We got another one comes in from Original Vintage. Says, "Do you know the Fourth Amendment is protection against unreasonable searches and seizures without probable cause? A tool can be used to get probable cause to stop a terror attack. What's unreasonable in that?"
It's unreasonable because, again, I've laid this out several times already. I'll go over it again. Too many aspects of our lives are tied up into this phone. And casting a dragnet in order to gather everybody's personal data off of these devices is a gross invasion of privacy. My bank records are here. My private messages are here. All of my communiques are here. The games that I play, every location I've been in the past year is readily available right off of this device. We give the government a backdoor into that device as a gross violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. And that's exactly what I've been advocating against since the debate started. A warranted, okay, it is unreasonable for the government to investigate, every aspect of my digital online self for no reason whatsoever other than the fact that I'm an American with a cell phone. They need more of a reason than that in order to do that. That's exactly what the Fourth Amendment is designed to protect. So,
All right. The next one, also from Original Vintage, says if there's no expectation of privacy in public. Oh wait, no, sorry. Is there no expectation of privacy in public? And if so, what's your argument against the surveillance?
okay. I feel like we're getting a lot of repeat questions here, but
Yeah. I mean, you can just say I answered it already if you like.
I'll try. Okay. There is a reasonable expectation of privacy. Again, my genitalia remains private. My private communiques to my friends and my family remain private. My bank records remain private when I'm in public. All of those things should remain private when I'm on the internet too. Okay, that's what I'm saying, I guess. Does that make sense? I hope that answers this question.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it does.
Yep.
Random person. Last one comes in. Those who trade liberty for safety deserve neither safety or liberty.
Ben Franklin, absolutely, 100%.
Anything for that, Abe?
I agree mostly with the statement. I think that there's nuance in it, to be fair, but yeah. It would come down to like individual persons and not like the whole of society type thing. Like obviously we shouldn't all be trading liberty for, I don't know. It's a weird one. I'd have to like really go down rabbit holes for it, I think. I think there are times when liberty is overrated in comparison to, say, like the security of your own family or something, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, there's 30 seconds left. Kyle Rollheiser put into the Q&A real quick. Canada sucks. Fair enough.
He's just fucking with you.
Fair enough. You're not wrong. But that right there, I think, is a good place for us to wrap up the Q&A portion of the debate. Okay. So chat. First off, I want to say huge thank you to everyone who sent in questions and everyone who showed support through super chats. Every bit of that support helps keep this going, helps me bring you the debates, makes it possible, right? And a big respect to both of our debaters tonight for stepping up into the arena. Like I always say, whether you agreed or disagreed, it takes a lot to come up here and test your ideas in front of the live audience. So make sure you guys go to both the debaters in the description of the live and sub up to both of them. Give them some love for coming and giving you guys a show tonight. So are you guys both staying for the after panel?
Yeah, might as well.
I'll stay for a little bit.
Okay, so both the debaters are going to stay for the open panel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll the debate outro. It runs about 3 minutes. That'll give the debaters time to use the washroom, myself as well. And then we're going to open up the Chaos and Chill panel. And during the outro, I'll drop the link in the chat. So anyone who wants to come up, you can just hit the link to come up. Just a heads up, if you're joining the panel for drama, trolling, spurging over everyone, you're just going to get booted, all right? So, like, if you come up doing that shit, don't be mad when you get booted, all right? Just keep it real, all right? Let's keep the energy on the ideas, not fucking nonsense. And if you're enjoying... Oh, sorry, what?
Say thanks. I said before we break, I want to say thanks, Abe. It was a good debate. Cheers.
Thank you. It was fun. It's always fun debating with you, Yogi.
It was a great debate. And if you're enjoying this debate and everything you've seen tonight, make sure you subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well. All right? Don't miss debates just like this one. We're going to be doing them every week here on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. So stick around. Once the outro goes down, the chaos and chill begins. And again, thank you all for joining the Swords of Reason tonight. And with that, I'll see you all in just a few minutes.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
And we're back. Oh, I moved that VS out of there. Alrighty.
Well, I obviously crushed Abe. I think everybody agrees. If you put a poll in chat right now, we're gonna see.
Well, I am actually about to put a poll in chat.
We'll see. Oh shit.
And Wrath of Reason, welcome up.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello.
What's up? Hello. Hello.
Good to see you again, Abe. How's it going, man?
So, what do you think of the debate? What side you on? You have any questions?
I don't know about questions, but just something that I realized throughout the whole debate. So we were looking at those statistics of the failure of those wars trying to go through to the government, right? If you're looking at a 90% fail rate, is that not the point you try to look at? Maybe there's something wrong with the system of trying to obtain that warrant. Because if you're trying to create a warrant off digital, anything off a digital world, off of warrants that may put into procedure before digital world exists, it would be almost impossible to get those warrants. So maybe it's the discourse in the system.
When you say a 90% fail rate, what are you talking about?
That was remember you said that they had a 90% fail rate of warrants.
I said that. What I said was that 90% of the data that they collected was irrelevant to their investigations.
Can you
That's
hear
the
me
problem. They're wasting time, money, and resources on collecting data where 90% of it is completely
now? I
useless.
was
to them.
muted. I'm
There's
not
no
now.
reason to do that. It does not help them stop terrorism. All it does is erode our rights. That was my argument.
But what's justifying those as irrelevant, right? Like, so if you have a small hint that somebody's, let's keep this within US, is going to take a truck, they're going to drive it, it's going to go boom and kill a lot of people.
That would be relevant.
So,
That would be part of the 10% where something actually got picked up and like, oh, this is relevant. The irrelevant stuff is, hey, mom, I'm coming over for dinner later, or what do you want from the store at the end of the day, or our bank transaction that has nothing to do with terrorism or crime in any way whatsoever. That's what I mean when I say it's irrelevant.
okay, I get you. But now, what if there's a way they could, like, so what I'm saying is I think it just needs to be a more nullified and more strict system to where they don't pull from everybody's database, but if they get a hit like that, they can pull it out of certain resources. Like, let's say Discord's been a big one for a lot of terrorist attacks lately. They can pull those Discord messages if they have reasonable suspicion, just to pull that one of those certain people and not pull everybody's information.
I'd be open to a discussion about what it takes to actually obtain a warrant, but the warrant is there for a fucking reason, and law enforcement needs to respect it at a federal level, at a local level, at a state level, all the way through. So,
oh, absolutely. But I just think it's kind of an outdated system at the same time, so it has to be integrated with the evolution of the internet too, right? We're looking at a lot of old.
I can't imagine that it's not. Okay, I can't imagine that it's not. I brought up FISA a few times, probably in an erroneous manner, and Abe was kind enough not to call me on it. But FISA only applies to incidents of foreign terror. When you're talking about something like domestic violence or somebody threatening somebody's life, yeah, there probably should be a little bit more of an expedited process in order to get through that. I don't know what else to say other than that. But the warrant is there for a reason. We need to have the warrant. If we need to think about what it takes to get a warrant, that's a different discussion in my mind.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was hitting at. Maybe there's a disconnect in the way to obtain a warrant through the online world to stop these terrorist attacks. Is kind of.
But again, like I was saying, I can't imagine that they haven't done that. That hasn't been revised in the federal DOJ and in local law enforcement as well. And like I say, one of the things that's been coming up through the Trump administration just recently reaffirmed this was the Cloud Act. And the Cloud Act allows federal agencies to just purchase fucking widespread user data from data brokers. That shit's very alarming to me. That seems like an overreach. That seems like you're overstepping the Fourth Amendment rights, right? You're not looking for a particular crime. You're just buying up as much data as you can that might include something that could possibly maybe be relevant to some case that you're investigating. And it might not. It might turn out to be a complete bust. You might waste millions of taxpayer dollars on this acquisition that yields zero fucking results.
Isn't that broken from your original reasoning? Like you said, they're collecting so much data, they couldn't even go through it all. And now you're saying, why collect all this data? It just gives you too much power. So, like, if they can't even go through it all, then how's that?
I don't understand what your question is. What are you saying? Okay, so what I'm saying is that they shouldn't be collecting the data and that the Cloud Act enables them to collect the data. And that I think the Cloud Act is bad because of that.
Right, but earlier you said they collect all this extra data with wide scraping methods, and then they can't even go through it all.
During the Patriot Act, yes, they did. And the NSA analysts were overwhelmed by that data. And that actually proved counterintuitive to the goal. They were overwhelmed by too much erroneous data. The 90% that I was just talking about, 90% of that data turned out to be irrelevant to the investigations that they were trying to do. I'm not arguing for the Cloud Act. If I was arguing for the Cloud Act, that would be disjointed from my previous statement. But I'm being very logically consistent here. So what I'm saying is that they shouldn't be doing that at all. They shouldn't be doing the Cloud Act. They shouldn't have been doing the Patriot Act, where the NSA collected a bunch of erroneous data. And the USA Freedom Act does not actually give U.S. Americans freedom. It just perpetuates a lot of the shit that was wrong with the Patriot Act, while adding a couple of little, judicial oversights here or there. But it's not good enough. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not good enough. We need to continue down that path. And who's going to do it? I don't know. This is another thing I tried to bring up to you. It's like there's nefarious actors in the government that aren't necessarily elected politicians, that are, people who get appointed or get elected again and again and again and again and never seem to get unelected, like Mitch McConnell or Nancy Pelosi, right? And these people seem to overview and oversee a lot of these erroneous shits that come out of the federal government, and somehow they act like they're doing something to correct the issue, and then we find out a year or 2 years later, and oh, well, actually, as it turns out, the same shit's still going on. It's just they named it something else.
Do you think that's a problem of government, or do you think that's a problem of people?
I think it's a problem of government. I think it's a problem of establishment government and cronies being embedded in office and being unable to be voted out. I think that's a root of a lot of this. Another thing is there's this intelligence class, right, of appointed people in the shadows that nobody ever fucking hears about. You hear about Christopher Wray. You don't hear about the fucking, myriad of lieutenants that work for Christopher Wray under the FBI or under the NSA or under the CIA, right? Who the fuck are all those people? We have no idea. They could have been there for fucking 50 years, like J. Edgar Hoover. Hey, J. Edgar Hoover was director of the FBI for 50 fucking years until he died.
And what about all these like school pew-pewings going, yeah, they were on our list, but we didn't act. Or we knew about this character or whatever.
My question is where is the disconnect between the law enforcement and the judge trying to grant the warrant? The way that you draw that is not by violating every American's Fourth Amendment rights. There's either a way to get the judge closer or to get the law enforcement closer, or maybe both of them give a little bit, and then eventually you get the result that you want. But taking away the Fourth Amendment right of the American people is not the correct answer.
And I was never arguing for a complete scraping specifically for those individuals, only that we should have tailored a more aggressive approach to those individuals specifically, because there is so many cases where this person is known and documented, and like information and reports on them and all these things, and then you go and you look and it's like, oh, it's cut off because there's not enough to do any further, so the investigation's cut off completely. And then a week or two later there's an attack by that person, and it's like there is a ton of them, like a ton. It's like,
that's kind of where I was saying, I think there's a disconnect into that warrant system, right? So if you have even a reasonable bit of suspicion that somebody's going to go do a pew-pew, you should now instantly have that warrant to search their logs. Just those people, not everybody's, but just those people's. That's where I think there's a little disconnect there in the warrant system.
Perhaps. Like I said, I'd be open to a discussion about ways to do warrants better, but warrants are an important protection for the American people, and they should exist, and they should be sought, and they should limit, the scope of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unlike what happened with the Patriot Act. With the Patriot Act, they were just getting carte blanche, just grab whatever, dragnet all of it. And it produced absolutely zero results within, over the 12 years that it was how they operated. So that was a complete waste of fucking time for no reason other than to violate people's rights and to give the government more power than, they need, which they, surprise, surprise, refuse to give up. So.
yeah.
First of all, I just want to say a big shout out to the Bowies. I think he's both put on a great show tonight. A round of applause for you both. But I think like the way this is kind of like the prompt is phrased, it's kind of like it's kind of open ended in a way where it's like initially you'd be like, yeah, no, like fuck them, force them to get the warrant on and stuff. But it's like in terms of probable cause, where I thought I was going to go, like this aspect of like if there's any reasonable suspicion, which again is kind of ambiguous in that language, like if there's any evidence pointing you to a crime, then they're able to just straight up surveil you anyway. You know what I mean? So it's like when they like when the law is written in such a way that you can like post hoc kind of justify whatever actions, then like that's a far bigger issue. But I think, like I said, you both put on a great show in terms of like representing both sides in terms of like you got the main meat out of it as well. But like I said, like that's just kind of like one thing in terms of just like surveillance in general. It's kind of like a hot topic because sometimes it is required. Like there are nefarious characters that you need to keep an eye on because like they like it's like the meme where they're at the shop at the shops, they're at the like a supermarket and they're at the till, and they basically give them a cucumber, then a packet of condoms, and then a tub of Vaseline, and then they watch for the cashier's reaction. And it's like, yeah, technically, like we're not saying you're doing nefarious stuff with that cucumber, but it's implied. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I think also within that prompt, there's the certain expectation that, yes, the government will find a reason to justify surveillance even without a warrant, because if it finds it justifiable and there is a reasonable explanation for why they are doing it or intend to do it, they will justify it in some way, shape, or form. So.
But can I throw this question at both of you? Do you think that society would act more moral or better if everyone was being surveilled? Every single message you type is going to be seen by everybody, or can be seen by everybody.
Well,
do you think everyone would act right?
We were actually surveilled like that for at least a period of a decade or decade and a half, like I was just saying with the Patriot Act. And, everybody knew about it to one extent or another, but it didn't change a damn thing, Terry. It didn't change a fucking thing. I don't think it really would. To the point about, the condom and the banana and the lubrication or whatever. I recall a very similar case to your hypothetical there that happened in Waco, Texas. I mean, do you remember this? They had secured a litany of big weapons, and the ATF and the FBI immediately assumed that they were involved in some sort of terrorist organization, or some sort of terrorist action or terrorist organization, and they ended up killing those people without giving them a day in court because David Koresh is a fucking dumbass. He probably should have just submitted to that, and he would have won. But he stood on principle, and he had every right to, and they killed him and his whole little commune for it. So that's pretty fucked up.
True.
This is why we put restrictions on the government in the first damn places, so that shit like that doesn't happen. But yeah. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm being romantic and thinking that having these restrictions or trying to hold on to them is somehow going to save us from absolute tyranny. But they're there exactly for that purpose. So I guess that's the argument that I'm coming to make.
But like the counter I would say to that is like I'd point to Mexico, where like it's basically run by the cartels. And it's like if you do limit the government and kind of like take away any teeth that the government can possibly have, there are going to give rise to these more like mafioso kind of like boss types that will just kind of like inflict their will, and then you're kind of in the same problem where they have the monopoly on force and kind of situations like that,
Yeah, we're not Mexico yet, and there are creative, tools that prosecutors can leverage within our judicial jurisprudence, right? For instance, RICO charges is how we got rid of the mob out of New York, or at least they're controlled now, and the FISA courts that I keep going back to. So there's definitely a way to leverage a more expedient warrant process in order to get whatever information is necessary to bring prosecution to these folks, or to try to prevent something terrible from happening. But I don't think the warrantless surveillance that we saw from the Patriot Act, or from what Edward Snowden was talking about, or from this USA Freedom Act is the way to do it. I really don't. I think that's a big misstep. So that's mainly what I was trying to get at. Like I get that there's instances where like people are in the process of fucking doing something. But it's like, it reminds me of, it's like Die Hard, or that one movie with Ben Affleck where like a vending machine at a sports stadium was filled with a nuclear bomb.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah, the
shit like
dirty,
that.
yeah.
Like, okay, yes, maybe in those instances, an expedient warrant, like a FISA warrant, is warranted. But you're talking about somebody beating their wife or dealing drugs. It's like, well, wait a minute now. There's a lot of shit that you have to consider there in order to actually make sure that that's even worth looking into. And you have shit like the NYPD and the DEA, right, the Drug Enforcement Agency, leaning on these tools to do mass surveillance without warrants, and it's in my opinion, it's getting out of hand at that point.
Like even another example for like Tommy Robinson, for example, is like the British government like brought the terrorism charges too, where it's like you're forced, like you cannot remain silent. That's what it's like in Britain. You don't have the right to remain silent. As soon as they evoke the Terrorism Act, you have to start talking, and you have to unlock your phone and give them all access. But Tommy was like, no, I'm a journalist. I'm not going to give away my sources. And that was basically the government trying to get access to who's telling Tommy all this information, and they're basically trying to weaponize it that way. Like that, like again, like that to me is kind of, like I said, kind of like fair play in terms of like sticking by the position there. In terms of like to able, like how would you like what would be your way of going around it? Like, because essentially you're kind of saying we don't need warrants, just let them surveil. I mean, what's to stop like nefarious government actors like using that as a tool against them?
So partially what I'm saying is there are, I think, situations where it would be deemed necessary, right? Like when something reaches the level of a national security threat, you have to start pulling out some of the stops in order to stop mass casualty events of some kind. And I'm not saying that they should have carte blanche to do whatever, however, whenever. There has to be oversight. There has to be some level of, there's only certain deemed acceptable situations where this could be used, but they're going to surveil in one way or another, right? Like they don't need a warrant to go check all of your social media right now. So that's surveillance, and they could go and check everything you've said on any version of social media outside of maybe your direct messages or your private text messages, but they could go look through all your information, and that would still be surveillance. So I think that one, we need robust oversight. We need checks and balances in the oversight for these things, but there's definitely situations where I could envision not having access leading to mass casualty events in a method similar to, say, something like 9/11 or worse. And if we didn't allow access, then we'll just let that right on in, especially as time goes further forward, right? We see all these movements happening. We see tons of illegals coming in, including in those illegals, we see people from terrorist organizations from the Middle East also coming over the border at the same time. And if we don't have some way of managing technology-based communication where those things are being planned and plotted, then we just say, okay, well, we can't get a warrant because we don't even know, and we'll just let it all happen.
In those
Well,
cases,
let's say-
FISA warrants are justified because those are foreign actors and foreign agents acting on behalf of a foreign organization or a foreign country, right?
Yeah, but
So-
but let's say we add to the warrant that it's like in certain circumstances, like let's say an expedited warrant, where it's like like we know for a fact it's going to mass casualties in like the next like X amount of hours, right? If we add that segment into the warrant, would you then be like, okay, yeah, like you'd be against justifying warrantless surveillance?
Well, okay, as like a natural point for me is I am not for warrantless everything. I'm not for that in the first place. What I'm saying is I could see some extraneous circumstances where I could see that it would be needed, basically, is what I'm saying. Because in most cases, I think absolutely a warrant is needed and justified. Almost
Yeah, but
all.
what I'm saying is like, in terms of probable cause, it's like, like there has to be some sort of evidence that you're pointing to that a crime is being committed. But if you're able to do the same thing, like where you can point towards, like, listen, that like we know that there's a bomb, whatever. We know that this guy knows the guy that set the bomb. You know what I mean? And if the bomb goes off and it's like I say 6 hours, We only have 6 hours. I mean, we need to do it. Like if we added that in terms of like a section into the warrants, would that then meet the criteria? At least not for you personally, but in terms of like your argumentation.
Yeah, probably. If there's no way you're going to get a warrant because you don't have, like, that's part of the example I use. Like, if you don't have sufficient evidence to garner a warrant in the first place, but this thing is more or less assured and you can't prove it on paper in some way, shape, or form, there's no way to stop it from happening, even though you know it's coming. So there's got to be some way to overstep that and stop the event.
But how do you know it's coming?
Okay, say it's word of mouth even, or what I'm saying is there's not always evidence that something is going to happen that is sufficient to garner a warrant. And in those cases where there's a near assurance that something is coming and you do nothing, when you could have looked deeper, you could have accessed whatever communications were needed to stop that event, were just like I could see where that is mismanagement or a level of dereliction of duty by the government to protect its people. Because if they have some reasonable expectation that something is coming, but not enough evidence to garner a warrant, and you did nothing, and it does happen, then people die, and you did nothing to stop it. But if you looked deeper into it and find out it's not happening, and then you end the investigation and leave it where it is, then nothing happened in the first place, or in the last place, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
I think I have a kind of a good example of this. So let's say you're tracking somebody and you know that something's coming, something like a terrorist attack, something is coming. Now let's say 8 o'clock in the morning, they tweet out it's Judgment Day. Now a judge is not going to see that as enough premise.
Well, you don't know
issue
that.
a
Again,
warrant,
this is what FISA warrants were created for. I think in a FISA court that would probably
don't
be
think
viewed
it
in a
would be,
different
though,
light,
right?
right?
I
Yeah,
don't
okay,
think we
one
deem
second,
this
Yodi. When trans day of revenge or whatever the fuck it was called. Trans day of whatever the fuck it was called. You know what I mean? That thing pops out. Now again, like there's a lot of people who would have sworn blind, like there's something going to go down. So in this, and again, like I'm trying to I'm leaving it open for both of you, Abe and thing. Sorry, Rat Reason for hijacking it.
No
But
problem.
in that situation where they tweet out like this is Judgment Day, like all these like trans are going, this is Judgment Day, it's trans day of like whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, does that mean that like everybody loses their rights here, or what's going on? Like how do you handle that situation?
No, I would say that you have to be more aware and present at that point. Like at that point, there's some level of alertness that goes up. I don't know that you can be like, oh, now it's all of the people that identify this way. But the people that are posting it repeatedly and are calling for people to get into the streets, then maybe you need to watch those people a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them doing that if they're monitoring public communiques. But when you start digging into personal messages and encrypted messages and shit like that, you're starting to infringe upon what the warrant system was intended to fucking accomplish.
But
what the Fourth Amendment was intended to accomplish.
Right, but is following and watching somebody count as surveillance?
I mean, in public, no.
But now, like the question I was going to ask, so now that person has tweeted that instance that it's Judgment Day. Does that now, in my mind, that would give enough reasonable suspicion to not have to have a warrant to check that one person's DM messages to try and check if there's an attack coming, if they're already previously known for an attack coming at some point?
Well, I don't know. I think there'd have to be some kind of, like, okay, one term like that being put out is one thing, but if there's some like expectation that this person is already a rebel rouser, they've already done some things in the past, there's a chance that they may get violent, then I could see them seeking something at that point. But
see, to me, like that's that point of instance that I think should be allocated. You know that something could happen, and it could happen in the next few hours, and you don't have time to get a warrant. Right? You have enough reasonable suspicion to think that it's coming, and now they tweet out it's judgment time. And then you don't, right there, I think should be the one instance you are allowed to surpass that and go into their personal messages without the warrant, still applying for the warrant. But do you try and save the lives at that point?
I
I mean,
still think
is
that
the wording important to you in this? Because it's judgment time might be a wrestler's fucking motto or something, you know, or
yeah.
or a band name slogan. I mean, this is now we're encroaching upon like freedom of speech kind of shit.
Yeah.
So
Oh no, I was just saying like it's they know the attack is coming, right? So you know that
beyond any
attack is
reasonable
coming.
doubt, then they should have no problem detaining that person or increasing security in the area. Okay, like, that's
But, like,
basically what that boils down
they
to.
brought this up earlier. You cannot detain that person because how are you going to locate them without a little bit of further due process? So now you should be able to access into maybe their messages, something more information.
Yeah, like how do you know where that person is that is making these statements or
Yeah.
these claims
You would have
or
to
this?
pull in like personal messages
CCTV
of
with
that person.
cops on the street. Okay, security present at the event. Do we have a photograph of this person? Do they not have a photograph?
So there has to be a limit to a point where your amendment rights also have to be thought of, but you also have to think of the amount of people that could die just because you didn't do this one step.
Look,
Right?
you all are sitting here saying that I'm trying to justify imminent terror attacks at the behest
no.
of privacy, and that's not
That's
at
not
all
what we're
what
saying.
I've been saying. If there's a reasonable suspicion, I've been saying they ought to be apprehended. That's been my argument from the
But
day.
that's the
from
hardest
start.
point. How do you apprehend them without breaking a little bit of their right? Because you are not going to be able to find them.
How am I not going to be able to find them? There's definitely ways. People generally post, incriminating information on the fucking internet. So if you're talking about someone who's a professional actor, they're probably not going to make an announcement like what you just said.
Is it?
You see what I'm saying? So this is an incongruency here where you're like, this person is stupid enough to make a big announcement about it, and everybody knows it's going to happen, but somehow the technicalities of the Fourth Amendment are stopping us from apprehending this person? I don't think so. I think at that point you have a reasonable duty as a police officer to go and find them and apprehend them, by whatever information is available at the time. And like I say, that results in increased security, more cops on the beat, more people, keeping an eye on the place, and looking for nefarious actors, anybody who's acting in any way suspicious.
I get you.
What about specifically in like terror-based situations?
I don't know
Like
what you mean
something
by that.
deemed a T organization that might be acting in a region. Do you have to you have to go through all the hoops, get the warrants, for each and every it's like, I don't know. I think you and I both
don't
kind
need a
of
warrant for each and every individual. In that case, you could pursue some sort of a RICO statute or terrorist organization statutes would probably be helpful in those instances. Okay, like I say, there are mechanisms within jurisprudence that allow law enforcement to accomplish its goals without broad-reaching, mass warrantless surveillance.
You know that I mostly agree with you on like everything we've argued about anyway, but regardless to all that, like
usually the case, isn't it?
yeah, true. But I the biggest thing for me is when you break things down, it's like there are instances where crafty groups are going to get away with doing all kinds of things because they understand how the system works enough to avoid any warrants being written, anybody from catching them. Their communiques are well done. They know exactly how to evade, so long as they know the system.
Yeah, well, okay, so let's assume Edward Snowden became a fucking terrorist. Okay,
Sure.
In that rare instance, you might find a reason in order to justify warrantless surveillance of every single American in the United States, in order to gobble up all of their social media accounts and everything else. But at what cost? To what tyranny do we propel ourselves by trying to do that? You see what I'm saying? Like what good is life today if liberty is gone tomorrow? Okay, like let's put it that way.
And to be fair, I never argued for mass scraping or mass surveillance. I just said on warrantless surveillance. And I wasn't talking about like every giant policy that allows for them to scrape everything. I'm talking about some level of surveillance.
To that point, I think counterterrorism task force have methodologies in order to facilitate that, especially when you're talking about FISA and foreign agents, which is normally where this terrorism stuff tends to come from. Like Teriak's example is perfect because it completely blows all that out of the water. The trans activists are Americans, so that completely changes the nature of the discussion a little bit, and I'm not real sure how to respond to that. But I'm certain that increased security at a public event or some kind of demonstration like that is not violating the Fourth Amendment, and maybe that's the best that I could offer in order to try to deal with that. And maybe that's not sufficient, and maybe we need to think about ways of applying our global terrorism efforts towards domestic terrorism, since it seems to be more of a frequent occurrence these days. This is a discussion I'm willing to have. Make warrants easier to obtain, but the warrant is there for a reason. We got to have the warrant.
Well, there has to be stringent standards too, right? Because otherwise warrants will be written for every whim or fancy.
Yes,
So-
which has happened with the FISA courts already. So
Even though it's foreign.
it's supposed to be. They use FISA courts to prosecute Trump and his team. It's fucking ridiculous. To spy on Trump and his team. They use FISA courts to spy on a presidential nominee simply because they were talking to diplomats in Russia. It's complete
Sheesh.
garbage.
It's almost like
It's
warrants
complete
don't matter.
abuse of
Holy
the
crap.
It's a complete abuse of the system in order to surveil the political opposition. I don't know why I didn't bring that up. I should have brought that up. That should have been like one of my headline points. I'm sorry. I got to be honest. Like all my research I did like earlier today. So.
Oh, you guys did awesome though. It was a really good debate to watch.
So
thank you.
what I'm getting from like a lot of the people that are saying like we're already under surveillance and like it's basically are we saying basically that like privacy is already dead and we're all just pretending it still exists at this point?
To some extent, yeah.
To some extent. That's very true because there's data brokers and social media companies will sell everything you give them, just like fucking Zuckerfuck. They all do it. It's become the industry fucking standard at this point. So there's some data broker out there that will tie you to everything you've ever posted online. So that shit is scary. And I think, again, I made this argument earlier, the government should be working against that rather than participating in it and trying to justify it. So that's been one of my contentions this night. So, I don't know.
Hey.
Hey! Ah! You ripped it!
Okay,
You ripped the money!
we're rich. Look,
We're not rich!
we're rich.
We're broke!
We're rich.
You gotta be fake it to make it! We're broke!
Oh my.
Thank you, Matthew, for the $5 super chat. It says, did you research false flags though?
No, I didn't. I probably should have. They would have played into the conspiracy theory argument.
Well, there's a secondary to this, right?
Yeah,
Because
Matthew's been in the chat saying, am I the only conspiracy tart in here? What's going on?
it makes sense because there's a whole nother avenue to this, and it's like, yes, as much as warrantless surveillance is a bad thing, there's also the stance that false flags could be used to elicit warrants on things that aren't warranted in the first place, which
Sure.
you would see happens as well.
We already
So-
do see that happen. I mean,
So a warrant,
that's
no
what false
warrant.
flags are intended to do. It's a spur response from the legislature in order to wield more power in the federal government.
It's almost like they'll get what they want
No matter what you do, yes.
and justify it later.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
He said, What about this? Let me see. Like this is kind of like some like wild card question for this topic for the whole panel here, but obviously the debaters you can answer first. Would either of you give up your completely give up your privacy if it guaranteed zero terrorism. Let's say for the next, because like to say forever is just like, you know, crazy. But let's just say for the next 100 years.
Absolutely not.
No, because it still gives everybody else power over your life.
So wait a minute, Abe, wait a minute. Are you saying that the Fourth Amendment is more important than people's lives?
No.
What do you mean? How could that be?
No, I'm saying I
You're not willing to give up
prefer.
your Fourth Amendment in order to save somebody's life.
No, I'm saying it's my
What the hell?
preference. I would rather be alive and give my information than dead and not, but, you know.
What do Teriak and Wrath of Reason think of that question? Remember, it's zero terrorism. There's going to be none whatsoever for the next 100 years, but your privacy is completely invaded.
Like I don't,
You go ahead.
I don't have the like that much to hide kind of thing. But in just like pure principle, it's like okay, like we end terrorism, but it's like what life are we living? Are we living in a situation where it's like we're basically all slaves? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. I'd have to say no, but it'd purely be on a principle thing. It wouldn't be yeah, like it would be a principle thing.
And for myself, it's kind of like a principal thing as well. But I'm looking at it. I don't think we're going to have our own privacy within the next 25 years, anyways. So I think I would say yes, just because I think we are going to be losing our privacy within the next 25 to 50 years, anyways. So if I could stop terrorism and all those deaths, anyways, I would absolutely do it.
Oh, humbug. More and more end-to-end encrypted services are popping up all over the place. If you ask me, all that's going to happen is those services are going to end up becoming where actual conversations happen. And all of speech is going to be chilled on these big mainstream platforms like YouTube, as is already happening with TOS and everything else. We only have a few holdouts like Rumble and Signal and Telegraph, who are still trying to preserve and maintain free speech. I don't see those efforts going anywhere. Those companies might come and go, but those types of organizations are going to continue to exist in perpetuity. And we should encourage our government to send the internet in that direction rather than taking part in the absolute raping of the graping of people's personal data.
Part of the issue with information is the more or the less privacy that exists, the more social controls can be enacted. And so long as those social controls are outside of your set of values, that's harmful to you.
Thank you for the $20 Cash App. Says to keeping the chaos rolling. Thank you very much. Absolutely amazing. I don't know if the name is the same name as you have in the chat, so this is why, if anyone's ever wondering why I don't say who I'm thanking about Cash Apps, is because I'm not trying to dox anybody's actual name. You know what I mean? So thank you for the Cash App. I just don't want to assume. Oh, okay, it was okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lauren. Absolutely amazing. Just wanted to make sure. It's happened. It's happened. When I very first started. I assumed the person was the name of the person that had the same first name in the chat. And they were like, yo, they messaged me out there like, yo, you said my first name on there. Don't do that. And I was like, oh, shit. I thought it was the other person that literally has their first name in there. So I know now I just say thank you, and if they respond, I thank them directly. um, but yeah, I kind of sorry. I'm trying to remember where I interrupted there.
Abe was finishing up a thought.
Yeah,
I don't
Abe
remember
was.
now. It's all good.
It's on now.
It was around about like the privacy and guaranteed zero terrorism.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was saying like the lack of privacy allows for greater social controls, and as long as those are outside of the values that you hold, that's a threat to you, right? So, like, if you give up privacy, but the entirety of the system that's above you, governmental structure, say it was morally and value based exactly as you are, it would be less of a threat to you. But the moment that it steps outside of those boundaries, now your information could be used to socially control you in some way, shape, or form, which I think is the inherent danger with a complete lack of privacy.
So earlier we had brought up Snowden, right? So like, are whistleblowers like Snowden? Are it like is someone like, because like you had mentioned how he went outside the program, right? That was made available for him to do this. So like, is people like him? Are they heroes or traitors? Like, does that like, what do you guys think about that? And I'm gonna be able to hear you, but I'm gonna run and take a piss real quick. But I'm gonna have my phone with me so I can hear you guys. But I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm curious of what you guys think. Like, is is the fact that he did go outside of the program available to him, does that make him a traitor to the system and like to America, or is he a hero because of the information that was released? I'm kind of curious about what everyone thinks about that.
Well, I kind of hinted to my answer to this when I was talking to Abe about it, and it's that there's things that they will allow to come out and things that they won't when you go through that process, especially if you're going through the CIA or the NSA, that kind of thing. And they'll say it's under the auspices of protecting our agents in the field and this, that, and the other thing. And it's total bullshit. They just want to control the narrative, in my opinion. And the only way to get the actual truth out there in its totality is to do so beyond the boundaries of that pathway. So I applaud Snowden for what he did despite breaking the law. It needed to be done.
Yeah, I'd call him a hero.
I agree with that term.
I would say that I'm almost neutral on this topic, actually, because I don't know what it would have looked like if he had gone through the traditional routes. I do tend to agree with you, EOD, on the statement you just made. They will justify in some way, or they'll try to spin it, or they'll keep what needs to be secret by their definition still secret. I can't tell you that. I would say it would have had far less effect if he went through the traditional routes in order to be a whistleblower. And there is a greater possibility that he still would have been charged and jailed, even if he did go through the traditional routes as a whistleblower. So I don't know that he's a hero, but I do know that he got the information out there, and it's better that we know than not know.
Yeah, and there'd be a good chance that if he did go within the system, it would have just been silenced. He would have been thrown in jail, and nobody would have known anything about
Right.
it at the same time, right?
That's absolutely a possibility that could have happened. And based on what we see from him, being labeled and run off and having to be in hiding, I think there's pretty good circumstantial evidence at the very least that he would have seen a court martial and or jailing or worse had he gone through the traditional routes. So
100%. And it's because of people like Edward Snowden and Julian Assange that are even aware of these types of programs here and elsewhere abroad. Because they're going through non-traditional channels in order to release this information and get it out in the world in order to avoid that lockdown and that shutdown that would normally happen. You think the British government wants it to get out what they did with the GHCP and wiretapping the transatlantic fucking communication line? Absolutely not. You think the NSA wants what Edward Snowden told everybody to get out? Absolutely fucking not. They'll do whatever they can to suppress that information. So
I always have like a weird thing internally too, where it's like there's so much you don't know, and how much of what you don't know to be the case is needed, justified, or important. And like down here in the normal everyday land, we can say, well, they shouldn't keep this thing or that thing a secret, but it could be some operation that's 40 years in the making, and there's some level of security that you don't even understand exists that needs to be upheld. And that's not to say that it just makes me trust everything. It just makes me go, geez, I don't know. That's hard to even tie together and understand what geopolitical stuff is happening that we don't even know exists, you know?
Now, this just came to my mind as a crazy hypothetical, but I just wanted to know what other people would think of it. Would you sacrifice your right to privacy if you could turn it inside out and access all of the government's information? So every message that the government's, all their information, would you give up your privacy to see their privacies?
Nope.
No? Just kind of a weird shell, I thought, that you could turn inside out, you know?
That's an interesting, kind of philosophical question. But
So I get to
think
know all the secrets of the government, is what you're saying.
1,000%. So you'd get to know all their secrets,
Bro.
but they'd get to see yours.
That's a tempting offer.
Too
Nah,
much.
I don't think so. I think it's a lot more detrimental for the government to expose its secrets than it is for the people to expose theirs. But the people still have a right and still have a reasonable expectation for their private shit to remain fucking private. So to my mind, it's a Faustian bargain, right?
This is actually something that popped up in my chat during this whole discussion, and it was about the question of like, your rights. We call them God-given rights, right? Or rights in general, but there comes a certain level of like your reasonable expectation to having and keeping those rights relies heavily on the federal government. So long as society and the government are upheld and continue to function, you keep them. But the moment that you're not the preeminent power of the world, and you don't have the power that we do as the United States, where do those liberties and rights go?
See, that's what you're bringing up is like something that Andrew highlights all the time, and this is what he means when he says that the rights is just like an illusion thing, because like we've grown up in a place and time with these what we call rights, right? Before this, though, the rights, tell that to the people that had their fucking faces peeled off, and fucking people that were, savagely burned to death and raped and all that, like the society, it looks like it's civil and rights all because we have, like what you're saying, this government that protects those.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but
back
the
in the
government,
day, rights was the direction.
we're also protected from the government too, which is another reason why we have these rights, why we have these privileges, is because of the Constitution, because of the restrictions the government has on its power.
Wait, no, we're protected from the government by the government.
We're protected from the government by the Constitution. Yeah.
Who enforces the Constitution?
The Supreme Court of the United States.
The government. Right?
Yeah.
So you're protected from the government, by the government, for the government.
We're protected from the government by the outlines of the Constitution, which describe the limits of the government's power. Yes.
And the moment
I don't know why. What is this a problem for you?
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm saying the moment that the one thing that ensures those rights are upheld.
One thing. It's thousands of people.
Well, obviously. I'm saying that it's a funny conundrum to be in, that the very thing that is here to protect your civil liberties, your rights, your everything, is also the thing that protects you from itself.
But this is also why the right to bear arms was put into that Constitution, so that if the government does overstep their boundaries, now the people can go in and take back over that government, right?
That's very true.
So
Again,
those
that's-
ordinances
that's
were
another-
put in place for that exact reason.
At
and now
least in
they're gonna
part.
take that away. as
Who
well.
decides? Who decides when the government has overstepped their boundaries? Like Edward
Primarily
Snowden
the Supreme
releasing
Court.
the information that he did, a lot of people would say this is the government overstepping their boundaries.
Yeah.
So who makes that distinction?
Eventually, it just has to be the collective of the people, right? So
I'm looking
Okay,
for your-
no. It doesn't have to be the collective of the people. The government is designed to balance itself. That's why there are 3 distinct branches that all have a different role, and they're self-balancing. Okay, the Supreme Court looks at it and says, does this align with the Constitution or not? If it does not, they strike it down. That no longer applies. You can no longer do that. This program is erroneous. It needs to be done away with. Okay, then it's up to the legislation to propose something and to replace it with, or to do something differently, or whatever. The president is mainly there to execute the law. That's what he's supposed to do. These days, the president has been legislating a lot from the Oval Office. This is a huge misstep. It's a big problem. That's another problem that we need to solve. I don't know how, but that's a big one. So
So what happens, EOD, if all 3 co-equal branches decide that they're going to supersede what does exist, and then what? Then who decides they've overstepped?
that's what the Second Amendment is for, just like Wrath of Reason just said. Yeah. Again, the Second Amendment itself is another restriction on the government. You can't take away people's guns, because guess what happens if you fuck up and you want to become a big tyrannical piece of shit? They're gonna rise up against you. That's what that's for.
Canada used to have that right as well.
Used to. Yep, that's an important distinction.
yeah,
It's the very first thing tyrants
But
always
that's
do.
the
Get
whole
rid of
thing
guns.
about them being amendments, right?
What do you mean? That they can be changed? Yeah, I mean potentially, but good luck getting anybody to want to repeal any of the first 10 amendments. Nobody's gonna
Constitutional
be on board.
constitutional convention is not quite so simple to obtain
Yeah,
either.
it
but
takes 2/3 states to.
Oh no, I'm not. Oh no,
repeal
no,
an
no, no. In no way am I saying this is like
I
some
know.
like easy process. I know, but it is something that can happen. We've seen it already, right?
true.
Yeah, we repealed prohibition. That was an amendment. Believe it or
Right,
not.
exactly.
Just
Yeah,
saying.
that's like the biggest example, right? Of like literally everyone just going back on it, like, whoa, well, actually, yeah, no, fuck this.
Yeah, because it turned out prohibiting it turned organized crime into the biggest fucking industry in the country. So it was a huge misstep.
Right. Yeah, actually, that's the thing, right? Like, if you actually think about this, is one of the things I brought up about prohibition is like, not only like they did it in a wrong way, I would say, because like there's a
It shouldn't be an amendment,
cool thing that the UK wants to do with tobacco, which they want to grandfather it out. So everybody who's of age right now will never not be able to buy it. But they want to raise the age of being able to buy tobacco by a year every year. So like it starts like right now in Canada, you can buy it at 19. Next year would be you can buy it at 20. The year after that would be 21. Until at the point nobody actually lives that long, right? So like nobody's
spaced
allowed to
out of
smoke,
use.
and nobody that did smoke ever has to like just quit. I think this is a really good way to do it. But not on top of that, this organized crime, all like going rampant with the bootlegging, wouldn't have been able to happen in today, right? Like that won't be able to happen today. It will on a different
Tiny
level.
Yeah, tiny scale.
Yeah, exactly, compared to what it was there.
Mm.
But yeah, I like the grandfathering out idea,
That's
especially
clever.
for things like tobacco. Like, dude, you know how pissed I get that it's so hard to fucking like I have to fucking smoke a vape. So like, if I don't smoke the vape, I gotta smoke a cigarette. Like, you know, fuck it pisses me off. You know what I mean? Like,
I feel that.
if it wasn't there, it'd be good.
I feel that.
It pissed me off, you know, if it got completely abolished today, they just stopped selling all nicotine products. It pissed me off, but like I'd get over it because it wouldn't be there.
Well, there's
I'm not
also
gonna
I might be
break the
wrong
law
about
to
this.
get.
I might be wrong about this. This might just be in Kentucky, but I'm pretty sure overnight the United States said you had to be 21 to smoke.
they did the same here in Montana too.
Didn't they?
I think it was.
I was wondering if that's a federal law or a state law. It might have been in several states that did that all around the same time.
But
So what was it before?
18.
18 to smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same
Oh,
as voting.
shit, Okay.
Yeah, and you know, by a lot of people's reckoning, drinking should have been 18 too, because you had to be 18 to join the fucking military. You can go die for the country, but you can't have a fucking beer. Are you kidding?
in Canada, well, most of Canada except for like Quebec. Quebec's fucked. But in Canada, you you can like so like at 18, you can do like lottery. They let them buy fucking like corn magazines, these type of things, right? Little like you're an adult now type things, but like you can't go and buy alcohol, you can't go buy cigarette, not until you're 19. 19 is when you can do everything though. Like once you're 19 here, you can go everywhere that adults can go. There's no
That
restriction.
seems like a minuscule difference to me.
Well, they actually changed the drinking age too, because it used to be 18 in the U.S. and that got jumped up to 21. And
Yeah, but that was like the 70s, right?
yeah, I
Like,
mean,
that
it was a long time ago. It was a long time ago, but it used to be like one congruent age. Like at 18, you're an adult. Now you can choose to smoke, drink, vote, gamble, all of it. And then those are slowly getting parsed and changed. So it's no longer a singular static age. So
You know what kills me? Like my parents have this this list of chores that kids used to have to do back in the 1800s, and it's like go milk the cows, go hoe the whole fucking field all by yourself, roll up a whole fucking hay bale. This is for like 12-year-olds. And I'm like, you couldn't ask a fucking 12-year-old to mow the grass if his fucking life depended
Yep.
on it today, man. They don't have the fucking attention span.
welcome to the
Oh yeah,
degradation.
that's right. 18 it's in Alberta 18 and I think Manitoba as well. The thing with the reason I say like it's supposed to be 18 in Quebec too, but the reason I say it's so fucked is like they have like 16-year-olds allowed to go into the bars there, like in Quebec.
Oh man,
That's how fucked up it is. Like that place is all types fucked.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'll say this much: our modern era and the comfort that we have now is both a blessing and a curse, right? It's easier than ever to live in general, but it's also eroded everything. So like you're saying, you see these work lists from when your parents were kids, like that's not normal or acceptable anymore, and that's part of our degradation. The hard work aspects, the duty based lifestyle, like all of those things have slowly eroded over time due to comfort and ease of access to things. It's a really hard balance because it proves to us that like the good times make soft men, that whole allegory kind of proves true. And you see this even in ancient cultures, right? When something got big enough and successful enough, that everything starts crumbling because they've reached a point of comfort. Things are easier, things are smooth, and there's not really a fight for your life anymore, and purpose falls off and everything degrades.
Well, the same is true of the government, right? The more power that you grant to the government, the less it wants to let go of it, and the more habitual it becomes at wielding that power. To the point now where what should have been essentially a loose confederation of states that sort of define their own laws, and then some federal government sort of handles our international affairs and little more. Now the federal government is a bigger part of our lives than our local governments are.
I would say
It was
that
never intended to be the case.
I would say that that's human nature shining through. That's what I would say. Because the same could be said for a man. You give a man his life, his empire, his goods, his comfort, and you try to take some of that away from him, you're going to have the same kind of reaction that you see from the government. I think human nature plays through. We have static laws, we have our constitution, we have all these things written and steadfast because of that, because we know that human nature is flawed and we will degrade the system over time.
Absolutely, 100%, which is why I'm leaning really hard on the Fourth Amendment thing when it comes to the warrantless surveillance.
Look, you had to have an
It
opponent.
will be abused. It
You
has
had-
been abused in the past. It will be abused in the future. We need to put a stop to it.
You had to have an opponent, okay? Calm down.
Oh shit. Yeah, man. Well, it's been a really good night, man. I appreciate you hanging out and having us up here at Speakeasy. It's been good stuff.
Has been.
Oh man, my pleasure. It has been, and the debate was really good from both of you. I was expecting it to be, but yeah, especially the opening statements. They came in hard. I was like, yeah, that's what because like that's my favorite part. I think
That's what I
of
spent the most
debates.
time on. Is sitting there
Yeah, that's what
writing it and rewriting it.
yeah, that's what I do. Like, and I tend to like again, a lot of my chat's gonna think it's repetitive, but I do what I call the 8 Mile. At the end of the 8 Mile movie, how he like basically says everything the guy can say to him, and then he turns around and says the shit about him that's just as bad and worse. So like, what I do is like I drop what they're probably going to say, and then my rebuttal to it in the opening statement. And then I like to use an analogy too, because an analogy, especially if you have like a really good one, it hits them in a way that they like everybody understands it, especially the opponent, especially if it's like one that just smacks you in the face. So that yeah, it's what I call the 8 Mile, and that's my favorite part of the debate is writing the opening statement.
Yeah, that's really the only part where you get a chance to prepare anything. And I had a little something together, but I shied away from actually writing it all out because I knew I was going second. I was certain of that. That's why I asked. I wanted to make sure, like, I'm going second, right? Because I haven't actually prepared an opening statement. So what I like to do is I listen to what the opening statement is, and then I try
Dude, for
to
someone
rebut
who
it
didn't
as much as
prepare
I
an
can.
opening statement, you killed that opening
He
statement.
did.
I
Yeah, you took it the full 10 minutes, bro.
thought you were reading off shit. What the fuck? Dude,
Well, okay,
that's great. That's fucking great.
I had some stuff. Okay, I had notes. I had it was a lot of it was grok. It was a lot of grok where I just asked it to outline some points for an argument, and I went through and I used those points, but I formulated my own words in order to do it. So, and then also I'm playing off of some of what Abe said at the same time. I like to do that. I want to make my opening statement exactly as you said, a direct rebuttal. You can't necessarily predict what somebody's going to say though, especially if it's fucking Abe fucking Dinkins over here. He might just repeal habeas corpus on your ass. You don't know what's coming.
I thought about bringing it up, actually. I thought about bringing it up.
Ah, shit.
It's on my list of shit. I had it in there.
That's funny.
I didn't bring it up because I've argued with EOD enough times. I figured he was going to prepare for that too. So,
Yeah, I like writing down things I think they'll ask me to, and then my answer to it, because then I have a snappy answer, right? Like as soon as they're done asking it, I snap the answer, right? Like
Yeah.
a good example I can think of was with Planet Peterson when I had the abortion debate with him. I had predicted him asking, is there any other situation where we force someone to live in a situation that they could die because of someone else? Instantly, I said, yes, during the pandemic, we all didn't just take out these people that were infected and just blast them away, right? To make sure we didn't get sick. We took care of them. All right. The old folks' home got infested. We didn't just take those people out and snap them. We helped them and took care of them. That's what we do as human beings. We take care of other human beings. I had that answer written out. So as soon as he asked me, I was like, "Yep." It's just like it. So he's like, "Oh, well." So yeah, that's what I like doing. And Emmett, welcome to the show.
Yo, hello. Hello, Speak. Hello, the debaters and Beriak.
hello.
As an
What's
actual
up, man? It's good to
authoritarian
see
over
you, man.
here, I'm just wondering what would be wrong for the government to go on and just surveillance your ass if you are have a specific characteristics, for example, coming from the sand people.
Like one of the issues would be is like as soon as that government goes into government you don't like, so as soon as that government goes socialist or as soon as that government goes communist, then all of a sudden there's a main issue.
Yeah, but I mean that would be the issue, right? Because they do it all the time. So I don't understand what will be the problem if us as a nation of Christians decide. First of all, let's be honest, we shouldn't have any sand people over here anyway. So what would it be wrong if we accept to have a little bit of sand people, to have them so into surveillance that if they have a thought about I don't know, about a wrong thing, that we can just go ahead and send them back to their sand castles.
So like that's definitely kind of like one way to quote unquote handle it. But in terms of the aspect of like the government having that level of power, what?
Yeah. But they
Like
have they have that level of power, right? They have the
Yeah,
power
but-
to incarcerate you. They have the power to take your life. They have the power to send you to war. They have the power to look at you and be like, "Hey, you look a little bit like Sandy. How about we send you to the to Sandunstian, Sandatistan?"
Yeah, because like in terms of the like when you look at like the game that the Sand people like to play, like how Mandini's getting it off as like Takia, et cetera, et cetera. Like in terms of like the surveillance, like once it's known that you're being mass surveillance, like they will do that act for decades long. And then as soon as they get into office, they pass Sharia law. So now not only do you have like an ultra authoritarian government, but now you have one that's completely opposed to your worldview.
But wouldn't
That's
that be a
exactly what's
problem?
happening with that fucking communist in New York
no,
City.
no.
He
'Cause
promised
if
everybody
you don't
free
have-
shit. Now he's saying, "Send me more money."
Yeah,
Just to clarify,
wouldn't that
if
be?
you don't have the authoritarianism to that level, there's at least some sort of recourse for the citizens to act. If you have that authoritarianism, the only way to combat against that is war.
But wouldn't that be because we were not authoritarian enough? Like, imagine if we were so authoritarian that we're just gonna be a Christian, and if you look a little bit sand, we send it to Sandivastan. Wouldn't it be like how exactly are they going to enact Sharia and
Does
you get
anyone
the
on
sand people
panel-
around?
Sorry, does anyone on panel happen to know Ferrer Wild?
Yes, I do. He's one of my buddies.
Oh, it's okay. Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure.
What's up?
Welcome, welcome.
Hello, Faria.
Yeah. So and another way to approach it, Emmett, is just to reduce the government powers.
Sorry about that. I had to mute the TV. No worries.
How are you gonna reduce government powers when we have like supposed reduction in government powers, and we have you know a bunch of tiny hat people decided to have Mandani in power in New York, for example. Like, where exactly is this idea of having a the moment you have a communist in power, he's gonna go completely wild, completely wild with that whatever power he has. And
I think we might still hear your TV, Ferrer.
All right, hold on. Let me fix it real quick. It's probably my wife's phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, though.
I think
I got her to turn it off.
I think we're still gonna have the same kind of issue, right? We're gonna still have a bunch of sand people trying to be Sandistan here in the United States, and instead of us being like, no, we're not gonna fucking let you. It's like, no, you're telling us that we have to be nice to them. Don't look at them. Don't look at them wrong, because if you look at them too wrong, they're gonna feel in their fifis that they're like surveillance and stuff.
What you're describing is the difference between an authoritarian country and a country that is attempting to be tolerant of multiple cultures. Okay. We can have that argument about whether or not the Constitution was justified in the first place, or whether or not, the one system that created the greatest country on the face of the fucking planet might just be a little bit better than all the kings and all the queens of all the monarchies of all the history of the entire world. But at the end of the day,
are you saying that the King of Kings called Jesus Christ didn't create the most amazing kingdom ever?
Nation. Don't give me that bullshit. You know better. Okay.
All I'm saying, EOD, is that the King of Kings has the kingdom of God. It's a kingdom, so I don't know about you, but it's a little bit suspicious on your end to be saying that Jesus Christ is not the greatest monarch ever.
If the Orthodox prophecy of America becoming an Orthodox monarchy comes true, then what you're describing would be perfectly fucking feasible. But at the present time, we are governed by a constitution which limits our government's powers on purpose in order to allow the pendulum to swing and both parties to have some control. That means the power you entrust with the government will inevitably end up in the hands of your political enemies.
But it must.
Thank you, Frankie, for the gifted membership.
Thank you for the gift. I agree with you, but it was, the whole point of this is that it was
two of them. Sorry, Emmett. Two of them. Thank you, Frankie.
It was entrusted to moral people, and the moral people had to be Christians because they all were Christians. And the fact that we're moving away from the fact that we're moving away from Christianity because you look at somebody and it's mean, it kind of rubs me the wrong way. I think we're kind of getting away from the actual thing that made this country great, which is the idea of we are beholding to God and we have to have God in before anything else. And in this case, it's not the sand people. It's the actual God from our forefathers, right?
Yeah, but if that's
They were all
Let's
super
go.
psyched about that
Thank
till they
you
found out it was a
again, Frankie.
1983 fucking
Thank you,
Toyota
Frankie.
Corolla.
The first time was so nice, he just had to do it twice.
Yeah.
But yeah, Emma, to your point about the whole thing, like we want to worship God, we want to make sure that God's like the prior and all the shit. Like, would you not say that the small hat people, because they're God's chosen people, we should just bow down to them?
No, because the you know this thing about you know this person called Jesus Christ. I don't know if you
Yeah.
heard of him. He was crucified, and then he like created a church, and then every single person inside of the church are the ones
But
that are
no,
in the
he didn't
covenant.
create the church.
In the yeah, he did. And in the
Grafting
covenant,
in.
he's still the highest priest in the church, by the way, because he lives. Anyway, the whole point of it is that the people that is part of the church are the ones that have the covenant, and it's the whole covenant. There's not like the old covenant and the new covenant. It's the whole covenant. They are the chosen people. So the tiny
Yeah,
hat,
but
the tiny hat, and the ushers, and all of those people that don't believe in their own Messiah, they can go fuck themselves. They
Yeah,
can
so
just go
we're not
fuck
gonna throw
that's
all
what I'm
of
themselves.
saying.
them.
Like,
Yeah.
no matter what way you slice
They
it,
can
because
go fuck them.
I fuck up the mood. They feel it, I kill it. I'm really just spilling the juice out of my shoe. But fuck with the fam, the gunning is something I do. I don't need a crew. It's all on my own, and I got something to prove. I'm on the loose. The pity get gritty. I light up the city like Zeus. Fuck up the mood. Now fucking these bitches is really just something to do. Loving these bitches is nothing I do. Chasing that money needs something to move. I fuck up the mood. I ran out of place, so now I'm just munching your food. Haters said they want me dead, now I see 'em red.
Thank you for another gifted membership, Frankie. Absolutely.
Thank you for that,
amazing.
Frankie.
yeah, so
I
like
don't
in
know.
terms of both dynamics, it's like the Jays are the God's chosen people, but then the Muslims, they're also saying it's like no, like Jesus was a prophet and all the shit, but he's not the
Yeah,
like that's
yeah.
not the
You
end
know,
of the story. You know what I mean?
it's like the Gnostics. It's like when I go ahead and say like, oh yeah, Jesus Christ, this, but I have this special thing that is my own interpretation of it, and I'm a Gnostic. Oh, well, that's called heresy, and there's a heresy for a reason, and they can all go fuck themselves, right? It's the whole
Oh,
point.
you got to turn yourself up a little bit there.
Red pill
Red
Phil
Pill.
McGill.
Because
What's
like
going on?
because like even if we just keep it inside Christianity, like there's so much different church authorities.
No,
When
there's
you're
only
saying it's like
one.
okay, we want to do authoritarianism, but like okay,
Yeah.
what church is going to have authority?
I am willing to allow a little
Let's
bit
see
of
if I can
grace
do
when it comes to
this.
my Christian brothers and say, well, you know what?
Okay.
I'm gonna let you be not be completely within within the correct, but
Well,
if you at least believe in the Nicene Creed, if you at least know
Okay.
what it is, you are allowed to coexist. Okay, I'm gonna
So-
go ahead.
so real
and be
quick,
part of
Bobby
it.
Bobby
go ahead.
Ballbags for $20 says Emmett won the debate tonight.
So Emmett, are you perfectly fine with Nala Ray being like the leader of America?
Oh yeah,
because she's Christian.
of course I'd be
is a
perfectly fine
fascinating
with her
fucking
being.
rabbit hole that we've
Wait, wait.
gotten into about Christian authoritarianism. But
Of
do you guys have any
course.
thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, of course I would perfectly fine with Nala Ray.
I was being polite and just trying not to interrupt.
That way I can burn her and we can get rid of all of the crap that comes from her, you know? If you're the big witch and you're like going around being a big witch, we can just burn you and you become a symbol
So,
of what
I
not
think
to do. It's
Emmett
fine,
is
but-
trying to say whoever's in power should be able to surveil whoever they want. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, it's like, what would be the problem if I just go ahead and say, I don't know, fucking Sam people, I don't like them. They tend to be very dangerous and very evil, and they like to enact things
Emmett,
like
then
Sharia law. And
let me
don't like
propose a
that.
question to you, okay?
I'm gonna
Is there
I'm gonna
such a
put them
thing?
all
Is
in
there such a thing as
surveillance.
a person who might have a goodwill, who happens to be one of these people that you're talking about, these sand people? Is that possible?
No, we don't even need to go there.
No.
Oh no! Answer the Emmett question. Answer the
Yeah,
Emmett
no.
question. What do you mean
no,
no?
thank you.
No. So no one who is a sand person is capable of being a good human being at all, and so they're all subject to absolute tyranny. And we should just stake them at the stake and put them on, on the entrance into the Transylvania.
Well,
Castaway.
one part of the morality of them, one part of the morality is I can go ahead and lie to you because I think you're lesser than me just because you're not part of Islam. Yes, I think they can all go fuck themselves. I don't understand what's the problem with that.
I
If
second
if-
that.
if
Because
at
like for
least I
example,
had- if at least they
You-
had the idea of you have to, you gotta
So-
be honest and you have to present yourself honestly with
So-
with other
so
people
the-
around you, and
Yeah,
you have to do.
I get it.
so
I
you have
get it.
Ten
You don't have to
Commandments.
No, because we
justify
have
it.
we have
Yeah,
an
I get
example
it.
here, dude.
So-
So would you say that like what the FBI done to Donald Trump was right?
That was not a Christian, right? That was a bunch of secularists.
Then we get to no true Scotsman fallacy.
Oh,
that's
they
not
were
true
not
Christian.
secular people. They're not seculars.
Not if there's a value
I'm
set.
pretty sure that there's many Christians in the CIA.
To be fair,
and the FBI.
to be fair, several of the personnel of the FBI that conducted the investigation probably are Christians, to one degree
You
or
said
another.
probably, or you know that?
But there's a hole
I
in
would
your
I would be
argument.
surprised if there wasn't at least one.
Do you think? Okay, do you think Comey is a Christian?
I don't
No.
know. Probably not.
Let's go ahead and find out. How about we do that? James
Okay,
Comey?
how about it
Actually-
doesn't fucking matter? At the end of the day, there is at least one Christian in the group of people that prosecuted Donald Trump. Therefore,
There's a lot of people,
it
especially
is or
in
is not
government,
justified.
that-
How does this play into your argument? I don't understand. It's like anything that is like furthering the Christian agenda is all that you want to see. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
you have to be able to play with others in order for the United States to become the country that it has
With
become
other
in the short amount of
Christians.
time that it has become it. So
Didn't-
it's
Yeah,
like
we're gonna play with
completely
other Christians.
you're downplaying the essence of my argument, which is that the Fourth Amendment is the most important thing to try to protect here. By saying that the Constitution is trash, we need to throw it out and create a constitutional monarchy that's run by Christians, and then we persecute everybody who isn't a Christian.
Well, I
That
haven't,
fair?
I haven't
Yeah,
even
having
said
a-
I haven't even said that we have to have a constitutional monarchy. That's because you know me and you think I'm just talking about monarchy. But I'm perfectly fine of having the same system we have right now. The only difference is we're gonna go ahead and put everybody that is not a Christian in surveillance, and we're gonna put them in camps if they do anything that we don't like.
Yeah.
So,
And
yes,
then- and
he's a
all the
reasonable
other person,
POD.
and all the other person
That's
that
the
is
thing,
not.
and then-
Hang on a minute.
And all
Absolute
the other
legends in chat.
person, all the other
But
person.
see,
that
here's
is
the
not a
thing, Yodi,
Christian,
you
they're
need to
not gonna get
recognize
vote. That's it.
Emmett is a good person, okay? He's a reasonable person. He's saying I can put as much options as possible, so long as we're getting rid of anybody who's not Christian.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of different like varieties and ways we can do it. So like
What-
he's giving you choice. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they can still be part of our system. They're just not going to have any kind of power to change our system. That's the point.
Didn't
right?
Comey do some kind of study under some like Margaret Sanger program and get like big awards for like feminist awards for his
Oh.
leadership in some theosophy place? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure that
makes-
happened.
that sounds like a fucking secularist to me, right?
I'm just checking. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Well, look, man, I'm gonna give some room to our new entrance into the fray here. Got Ferrier Wild and his lovely wife Marion is in the background there, and Red Pill Phil McGill. What's up?
Based.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
I think Red Pill and I are being a bit too polite sometimes.
I do
My
too.
apologies. My apologies.
You don't
I
need
just-
to
I just
be
hijacked.
polite. Listen, if you need to say something, say, hey, shut up for a second so I can say something. You know why you do
All right.
that?
Emmett, you used my argument, and there's a hole in it. It doesn't work until Jesus comes here. So, until then-
What does did you think Jesus is not here? Jesus is here. He's the head of the church.
Fair enough,
He's the
but
King
not
of
the head
Kings,
the
and his
government.
kingdom is eternal.
But he's not the head of the government. So until he is, they can stay the hell out of my business.
He doesn't
of all.
have to. If you have a king and the king
If
is
you
bowing and
think
say
for
to
one
Jesus
second-
Christ, who is the head of
I
the
know where he's
government.
going with this, and he beat me to it.
If you
Red
think
pill,
for
red
one
pill,
second,
red-
in the
Red
end,
pill.
when
red pill.
that kingdom is established, that he will not be a dictator, you're wrong. You already know. it.
Red,
We
red
talked
pill.
about
Let me
this
let me
the other
ask you
night.
this question, and once you answer that question, it's gonna be fine. Okay, you have a king. He has the whole authority. He bows his head to Jesus Christ because he is a righteous king. Who is the head of the country?
Okay, how do you dictate who is and who isn't Christians?
Oh, I told you already. You know, you start with Nicene. At least Nicene one.
Fair
At
enough.
least.
Okay, so
Okay,
people lie.
let's start
and say
there.
They do.
So if a person
People
comes to
lie.
me and he's like, "I believe in Jesus Christ," and I ask him, "Well, what's the Nicene Creed?" and they say, "The what?" I will be like, "Ha,
Okay,
oh,
fair,
oh God,
fair enough. That's all I
oh my God."
Because you
Do you know what the
gotta
creed
realize-
is?
You got to realize that people are going to lie, especially secularists. So
Mhm.
that's the end of it.
Yeah,
Christians
that's why the
may
moment you
not,
find a secularist
and
that
that's still the may.
secularist, you take away their right to vote. It's
Yeah, but
like,
you can't see
bye-bye,
their
right to
heart.
vote.
So they could lie to you. They could memorize everything that you know. They could act like they're you or one of you. That's the point. The point is you won't know.
Or you will know.
I mean,
Because
it's possible to know, but the point is this happens all the time. People seed their way into movements. They learn your ways. They learn your
And they get caught up
scriptures
in
and
it.
your
Okay, be right
lessons,
back.
and they twist them and they use them to their
I'm just gonna
advantage.
come out and flat and say it. I'm not a Christian man myself, so Emmett, what makes you any better than me?
Well, he stepped away for a second, so.
Oh.
But welcome to every
These
cult
wait,
that's
wait.
ever existed, by the way.
I'm
Maria,
just
did
gonna say
did
this
you
when it
say
comes
that
to-
Red Pill said the same thing you were gonna say?
Yeah, he was starting to cover the same thing I was about to say, but he's I think
Sorry.
a little more educated on it than I am.
No,
Don't
I'm
be
not,
sorry,
brother.
buddy.
No, I'm not. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so this is my answer to your question. I don't care, okay? The moment that I have a system in which I have a Christian in power, I don't need to justify to you every single thing that I fucking do. I can just say, well, this is a Christian nation, and you can either
Can it be
kick
a
rocks,
female
or
pastor?
you can go back. You can go back to Sandestania, okay? Whatever you
Can it
want.
be a female pastor?
Hell no.
So there you go. So I've been here probably in this
The
country.
only
longer
certain,
than that.
the only certain
So
Christianity.
what is? Who are you to
No,
try
they're
and take
not.
my rights away?
You can't have a female preacher. That goes against the original teachings of the church.
Wrath-
Those churches are violating the foundations of Christianity by allowing.
But
female.
let me ask this. Let me ask this. It's a Christian nation, all this kind of stuff, but it's communism or it's socialism. We Gucci with that?
No.
No,
I think you stepped
Absolutely
away.
fucking not.
absolutely not. See, that's the problem. That's why we're where we're at, is because bullshit like that got in. And people who are, I'm going to just go on and say it, secularists have gotten the levers of power and started pulling them. And you get the shit like the little bitch that Andrew was debating last night. So that kind of stuff right there is literally what's ruined this country. Everybody can say what they want. Yeah, I hear repeal the 19th, repeal the 19th, repeal the 19th. Well, guess what? Pansy ass men are the ones who made the 19th possible. So it's
That's
not
fair.
just the 19th. It's all the weak men as far as that goes as well. We're
So-
never going to get anywhere if we've got people that, number one, don't believe in any damn thing, who are so gullible they'll fall for anything, leading shit. So
Regardless of whether or not you're a fan or not, I would challenge everyone to go read Rachel Wilson's book. It actually breaks down like this breakdown of the church in the United States, breaks down its travel across the US and the changes and branches and schisming that happened. It actually details this out, and exactly what you just said, Phil, is blatantly shown there, where money, power, and occult beliefs slowly but surely eroded the church and eroded the nation until what we are right now. And almost all of the biggest functioning Christian religious organizations in the US follow exactly the stuff that is talked about in her book. So,
And if you're, for you lazy people out there, there is audiobook version
yep,
too.
you can get it on Audible.
Okay.
Wait, did
So,
Rachel
I
Wilson
have a
narrate
question
the
for-
audiobook or not?
No, no.
Just
For it works all right.
don't get me wrong. I agree with you, Emmett.
Yeah, what
I
is
just
all
think
right?
it's the wrong time.
I think you mean Wrath of Reason.
Yes.
But Rear wasn't the one who said it.
Okay, Wrath
I
of
think it's
Reason,
right.
what is all right? Whoever said it.
I mean, I feel like I can argue this.
Right. I know where you're going to try and go with this. That the rights are. It was just part of this freaking debate that happened. What, 3 hours ago?
Yeah. But I mean,
Now,
you know what's
me,
right, right? You said that I
myself-
was infringing on your rights, so I want to know what the right is.
You were literally said that you were going to take every single one of my rights away because I'm not a Christian man. I do have the same beliefs. I have the
Every
same
single
morals
one.
as
I
you.
tell you that you can live in our system. You're just not going to have any political power to change it. And if you don't like it, you
So I
can even
can't
leave.
vote?
You can go to Sandastania if you want to. You can go
I'm
with
not
the
from
sand people
Sandastania.
Or
and be
secular
like,
Standia.
you know, Sandastania también, yeah, whatever.
You know,
Or he lives in
that's
Canada
the thing.
already.
I do.
Oh,
live in
okay,
Canada,
okay.
yeah.
My apologies. You're not gonna have any problems. You already live with the Indians,
No,
right? You're gonna be there. You're gonna be there, and you're gonna have it all the way. You're gonna have some fun. I'm sorry. I'm trying my Canadian accent.
Yeah, but Emmett, like
You have to
for
say a
example, like
boot.
if you, because like you're saying, it's like so long as we have Christian nation, we'll be Gucci boys. Explain the troubles in the north then, because that was Catholics versus Protestants.
In the north
Well,
of your country, you mean?
sometimes Christians decide that somebody is a heretic, and they can fight within them who's supposed to have political power. But you know what? Even that wasn't as bad as what happens when you go to Sandastania and you look at them and the vast amounts of massive unalignments just because another person is not willing to say that Allah is the greatest. Okay.
Jared speaks for $10. Says Easy's wife bullied me into sending this. I was only going to buy lunch tomorrow with it, so no loss.
well
Yes,
played,
the
Alicia.
wife is grifting well.
He
She's
played the
Alicia.
grifting
Uno.
well.
I mean,
He played the Uno reverse on the guilt trip. You know what I'm saying?
He got out of his chair. I thought it was just love for his chair.
There you go.
Shit. Thank you very much.
My poor worn out chair.
Oh, and we got a holy W street shitnadian accent, Emmett.
Grifting for them.
Thank you very much, Bobby.
I'm here to help you with your problems with the IT. Have you restarted your computer yet? Yeah, I'm here.
I don't think it'll start anymore. I put a couple holes in it after it didn't turn on.
Oh my God. Don't worry about it. The problem will solve itself in Canada in a couple of months when you have to give up your guns.
Makes sense.
What do you think?
I don't know.
EOD. What are rights?
What are rights? Rights are guaranteed.
Well, like, yeah, if we're talking about rights, is privacy a basic human right, or is this just like some social luxury? Like, this is what we're getting down to, right?
This is another thing that I meant to come on during the debate, and I fucking forgot. Is that Justice Brandeis, who the law school over at my university is named after, back in the 70s. He was a Supreme Court justice from Louisville, Kentucky. He read into the Fourth Amendment that there is a baked-in right to privacy within that amendment. He was reading between the lines. He was interpreting the Fourth Amendment, not precisely what it said, but what it implied. It implied that every citizen has a right to not have the government pry into their personal affairs. And this has been violated time and time and time again. And I think it's a terrible violation of our tradition, a terrible violation of our principles as a country whenever it happens. And as much as I would, in the short term, I would embrace and adore some sort of Christian supremacy over it, where we just get to persecute everybody around us who isn't like us. I think that also violates the premises and traditions upon which our country was founded. I have to point back towards the history and the historical record of the United States as it stands, as it was built, as a secular melting pot with Christian values. That is the way that we became as wonderful and great and amazing and powerful and influential as we are today. And the more that we step back from that and embrace tyranny or ethno-nationalism in any sort of way, even if it's to say Christo-nationalism, I think is dangerous. Now, should we?
But it's gonna go there anyway.
Should we lean on and embrace and try to give forth Christian principles into the system as it exists? Absolutely. I think that's what it was built for, and we should press for that 100%. But you can't reinvent the wheel and expect things to be just as successful. I fear the tyrannical outcome of some of what Emmett is describing.
But what Emmett is saying is Emmett's making a prediction, not a prescription. Emmett's not saying this is what should happen. He's saying this is what will happen. And anybody who's been looking at the shit that's going on, like America is on its way to become a Christian nationalist.
Well,
I would
not
also
only that. I would say that if it's not Christian nationalist, it's going to become Sharia law.
Yep, one or the other.
Right?
And damn that.
Yeah, Islamic communism or National Socialism or Christian nationalism.
Well, I would definitely have the Christian variety, and if those are the only two options.
Yeah, this is what I talk about in terms of Kronos versus Zeus. It's like I'm picking Zeus, and like I know Zeus is a fucked up guy, but Kronos is literally eating his fucking children. You know what I mean? Like the left is literally eating their children. They are literally taking children, castrating themselves, cutting off their genitals, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? They're literally eating their own children, and they need to go. And I don't give a fuck who's gonna if like who has an issue with Zeus. Okay, then you're just consider you're on Kronos' side. You know what I mean?
I would also hearken every Christian to ask yourself whose law is more important, the nation's or your God's.
Obviously, God's.
Or I'd even say which is more important, an idea or truth.
But only the individual can answer that. So, I mean,
that would be truth, right?
It is
That would
truth.
be-
It's absolutely truth.
That's why Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, the life.
Yeah. In fact, it's like one of the ways that you are enticed by the devil. It's like an idea.
One of the questions that come up a lot with this topic is like, and I just want to know where everyone stands with this one. Like, if you have nothing to hide, why should you be worried about your privacy and being being surveilled?
Yeah, so like that's why I said like earlier where I don't really have a thing for me personally because I don't really give a fuck. But it's like in terms of principle, it's like if that's allowed or that's like okay, like that's accepted by society, it will inevitably will be used by a nefarious character to, for example, what we see in the FBI do to Donald Trump.
Yep, that's how a slide works, right?
Well, this is why I said.
Mhm.
This is why. Yeah, this is why I said social control. The moment that everything is known about you, what you like, what you don't like, what you want, what you do, what you are, everything about you is now compiled. They can socially control you in any way, shape, or form that they want. They can utilize whatever they need to against you, or empower you, or entice you, whichever direction, which is a danger when the system does not inherently carry the same values that you do.
The framers were smart. They knew this was a slippery slope. If it were the fact that it was a staircase and you could take one step and it'd be fine, then fair enough. But it's not a staircase; it's a slide, and it goes to, I mean, hell, pretty much. If you want to know the truth.
Well, what I think is that it's that the government is a reflection of the people who are empowered to run the government, and what we're looking at is a corruption of the system in and of itself. And the reason why it's being corrupted is because you have different ideologies that are fighting against each other in between the system, and they're gonna go ahead and break it apart all the way to the point in which you're gonna have these kind of problems. And you have two options. You have the option. Let me finish real quick, and then I'll let you. Don't worry. You can tell me I'm wrong. It's fine. Okay. So these ideologies are gonna be pulling until someone pull up to the point in which they have the power to be in control of the government. And I've seen these enough during history that I can make the prediction that it's going to happen. Yeah. And I'm willing to listen to how I'm wrong, EOD.
Okay. Well, you don't need the government to hold your hands through every moral decision that you ever made, right? The government doesn't tell you who to marry, right? The government doesn't tell you whether or not you're you're justified in trying to defend your family. You know whether or not you are, and the government doesn't tell you what's right and what's wrong for you in your life. The government is there to facilitate, to grease the wheels between individuals as they encounter one another in society. That is what government is for. God is to tell you what's right and what's wrong. The government's to tell you, how do we all get along, even though we may not necessarily agree on everything. And as great as it would be if every single human being in the United States was a Christian, they're not. That's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That
Eddie.
that
And
number is growing day after day, and so the closer that we get to instituting some sort of tyrannical control over people who disagree with Christianity for one reason or another, the closer we become
Get
the
that
exact
gold, Dave.
tyrants that we were attempting to flee when we created our country in the first place. It was about
I think
religious
what's-
persecution is why the United States was created.
Yeah, well, as I said, there's no problem with
To
it.
some
And we're not going to
extent.
prosecute you. We just won't want you in power. It's a
Hmm.
different idea, right?
Wait.
This is what yeah, we can just go ahead and put you in a camp if you don't like it. We
wait.
can even
No.
do it.
Wait.
We can even do it in Arizona so that you don't meet the sand.
Which
And once you are there, you can just go ahead and
just-
do
you're
whatever
just
you
making
want,
a
but you're not going to
mockery
be
of
able to change the structure that was built for the people that were, fleeing the persecution. Because at the end of the day, what I'm saying is there's going to be authoritarianism and they will be prosecuted if we don't do anything about it because the power is being fought over by different groups inside the government itself, and we can see it. Mamdani is one of them. By the way, shout out to my people, the tiny hats. The 33% of them voted for this fucker. Okay, just wanna shout out them. Oh yeah, da 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 da. Yeah,
Well,
fuck
after
you
the
guys.
after the Shotzies, okay, a lot of Jews went commie. Okay, what are you gonna do?
so
Now, I don't know, but 33% that are like, yeah, I want to vote for the guy that says that he wants to keep in power the guys that want us dead. I just want to say to these to those people that they deserve a prize award for the dumbest people on all earth. Okay, I just want to say that.
Those came over here and pretended to assimilate too, and invaded
Mhm.
NASA and schools and universities, and that's why we're in another
Yeah,
portion of the reason we're in the boat that we're in.
Yeah, that's why
Well-
we need to get rid of all of every single dollar from the government. I don't care if it's local, state, federal, all of it needs to get rid of.
You
from
can't do that.
universities.
Like, what are you talking
From
about? You're just gonna
universities.
usurp all federal funding across the entire country. That's insane.
We're not gonna give them any fucking money. You're not gonna get any federal loans for go to university.
It's hard to
Everything has
take
to
you
be
seriously
done
when you talk
directly by
like
the
this.
universities. Yeah, what's the
30
problem with that?
30,000 foot view, there's conglomerations of power setting up their foundations to try to take control. And when you look at the whole of the picture, you're only going to have a few choices in the end.
Now, do you really want the whole population, especially like blue collar workers that will never have the option to actually go to college, to pay for a bunch of rich kids in fucking Los Angeles to go to UCLA? Really, EOD? You really want fucking federal student loans?
This actually reminds me of JS's with Kat the other
No,
night, like free
It's a
college,
whole
and she's
different
like,
fucking argument. Like to talk about student loans. I don't think the federal government should be subsidizing education. No.
Okay,
And in
yeah, I
fact,
don't want
it
any
used to
money
be a
to
lot
go to
cheaper
them.
when they didn't.
Any.
So
Mhm.
that's.
So I don't
think
know
we
why
should
you're
go back to
fighting me
that.
when I
What-
said that we should take every single dollar from the government.
You don't know why I'm fighting. I'm
federal,
fighting you because
get it away
you're
from
saying
me.
that we should not fund anything. You're not
We
saying
should
that
not
we shouldn't
fund
fund
any-
student loans.
No. I'm saying we should not fund anything when it comes to the universities.
isn't that a huge part of our national burden is the student loan debt right now? Like
Yeah,
like a mad chunk
way,
of it?
that's a pretty big
Abby,
one. I'm pretty sure.
with a
Our
new
personal
member
debt is
in the
definitely
channel.
mainly ate up by student loans and mortgages for sure.
Well, like
Big
the
W
thing I
for
want to
Abby.
point out, EOD, is that like what Emmett's saying is like it will come to fruition, and like he's saying it's like it's either going to be Sharia law or it's going to be Christian law.
I
And
don't see
think
it that
given
way.
that-
I think it's if that's true, then it's incumbent on us to oppose the tyranny by all means, by any means, whatever we have to do, whatever we have to vote in order to stop that fucking tyranny from happening.
Thank
That
you,
would be-
EOD.
that would be
Welcome to
the call to
Christian
action.
nationalism.
That would be the call to action, not instituting a king. Christian.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Abby, for the gifted 10 memberships and becoming a member. Thank you
Cheers.
very much. I
You're just-
appreciate that big time.
Yeah, we don't need to
Vincent
have
got
a king.
one.
We can
He's
have the
actually
same
been
system.
unblocked here for mad time, I'm pretty sure. That's funny. Sorry, go ahead.
We don't even need to change the system. We can have the same system we have right now. We just need to vote whoever we need in power to oppose this. Thank you, EOD. Welcome to Christian nationalism. You're a real one.
Welcome to the dark side. We got cookies.
I mean, I guess.
We
Yeah,
got cookies.
I definitely support Christians being in office in the current system. Absolutely. But beyond that, no.
Well, you're gonna need to be able
half of what's come out of your mouth has been way fucking beyond that. You're talking about persecuting
yeah, you
people
have to
simply
use
because they're
power.
not Christian. You're talking about warrantlessly surveilling people simply because they're not Christian.
Yeah.
You're talking about throwing all rights out simply because someone's not Christian. You're talking about removing all
Not
federal
all
funding
rights.
from colleges overall. None of these things are things that I'm necessarily supporting.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and go to one of my favorite commentators ever. Not all, but most. Okay, not all rights. That's not what I said, and not for all people. Just for the Sandys. Sandys are one of them. Okay, tiny
That's
hats
not
are another.
something which
You
is
can trust the
compatible with
tiny
our
hats
system,
because tiny
Emmett.
hats
That is
vote for
incompatible with the
they're
system as it
like they're
is.
toddlers. You go to a toddler and you tell him, "Oh, what do you want to vote for? Do you want to touch the stove or you don't want to touch the stove?" And 33% of them want to touch the stove. So you can't do it. You cannot let them vote. Right? And we had to have a little bit of probably we're gonna put in some place other restrictions so you don't have a certain kind of people that are extremely bad. And then if the persons decide to go to church every Sunday, act as if they were Christians, even if they're lying, I don't care. If they're willing to act it all the way through, then fine, they can vote. But they have to live the life, right? You have to live the life at least.
I mean, I reckon.
That's what that is. It's
Your robot.
Robo Abe, I love you.
Robo Abe
You're the
attacked
best.
again.
I love you.
I'm telling you, his microphone turned into a mimic.
That's what happened.
I just wanna know if everything is okay. Robo Abe, 101101.
That's how we survived so many years. He's like half AI or some shit. He's like Terminator.
damn it. Why do you always tell my
Terminator.
secrets, people?
He's a Dalek.
Always telling my secrets.
Little
I
bitty
love you.
Dalek under the hat, controlling him.
So these are logical extremes. He's obviously using inflamed rhetoric, but the truth of the matter is that if somebody intends to destroy and corrupt the system you have built in order to care for your people, you should be pushing those things away from the system and not into power.
I mean, okay, I hear that, and I think, yes, it is inflammatory. Yes, it is extreme. But I also hear a lot of genuine passion and a lot of genuine support for these types of policies from different folks from around.
Do you want Mamdani in power? Imagine if Mamdani was the president. You will be like, yeah, we voted that in. That's
Do
amazing.
I want them to have that power?
Woo!
No. If I'm saying that I don't want Christians to have that power, why the fuck would I want the Muslims to have it? What kind of stupid fucking question is that?
So who do you want to have the power?
I don't want anybody to have that type of power. I don't want the federal government to have as much power as it has. It needs to have less power.
Well,
What
but
we
it's
should be
going
pushing
to
for
happen.
is to try to bring more power back to the states and make more microcosms where more Christian communities can flourish and make real fucking change in their local communities instead of trying to impose some type of tyrannical romantic Christian kingdom onto the United States.
Can you tell me
why is a king inherently tyrannical?
Because it's one man making decisions for an entire country.
Yeah, that's not what tyrannical means.
Can somebody tell me
autocratic?
Can somebody tell me the nation?
Tyrannical means cruel and unfair use of power.
Can somebody tell me the nation where Christianity and Islam function peacefully together and are co-ruled in their government? Can somebody tell me that nation?
England.
You mean the Caliphate of Londonia?
I don't think that's going very well for him right now.
Because that's not going very well. That's what I was going to say.
I'm just
There's like
No,
two
but
or
the
three
problem- the
stats
There are
case-
a day.
problems when different cultures ride up against one another. That's absolutely true.
Exactly.
But there's also a lot of great innovation and a lot of great unity that comes out of it, as has been presented by these United States over these past 250 fucking years.
But what
Slowly
about
but
the
surely
case
worse
for a
and worse
monarch,
for
the case
desecrated
for
people.
monarchy is that
In
the monarch,
fairness-
that family is supposed to represent the values of the nation. So when people say what is an American, or like what is a British person, what's an English person, they can just say the royal family. They represent us. You know what I mean? So in terms of this whole thing of like, just because you're a monarch does not inherently mean you're a tyrant. Tyrant is like oppressive, like fucking like just exercising power for the sake of power kind of thing.
And most of the time, those people would either assimilate or move on. And I kind of say, I've said it, assimilate or evacuate if that's the case, because there's not going to be any Sharia law down here where I live. There's too many rednecks that'll make sure that shit doesn't happen.
Well, the next precept, the next thing I would ask is like, what are the precepts beneath these belief systems, and what do they tell their populace to do over time? Because if the precepts of your belief system state that you are to conquer and govern and rule over every place you go, maybe you should take them seriously for what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Especially when Islam literally means submission. They want to submit the world to Allah.
And we see examples of people that get stabbed every few days in the UK. And why is that? Because they managed to make sure that none of the citizens had pew-pews. I don't know if we can say the other yet. But
Maybe I heard Abe say something different than you guys did, but I'm pretty sure what he's saying is that's a tenet of Christianity.
Well, let's put it this
should go and
way. Let's put it this way. Let's say that I am
No.
the
No?
it's not the caliphate,
What
what's
the hell am I
the
hearing?
sultan. Let's say that I am the sultan of the caliphate of Londonia, and instead of allowing all of my people, the Sandys, to be running around there with knives because they don't know anything else to do, instead of doing that, I send them all to one of my vassal nations in the Sandlands, and then the whole place, instead of having a huge epidemic with knives like they have right now, are like 10 years ago when you could walk in London at night and nothing would happen. Which do you think that what I did was wrong for the population of Londonia?
If you're genociding an entire race of people in order to secure the
No,
security
just
of
send
your
them to the sand castle where they are making like little sand castles
Send them home.
themselves. Yeah.
Send
I
them
said
home.
assimilate or evacuate, definitely not genocide.
Well, that used to be
Yeah,
a
no,
precept in the United States. If you're going to come here, you have to
Absolutely.
assimilate.
You have to
But
I
there's
agree
no-
with that.
there's
That should be part of our immigration process.
But there's almost
But
no
it's
prerequisite for it now.
never used, and no one ever forces it. Is what it's really the truth. It's never
As
forced. How many
as a
different
person-
languages are shit right now?
Well,
If you
as
call
the state,
any health
would that
tech, you're
be-
gonna get Latino first. Let's just be honest. You're gonna
Well,
get
look,
Spanish
okay,
first.
so here's a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, we're coming up with legislation that says you have to be able to speak English in order to drive semi trucks. That's helpful because
That is
or
helpful.
cars.
most road signs are in English. So in order to get a driver's license, you should probably have to be able to speak English.
Yeah, or cars,
I agree with
or
that.
buy a house, or
Sure.
get a job, or
See, there's certain nationalist ideals that I definitely fucking agree with, but forcing people to abide by
What
one
do you
religion
say,
or
though,
another
that-
is just not.
What do you
fair.
say to people that would say, like, just to give you the other side here, that there's no actual like national language, like English isn't the like national language?
I think that's bullshit. Of course, English is the national language. That's complete hogwash. All that is kowtowing and catering to people who are of Hispanic descent. And in border states, you'll find that there are a lot of dual language signage, a lot of dual language stuff going on because of the prevalence of Spanish-speaking people in those places. But by and large, get beyond Texas and New Mexico and Nevada, you're going to find
there's nothing but English on any of the signs. There's nothing but English in any of the stores. So,
America's also one of the only nations that doesn't have some Arabic dialect as its second most spoken language.
oh god,
Yeah.
tell me that's not true of most of Europe by now. Are you kidding?
Bro.
Dude,
yeah.
that is
Oh,
an
BB.
experiment that has been failed for a long time that
Just-
some reason continues to keep running.
It is what it is.
They speak a lot of They speak a lot of Spanish in America.
Yeah,
Because like,
that's our
if I
number
call
two.
if I call somewhere while I'm in America, they'll say push 1 for English, push
Right.
2 for Spanish, as if Spanish is the second national
It
language.
is.
Like here in Canada, it's English and French. There, it's English and Spanish. So you'd have to say Spanish is also.
Number 2 most spoken language in the U.S. is Spanish. Yes, but
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we cannot say, "Hey, you're gonna have to speak English to have any."
no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
anything.
I'm saying that almost everywhere else, the second language is Arabic because that
but
is the
what-
populace that has
What
the
I was
greatest
pointing out
influence.
is like some people from the other side, like EOD was saying, like they'll speak for like the Hispanic population, saying like, wait a minute, there's people that like they can call anywhere and get spoken to in Spanish,
Yeah.
while they're in America. So like, why can't they speak nothing but Spanish?
I
That's
would
not
say
what
to
I'm
those people that
trying to
there's
get
a
at.
little country that's called Mexico that they can always go to if they want to have some Mexican, some Spanish stuff going on for them. But if they want to be in the United States and they want to have a driver's license or any kind of government thing going on for them,
What
they have
to,
to learn
to,
English.
to pull back on one of the things Abe said, that was an is not an ought speakeasy. I wasn't saying that should happen. I was just saying that it does happen with border states in particular. But when you get beyond the border states out into the rest of the country, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to accuse you of saying it should. I was just wondering what do you guys think of that, like.
Yeah.
Because some people
me-
would say that
I
like
think-
English isn't the national language, and I don't think we should have to only speak English. I think Spanish is also good enough to get by because you could a lot of things will be like written twice, one in Spanish, or when you call in, they'll ask if you want to hear it in Spanish, stuff like that. That's all I was trying to point
I
out.
don't
And
wanna
real quick,
prohibit people.
Do you
Kat
want me to
says,
read this?
what's that?
Do you want me to read this? I was gonna ask. To read the super chat.
If you want to, sure. Emmett.
Oh yeah. Okay. Kizzy Cat for $10 says, "Some group will always have the power. If there's going to be an imbalance of power, we want to tip it to our side." Yeah.
I agree.
No, that's very true. But what was I going to say is I don't want to prohibit people from speaking Spanish. What I would say is that if you want to be a citizen of the country, you should understand English. But in order to appropriately accept the responsibilities that go with the rights of being an American citizen, you need to understand English.
Well,
That's what
I
was
would say
trying to
that I want almost anything to have. You need to have English, right? If you want to take a driver's license,
So-
you need to know English. If you wanna,
So like someone that
loan-
wants to come in from Spain or Mexico and they
Sure.
don't understand a lick of English, you're like, no.
That's correct. They need to go through a naturalization process where they learn English, at least insofar as they can at least read it, right? You don't necessarily have to be fluent in speaking it, but you have to be able to read it.
I don't
Because-
have a problem with any nationality or any country or anything as long as you assimilate.
Yep.
If you assimilate, we're good.
You abide by the laws of the
Language is
country, the
assimilating. That's part of
language.
It's just, it confuses me. So like the reason I'm saying is like because I'm dual citizen, while I'm in America, everywhere it reminds me of how it is in Canada, and French is considered the second national language. That anywhere you call, right, it'll say push 1 for English, push 2 for Spanish, or it'll say it in Spanish, and then like you everywhere, like I'm pretty sure you can actually, like, if you go get a driver's license, I'm pretty sure they even offer like, do you want it in Spanish, and you can just have the whole thing, the whole written test given to you in Spanish. I'm pretty sure with
I think that's
like when you open your bank accounts, they cater to you in Spanish.
I can't say I see that
if
in
you
Montana.
need it,
but-
right? yeah, like this is what I'm thinking. Like, I think someone that doesn't understand any English but fully understands Spanish could get by the way America is built right now.
In some places.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'll give you an example of something that happened to me. Okay, I was working as a security guard at an old folks home. There's this big closed community, and this guy comes through our gate. Our gate is like split into 2 lanes. There's an outgoing lane and an incoming lane. Okay, and like he comes up over the railroad tracks and goes into the outgoing lane and starts coming at oncoming traffic. And I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing? No, what are you doing? Stop! No!" And he turns into oncoming traffic. I had to stop him and fucking flag his car. And I'm saying, "No, you go this way. You go this way around this way." And he found his way around to wherever the fuck he was going. And then come maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, I get a call from somebody on a ward saying there's this weird guy trying to get into the building. We don't know who the fuck he is. So I was like, okay, great. I got to go down there and figure out who that is. Turns out it's this guy who came in on the wrong lane of the fucking road, who didn't know how to fucking drive. This guy has a driver's license. He's driving a car. He's apparently afforded some sort of citizenship here. I flag him down. I get him out of the car, and I'm like, "What are you doing? What are you trying to do here? What is your purpose?" I'm kind of standoffish because I don't know if he's a fucking dude trying to kill somebody or whatever. I find out he doesn't speak a word of fucking English. He speaks about 5 words of English. He tells me, "I here for a daughter," and he points at the ward, and I'm like, "You're picking your daughter up from work?" And he's like, "Yes, see, I'm like, "Okay, get in the car. Stay in the car. You stay in the fucking car. She will come out when she's ready. You're not allowed in this building." That's basically what I told him. I don't know how much of that actually got through, but this goes to show you how detrimental it can be to have that language barrier. I understand that people exist and people have lives and they have souls, and like, I get it. I have sympathy for them. But in order to operate in the system, we're in Kentucky. We don't print Spanish on our fucking road signs. We don't
our Constitution.
instruct. We don't instruct the DMV
we do have a
to
national
give
language.
people their driver's license in
Despite what
fucking
people are
Spanish.
saying.
So
No, I
like-
know that it's not on the road signs and stuff. I'm just saying I think even there you still can. It's not instructed, but they can request it, if I'm not mistaken.
It should not be possible. I mean, those people become ineffective members of society because they're unable to communicate effectively. That's a problem. Part of assimilation ought to be speaking the language. We should have a national language.
Tolerance and catering.
Yeah, well, it backfires. That's for sure. There's definitely a point at which it goes too far. But you have to admit, Abe, that what has set America apart from the ethno-nationalist countries in Europe that have been primarily fucking focused on their own little way of life and their own little languages and their own little cultures is the idea that we're some kind of melting pot, and yet we turned into this gigantic fucking superpower, the first to wield the nuclear weapon, the first to wield the most powerful military the world has ever seen.
Do you know why that is?
The first to wield the economic prowess that anybody's ever
Do you know why that is?
Is it because
it's the beautiful, beautiful timeline that we live in? See, America became a nation after all those nations had been nations for 1,000 years. We built 250, 200 plus years ago in this nation, the new nation, out of the blue, something brand new. And we started fresh in the modern era in comparison to every other nation that already played these experiments out and possibly even forgot they played them out already once. And that's why we see a resurgence, because Britain's already gone through what it's going through right now in the past. So did most of Southern Europe. So we're just seeing the second wave of something that's already happened the first time. And we had a perfect prime position in history. When America started was the perfect timing. The Industrial Revolution was not far off. There were some big wars. We had tons and tons of natural resources and space and freedom to do as we wished. That's why we did what we did and how we got to where we're at. And now we're reaching the tipping of the balance of the system that we created. Every great civilization you've ever seen lasted about 250 years before it fell off and had to reform into something new.
And the question is, what is that going to be? And if you're not willing to go
Humbug
ahead
Romans
and
lasted
use
longer than that.
Yeah, but I mean, the Republic, the Republic lasted about 350 years, and then they tipped up the palace, and then you have the emperors, right?
Yep.
That's the point what they're making. Oh my god.
I'm just saying what I've witnessed, what I've looked at, what I've seen, and it seems that we are at a tipping point, and almost every nation has some kind of shift after that 250-ish years, 300 years. When you look at Rome, they went through their Republic era, that fell off, and they become an imperial era. So,
But the pushback's already happened. All right. You look at, they're saying Gen Z's like one of the most conservative generations that we've had since the boomers, right? Or am I reading that wrong?
well,
No, you're fine. I mean,
chunk of Gen Z and most of Gen Alpha, because
Gen Alpha. All right. Why? Because they see the bullshit that's going on. All right. My generation and the one before have kind of ruined it. And I keep hearing this same old bullshit. I won't repeat it here because somebody's going to go crazy in the comments. But we need a change. Like, I don't think we're at that, apex of going over the edge or anything like that, but we're damn close. New York is he's just the mayor. He can't really change the law despite what everybody thinks he can. All these videos talking about Sharia. Well, how is a mayor going to do that? He leads the police, and that's about it. He doesn't make laws. That's the governor. That's the
Well, he makes city policy that can support
city
Islam.
policy. Yes,
Yeah.
but I mean that only goes so far. That's not the
It
entire.
goes
state
far
of New
enough to
York.
support Islam, though, and to make it a
Fair
strong,
enough. And I
powerful
get that.
form.
in Dearborn for sure.
I get that. I get
I was
that.
about to say Dearborn as well.
well, any large
There's
city, to
enough
be fair.
going on throughout the country that it's enough for everybody to start getting on alert rather, and because that's my deal. I'm kind of worried about the Sharia shit. I've got daughter, wife, sisters. That's, don't get me wrong. I want the 19th repealed just as much as the next guy, but I mean, if it's repeal the 19th or battle the incoming tiger or lion or whatever that's coming, that's pretending to be damn sheep, yeah, let's deal with the Trojan horse.
It's not, and I get where you're coming from too, EOD. I'm not saying like every person that's associated with Islam is a terrible human being and they deserve terrible things. I'm saying it is incongruent with our culture. It is incongruent with Christianity. It does not mesh well at all. The more
Here's-
foothold you give it, the worse it will be.
Yep.
I say at all, not.
And then eventually you wake up and your country's like London is, or the UK is right now,
Yep.
where they're on the edge of civil war.
Well, good luck taking my fucking guns away. That's all I'll say about that.
They'll have guns too.
I agree. But where's the problem? The problem is a people problem because they're not up. I don't know what I can say. They're not self-deleting their children. A bunch of our women are, so we're not replenishing our ranks. They don't do that.
Newsflash, highest birth rates are in Islamic nations.
Thank you. So people better start thinking about that. And there's, I'm not going to name them, but there's only two sects of women in America that really do that. With a real Slim Shady, please stand up, I guess is all I can say. I mean, it's a big deal for real. I mean, we all know it. We see it all the time. Depending on whoever's videos we watch or whatever. I mean, that's not something any of us are really proud of, especially as a dad. We have no rights. We can't stop it, even if our own wives decided to do it. What can we do? Now, I live in a state that basically said if it's not for the life of the mother, you get your ass to another state. So I'm grateful for that. But what prevents, it's 2 hours either way, left or right, and then about 4 or 5 north or south to get to the next state. So,
and become so socially accepted that it's not even that big of a deal to even
Absolutely.
people who go to church in this country. Think about that. At what point did it become completely socially acceptable for a Christian woman to say, yeah, I think maybe it's okay? whoa, dude. At that point, you have to ask yourself, what is going on? Like, fundamental precepts of your belief system are being broken, and that's okay. Millstone around your neck, remember?
It obviously demonstrates that they don't understand the fundamental precepts that they supposedly believe in. But I don't know what else to say, but other than that.
The
And
problem
again-
is we don't have enough
Women.
Actually,
Shit.
If you want to
Okay.
If you want to understand why this is happening, once again, like I said, Rachel's book actually explains this movement of degraded belief in your Christian values. It's all a part of the, like, it was systematic, man, across the board.
I agree.
yep.
I love how these so there's who's let me just get a feel. Who up here is all on the for side and who was on the against side? So like who was on like Abe's argument side and who's on
I'm on Abe's side.
I would have been on EODs.
For which?
for
The
the
current
main
one or what
topic?
they were just talking about?
The main topic.
No, I was with DOD on this one.
Me too. Sorry, Abe. You're my buddy.
Hey, it's fine. He conceded the debate not long into it, so it doesn't matter. Like,
If
That
you
was
called him out on it,
I
I'd
just
agree with you.
Abe's
You
side.
gave him a few passes there, though.
I believe to an extent, Abe's side, right? So it's kind of in the middle of both.
I mean, ultimately, you can't even do what EOD was arguing for without having some sort of surveillance on the person to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're nuanced for sure, but as a whole,
I think it needs to be restructured, right? That's my belief.
I think a more moral people would make a more moral government, and a more moral government won't be so attested to when it comes to surveillance.
Okay, what I'll tell you is that I was making the argument that the NSA and the DEA should not have unfettered fucking access to everybody's fucking personal social information. That was primarily what I was arguing against. But then Abe breaks it down into something like, oh well, when they're doing preliminary investigations in order to determine whether a warrant is declared or not, isn't that warrantless surveillance? Like, technically, I guess. Me walking behind you in the fucking mall is warrantless surveillance too, but that's not. It's obviously not what the prompt is about. So I don't know.
EOD, are you telling on yourself? Are you a Fed? Are you glowing? My God,
No,
my
I'm
God,
not. I'm not a glowy. Shut up. Let me
I want my Fed check, by the way.
I'll see you next week when we have the meeting. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we're going to the small hat federal operatives. Yeah,
We're going there. We're going there.
I swear.
Well, it was fun. I appreciate it, and it was a good
Oh, yeah.
debate. You both had good points. I just, I'm for stay the hell out of my business.
I'm with you on that. Cheers, Red Pill. Or Real Deal, not Red Pill.
Yeah, I changed my name because everybody was confusing me with the Myron Gaines crowd. I was talking about the Matrix shit, wake up and seek the truth, and then everybody's like, so you just want to bang random chicks, huh? I'm like,
Well, wait a minute now. When did that happen?
Married,
Yeah.
dude, I got kids. No, I'm not.
Hey, Bill.
So I
what is
realized
the
how
truth?
old I was when that shit come out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna
this is
Yeah,
a
when I
test.
first started streaming, I actually realized this really quickly too, because like that was the idea of the red pill. And like I used to, like one of my photos used to be me holding my hand out with a red pill in my hand, right? That was
So
one
I'm
of
not
my like
alone.
thumbnail photos, like when I first started streaming. And then I realized like a lot of people just confuse it with like the dating type
time.
shit.
Yeah.
And like the whole idea of red pill is just like revealing the truth. Obviously, it's just a reference to the Matrix movie, but yeah, I realized that too quickly that you just get like lumped in with like the pickup artists and
Yep.
Myron Gaines and those types, right?
What is the truth, Phil? You know what is truth?
Shit, I don't know.
The
I'm still
truth
trying
is
to
what
wake up.
is.
Jesus Christ
truth.
is the truth.
It's
What
Jesus
is
Christ.
I'm still trying to wake up.
Damn
Oh,
it,
what is
Abe.
is it?
That was that
Yeah,
was
is
that
is
was
truth.
that's a
They're
trick
both synonymous.
question, and you got it. Damn.
I failed it on purpose. I know it's Jesus. Jesus is the truth, the way, and the life. And I keep seeing these videos about multiple ways to the mountaintop. Bullshit. There's one, period. So, we'll leave it at that. I
It's a
appreciate
narrow
it.
path,
Speak easy.
for sure.
You guys do good.
Thank you.
As they
Thank
say,
you.
Irish
You
goodbye,
taking
Ray.
off?
Yeah, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, brother.
I've seen you again, Phil.
You as well, brother. Thanks.
It was well spirited, though.
Yeah, I like Phil. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Talked to him a few times.
You should stop yelling at me so much, EOD. You're so mean all the time. Yelling at me and stuff.
It's only when we're having debates. Okay, I'm very nice otherwise.
Yeah, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I came up earlier with something to say, but so much went on, I forgot what the hell it was entirely. That being said, my wife would kick my ass if I didn't bring this up. She is disappointed in you, Abe, that you are not wearing your suit. Did you have to throw it away because of a mimic?
Yes. Yes, my suit turned out to be a mimic. I had to fight it beforehand, and then I had to find spare clothing. So
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember part of it, though. So when EOD actually brought up the point about shipping letters and boxes and all that, I was losing it in his chat because I was saying this stuff almost the exact same time he was. And I thought it was pretty hilarious listening to you guys go back and forth over the change of hands of ownership of mail. So that one was pretty interesting, too.
So,
well, what's in the box is still your property.
Well, that's fair.
Yes,
right? So
that's
by
fair.
federal law.
The reason I can say that it's incongruent is this, okay? You send a digital packet from your PC, wherever that thing is going through, whatever transmission, right?
So you're talking about, like, for example, the towers, or if you have a satellite connection.
That and the database collection for every single cell phone company, for every single tech company that runs a social media platform. All of that is still stored there as well. So yes, you sent it. Yes, it was your message. And yes, the person you sent it to received it. However, there is now it in multitude, all these different places. So it's no longer just the thing you sent. It's the thing you sent, plus the thing that company now owns, plus the thing that's data trail is everywhere that it's been. So it's not the same in the way that, yes, you sent that thing and it was yours in the box until whoever received it, but it's still that one thing. It is not multiple things in multiple places all at the same time. And so there's a disconnect there because that information is still also with whoever transmitted that message. And so when you send the package, that one single item went to the packaging place, and yes, there was a note written about it, but it's not still the item. It's just a note that the item had been there. Whereas with the digital information, there's a copy of that digital information that also still resides wherever it passed through.
That doesn't
that's
give
fair.
the government a right to look at that information without a warrant.
Yeah. So here's my point here. Have you ever sent anybody presents on Christmas?
Yeah.
All right. When you send presents on Christmas, do you put it all in one box or do you send it in multiple boxes?
It depends on. Well, if I'm just sending them all to one house, then it would be one box for sure.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, have you ever shopped on something like Amazon or anything like that?
Yes.
Do they always send it in a singular box?
Often.
No, quite a few times. For example, like when I went and ordered the food dryer that's sitting about 3 feet away from me right here, and I also ordered the extra attachments for it. They came in 3 separate boxes. So technically I was ordering one package, but they actually sent it to me in 3 separate packages, and they all arrived to my house without anybody screwing with them. Not to mention, and this is the other point I was going to make here, when you actually send out mail, it doesn't just go straight to who you're sending it to. It goes through a processing center where they sort it, and then it gets sent out to different transporting agencies. For example, a truck, it could be train, it could be airmail. And then from there, it actually gets sent to another processing facility where they redo that process. And then from there, it goes into a mail truck and so on and so forth. I'm sure you don't want to hear me prattle on. You're smart enough to already know all this crap. But the point is there's a lot of times where we mean to send, for example, just one simple thing, and it can come in multiple pieces and still arrive there. And that's no different than having a copy of your data on multiple servers. You're just talking about a digital package versus a physical one.
Except for there's an exact replica of it still at that data collection center and at the end result spot.
Is there a receipt of an exact copy of what you purchased, no matter where you purchased it from?
At the place of purchase, but not at every individual place along the way.
Well, that I do agree with, and that's something that's also been brought up numerous times about us having issues with the government. I mean, data can get out through third parties, and that's why a lot of people use encrypted servers or encrypted services to send those things. And those can be encrypted from your carrier to where they don't have that information, and the only way somebody can get a hold of that data is if they either A, steal it, or B, have a warrant for it, and then they have to decrypt it or have the encryption key required to decrypt it to obtain it. But if the government's doing that without your permission or the permission of those people, how does that warrant that is okay?
Well, I'm of two minds on this topic, actually. So there's two base parts to the thought that I have on this.
Sorry, real quick, Abe, right before you answer, I just noticed I hit one. Chat, I was sick today, so I'm gonna put in a goal. This is just the last stretch goal. If you want to help support the channel, keep bringing you this content. But if we hit this goal in this next hour, we'll end it on a hot seat. I'll do a hot seat at the end. If not, we're just gonna wrap it up in the hour. So hit the goal.
I do
Sorry, go
apologize
ahead,
if
Abe.
my questions and
This is
explanations
good.
are also a little long.
I love
Sorry
this.
about that.
I love this. This is good. So the two base parts that I see this as is there's two ways you convey messages, right? One is you could send a letter, in which case it'd be like a DM, right? You're sending something that is enclosed and unseeable by anybody except for those who open the envelope, the package.
No, I wouldn't
whatever it is.
necessarily say it's like a DM because you can steam the letter open, right?
You
And
could.
DMs aren't exactly encrypted.
Well,
either.
you could hack into somebody's account and check their DMs too, right? Same idea. You're still getting into it by some other means. The other way is you speak, and your speech comes out of you. Now, your speech is not protected in some way.
Well, see,
I mean,
hold on, I don't mean
what
to
you
cut
say
you off.
is.
I know it's not that I disagree with you. It's that I think we're missing something here, right? So a private letter being sent to an individual and a DM being sent to an individual is being sent to the individual, where what you're referencing is, for example, a public space, which would be like me talking in your open general chat on your Discord versus me having a private conversation one-on-one with you.
Sure. And that's what I'm saying.
100%. I made that distinction too between something that you said in public, just out on X, versus a DM or shit like that.
Like I said in your chat earlier, buddy, it felt like you were grabbing crap out of my brain.
Still owned by the company.
And so
They're still doing it on a company's
That
platform.
was-
They can do whatever they want to.
Oh, no, I don't disagree. I
That's
was just
exactly
making
where I
sure
was
that we
going.
get that part clear during this section of this debate.
That's
all I was
exactly
trying to do.
that's exactly where I was going next. There is an agreement that you sign, or that you digitally sign, however you want to call it, whenever
Yep,
you
I brought
use
that up
somebody
as
else's
well earlier in this
product.
chat.
Right, that you have agreed to upon using said app, or even your phone company, you have
Hold on, wait
an
a second.
agreement
We're
with.
assuming that we agreed to it. A lot of people, while I will agree with you, don't read all their user end terms, license agreements, as the privacy policy, so on and so forth. There are weirdos like myself who actually do.
Okay.
And if I don't like it, I definitely won't sign it.
Are you most people?
No, that's why I said
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing. Most people, I started by stating that.
Right,
Most
and-
people won't pay any attention to it.
Right.
I
And
don't
so
disagree with you there at
say
all.
you're sending messages through an app or a DM program, and it's clearly defined in their own paperwork that you've agreed to in order to utilize that app or that transmission of some kind. And it states that they own any data that passes through. At what point do you now have any reasonable expectation to privacy when using any of those apps or devices? You don't, because they've already stated they own whatever data passes through them, and you've
He's
now
out in
given it.
Arkansas. He's got bad internet. He disconnected.
Okay,
Yeah, Marion says Furrier is having technical difficulties.
that's okay.
I just want to say this real quick. Eclipse
Hey, hold up.
N1SB.
Sorry. Thank you very much for the big 50 eclipse. Now one step back. Christ is king. Christ is king. Christ is
Christ
God.
is God.
Christ is God.
And Are You Crazy says, if you don't pay, you have no say. Pay up. Bitches. I added on the bitches, but.
For the record, my internet is great, thank you, sir. My dumbass dropped my phone.
Well, stop dropping your phone with those marriages.
So I don't know if you heard me or not, for
I did not. I apologize about that.
If the use agreement stated that any data that passes through their particular platform is now owned by them, do you have any reasonable expectation of privacy when transmitting
No, not at
information
all,
through
because
them?
you signed that contract.
Okay, and
but
so
here's my question in response to. Oh, sorry, you weren't done. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so at that point, what warrant is needed other than a warrant to that company?
Well, that would be the warrant. The warrant you're providing to said company, and that said company, if the company is agreeing to keep your data private, which we both know there is a privacy statement, and that privacy statement does exclude certain things like your identity, that they have to have a warrant for them to at least release that person's identity, stating this exact person, so and so and so and so is who we need this information for. Now, if you've done something to warrant that, then yes, they can collect that fully and legally. But my biggest concern there is, see here, Facebook, for example, right? They were just willing to hand it over without a warrant. There's other organizations that has done this as well. It's not just Facebook.
Does that count as warrantless surveillance?
For which?
If they willingly give up your information to the federal government without a warrant.
Was there a warrant or not?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm getting confused here now.
Sounds to me like the company broke an agreement.
Surveillance. If there is a warrant, it's not warrantless surveillance.
Right.
That's it.
Okay.
So if they give it up without a warrant, that's warrantless surveillance.
Because the company can't turn it over, because they would have to relinquish your identity if they did that. They would have
Well, they
to have
can't. They
a
just have to
warrant for
break the
your actual
agreements they make
identity
with
to be
you.
relinquished. Doesn't matter if the company owns your data. They don't own your identity, and they make that clear in their own policies.
All right.
So I do want to add in a little bit into this as well, Abe. So you guys are talking about only the data that's transmitted, but another thing you were talking about earlier was the locked iPhone and the fact that they couldn't unlock it, right? Well, they're unlocking that. That doesn't just give them anything that's been transmitted. It also grants them access to what hasn't been transmitted on that phone.
Yep.
So you're foregoing all privacy that is in that phone, and you should have reasonable privacy to things you weren't transmitted. It didn't go through any other servers. You just put a document on your phone.
Sure.
That's fair.
Or a photograph, right?
You're wanting to give them access to all of that.
Yeah.
Which may not have anything wrong, but they can utilize it for to imply nefarious intent.
Exactly. It's no different than an interview where they're saying, no, we don't want to know anything. We just want to ask how you're doing and let you know that your grandpa's in the hospital.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, they're questioning about all that. And now they're going to give you a ticket because you accidentally admitted that you left your kid in the car. Not saying any of that's right. It's just the point.
That's
yeah,
fucking
it's
entrapment.
pre-crime. It literally
it
is pre-crime.
But they do it all the time and get away with it. So.
All right, fellas, I gotta get out of here. It's fucking 10 after 1. So I appreciate you, Speakeasy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abe, for the debate. It was a great debate. And thank you.
Tell
referee.
everybody where they find you, EOD.
All right, y'all find me at EOD696 on YouTube, EOD696 on Kick, EOD696 on Rumble, on X. I hang out. I do debates. I do some political commentary. I hang out with Avarice, and he gives me a bunch of shit about having my fucking blockbuster porno section back here. It's my kitchen. So you see this? This is the evidence for everybody right now. It is my kitchen. Okay, so there's that. Also, I'm gonna be in DebateCon this coming weekend. So if you're gonna be in Nashville, come see me. I'll buy you a beer. We'll hang out. We'll have a good time. And on December 2nd, I'll be back here on Speakeasies doing a debate about Nerds of Reason for the best Zelda game or the most epitome of the series. I think I forget how we worded that prompt. It wasn't really important to either of us. So we're just trying to have a good time. It's gonna be fun. Come out December 2nd. We'll have a good time again. So thank you so much, you guys.
Yes, sir. And thank you for coming. You did great tonight. I appreciate you coming out.
I appreciate Ferrier coming up and hanging out with us and supporting me and Red Pill Phil McGill as well as it's good seeing Emmett and Terry. You guys are assholes sometimes, but whatever. All right, cheers.
Take care, bro. God bless.
May Christ, who is King, take you into account and have you in His kingdom, the best kingdom ever, by the way.
Thank you. And God bless you as well. All right.
God
bless
bless you.
chat and God bless Speakeasy and God bless everybody on the panel. So, cheers.
Thank you. You as well.
See man.
Cheers, man.
Thanks, COD.
I get the generic everyone on the panel.
Everyone.
The other fellow Kentucky resident, he's like, nah, fuck you. You get the generic one.
That's exactly
this town
why.
ain't big enough for the both of us, partner.
Fuck that guy. And I was on his side the whole debate.
Somebody has to take the opposition sometimes. What?
Yeah. You did your best. You did your best.
You done a really good job, babe. You done a really good job.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Look, we know that the constitutional amendments are bent at times, and we see it as an is, not an ought. So, as much as warrantless surveillance probably isn't best for all things and all purposes, we know that it happens already. And we know that it has saved lives.
Right, but in that, just because we know that they do it, and it happens, does that mean that we should just make the prescription that should be accepted and permitted as a policy?
What I would say to that,
Yes.
Jeremy, is that if I read that prompt, I would say the prompt is self-confirming already.
So I mean, we know people do all kinds of things. Like we know people are, killing babies. So we should just not bother advocating.
Yeah, we
against
burned
that.
that. Yeah. You know what that was called in
They
the
do
past? It was called witches, and we used to do something to witches. Remember?
Actually, let me ask you this question.
Just throw them in some lakes or something.
Do you
put them on fire?
Do you think that a nation can justify, by the interest of national security, warrantless surveillance?
Well, I mean, I think anybody can justify anything from their perspective.
But the key, what Abe was able to do here was like he put in that position, like would you break the law to save your country? Well, gentlemen, would you do it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wouldn't you?
And that's why I say, like, hats off.
Well, first off, the first thing is I don't think government can. I don't think the government can actually break the law. Right.
I think there's certain logical entailments. Certain logical entailments that are connected to this prompt specifically. If I say that the government exists by the power of the people in order to govern the people, and the people give that government power to oversee the defense of those people, they are failing in their mission if they do not defend the people, which means it has to then, by definition, be justified for them to use whatever means necessary to fulfill the role they've been given by those people. So, if they don't save lives by utilizing the tools that they have at their disposal, they are failing. Leo.
Holy, okay, first off, we got €5 from Terry Access Chat. This week's VK prize is $900. One rollover away from 1K. Let's fucking go. Facts.
Hang on. Isn't there a daytime VK this week too, or?
No, there won't be this week. I might have to move this to the end of the month just because of the way my schedule is right now. But yeah, this thank you very much, Terry. And then we got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 coming in from Abby, just showing support. Thank you very much, Abby. I appreciate that big time. And then
Let's
Are
fucking
You
go.
Crazy following in,
Heck yeah.
helping Abby a tiny bit. Every little bit counts. Thank you very much. Are You Crazy? And actually, you know what? I was thinking about something about this week's verbal combat. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to miss out on verbal combat because of it being clashed with the debate con weekend.
Yeah.
And I don't want a situation to happen where like some of the regular people that come every week miss out on the opportunity of the $900 prize. So I've been thinking maybe I have a few ideas of how I can still make Friday night really fucking exciting for everyone that is going to be there for it. But I was thinking of maybe pushing this week's verbal combat back 1 week so that nobody that is part of like the regulars that show up miss out that opportunity, because a lot of people have been coming and helping build the prize up. So I don't know. This is something I was gonna run by the chat and everyone. I was gonna do this publicly anyways later at the end of the stream, but since it's come up, it's an option that I think we could all figure out together, because chat always wins. So
I think it's a great idea, easy to
Yeah,
move it,
make-
because
makes
there's going
good
to be a
sense.
lot of people on DebateCon.
yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to DebateCon. The debates are going to be happening that people that are members can watch. Like, there's a lot of things that's going to go on that maybe the regulars are going to miss that opportunity. That's big bucks to win, right? I don't want them to miss that opportunity. So I think what I'll do is I'll push this week's to next week, and then that way the regulars don't miss out, and I have an idea of what I can do this Friday. One of like I've come up with a few different concepts of like little like chat interacting game type things, right? And they're not all around debate. So I might introduce one of those this week. I might introduce one of those this week to to fill in for verbal combat.
Sounds like fun to me. And I think it's respectful to push it off like that, because you're right. This is the debate sphere and plenty of people are headed there. And even if they're not headed there, they're going to be paying really close attention to everybody who is there during that night. So
right.
No, I'm going to be
Yeah, I
glued
would
to it just like I
recommend-
was this debate.
Yeah, that sounds fair. Yeah.
I would recommend, you don't need my advice, but I would recommend that we do the topics, like the fast question topics that the time it came on, you were doing. I
Oh,
don't know
the
if you
hot
remember.
seat.
Yeah, the hot
Yeah,
seat.
if we actually hit our goal in this, if we hit the super chat goal in the hour, we're gonna do a hot seat tonight. But I actually have a different idea for. It's a game too. It's a game too, but it's not surrounded around debate. It's a little bit more just having fun kind of thing.
Cool.
But I think
Yeah.
people will like it.
yeah, I think
Friday
it sounds
night
like
game
a good. Yeah, sounds good to
Fair
me.
enough.
Sounds good to me.
Good
I
times.
think
Sounds
it'll go
spicy.
good. Yeah, I just came up with this idea because I thought about it. I was like, shit, that prize has gotten so big, and this week is DebateCon. I was like, I don't want nobody to miss out on that, right? So, so yeah, I think that's the fair thing to do. Oh, Jared Speaks coming for $2. Says Abby said I need to pull my weight. Bullied again. Yeah, these women are bullies around here, Jared. You got to be careful. Especially my wife, okay? So be careful. She's a bully. Abby coming in with another $10. Thank you very much, Abby. Much appreciated. And then Kat coming in with another 5. Thank you very much, Kat. This is very much appreciated. You guys are just blowing it up right now, on fire over here. Abby with another one. Shit.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey. Oh! You ripped it!
Okay,
You ripped the money!
we're rich. Look,
We're not rich!
we're rich.
We're broke!
We're rich.
You gotta be fake it to make it! We're broke!
Oh my.
We're broke.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Holy crap.
Abe, I gotta say, man, it was real decent of you to actually come up here and play devil's advocate. I know I've been sitting here hyping up EOD for the last couple of days and all the chats that you've been hanging out in with us and everybody else, but it was good shit, buddy.
It's a good time. It's always a good time. Plus, I think people should do it more often. I think people should argue, even if you have some alignment with the argument, but you don't align with other chunks of it, you should argue it because it's going to flesh out how you understand why you even take the stances you do.
Well, I don't
100%.
disagree. It also gives you more of a perspective on how to debate against it. If you're the one debating for it, you already know how to defeat your own arguments.
Yep.
I will agree with you, except for one argument. Don't. Oh, UBI is retarded. Okay, don't try it. We'll make you stupider.
Yeah, don't argue UBI and don't argue for. There's only a few topics I won't
Never
take
go
devil
full
ad-
retard.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm a lead farmer.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Hey, another 5 coming in from Kat. Let's go.
You.
And another $2 coming in from Jared Speak. Super chat train coming through. Choo. Let's go. We're at, what are we at? 17 out of 30. I appreciate that. Looks like we'll end the hour off with a hot seat.
Fun.
It looks like we're gonna get there. You guys are giving me hope. All fatality funds added to this week's VK as a prize. No. That'd be no, because then it might things. I see so many ways that could go wrong.
Yeah, because if you get 10 fatalities, like, and it's all through the super chats, he's only getting 700. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's like losing out on it's like negative 300. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's try this. Let's put things into really clear perspective. Do you, who are on panel, disagree with Abe Lincoln suspending habeas corpus during the Civil War era?
That's a good question. I like it. Elder Lion says, "Stop bullying me." And yeah, let's hear some answers to that question. I like that, Abe.
In a crisis, the Constitution has to be suspended.
I disagree.
How are we supposed to adhere to like the legal proceedings if you're in a crisis?
I'm just gonna say that history agrees with Abe because you're a hero. My best president ever.
Well, I think history could only agree with me who's still wearing the suit, but see, I want to disagree with this, but the issue I have is it seems circumstantial in my brain. Because are we talking at large for a large mass of people that we're suspending it for, as in wartime, for example, martial law, yada, yada, yada. But
He did it nationwide. Country? He expanded it nationwide.
Yes, yeah. That he did.
It was the only way to stamp out the rebellion and allow for the country to reunite in the end. If he hadn't done it.
Don't we have a clause written in for that? Isn't it the Insurrection Act right now?
Now it is. I mean, similar, but not exactly what happened. But
no, not exactly at all. I won't disagree with that.
Yeah. Yep.
So in this current situation that we're in, we actually wouldn't need to suspend it due to that law.
Well, that law would allow for the temporary suspension of portions of constitutional amendments
portions, but not the entire thing.
Right.
So then we wouldn't be suspending it.
Well, you would
only be suspending specific amendments.
Right.
Emmett comes in for $5, says, Cat tried to bully me, but I passed every IQ test.
Because that's what a
Thank you.
man does.
Because that's what a man does.
That's what a man does.
His face.
That's what a man does.
His face is so freaking classic in that one, dude.
Every
It was
time
such a
I
funny
know. I
moment.
remember watching it, and I was like, "Dude, that's the best clip ever. I have to have that for."
It's a good one.
whenever
Today's
I wanna
debate
say
was a
that's what
classic
man
too.
does.
Today's debate was a classic. The first 2 hours with the person debating against itself, against herself for 2 hours.
'Cause that's what a man does, right? That's what a man does.
So good.
So good.
So, what I would say is if you have some semblance of agreement with Abe Lincoln suspending habeas corpus during the height of the Civil War, you would have to agree that there is going to be justified times for the United States government to suspend or allow for warrantless action like surveillance. If we had a sweeping movement of extremists in the United States to the point where the country could not continue to function, you would absolutely allow the government to step in and take the needed avenues to stop it.
See, my problem with it is this, though, is where we're going back to, or I'm going back to where you said portions, right? So we're stopping portions of the Constitution, but which portions would we have to stop? That's the part I can't seem to get my brain around.
Well, what all happened during the suspension of habeas corpus?
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't remember off the top of my head. I didn't research for this debate, buddy.
Oh, man. It's a wild time. It's a wild time, boys. Let's do
Hey,
this.
I'm not going to lie to you about the information I remember.
That's fair.
Well,
That's very fair.
Wait till the aircraft start landing and they say like the quote unquote aliens start popping out. Down you.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what he said. I heard Dan you.
Sorry, the accent. Yeah, what I'm saying is like Abe was saying the crazy times. Like wait till the aliens start popping out of the aircraft.
Oh, I get it now.
And like I don't mean like aliens in the Green Deal. I mean like the quote unquote like aliens, but they're actually humans. And like they'll say, "Oh yeah, no, we're the angels that like are written in your holy books." You'll be like, "Fuck, bro." But like you're literally going to see like floating cities.
See, I don't know. That habeas corpus part's still bugging me, though, because I keep going back to the fact that we could just simply label them as terrorists. We don't have to suspend the Constitution.
Well, habeas corpus was like a suspension of the First Amendment of free speech, and it was to keep them from spreading all of the propaganda of the South and to continue.
Robo.
Wasn't trying to interrupt you, buddy. Just trying to help you out.
By the way, chat, we're 10 away, 10 super chats away, and we'll end the hour off on a hot seat.
It was to curb.
Don't worry, we'll still go the full hour. We'll still go up till 2 a.m. Eastern, and then we'll do the hot seat at 2 a.m.
It was to curb the spread of the rebellion.
Is he? I can't hear him.
Hold on.
Oh, he's muted.
Just checking. I thought it might have been just me again. I'm like, did I press a
I was like,
button?
am I going deaf? What's going on?
Is it working now?
Hey, Cat comes in with another 5. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Cat.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. And Eclipse comes in, says $10 to say nada. Just
Not one step
showing
back, baby.
some love.
That's right.
Not one step back is right.
So it was utilized to stop the spread of propaganda that would elicit more rebellion in the United States during the Civil War. So he suspended habeas corpus, which kept them from speaking or using speech to spread the movement against the North. And so when that's the First Amendment. That isn't even the Fourth. You're talking about the fundamental rights of speech and expression. So if that can be suspended in lieu of national defense, At what point would you say that search and seizure is more valuable than free speech?
Every point. Because I still don't believe it was necessary with what we have now, as I said before.
So say that again.
I said I don't believe it would be necessary now, as I said before.
So if you had widespread movements turning against the government and doing damage to the country, it still wouldn't be legitimate for the government to use warrantless surveillance to stop them.
No, I mean, we already have that now.
Is it justified?
Free speech, 100%.
No. Warrantless surveillance of people doing damage to
No,
the
that's not
government
what I
and
meant
the
when I said
people
we
of the
already have it
country.
now. I mean, misinformation being spread that's hurting the country. We already have that now.
Sure, but we haven't suspended habeas corpus again.
Exactly. But we haven't suspended freedom of speech either.
Well, no, habeas corpus was the suspension of free speech
No, I mean
during the
now.
Civil War. Right.
Yes, but I mean now.
Okay. I'm asking you now, if you have disparate groups doing massive amounts of damage to the nation and to the federal government, at what point does it become justified for the government to suspend or at least subdue portions of the Fourth Amendment in order to protect the country and the people of the country?
I don't believe it.
So are you saying, in your estimation, there would be no instance in which it would be okay for the federal government to use surveillance without warrants on the American people?
Now? No, I don't. In the past, yeah, we have. I can't argue what's already happened. Am I talking?
You are. I'm just trying.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to like.
He's processing it.
I'm
And
not going to
Kat
pretend
said,
I'm
I
doing
ain't
this
never
in the most
bullied
articulate
anyone in
manner at
my
all.
life.
That's a lie. That's cope.
Pure cope.
Everybody's like, Cope. Not true. She does.
Lies.
The filthy human lies. You know where that's from? The filthy human.
Sorry?
Do you know what that's from?
Don't
Lies,
remember.
the filthy human lies. I mean, it's not true.
What is that from?
Is that from? Wait, is that from Willow?
No, it's from Invader Sim.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Is it Gurr who
Alright.
says it?
All right,
Zim.
gents, I got to step out, so it's been a blast.
Thank you.
everybody.
Thanks for
Have a good
coming.
one.
Yep.
Abby comes in with another 5 and Eclipse with another 10. We're almost there, chat. 2 more and we'll end it off on a hot seat. You guys like the hot seat. I know you guys do. Oh, and look at this. Abby coming in with a
Butts.
5. And then Are You Crazy wrapping it up. Cat, Jetpack, Bully.
True jetpack.
Are you gonna do the goal?
Do the goal? No, I'm saving that. One of these
Okay.
days, I'm going to do one that's I feel bad because I see all these people doing them and they're like, oh, I did it for like a minute and 30 seconds. And oh, it was like a minute and 50 seconds. And I'm like, that's not good. I can do, like, I promise you, I can do this shit over 3 minutes. No problem. I'm not even joking. And I have breathing issues. But, you know, until you get the proof, just ask my wife if I'm joking. I can literally go a long time. There you go.
Lionel
It's
Richie,
annoying.
all night long, baby.
I'll just randomly do it out of nowhere, and everyone just sits there staring at me like, when the fuck is this gonna end? It's usually when everyone's loud, and I don't want everyone to be loud anymore, so I get really loud and go, as loud as I can for a long time.
So for Rare, let me ask you this question, because this will put things into more perspective. If we suffered a catastrophic, like mass level civil war today, and your side was the justified, correct side in this war, you still wouldn't suspend any civil rights from the other side,
No.
All right, then you'd lose.
even though
So-
you're at war with them.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a suicidal ideology that'll get you absolutely wiped out in a war. If you're not willing to use as much force as necessary to win, you'll lose.
But I'm also not willing to sacrifice my moral base to do so.
And your moral base is reliant on the Constitution alone?
Alone? No, not at all. Mainly my life experience.
Interesting.
William came in for $2, says Double VK Friday is a damn good show. Thank you, William, for the $2 super chat. And also, whoever wants to join in for the hot seat after too, make sure you hop up here, because it's basically what it is. It's 4 rounds. Okay, round 1 is the trap card round. All right, it's questions designed to like trap you into roasting each other, right? It's designed for fun. And then the second round is deep thoughts, and what it is basically you get, you know, some weird, wild philosophical questions. You know, it makes you think for a minute, you know, and you get like a few sentences. Then we keep moving. Then we get the lightning round, where it's just like fast, no explanations, no debating it, just one word, one line answers. And then the last round, we call it Save the World. It's where you get a final question, basically just what message would you leave behind, kind of thing. So yeah, I'll do another explanation of it after. But yeah, if you want to get up here for that, we're going to be doing that in about 30 minutes. So
I haven't done your...
Oh yeah, the poll. Let me see here. The poll had said who gave the best arguments tonight. All right, and chat obviously,
Of course.
came in at 40%, and then followed EOD with 31% and Abe Dinkus with 29% at 113 votes in total. So. Good job to both of you. Like I said, I think you both did great tonight.
Good.
And just a tip for crazy in chat as well. It's like if there's a poll in a chat, but there's a link pinned, what you can do is you can vote in the poll, then X out of that tab, like open up a new tab of that stream, and then the poll should disappear, and you should be able to see the pinned link.
Or you can vote on the poll and then dismiss it.
Yeah, I
Either one
thought that it
works.
would disappear after you vote on it.
Yeah,
But maybe
even-
not.
No, you specifically have to dismiss it.
Yeah.
You get the little,
okay.
you get the
It'll
little
stay
three
up
drop
for
down
me when I vote on it. I have to dismiss it on mobile.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, it's annoying.
Oh, damn, Abby.
And Abe, I appreciate you being so generous about this. I'm not exactly the freshest key out of the shop coming in here to debate.
Look, I just enjoy the conversation. Like I said, most of this is devil's advocate. I could see situations where it's needed, but that's also like the military guy in me. So it's like I could totally understand where you have to overstep at points. As much as that's terrible, it's the truth.
Well, it's just like when we almost had Osama back in the day. I forget the gentleman's name, but he actually had him right there. They had a whole ambush set up and everything, and they couldn't get the go ahead, so they ended up having to just pass and let their whole entourage through.
Yep, that's exactly right. So
no, I don't disagree with you when it comes to, there's wants and needs about it, but there's things you see. And when you see certain things, you just decide there's lines you're not willing to cross anymore, no matter what the costs may be. And I think I just got to that point in my age.
well, it also comes back to like the force doctrine issue, right? If we're a functioning good society like we have been up until now, then sure, all of these luxuries have been gifted to us by the success of our country. But the moment that we dip into anything other than what we currently are, that shit falls away so fast it's not even funny.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I've seen it firsthand, and we're freaking blessed to be the nation that we are with the rights that we have, because
Most
this
definitely.
doesn't exist most places.
Doesn't exist anywhere. Let's be honest here, Abe.
Okay. I was trying to be gracious, but
Well, there's being gracious, and then there's us, puffing a little smoke, and I think that might have been just a little bit too much smoke.
fair. So, I mean, there's a reason they said it's a republic if you can keep it.
Yeah.
But I think debates like this are good because they highlight what you believe and why you believe it, and why you need to stand for what you believe.
So here's something that's kind of got under my skin over the years too, and this is part of this the debate right here, is how many people stood up in front of a flag in front of an individual of varying ranks depending on who they had that day, and swore an oath to defend the Constitution, everything it stood for, so on and so forth. And then the minute something isn't convenient, they're willing to go back on it.
That's a fair estimation too. I can't say that I will sacrifice the Constitution for. For me, it's like there's a certain level of interpretation, right? And I agree that the Supreme Court is making interpretations on these things, but the word specifically for me are partially what the interpretation comes down to. And so like when I'm reading this prompt, for instance, it's talking about justified, it's talking about hold on. So let's go back and look at it. Warrantless surveillance is justified in the interest of national security. Now, warrantless surveillance and when I think of surveillance, I'm thinking anytime you are being watched, anytime you're being information's being gathered on you, all of that will count in the surveillance bracket. And so as much as I don't agree with things like huge intel gathering programs that just scrape the shit out of everything that you have,
Stingray, so on
right,
and so forth. Yeah.
I do agree with a certain level of there shouldn't have to be a warrant for certain looking in. You know what I mean? And
to an extent, but I mean, see, here's the issue with that is when we say, you know what I mean? It's like we open up a door for a bunch of different things. And even though I might get some of that, some of the other people watching don't. And even then, some of it I might not even get, right? Because I could say, well, it's okay for these 3 guys, but then we're opening in that door for, well, now it's okay for those 1,000, those 5,000, 10,000, 1,000,000.
Right. And I guess that there is a slippery slope if things are allowed in a certain way, right? You have to actually tailor whatever system it is to specifically mean what it means and do what it does without overstepping, without stepping outside of those boundaries. But for instance, like EOD said, with the FISA court system, there is a way to expedite warrant applications in order to stop foreign adversaries, we'll call it that,
sure,
through the means of expedient warrant gathering. But when there isn't time for a foreign national, if there isn't time, get that warrant, and it is someone that's a foreign national in our country here to cause damage, what do you do then?
So you're talking about a fast action, trying to get it in the moment.
Yeah. Because if it's minutes and not hours that you have, if there isn't
seconds or moments,
yeah, then there is a point at which I do think there's a justification to say we had to look into this immediately to stop this action. And obviously, I'm not talking about everyday things. I'm talking about like there's a dirty bomb in some freaking stadium somewhere, right?
Like the rocks everybody was guarding in the cornfield and there was nothing around. I got you.
Right. And so in those situations, I can absolutely see where we go, look, there isn't time for a warrant. There has to be action right this minute, and it needs to be done. And is that breaking with tradition? Probably yes. But if it's going to save tens of thousands of lives in the moment, then it needs to be done. And
here's the question, though. How did we know there was a dirty bomb there to begin with without that surveillance?
well, that's the thing, isn't it? There's always some level of surveillance without a warrant anyway. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Whether it's eyewitness, whether it's gleaned some other fashion, there is some level of surveillance that's happening at all times that isn't conducted with a warrant because it doesn't meet the precedent by which a warrant is needed for that level of surveillance. So
well, I think here would be the way around that, right? For example, something that's, I can't quote it exactly, so pardon me on this. There was an individual who recently came up with, or I should say a group of individuals recently came up with a way to actually track radiation, the strength, all the way back to its original source. And that data could, for example, be used to find something like leakage out of a dirty bomb, so on and so forth. But the thing is do we keep that to where it's supposed to be something that's environmental, or do we make it something that's a tool out for the government to be able to use to be able to carry out said searches, seizures, so on and so forth?
If I may, can I pose you a hypothetical?
No, that was not a hypothetical. Not in the original, not at all. It's something
No,
that
I said,
somebody's
may
actually
I
working
pose
on and
you a
doing right now.
hypothetical?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So let's say that because most T organizations, and I'm not talking about the what is a woman kind, are they work in cells, right? They're like disorganized in a sense, and they try to work in cells so they're disorganized. So let's say that you have an infiltrator, and they don't know what is going to happen, but they're coming out report that in a specific city there's going to be somebody, and they know that they're going to do something, but they're not sure what. And what the request would be to the courts is we need to have widespread surveillance, specifically to the sand people in this location, so that we might be able to locate the person or the cell that is actually going to carry out the attack in accordance to our the report from the intelligence agency. What do you think about that specific case?
are you asking?
You stumped him.
I don't
me?
know who he was asking, so
The person who was arguing against you a moment ago, Abe.
Oh,
It's
me?
for rear.
Yeah.
Oh, I do apologize. I thought you were doing it for him. My bad. Repeat one more time. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. So, once again, the T cell is disorganized. You get a report that in a city they're gonna do some kind of attack. You don't know what kind of attack. The report is used. There's gonna be an attack on a specific city, and they're asking for a widespread surveillance so that they might on a specific kind of people, so that they might try to locate what kind of attack is going to happen. What do you think in that specific case?
Do you mean widespread surveillance in a public setting, or do you mean cell phones, yada, 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 so on and so forth?
Cell phones, yada yada.
Okay.
Anything.
Well, I mean, honestly, they'd have to base that case by case. You'd have to sit there and go, okay, well, what's the intel? What's the report? Is this something we could actually take and use in a justification for the strike that we want to do involving the surveillance that we're calling for? Because if not, you're going to have other issues there as well.
So
at the end of the day, you would be like, you would actually allow, let's say that it's time sensitive, so you would spend extra time, and then let's say that you go through the process, and the process ends up in the bomb going off. Like, would you be okay with that?
No, I don't think anybody'd be okay with that, but that's what's going to end up happening, and it wouldn't be the first time something like that has happened, actually.
So
Yeah, that's the point, right?
the reason I struggle with like EOD's specific questioning on like what information would they have, but they couldn't get a warrant is like when you go into, and I know this is a little bit disanalogous, but it's the truth of the statement. You go into a combat zone, you're going to get intel from random villagers, from random people. There's no actual basis, and you don't actually know if this is true or false. And this could happen in a sense in any city, right? Where people are like, I saw this person doing this thing is happening over here. I saw this vehicle with this license plate, whatever it is. And now you have these reports and you have information, but none of the information you've just gathered is enough to go to a judge and say, I need a warrant to look into this person or this vehicle or this thing. And so now you're sitting there with the information and no ability to take action. And at what point does it become feasible to take the action rather than seek a warrant, even though you don't have solid information, so that you could at the very least try to avert a situation? You know what I mean? Because I don't know.
I get you.
I don't know what kind of policies exist for this. To be fair, I don't know the inner workings of like LAPD or whatever grouping that's going to have to handle something like that. But there comes a point at which I'm like, there's gray areas in the system where what action can be taken at that point.
I don't disagree with you at all. And we have a lot of gray areas in the system. That's been one of the biggest issues in trying to deal with this, whether that's over here or overseas. There was a ton of stuff our boys couldn't act on. There was times when we had rocks thrown at us, this, that, and the other, and we weren't allowed to do shit about it.
Yeah, but there, I mean, you make the argument in that that they don't have enough evidence, but like there's cases where they go through and they have evidence, they get the warrant, they go and do the search off of the warrant, and they find jack shit because the data that they had that was sufficient evidence was bad data. So it goes both ways, Abe.
Well, was it better to check and there be nothing than it is for them not to check and there to be something?
And that can depend on the circumstance
Well,
of what it leads to. For example, if they find other things.
Remember the bad warrant they had in Kentucky a couple years ago? Like they had a warrant and it ended up in bad results.
Right. Well, by no means am I saying I want the worst thing to happen, right? I want what's best for the people without complete suppression of the people, right? But like I'm saying, there's a certain level of this probably should be looked into, and we don't have the ability to do so long as a warrant is not drafted. And without solid enough information, you're not getting a warrant. For the defense of the people is my primary concern when I'm arguing this point, right? It's not that I want the government to have more power. It's that I want there to be a way to stop evil deeds, so we could call them, even when it's a little harder to do so. Because in our modern era, I don't think there's going to be all the same traditional things we've seen. If there's going to be some big T attack on the United States, it's going to be, first of all, well dictated and hidden from the general populace. And if you got breadcrumbs but not enough to get a warrant to stop said attack, what do? You can't just continue to let them happen, especially if the cell is well set and communicates cleanly and doesn't leave information for you to utilize against them. Counterterrorism exists for a reason, and there's going to be gray areas where actions are going to be taken to stop the threat, right?
Yeah, see, I'm more in favor of adding security practices around activities or events or things like that, in which case now I have to forgo a security to partake or be at that place, right? That's what I would much rather than you just having free reign to come in and look at whatever you want of mine. I make that. It's basically I make the agreement to give you this data and able to participate in said action or activity.
Well, this is why I first already said I wasn't for like the mass scraping of some kind. Like direct targeted things are very important. But even then, when we're talking about
What's the direct target? What's the
well, that's what I'm saying. If they already have information, but this cell is keeping themselves from revealing enough, there's a certain level of like, okay, say there's an Al Qaeda cell in a city, and they're doing really well at covering their tracks, and their digital footprint is the only thing that exists, but there's no access to that digital footprint because you can't secure a warrant to look into it at all. And they've been planning and doing things. What do? You just continue to let them function and hope that they slip at some point. But if it comes to violence and loss of life, and you knew enough, you just didn't know enough to get a warrant.
Well, no, I mean we've got like isn't that the whole idea behind like undercover and whatnot? Then they go in there and participate. I don't look at that as like we're going and grabbing all of your email transmissions or text messages or looking through your phone and just gathering all that data. That's somebody is actually there.
It's going to still be a type of surveillance.
That's what I was going to say. Isn't an undercover agent still conducting surveillance operations within an organization?
But they're observing an action. I'm fine with observing actions that are essentially displayed. I'm not okay with going in and just getting unfettered access to, my phone or my computer or things that wouldn't have anything to do with anything that they're looking for. It might have something that they're looking for, but it's also stuff that they're not looking for, and they shouldn't have unfettered access to it.
Right.
Just on the belief that there's going to be something they want there.
Well, right. And that's partially why I initially said that I'm not for every form of surveillance, but like there's a myriad of types, right, of surveillance. And if all of them require some form of warrant in order to garner the information that's needed, and you can't do that thing because of whatever limitations are in your way, in order to get the information needed to stop events or to stop a cell or whatever it is, there has to be some way. Because at some point it becomes whoever's the most clever and able to evade the law enforcement agencies and keep them from being able to get any form of warrant against them will continue to operate unfettered so long as they're clever enough to continue doing so. And we're reaching a time in our technological history or future where it's becoming increasingly easy to get away with doing things so long as nobody can look.
Yeah, but the more you open it up and grant government access to it, the more creative they're going to go at hiding it, right?
Probably true. And this becomes the question of maybe a more moral government system is better.
What would that matter? If they become more creative, you want to make it easier for them and not even be creative at that point?
It's a double-edged sword.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I got your question, Emmett.
It's a double-edged sword. Emmett's saying, don't you want your law enforcement to be clever, to be capable of catching people?
That's not what I
needed.
that wasn't the argument I made. I made
Oh.
if you grant the unfettered access for them to surveil under any, through any mechanisms, whatnot, that's going to make those that they're wanting to surveil to be more creative in hiding those mechanisms.
Yeah.
In which case, it's actually going to be harder for the law enforcement to surveil.
And my argument against that is, do you want to make it easy for them? Like, make it complicated for them. At least make them be creative. At the very least.
Yeah, and you can also like say that about just about any crime too.
By no means am I saying
True.
just don't follow constitutional law, right? By no means. But there are gray areas, and I wonder where we are limiting ourselves substantially in ways that we shouldn't. This is why I went through some of the list with EOD, but not the entirety of the list of things where we had already looked into suspects, already looked into their history, had tons of information on them, and no warrant was granted. And then that person goes on to do a mass unaliving event. And it's like, we had more than enough to look into them, but for some reason this warrant isn't granted. And now there's people gone.
The original vintage says for $5 Australian. It's similar to Second Amendment mentality on guns. Surveillance is security. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Thoughts? Okay, yeah, let's go around and get the thoughts on this one, and then we'll get into the hot seat right after this. Anyone?
I'm going it over in my head right now.
Yeah, I agree. that would be my way. You know, better for the sand people to be in the sand castles than to.
Oh my god!
I'm pretty sure everybody already knows where you're at with that one.
I would agree that it's better to have the weapon than not. Regardless, go
ahead.
It's hard to see surveillance as security by its very nature, but that's what it's utilized for at the very least.
I think it's basically like saying, like, it's better that I have security all around my house watching it and nothing happens than something does happen and I have no security to catch it.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's like basically getting at.
I but in that context, if it's your house, that's your own property. You can do whatever the hell you want as long as you ain't hurt nobody else. It's within the law.
Not if they got warrantless surveillance.
What's
Hey,
that?
Kat, sorry, what did you say there?
Hey, no, I just said personal surveillance is a little different than like national security surveillance.
But this
Not a little different, like a lot of different.
Yes.
I mean, but this makes sense, right? This is Pascal's wager, right? You have your four squares, right? The question is, where's the line, I guess? Because
see, that's the biggest trouble with this debate is the line's kind of a hard place to actually find.
Yeah, because like then we'll say like, well, what if we were to say like the reason a lot of CP isn't being spread is because everything that gets put out to the internet is being surveilled. So like that's the whole reason CP doesn't get spread, because they're watching things get released and they're able to stop it as it's released. Like would you say now, like, okay, well, I mean, if that's true, that's good. Right? Like I get what you're saying here. It's a wager where you're like, where's that line? You know, it's the classic or like Loki's wager, you know what I mean? It's you can cut my head off, but you can't cut even a sliver of my neck off. Right? So they don't know where's the line.
Yeah.
My boy Loki.
Yeah, that's a really good example, right? That's what that's called, Loki's wager, where he gets caught and he says you can cut my head off, but the only deal here is you can't even take a sliver of my neck. So like, where would that be? Right, like, because your neck, you know, like if you look at your neck, it goes.
Well,
right
medically
up in
speaking,
here,
it'd be
you know
the
what I'm
base of the
saying?
skull,
So
wouldn't
like,
it?
where is that? So that's the whole point. Is like that line is hard to find.
Well, right, and what makes it super hard to find is the fact that do you trust or mistrust your government? Because you trust your government for some things and you mistrust them for others, and then where's that line?
And
Where is
there's
it?
the pendulum swing to
Yep.
this term limits.
Yep.
Right, because there's always a chance of that shit getting turned around, and now all of a sudden you're on the receiving end of everything.
Oh.
You know.
That's the problem we're having with all the executive orders right now.
Yep.
Yeah, where people are saying once this gets flipped around.
No,
But,
that's exactly
there's
it.
a.
If it
What do you
does,
guys
it's,
think? We're about to do the hot seat, but I thought it was funny. I was listening to somebody talking about the other day, like they're convinced that like, so the next election, JD Vance is gonna win it, and have Trump as his vice president, and then step down so that Trump can run another 4 years. Like
He
he's
won't. That's
convinced
funny.
that's what's
Wow.
gonna happen. And I was like,
I
can
think
you
it'd be
imagine
hilarious.
though?
That'd be hilarious.
That'd
It'd be funny as
G
hell, but I
moves
don't
right
think that's
there,
what's going to
bro.
happen.
That'd be some G moves, though. I'm saying that'd be some crazy G move right there. Like, thank you. As soon as he
Hey,
wins, he's like, all right, thank you, everybody. I'm stepping down.
if we thought shit was crazy now, dude, you'll see some crazy shit if that went down.
Yep.
God, even if it's not true, just make it happen.
I mean, hey, you want to prove the left how violent the left is? It wouldn't be a bad move to make if that's the type of thing you were trying to push. But before we get into conspiracies,
There's a lot more than memes.
Before we start wrapping our tinfoil hat.
Right, exactly. Before we do, all right.
Mine's designer.
Chat, it's that time again. We're going to crank up the pressure and see who can handle the hot seat. And here's how it works. We've got 4 rounds, each one turning up the heat just a little bit more. And, panelists, there's no big, long speeches, no dodging the questions. Let's just get sharp, honest, breakdown answers, okay? So round 1 is going to be the trap card round. So this one's built for fun. It's like questions designed to basically trap us all into roasting each other. Okay.
Okay.
Oh look, Kieran, you made it just in time. So it's basically it's like it traps us into like roasting each other, but it's like 1 to 3 sentences max. You let the lighthearted jabs fly. And then round 2 is the deep thoughts. So we go a little beneath the surface. That's round 2 is called deep thoughts. It's weird and wild philosophical questions. It'll make you think, kind of like the the Loki's wager question we were just doing there. You get a few sentences, you drop your take, we move on. There can be some back and forth in these first rounds, but not too much where we're gonna be, sitting there too long. And then round 3 is the lightning round. So there's no explanations, no debate, just fast 1-word or 1-line answers. No hesitation. Just
yes,
go.
no.
And then finally, the round 4, we call it Save the World. Each of you will get one final question that'll be like something about the imagining the world, hearing your voice, and you get to leave a message behind. All right. So this is how the flow of it goes. And we got Kieran up here. Anyone else who wants to join for the hot seat, you better join. We have one more spot here. We have one more spot here if someone wants to hop up. But so let's go on to the first round, the trap card round. All right. And this one is again the playful jabs, ego checks, So first question, who is secretly the villain of this panel? And we'll start with Abe.
I am.
No, it's just you are based. I like it. Teriak.
I have to agree with Abe. Like I said, I made the Terminator comments earlier. He does tend to have a robotic voice, so yeah, he's here to kill Sarah Connor. So we need to protect. Someone needs to get in contact with Sarah Connor.
Based. Emmett.
Obviously, it's Cat. Okay, everything else is Cope. What we know is that a Cat is coming for all of us, and just take care. Run if you can.
That makes sense. You got to watch out for the quiet ones. I get it. For rear.
Well, I have to go with Abe here. He already admitted his mic was a mimic, and that's the reason he wasn't wearing that suit. My wife is very disappointed.
That's it. All right, Kieran.
Oh, it's Cat.
Like Emmett's 100% right. She claims she has different accounts on her iPad and her computer and her phone. It's old cat. It's old cat. It's cat.
Just call me.
Makes sense. Cat.
I think it's Abe because I don't trust robots.
True, that's fair. Robots, you can't.
Goddamn
trust those
clankers.
That is cope. That is AI cope.
The Cylons will rise again.
fuckers. Elder Lion.
I think it's Kieran. He keeps spraying his gay trans agenda through his Bud Light commercials, and it needs to stop.
You fucking traitor. You fucking traitor.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And Jeremy.
Yep, I have to agree with Elder Lion. It's definitely Kieran. Partially because he's gay, and the other part is because he comes from Fakelandia. Can't trust that.
That's it. That's it. I actually, sorry, Kieran. I hate to, triple stack it on you right at the end here, but I was gonna have to say it's you as well because Australia isn't fucking real, and you're still over here trying to convince us it is. All right. It's gotta be you. That's secret villain type shit, okay?
I never tried to convince anybody Australia's real. That's a you problem, bro. That's a you problem.
Oh yeah, you just keep doing the accent. All right. Now the shrimp on the Barbie, I get it. All right.
Fucking Californians.
If one person here on the panel was to get famous, like super famous, like Joe Rogan famous overnight, who would let it go to their head and just fucking go straight downhill right away? All right, we're going to start with Jeremy.
Sorry, I was dealing with
Not
chat.
paying attention to the question.
No, I was dealing with chat.
Okay, I get it. That's fair. I'll ask it again. That's fair. If one person on the panel got like Joe Rogan famous overnight, who would let it go to their head first and let it all slip?
I'm gonna have to go with Kieran again.
That's fair. No explanation needed. Elder Lion.
I mean, it's pretty obviously Kieran.
That's fair. Kat?
I'd go Teriak on this one.
Did you say Teriak?
Yeah,
That's fair.
because he's a leprechaun.
Yeah, exactly. And he'd have
Makes
all
sense,
the
makes
gold
sense.
at that point. He'd say, I don't need to fucking chase these rainbows no more.
Yeah, I got all the gold, bitches.
Kieran.
Oh, it'd be Emmett. He'd make himself supreme leader, destroy his enemies, claim all the territories, and impose martial law everywhere, and we'd all do it his way.
That makes sense.
Oh, that
makes
sounds
sense.
badass.
For real?
Honestly, he stole the one I was going to use, so I'm going to go with a different one, I guess. Abe, I think it'd be Abe, man. I think he would reenact everything he could, crush that Constitution, and then start kicking out everybody he thought wasn't a good guy and get that surveillance rocking.
Yeah.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, but see, Abe is already Joe Rogan famous.
True.
He's more famous, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have to say, Speakeasy. Speakeasy will be doing so much crap if he got like actually famous, Joe Rogan famous. He'll be like, "This is how we do it on Monday night, baby. Every day will be baby." So yeah, I will say it's a Speakeasy.
Yeah. Also, the day after Speakeasy became supreme leader, there'd be 600 new record companies and recording studios.
Maseratis right out in the front.
That was good. Every night would be baby.
Every day will be baby. Yeah,
that's how we do it, baby. Teriak.
Probably have to go with Emmett. Like we're saying, like kind of like usher in this Christian nationalism, and like I said, now to be fair to Emmett, like he would make Crusades great again, but like I said, there's a lot of blood would be spilled, you know.
True.
Hey, in all fairness, I think I would look pretty damn good in a suit of armor.
I just want to see all the Mexicans wearing armor, like the short version of armor, right? Like Lord Farquhar style of armor.
Lord Farquhar style, yeah, baby. And we have horses and shit.
Fuck. Abe.
I think it would be Kieran as well. I think he's just too old, and all of a sudden he'd have all this glory, and it'd go to his head, and he'd just decide he's the king of Australia, and he'd have to fight. He'd have to fight Jake for it. So
it's probably fair. I'm running out of time, boys. We've got to get shit done.
Yeah, I'd have to say Emmett too, because he'd start like locking people up in camps and shit, and then eventually someone would try to take him out. You know,
Well,
like
they
some
deserve it. I'm just saying.
Well, they deserve it.
Oh,
So.
that was good.
I'll at least do it in Arizona so they don't miss the sand. I'm just saying.
Just say it.
Damn, I'm trying not to laugh too hard,
shit.
making me cough over here.
Got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
All right, who on the panel is the secret biggest conspiracy theorist? All right, and we'll start with Abe.
Probably me, actually.
It's no
I've
longer a
looked
secret.
way too deep into way too many things.
It's no longer a secret now, guys. Just so you know. Teriak.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Who on the panel is most likely the biggest secret conspiracy theorist?
Oh, secret. Oh, okay. Fuck.
Like, even if you think they might say a couple of things, but they probably really believe, like, you know, the real shit, like a hollow earth with the giants and the reptilians and shit.
I'll probably say Kieran. You know what I'm saying? Because like already, like Australia's conspiracy theory. I mean, but he's trying to act like it's normal, all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like there's definitely some secrecy going on there. So yeah, I'll probably say Kieran.
That makes total sense. Emmett.
I have to agree with Teriak. Oh, we all know you, Kieran. You live in fantasy fucking land, pretending that it's real and shit. No, you probably believe that the Earth is flat and there's like a 50,000. It's like 500 years old and there's reptilians all around and you're getting messages from fucking what's it called? The Andromeda Galaxy. It's you, Kieran. I got
He's
your
just a
number.
brain in a vat.
Well, bro, I'm just saying, if you go out deep into the Australian outback where no one ever goes, like out near Pine Gap, where you guys built that, not you guys, you're Mexican, where the Americans built that
We all
secret.
know that. Listen, okay, we all know that fucking Australians are just Californians that don't want to say they're from California. So I don't have anything to say about that. Yeah, you got nothing on me, boy.
Faria, who do you think?
I got to go with the Leprechaun, man. I mean, he seems like the kind of guy who believes the orders he hears from Oberon.
Makes sense. That makes sense. Kieran?
Yeah, I'm going with Teriak. I think all of the philosophizing and the logic and the reason, it's all a cover for how he really feels. Right. It's how he feels, boys.
It's just about how he feels. I got it. That makes sense. Kat.
I'm gonna go Kieran on this one as well. I think that's a good choice.
That makes sense. Especially since he shows up in tinfoil hats.
I mean, we've had evidence.
That's to protect me from the conspiracy theories.
He's scared of his own thoughts.
Wait, why is there an antenna then? Why do you have an antenna on the top of it?
Just
If that's
one
He's scared of his own thoughts.
Transmitting from the California desert.
The antenna's for transmitting. It's for transmitting, not receiving, right?
Transmitting from the California desert. Kieran.
Alderline, what do you think?
Probably me, because I think that the pyramids were built by a bunch of psychic gays that got their powers from their deity, suck 'em raw.
Ah, shit.
Wow.
Jeremy, what do you think?
I'm gonna say Kieran because of the fact that we've seen him in tinfoil hats multiple times, but I have since been convinced that it has to be Abe because like literally Abe just went through the whole conspiracy theory of Kieran's tinfoil hat and having an antenna on it and running theories on that. So
that is fair. That is fair.
Yeah, he was running a diversion there.
I think if I, that's a good
I would
point.
say
If
I'm gonna have to say it's Abe too because I think like deep down he secretly believes he's Abraham Lincoln, and there's a conspiracy theory that he was Frankensteined back into life.
Oh.
See, I'd have to disagree with that
Fair.
because the earlier quote from Ben Frank, Abraham Lincoln also said in quite a few of his speeches.
we're not debating it.
True, that's fair.
You never changed your opinion?
No.
All right, so wait, was that the third or the
Not a
fourth
day in
question?
I did find an old photo in an archive.
That was the third?
That was the third.
Okay. Let me see. Ooh. Who on the panel secretly loves chaos and pretends to love peace? And we're gonna start with Jeremy.
Emmett.
He didn't
Let me
even-
put it
that was a
let me put it
quick
this
answer.
That's
Jeremy
no
already had that
secret.
loaded in the chamber.
That is no
I-
secret.
I love chaos, and I don't pretend not to love chaos. Okay.
Emmett put together an entire panel just to cause chaos for me.
Yeah,
So
that makes
yes, he
sense.
loves chaos.
Elder Lion.
Probably Cat. She's very quiet and secretive and extremely chaotic person.
Really?
That's fair. That's fair. Women. What can we... Cat.
It's cat because woman.
Oh my god. No. It's not Cat. I would go Emmett, but his isn't a secret. So this one's a little bit difficult for me. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go Kieran on this one.
What
He
makes you
likes
think
the
I pretend?
He likes the chaos on his panels, everyone coming in and calling him gay and stuff. So
Yeah,
he has-
but cat.
And
Yeah,
he
but cat.
likes that. Exactly. He secretly likes it.
he likes his chaos
There's no
panels.
secret.
That's right.
No. L.
They call me the god, the long way Kieran man.
Yep. He likes it. That makes sense.
It's
Kieran.
ma'am.
It's ma'am.
I think you said secretly, like it's no fucking secret. Come on, girl, it's no secret. Okay. I'm gonna say the guy who created VK is the one who secretly loves chaos.
Okay.
There's no moderation, few
Who's that guy?
exceptions. I don't know, but I see him laughing way too much when shit's going down, bro.
That's fair. That's a fair assumption.
So the guy who created a chaotic debate game show secretly loves chaos.
Yeah, because there's this thin veil of control that he pretends to exhibit over the show, and then when the shit goes sideways and goes down, just look at that smile. The smile gives it away, bro. The smile gives it away.
Okay.
I'll do better at not smiling. Thank you, Kieran. Career.
I was actually coughing during the question, but I think I got what it is. So, who secretly likes chaos, right?
Yeah.
I think that'd be you, Speakeasy. I think the channel says it all, sir.
That's fair. That is fair. I'll take it. Emmett.
Well, I have to say that in this panel, there's only one person that's completely secretive, and we don't never know what she's up to. And it's the only person that is a she as well. So I have to say that it's Kat, because
Kieran is
sometimes you
also
are
a
in
she.
sometimes you're in chat. Well, an actual she. So sometimes you're in chat and you see the super chat comes in, and it's the most chaotic thing you can even comprehend. Okay. So
Okay.
Most unhinged shit you ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
Women.
Women.
Well,
Teriak.
Lottie Daw.
I'll probably have to go for easy as well, you know what I'm saying? But like it's more like an appreciative kind of like thing, do you know what I mean? It's like I respect the chaos, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'd probably go for easy. But like I said, like Jeremy and Kieran, you know what I'm saying, both on the radar as well, you know what I'm saying?
They're on the radar. Watching them. Abe.
I think it's Ferrer. He sounds all put together and calm and collected, but he actually loves the chaos from the chat.
You can see it in his eyes, actually. Now you mention it.
I mean, it's all the dripping in my photo, right? I'm sorry about that. You know, it got a little messy.
I'm gonna say I think it's actually Jeremy, right? Because like he's like one of the first ones to like the end of the VK just out of nowhere said, "Fuck it, everyone goes. Bye," and just eliminated everybody. Yeah. He likes to throw a wrench in the gears when they're spinning at maximum speed. You know what I mean? He doesn't just like the little bits of chaos. He makes sure that wrench fucking sticks.
That's true. That's true. And I've been on the opposing side of that a few times at the end there. So yeah, he does. I think he does.
Oh yeah. But he just does it just enough so that it hits really hard, but you'll never know he likes it. That's 4D chess. All right. Listen, next round we're gonna get into here is the deep thoughts. Okay, so these questions you can answer them again in like 1 to 4 sentences, just whatever you need to. So first
Is it okay
question
if-
is
Sorry.
truth? Wait, what are you gonna
No.
ask, Karen?
Well, I was going to ask if we can lower the bar a little bit for Kat, like maybe
Yeah,
two sentences.
I'm just a girl.
Yeah, just like we have to be like equality, right? We have to equity. We have to lower the bar a bit for Kat so that we're all
So
playing
you
on the
guys
same
get
level.
2 sentences and she gets 4. Is that what you're trying to say?
My brain don't work very good.
I did transition, bro.
No,
We
no,
don't-
no,
we don't
no.
do
There's no
DEI
such
here,
thing as
Kieran.
detransitioning. You're gay
I'm a real-
forever.
I'm a real man again.
Sure.
Again. Sorry, Spike.
All right, no worries. First question here on round 2 deep thoughts. Is truth, it's because this one goes with kind of tonight's topic, is truth more important than peace? And we're going to start with Abe.
Yes.
Just yes? That's
Fuck
it?
yes.
Yes.
Teriak?
Fuck yes.
Fuck yes. Emmett?
Absolutely.
Word. Ferrer?
Yes.
Word. Kieran?
Fuckity fuck yes.
Fuckity fuck yes, he said. Kat?
Okay, so yes, but there have been
But-
times that no. I'm just saying there have been times that I feel like maybe if someone would have just lied to me a little bit, I would have been a little more peaceful and I would have enjoyed that. But in the grand scheme of things, truth is more important than peace. So yes.
I feel that. Alder
Yeah, truth ultimately brings peace.
as in the end, yeah. I feel that. Jeremy?
Yeah, no, I agree. Truth over peace. I mean, it if you don't go that way, then ultimately, if you're lying, then you're not going to have peace, right? It's going to eventually lead to conflict. So, no, truth over peace.
Yep. I'd have to agree with you all. I understood what Kat was saying. Like a good example I could give you guys, Christmas time with the kids. You go with it because it's like it's happy and peaceful for the kids, but you're not really telling them the truth that it's some fat dude delivering presents. I mean, it's a
Yeah, but if you
it's a
never
good example, but like yeah, truth ultimately, yes, of course, I agree, it's more important than peace.
if you never introduced the concept of Santa in the first place, wouldn't that kind of solve that problem?
What's that?
If you never introduced the concept of Santa Claus in the first place, wouldn't that solve that problem?
No, not necessarily in modernity with kids going to school and learning this concept.
Society
It's
kind of
kind of just like
introduces it.
ingrained in society at this point. So you're either going to tell them, and do you want your kid to be the asshole that tells the other kids Santa's not real?
I was that asshole, actually. I remember the day it happened.
That's it's a funny comedian's joke, right? Like you don't want your kid to be the asshole that tells everyone Santa's not real too early, but you also don't want your kid to be the asshole that thinks Santa's real too late. You know what I mean? There's a balance here. You know
Well,
what
and
I'm
you don't want to
saying?
steal the magic of Christmas from your kid, like them being the only one not enjoying the
Yeah,
holidays.
it's not magic. Like I
It's not
caused,
about well,
But parents make it magic. It's
right.
parental
You know,
magic.
you take a bite of the cookie that they leave out. You drink the milk. Yeah. You leave some like deer footprints outside or something. Like it's just for
I
fun
think
for the kids to make them.
I think it's an IQ test
enjoy
for the kids,
being a
to be
kid.
honest.
Yeah.
Like you're 8 years old, 9 at this point. It's time for IQ to kick in and realize what's going on, boy.
Santa
That's
not
usually
visiting
the age they
Kieran
start figuring
explains
it
so
out,
much.
right? Like 10, around like 10, 11, they start figuring it out. Like, okay, wait a minute. A fat dude flying around the world that fast? That doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Like they figure it out. And then like, oh,
Exactly.
mom and dad are Santa. I get it now.
that's what happened. I actually asked my mum. I was probably 10. I asked her, like, is Santa real? And she was pretty smart. She said, what do you think? And I kind of said, nah, it don't add up. And she said, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's me and your dad.
Yeah.
So the
And then
next
said,
day,
don't tell your little sisters or I'll beat
And-
your ass.
and the fucking next day, my best friend, I was talking to him. I said, so do you believe in, like, have you heard the good news? I told my fucking friend.
Yeah, that's true. Our 8-year-old is already asking the questions, like, like, who is Santa? Where do these presents come from? Who's, like, who's buying all this? You know what I mean?
Well,
Fat guy's getting all the credit for all these
obviously, they
presents.
know we'll say things like we don't have money to just go buy everything we want. So they're putting this math together and like, who does have money to buy everything for everyone? That's impossible.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of changed also when
Before we get too far into this, though, we got to get into the next question. No. This is ignorance. It's kind of touching on the topic we were just talking about. Anyway, is ignorance ever a form of happiness? I don't know how I did that. We'll start with Jeremy on this one.
I would have to say no, but I will say that there are things I'd probably be happier to not know.
Yeah, that's fair. Elder Lion?
Maybe.
Hell yeah, it would be. I don't want to know all this shit about random people online. I wish I didn't know it.
That's fair. That's fair. Kat?
I agree with what Jeremy and Elderline were saying, but also like if it's in more of a personal context, it's a false happiness if you are like ignorant to things going on. So you may think you're happy, but it's like a false sense of happiness.
Yep. Kieran?
I think ignorance doesn't lead to happiness, but I think there are some things I'd rather not know. The same thing. Like there's things I've seen that I think I'd be happier if I hadn't seen them, but ignorance itself doesn't lead to happiness because when you're ignorant, you just end up doing stupid shit and then you're unhappy.
True. Ferrer?
I think there's warrants for it to make you happy. There's times and places where you're sitting there wishing you knew something you didn't know anymore. or things you wish you could have forgotten. And I think in that way it can make you happy. Yes.
All right, Emmett.
This is gonna be unpopular, but I would say yes, and especially if it's like a combination in my case. You have to be stupid enough not to know the thing and not to care about it, and not know the thing and not care about it, and then you have a great life running around being a complete jackass. I think I think those people are the happiest people on the planet, to be honest.
That's fair. Teriak.
I'd go for no. Purely because like happiness for me is like tied to meaning. You know what I mean? And in terms of like if you're ignorant to life, then you know what I mean. It's there's an aspect where like you can point to, let's say, tribes in Africa where they don't have as much materials, whatever, and they seem to be happier and all that stuff. But that's because they have a stronger meaning. And you could point towards, say, oh well, they're ignorant of technology, etc., etc. But it, like I said, like the whole kind of like when you kind of like look at the typical kind of like Westerner that they're popping pills, depressed out of the mind, all this kind of shit, versus the African tribe. Like to me, there's more wisdom with the tribe than there is with the Westerner. I'd say the Westerner is ignorant to what like their life's meaning is. I mean, so I'd say no, ignorance doesn't cause happiness.
All right, Abe.
So I would say in a general sense, no. But if you look at those who are mentally challenged, they're often the most happy people, and they're definitely ignorant to most of the things that you generally would know. So in that case, yes.
What makes you think they're generally happier?
If you know people with like Down syndrome and things like this, they're cheery, sweet, fun, happy people.
Are they really, bro? Yes, I do know. Yes, I do know.
Straight.
Actually,
They
sorry,
all love boobs.
I'm about to make you
do.
all agree with me.
No,
ready?
you're not.
Yeah, I'm going to. You ready? Is ignorance of God's knowledge good?
Oh shit! Easy
What do you
with
mean?
the nuke.
What do you mean by God's knowledge?
God's knowledge. Are you? Which,
Yeah, it's good. Yes,
which word do you need the definition for? Kieran?
Okay,
God
okay.
or knowledge?
Shut up. Okay. Is it good to be ignorant of God's knowledge? Yes. Does it make me happy? Well, I wouldn't say that.
Wait, it's good though.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that means knowledge, right? Because like obviously,
but you switched happy for
you
good.
accept that premise already. That means ignorance can be a form of happiness, right? Because
no. Good isn't always happiness.
Wait, what?
Things that are good aren't always leading to happiness. They can lead to sadness.
But just because it's not a form of happiness for you doesn't mean it can't be a form of happiness because it's good. Can good things be a form of happiness?
They can be.
Bad things be a form of happiness?
Not bad things, no.
Okay, so good things can though, right?
Sure.
Okay. Like when you just think like knowledge just brings like burdens, right? Like for instance, certain things you know of brings a burden onto your that space in your head that used to be not occupied.
Actually,
Adam and Eve before eating.
Yeah.
From the tree of.
Which one?
Were they happy? Oh wait, what? What'd you ask?
Which tree?
The tree.
I said which tree?
They only ate from the tree of knowledge
Tree
of
of
good and evil.
knowledge.
Well,
okay, knowledge of good and evil. Yeah.
I think that's a hard question to ask, Easy. We don't know if they were happy. I mean, I don't think that they would know if they were happy or not.
That's a good point.
So if
That's the
everything
best
was
point.
good, you wouldn't imply that they were happy?
If you're ignorant of good and evil, you
they
can't understand good, happy or
Yeah,
not.
they didn't know good and evil until they ate the apple.
So that doesn't mean they
It's like
couldn't
they
be
wouldn't
happy
know-
prior.
They wouldn't know happy either.
That's correct.
What?
If you have no concept
He
of
didn't
good
have
and
the
evil,
knowledge of those things.
Yeah,
Are you
there we
saying?
go, yeah.
Wait. Are you saying if you don't know evil, you can't be happy? That's a
If you
weird
don't know the
statement.
difference, if you
Yeah,
don't know the
dualism.
difference, no, if you don't know the difference, but that's the point. When they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the scales were lifted from their eyes, and they saw before that they couldn't be happy or sad.
What?
Because they had no concept. They had no concept.
They only.
They were susceptible to temptation, so
That's true.
that could.
That's true. No, she was. Eve was.
If you are made
No,
good,
Adam was too.
if you're made good and you eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, what did you get from that tree? If you're made good and you eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, what did you gain from the tree?
The knowledge of good and evil. The knowledge of good and
The
evil.
knowledge of evil.
Yeah.
You gain
Like, think about this, right? When you're a kid, when a kid looks at a sky, right, and they look at nighttime, right, they're just looking up at the sky. They're seeing stars and the moon. It's like they nice lights, and they're seeing like it's a peaceful, beautiful night, right? And then they grow up to be an astronomer, and they start seeing fucking radiation and vacuums and blah 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 blah, and they're like, "Holy fuck, that's scary out there!" Right? The sense of them being ignorant of what's out there made them happy. You understand?
I don't agree because I am an amateur astronomer, and I did grow up at 10 years old looking at the
fuck
sky
you did.
every night. I fucking did, bro. I
An
fucking did.
astronomer. We're not talking about
I said
astrology.
amateur.
Bro.
Okay.
I said no. Hang on. I'm
Mr.
responding.
Astronomer.
I'm responding.
Mr.
I'm
Astronomer,
responding.
I need you to tell me what is the name of the most massive star in the that we know of.
No, I can't.
There. What?
Boom, boom, Emmett, you got me. Boom,
Yes,
I said I was.
got you.
I said I was an amateur astronomy.
And
What I'm
astronomer.
saying, right?
You were
The fact of the matter is, right?
It made me
God's
happier.
knowledge would
It made me happier.
encompass. Just Kieran, God's knowledge would encompass the entirety, the totality of existence. You understand? Everything. Everything.
Actually,
So do you understand that you being ignorant to this is what helps you remain any form of happiness at any time.
It actually.
Can you imagine having that knowledge?
Okay, so
It actually
so what you're
reminds
saying
me.
is-
It's just like you can't imagine it, but like just like try to.
Well, if I could, so what you're saying is, if you had the knowledge of God, it'd be impossible to be happy. Is that kind of where you're going?
As a human, I would.
I said the ignorance of God's knowledge is a form of happiness. Yeah.
Because he knows good and bad.
So
I have a premise to add on to this. Go ahead. I don't want
was-
to cut you off. but
I was
I
just
have
gonna
something
say
to
this.
add.
We would just mark ourselves. Sorry, what'd you say, Kat?
I was gonna let Abe because I think he had something to say that
I
was
was-
like relevant to
I
this.
was just going to say it reminds me of what Solomon says. He says that wisdom will bring you sorrow, but seek it anyway. So if wisdom is knowledge and experience and it brings you sorrow, then the lack of that thing would keep you from that sorrow.
Oh, I agree. I agree with
Well,
you
that
in
leads-
every like
I want to-
lots of forms. But the reason I was saying is the only thing I would say when it comes to ignorance coming in a form of happiness is the ignorance of God's knowledge.
I want to make a
Because
point.
our ignorance of that
clarification.
knowledge is what helps us not, I think, go completely bananas. Our human brains trying to fathom something like that.
I agree. But do you think happiness is inherently good?
I want to do a point of clarification real quick. Okay, Kieran, astrology and astronomy are completely different.
That's
Okay,
what I said.
so
I never said astrology,
knowing
Kevin.
your-
I never said astrology.
knowing that,
I never said
that
astrology.
Mercury is in retrograde, it's completely different
It's in
to astronomy.
retrograde.
Just saying.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
Kieran?
also, Emmett,
Kieran.
your Uranus is passing by the sun right now. Okay.
Kieran, we're about to switch up how we're doing the order. You ready? You're gonna start.
Wait, speak before you move on. Can I say one thing? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay,
Bloody
so
woman.
I was gonna take it back to just like on a people level and not really a theological level. Like we as people, well, for the most part anyway, we're not like happy with what we have inherently or happy with what we know. So we're always seeking to know more. So if we don't seek knowledge, we're not truly going to be fulfilled and happy. So I think it kind of goes both ways. Like we're not going to be totally happy with ignorance and we're not going to be totally happy with the knowledge.
Yeah, like a double-edged sword.
Oh, like maybe I can get. Like, could anybody say that they're happy that they know who the Thorpes are?
No, sir. No.
I'm happy to say that I don't really know too much.
Okay, you don't need to know that.
Good.
That's a
Let me
really
tell
good
you,
point,
good.
Alderline. Shit. All right, so Kieran, you ready? You're gonna start this one. You ready?
Let's fucking go.
What's more powerful, love or fear?
Love.
Love?
Yep.
You just want to say love? No. You can say like a couple things if you want to say why or anything. You can.
Yeah, okay. If God forbid, one of my kids was out swimming in the ocean and they're in trouble and they're drowning, and I know I'm not a very good swimmer, I'll probably die. I'll still go. I'll still swim out.
Okay.
The love I have for them would override my fear of dying.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you. Cat?
Love.
Love?
Mhm.
Alrighty. Nothing else? Just you want to just say love?
No, just love. I don't really have anything to add to it.
All right, no worries. Alderline?
Love creates unity. Fear creates division. Love has the ability to create families and society and structures that make life better. Fear scatters everything.
That sounds like the lyrics for a folk song, bro. That'd be a damn good song. That'd be a good song. Yeah.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to agree with Elder Lion. I mean, at least the point he made, I think, is valid. But I'd say fear is probably more powerful in that you see more division than you see unity in today. So it looks like fear is the more powerful.
That's fair. Career.
This one's rough for me because I'd happily jump in front of a bullet for my wife, but the real trick is it love of her that I'm doing it for or fear of her dying because I love her? It's kind of a back and forth thing for me, so it's kind of a hard one to pick. I'd like to say love, but fear is also the possibility. So when you're thinking in that aspect, it's hard for me to figure out which one would be stronger in that case.
Okay. Word. Emmett.
I would say it's love, and I would say it's love because there's most of the people go to the extremes immediately, but in reality, even like there's a bunch of people that go to work every day and they can have dangerous works and dangerous jobs, and they would do it for their family, and they would try to do anything they can in order to protect them. And it doesn't mean that you have to be in front of a bullet all the time. It's like going up every day, doing what you have to do, getting up, getting ready. It's that is a lot more of an action out of love than what most people go on usually with the idea of fear, right? It might be the case that you would die today, but you don't care. You still do it.
All right. Teriak.
I would say love purely because love has the power to create people.
Okay. Okay.
Like I never banged a chick because I was afraid. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, man. I mean, that could
Fear
be
has the
fairly
ability to
convincing.
end people.
That sentence was too long. It should have just been, "I never banged a chick." That you should have just stopped there.
Did you guys hear what Kat said just a second ago? That's the chaos I'm talking about, man.
I missed it.
She's like, it has the ability to end the people. It's like,
Fear
there
has
you
the
go.
ability to end people.
Yeah, it ends a bunch of children's lives every year.
Yeah. Abe.
I would say fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, but it's his love that grants you salvation. So, love.
So, based.
Yeah. So me, here I'm gonna give you a kind of, you might call this a cop out answer, but I
Well,
actually
it's coming from
don't
the guy who
think.
thinks the Earth's flat. Sorry,
No,
bro.
I just know all the arguments. You just, I'm good at them. No, actually, I'm gonna say that you can't actually, you can't have love without fear, right? So the problem is fear. Vulnerability is the core of love, right? Love requires a openness, letting another person see your flaws, your weaknesses, your heart opened up completely.
Oh my God.
You care about what happens to that person you love. You care about how they see you. You care about the bond you have with that person yourself, right? You love your child. You fear losing them. You love your wife. You fear the pain that your wife might go through. You fear the betrayal that could happen. You fear their absence in something of like them passing. Fear is at the core of love. Fear deepens love's value.
So which one's greater?
I just gave you my answer. I know you're gonna think you think it's a cop out answer.
No, I think
Well,
I agree with
love
you.
without fear would
which
be
one's greater?
sterile, right? It would be a form of affection without a vulnerability, without attachments. I mean, without an attachment, without the risk or fear of it being gone, right? True
but
love
Spike-
requires fear because it's real.
I think love
Spike, every
naturally
time you-
breeds
every-
fear.
Fear isn't an enemy of love. That's my answer to you, right?
Well, my response
Fear
is
is its guardian.
every time you say vulnerability, you make yourself 1 point more gay than me. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
you said vulnerability
that's
about
fine.
8 times.
I agree,
That's
though.
fine.
I agree with
That's
Speakeasy.
fine.
I think
Well,
love
I think-
breeds fear.
Well, I think ultimately
course it
what that
does.
is the effect of
course
the
it does.
fallen nature of man. There is no fear when after this. This is just
I mean,
temporary.
what would be the point of facing it, right? If you have just
That's
fear
true.
out of
It's
it,
not
the way to face them
no.
is
Wait,
through
wait,
love.
wait.
That's
It's
the
not
only
the
way.
fear. It's not the fear of this being temporary, Elderline. It's the fear of you not of God not accepting you. That love you have for God also means you care how He sees you. The fear of how you care about how God sees you strengthens the love. See, this is what I'm trying to say. Fear is not an enemy of love. It's a guardian of it.
Yeah,
We've talked
I don't
about
think
this
fear is
many
bad.
times here on this channel. Healthy relationships usually involve jealousy. People who try to act like, "Oh, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. My girl can go talk to whoever she wants. My guy can go do whatever he wants." You're just saying that
I'm
because you don't give a
jealous as hell.
fuck.
You
You
touch
actually
my
don't
wife's ass, I'm
care. It's
breaking
not.
your arm.
You know what I mean? Like that's why you're saying that. So like,
Wouldn't it?
That's
Wouldn't
a
it be
fair
the
call. Like
opposite?
if
Haku, welcome.
no, it's a fair call. Like
Wouldn't it
if
be
you
the
You
like,
came up
if we
late
could,
for the hot seat, asshole. But go ahead, Haku.
I'm in the rain, so I'm only going to be quick.
No worries.
So my question would be, wouldn't it be the opposite? How would you fear anything if you loved nothing? If I don't love my life or existence or anything within this world, how can you implement fear on me? I can't lose anything. I love nothing.
that's true.
Mate.
That's true.
Without love, there is no fear, mate. You can only make me scared if I have something that I love. I cannot fear anything if I do not love life or myself or existence or anything. Try and make me scared if I love nothing.
So it goes the other way. If you
So,
can't love without
wait.
fear, can you fear without love?
Wait, so this is like, so what you're just like, you're saying instead of it being there's no love without fear, you're saying it's the opposite. But what I had just said at the starting here was like love creates your attachment and your investment, which therefore breeds the vulnerability. Like that's what the core of love is, right? You care about what happens to the person. You're open. You let this person see your flaws, your weaknesses. It deepens the value of love itself. So what you're saying, right now is without the love, though, I wouldn't fear anything, right? But like, you're just strengthening what I originally had said. You're showing that fear is born from love, not separate from it.
Do you think
That's what I was saying.
Spake, do you think that the love of God is grounded in fear?
Not
Like
grounded.
the fear of is the fear of God the basis of the love?
No, fear of the Lord is the beginning of
The
wisdom.
fear of God.
But the reason you fear God
Say
is because
that-
you love Him.
No, listen, Kieran, trying to be smart. Kieran, say love instead and ask that question.
What do you mean say love in it? What?
Instead of where you said fear, ask that question with the word love instead of fear. Let's see how that sounds.
I think it'd be easier if you tell me what you mean.
You forgot your question already, Kieran?
No, I didn't. I said, does the fear of God ground, or is the fear of God the basis of the love of God?
Is the fear of God the basis of the love of God?
Yeah. Should I love God first or fear God first?
Oh, my Lord.
You should fear losing his love.
Right.
That's kind of the whole
There we
point.
go. So
That's
fear.
the only
So
thing.
fear.
You only
So-
fear what has value to you,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
That's why you see people up here and say,
And the
"Yeah,
reason-
fuck your sky daddy." They say that shit all the time, right? You've seen that many times over and over
No, I
up
got
here,
it.
right?
The reason I'm going
Right?
this way
Because
is
they don't love.
I can't possibly love God the way He loves me. I have to fear losing His love. That's
You
the
have to
basis
first-
of my love.
You have to first
You
love
don't
Him to
have
fear
do
losing
anything,
it.
but
No, you don't. No,
that's
you
what
don't.
comes with real love. Kieran, do you fear losing someone you love?
Yes.
Okay. I
Do
don't
you
know why you don't
fear?
get that.
Do you fear losing people you don't know?
No.
Oh,
Hang on. Does God have fear?
No.
Oh, but God loves us, right?
Sure.
So you can have love without fear.
No, God can.
Yeah, if you're like the ultimate and prime being of creation. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. God can do that. I can't.
So maybe fear and love work synergistically. They
I was
grow
thinking that way,
together.
like almost like
Yes,
no,
that's
bro.
what I'm
That's
trying to say.
they're
that's
intrinsically
yin.
linked. They're intrinsically
That's yin.
linked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so now
emotional
we're
relationship.
going now we're going with yin yang. Love and fear are yin yang.
They're not equals.
No.
They're not
you can have
equals.
either without
Correct.
the
Correct.
other.
They're not equals.
Correct.
They're connected.
Yeah, like
And
what
that-
you just said, like you asked the question wrong. What you would want to say in that, like the correct sentence there, Kieran, would be that fear exists because of God's love. You understand?
Yes. I fear losing
Yes.
God's love. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So for God,
But
love
like,
is
do you
primary.
not see that God's willingness to
Yeah.
allow us human beings free will,
Mm-hmm.
pain, torture, loss? This is the
Mhm.
ultimate expression of love because this is a divine vulnerability.
You said it again.
Vulnerability is the core of love.
Yeah,
He
that's
doesn't imprison us. He allows us to
yeah,
live in love
Right.
yeah.
and fear.
Look, God loves
I love
me.
how I love
God-
it though. These are the deep thought questions.
it's
that's
great,
what
mate. It's
that's
great.
what
It's
that's what
great.
this section's meant for. That's what this section's meant for, to get it get some back and forths going. That was the
Good
third
stuff.
question. So we got one more for this one here, and then we'll get into the lightning round. Okay. Oh, this is always a good one. Can peace exist without conflict first?
No, that was the Garden of Eden. After that, no.
Are we talking about any peace, any form of peace, or are we talking about specifically like between humans or?
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll just say
Abass.
like between like humans. Can peace exist without a conflict to have happened first? And we'll start with Ferrer on this one.
You said having to have conflict first.
Does conflict have to happen first before peace?
Well, I mean, you can have peace without conflict at all. If okay, so if there's no conflict yet, then you already have peace. But if conflict is something that's been ongoing off and on history, however you want to put it, then no, you can't. You have to calm that conflict to be able to get peace, and to do that, you have to do it with, well, force and conflict.
All right. Emmett?
I would say no. I think well, besides the idea of the Garden of Eden, we live in a fallen world, so conflict is inevitable in the world where we exist, and there's a lot of reasons for it. So I would say that where we live at, there is no way to keep peace without actually having force and inducing even conflict within society. That's why we need to put some people on camps, okay? Listen.
In the sandcastle.
They deserve it. Okay.
In the sand cages. Terry.
Hamstring piece.
Yeah.
Hamstring piece.
Emmett wants to open up a summer camp, it sounds like. But yeah, no, like war is a necessary or conflict is a necessary precondition to peace. You cannot have peace without conflict or war. It's the same thing as like you cannot have hot without cold. So I'd say no.
Okay. Abe?
I think that the natural state of all things is chaos, generally speaking, which means conflict has to come before peace.
All right. We'll go down. Oh, we'll start over here. Jeremy?
Yeah, wait, was the question peace before conflict, or was the question peace without conflict?
No, can you have peace without conflict first? So does
Yes.
conflict have to be before peace?
No, conflict doesn't have to be before peace, but I do think conflict, if you have, I mean, conflict is inevitable at some point, right? So yes, I think you can start out in peace and eventually be in conflict. But yeah.
All right.
I don't think it's required as the initial precursory interaction.
That's fair. Elder Lion?
Well,
wait, what?
Still trying to think a little bit. I think that
I thought you said wrong. I was like, wait,
Oh,
what?
no.
What's wrong?
Wrong.
Wrong.
Use your
I
words.
think ultimately at both of the ends, at the beginning at the Eden, at the end of Tom, there will be peace. But I think ultimately what creation is conflict. So I don't think that there's ever really peace without conflict. You have to have conflict to eventually get to peace.
Word. Okay. Kat?
I don't think conflict is necessary to have peace, but I think conflict is necessary to have the understanding and knowledge of peace.
Okay. Abe?
Yep.
Kieran.
Yeah, I think
I
that
was used to you being at the top of the last
Abe was
one.
going to get 2 terms there.
I know, right? Fucking I think peace without conflict is the idea that everybody agrees about everything all the time, and that never happens. It never happened since Cain and Abel. So we're going to have to work our shit out. There's going to be conflict. That's the only way to find peace, is to figure out who you are, who I am, how do you feel, how do I feel. I've got to be a little bit vulnerable. You've got to be a bit vulnerable, and then we work it out. Then we find peace. Because peace means, like, real peace means everybody feels comfortable with who they are. Well, I'm one person. My wife, for example, is a different person. We're going to have conflict to figure out who she is, who I am, and then we can settle down and be calm. So conflict before peace.
All right. And yeah, I would actually say the same thing because, like, listen, we come into this world kicking and screaming, all right? And then they give us a little pat and then we shut up. Like, oh, okay, we're good. So, yeah, we literally come into this world kicking and screaming with chaos before there's any peace. All right? So I would agree. You need the conflict before the peace.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into this. Is the lightning round. So this is another 4 questions, but each of these 1 word or 1 sentence answers only. No debating it or nothing. All right, we're just going through it. We're gonna start off the classic cats or dogs. We're gonna start with Jeremy.
Oh, I've gone through this one many times. Dogs. Cats are fucking vindictive assholes.
Elder Lion.
Dishes and everything.
Cats.
Cats.
Yeah.
All right, cat.
Dog.
Dogs. Kieran.
Dogs are simps, cats are based.
Okay, for real.
I'm married and my wife already acts like a cat. I wish I had a dog.
Abbott.
I would usually say cats, but since my dog, I would say dogs.
Base. Teriak.
Dogs all the way, baby.
Dogs.
Word. Ape.
Dogs.
Yeah, I would say dogs, definitely. All right, next question. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? And we're gonna start with Abe.
No.
Okay, Teriak.
I'd call it a fucking war crime, to be honest.
Emmett.
I would say no.
Okay, Pereira.
Hell yeah, I love war crimes.
Ah, shit. Kieran.
In Minecraft.
I would say cook a meat lover's pizza with pineapple on it, and then pickle the pineapple off, and then eat it.
A little
Some
bit
men
weird,
just want to
but
watch the
okay.
world burn.
A
Cat.
fellow after my own heart.
No.
No.
No for cat. Elder Lion.
Fuck no. And fuck you,
no for
JS.
Elder Lion. Jeremy.
No. And anybody who does want pineapple on pizza is sadistic and needs to be removed from society.
Yeah, and that's why one day I will be dictator of Can America, and the national dish will be pineapple on pizza. Okay.
I think Emmett.
You're going to Emmett summer camp.
Emmett's got a camp ready. Emmett's got a camp ready for you pineapple eaters.
I can't lie. I love me
got
some
this.
Hawaiian pizza. All right. Next question. You ready? And you only get to do a 1-word answer or 1 line. Is water wet? Jeremy.
No.
Elder Lion.
No.
Cat.
No.
Kieran.
I think if you shrunk down small enough to walk between the molecules of oxygen and hydrogen, it wouldn't look
One
wet.
word, Kieran.
One sentence.
This
You said word or
motherfucker.
sentence.
One word.
Word or sentence, right?
Did you say me?
Yep.
Sorry. Is water wet?
Yep.
Scientifically? No.
Yep. No. Emmett.
I would say no.
Teriak.
Nope.
Abe.
No, it can't be.
And I would say no as well. It can't be. Next question. Oh, wait, was that? No, that was 3. So we got 1 more. Here's one. You could have. Ready? $10 billion or guaranteed world peace. We'll start with you, Abe.
World peace.
Teriak.
Sorry, what's the question again?
You can have $10 billion or guaranteed world peace.
Ooh. I'd say the 10 billion because, like I said, like this whole illusion of like we'll all just be peaceful and this kind of stuff, like that's an illusion.
Okay.
He said guaranteed. He said guaranteed.
Take the 10 billion.
Nothing in life is a guarantee.
Emmett.
I will take the 10 billion because I need the money to get my camps, and I need the war to get my camps going. So that's all.
Career.
If I had a divine guarantee, I'd say yes. I want world peace.
Based. Okay. Kieran.
I need more telescopes. I'm taking the money, bro.
I need more Cat.
Damn, that's a lot of shoes, but I'm gonna have to go world peace.
That is a whole lot of shoes, that's for sure. Elder Lion.
Probably the money, because then I could end more suffering. The whole idea of world peace is, as I mean, that it ends suffer.
Okay. Jeremy?
I'm definitely taking the money because I know the peace would only be temporary.
Okay, I like it.
And that money would only be temporary with me too. Jesus saves, but I spend.
Shit. Okay. I like it. Let's go. Now, last round here. Okay. This is what we call Save the World. All right. So, the question of this one, this is a one question round. All right. It's the last question of the hot seat. So, if I want you to imagine, okay, close your eyes and imagine everybody in the world right now can hear you. They're going to hear you and listen to you and think on whatever you're going to tell them. Okay? What is your message to the world? And we're going to start with Jeremy.
Would it be bad if I go with the one I did the last time?
You can do whatever one you want.
And Abe, and Kieran, and Emmett, and Teriak.
Based. I like it. Sub up to all of them. Elder Lion.
Get ready to get in those camps. Emmett's pretty harsh.
I like it. Cat.
Mine would be go to church, show the ones that you love them, and be better.
Alrighty. Eclipse, I want to say thank you for the $20 pineapple on pepperoni. I'm with it. You want to know something really good? Pineapple, ground beef, and onion. I promise you'll never like another mix better. It's so good. Kieran.
I'm going to steal it. Love thy neighbor as thyself.
Okay. Ferrer?
I would say check out EOD and Abe's channel. Give them a like. Be nice to them. And if you have the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with somebody who disagrees with you, have that conversation. It only takes a moment of your time.
Word. I like it. Emmett?
So I'm just gonna say, visit my people temple on Saturdays. We have forced karaoke, and we accept shekels for it. Subscribe for this.
You have a chance to talk to the entire world, and you're grifting, bro.
Absolute G. That's how you do. That's how you grift. Capital G, boys.
Sometimes you have to. Sometimes I realize that I am actually from the tiny hat people. So subscribe to the people on panel. Thank you so much, Easy, for these, and go to church. Be better.
Based. I like it. Teriak.
There is no meaning to life. Life is meaning. If you lose meaning, you will lose your life.
Okay. I like it. Abe.
I would say Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through him.
I like it. And mine for tonight, I might have to go into my little list of quotes. Actually, you know what? I don't even remember who the person that said it, but we'll just it's It's like this. All right. It's really simple. Stars can't shine without some darkness. I don't know who said
Okay.
it though, so don't ask. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
It's a good one though. It's a good one.
It's true.
I can't think of who said it. Somebody smart, smarter than me, anyways.
Was
but-
it Kieran? He's the astrologer here.
Yeah, true. It was probably Kieran.
That reminds me of that quote, "Rage against the dying of the light."
Yeah.
Yes, do not go quiet into that dark night.
It's exactly why I picked that icon too.
Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up. All right. So, does anyone have any last words for the chat before I wrap things up? And again, I want to say thank you all for joining. These hot seats are always fun. So, thank you all for
Yeah, that was
joining.
fun.
Thank you all, and
was
thanks
fun.
for being patient with me.
Chat's retarded.
I want to apologize
if you
to
go to-
chat. I promised I'd come up here and bully you guys, and I didn't bully. I let them down.
If you go to church, you're not gonna go to the camps. You're saying, you know.
True. That's
And lastly,
actually good
I gotta
advice.
say this, man. Abe, you were killing me with those yawns this whole freaking time, buddy. Every time you did it, jaw started getting sore from yawning over here.
See how monkey brained we are? Like our brains have to yawn when we see someone else yawning because apparently we think our oxygen is running out. I don't know how that works, but
I mean, it's
I
kind of
love you,
weird.
Robo Abe.
It's
love
even
you,
kind of weird
Robo
with
Abe.
yawning, with being all robotic and whatnot.
Well, I'm going back with I'm going back to the conspiracy theory. I think Abe is just trying to make everybody believe we have a shortage of oxygen. He just yawns and spreads this like mind virus. Oh my God, we're running out of air. Stop it,
I
Abe.
think Abe bot just
Stupid.
glitched, and it looks like a
Stupid.
yawn.
That's Abe trying to impersonate human.
If you all just go to sleep, I can take over.
that makes sense.
Man,
Yes,
now
makes
that's
sense.
fear. That didn't have any love in it. That was just fear.
All right, guys. Again, thank you all for coming up. It's been an absolute pleasure, and
thank you,
I'm
sir.
gonna kick everybody off
Thanks for
off
having
the
us,
front
Easy.
door.
Thanks, Easy.
And one more time to Abe. Tell everybody while I'm kicking everyone out. Tell everybody where they can find you, because they need to know where to find the great debater of tonight.
Just come over to @AbeDinkus. We do similar stuff over there, debate and random conversations and sometimes fun activities or games or what have you. So come check us out.
Word. And thanks again for joining tonight. You absolutely killed it. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming through. And we'll have you on again soon for another one.
Sounds good.
Word. And chat, you fuckers. No, I'm joking. You guys are absolutely amazing. All right. I can't thank you guys enough. You ain't kicking me. I left, he says. You guys are absolutely amazing. I really, I can't thank you guys enough for the support. We smashed the Dono goal again tonight too. So I can't thank you guys enough for that. So thank you. Also, everybody who came and joined for the after panel, great after panel. Everyone was respectful. Hot seats always fun. Okay, always. I'm starting to add more questions to them too, and starting to like get a little more structured. So, yeah, I hope you guys are liking those. Tomorrow, all right, tomorrow or today, I should say. We have another debate, okay, for you guys. All right, and that is Steelborn versus Vigilante. Should we allow medically assisted death? That should be a great one. And then we have on the 12th, Geoverse versus Angry Amputee. Then on the 13th, we have Counterpoints versus Made by Jim Bob. All right. So we got a great week ahead of us here. All right, great week ahead of us, and then I'm gonna do something special on Friday since we're pushing the VK back, so that our regulars don't miss out on the big prize. So
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming and watching my debate against EOD. Hopefully I did well. Like I said, a bunch of that was mostly devil's advocate. I do have some questions about where our lines are as far as surveillance goes and exactly what surveillance counts within those boundaries. But yes, I argued for warrantless surveillance, but mostly in extremely tailored situations because I don't believe that there should be like a widespread dragnet style surveillance. But like I said before, a more moral people with a more moral system, maybe, but even then, there's questions to be asked about human nature and how it's used against other human beings, and so. Well, Bill, you might have to go rewatch it or something. I don't know, man. It was pretty decent. I think my opening statement was pretty good. I tried to encompass how we function with the Fourth and Fifth Amendment when it comes to warrants or warrantless use, and EOD was spirited. I'm glad that he stood his ground as hard as he did because his argument is good, and I think he did really good to stand up and defend the constitutional rights of the American people, as much as there's still obviously that contention when it comes to force doctrine and how rights are achieved, and how we function within them. So. Yeah, I mean, and I did say that also, that there's some level of warrantless surveillance that's going to happen regardless of whether or not there's a warrant. And there's even warrantless surveillance before a warrant is garnered as well, because you first would need some level of information gathering to even get the warrant in the first place. So yeah. Does anybody have questions, comments, concerns? I saw Abby earlier. I think it was Abby told Seth to ask me something. I'm not sure what it was. Thank you, Farir. That was fun conversation. It's always good to just like tear apart ideas with other people. It also helps us to expand our own thinking. I think once you get the preemptive ideas that you hold in your head out of the way, you are free to expand further into the idea in a way that you don't generally do within your own mind. And so conversation is awesome for that. Here's the whole thing. It depends. Do you understand the Democrat Party, when Joe Biden was in office, was jealous of China? Yeah, obviously. Natural law is absent of morality. I would say in the fallen state of the world, I would probably agree with that statement. I would say if we were talking about pre-fall of man, then you probably would have seen no disconnect between morality and the natural law. I think in the fallen world, fallen state, absolutely there isn't a moral codification within nature itself, right? There's no But that isn't to say that morality doesn't objectively exist, just that there's a separation. And that separation makes nature maybe void of the same metrics. Okay, good for you. Okay, trying to decide what I'm doing now. I probably need to eat food. And, yeah. What do you guys think? What does chat think? What do you want? Should I chill with you longer? What should we do? I appreciate it, Bill. Thank you. That was pretty good. I think that went pretty well. I don't think that would have necessarily been my first choice for I think force is, like, by its nature, like force doctrine is, and so yeah, I think that nature fits within that just like anything else does. Scott, thank you. Have a wonderful night. God bless you. Thank you, Abby. Thank you all for your support tonight. It was awesome. I appreciate y'all being here with me to watch and comment, and I appreciate Rob's raid. I wanted to call it out, but I was in the middle of stuff, and I hate to like call stuff out right in the middle of somebody else's stream when I'm on it. So I try to be as polite as possible, but I greatly appreciate the Rob raid. Thank you for coming in, Norons. Welcome in, Emmett. Good to see you. Oh, you need a link, huh? Okay. Hold on. What's up? What's up, Emmett? True, it is unpopular, but it still needs explored, so it's good, Emmett. How you doing?
Doing good. How are you, Abe?
I'm good. Good. I think it went decent.
What?
I said I think it went decent.
No, you bombed it, and we hate you for it. Okay, it's
So Emmett's not real, and he got kicked off the panel because he's not real. Welcome back, Emmett.
No, Voltaire is like, Emmett, fuck your food, link me.
Oh my gosh.
Go get your
Smartass.
food. I'll call the fort for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, we're gonna put him in the fucking freezer if he takes so long. Anyway, welcome, chat. How's it going? How's everyone doing? In this cope month, I see Bill Hicks around. I see Abby. I see Scott. See a lot of people from the Neurons. Seth. I'm holding the fort. I'm using my authoritarianism. Okay? That's what I'm doing. Let's see media. What do we have for media? Oh, ha 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 ha.
That's some serious shit, man.
That's some serious shit, man.
The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Ooh. And then we have one for everybody out there. Rob's wife currently bought a membership tonight. That's cool. Imitates the Crucible, complaints against the Crucible, should be their swear team from now on. If anybody has a complaint about the Crucible, send it to me. I'll take it up. I'll take it up to Boss Man. And then I'll come back to you and tell you what the fuck is wrong with you. We're not gonna go ahead and actually take your complaint seriously. We're just gonna ask you what the fuck is wrong with you at that point. The hat crazy matrix. I think we do. I think we do. Wait, no, we don't have it. I'll get it. I'll set it up later on. We have that one. How about that one? Come with me. Family from religion, Marxist, communist, cartel, terrorism for this family or nothing. By the way, you all better fucking say happy birthday to Abe when he comes back, okay? He's a Marine, and it's Marine Day. Yeah, it's feasible. I can do that, Jerry. It was gonna take a while. It's gonna take like maybe a week, depending on how it is. So I will. Depending on how complicated you want it. That's the question, right? Depends on you. So send me a message on Discord and we'll talk about it. Enough.
You've been healed.
This is for chat. Hey Emmett, how's the little hat people rap going? I'll be doing maybe tomorrow. I'll be actually taking a little bit of time to record it. It's not hard for me to do the recording. It's way more annoying to do the whole editing, and I want to go through the lyrics to actually check if I want those lyrics, so I'm gonna change them. So I like the curse, shekels running from the sky. You gold the low, keep it locked, no lie. Tiny hat people town, we on the night. Don't fuck with us, and the cash feels right. I like that, but I'm probably gonna change the second part. Tiny hat people town, we own the night. I don't think this makes any sense to me. So I'm probably gonna change that. I want to add the. I want to add somewhere in there that it says no. I'm not. I'm gonna sing it. I'm gonna sing the rap. That's part of the idea, and then I'm gonna put Haba below it, and I'm probably gonna try to make some kind of beat with Haba. Yeah, whatever it is. So I like the curse, but we on the night's probably gonna change that specific phrase, and then the I want to add to the verses the idea of 33% of us voted for Habibi. I wonder why we're in cages now, something like that. So I'll probably do something with that, but I'll be doing that. I'll be doing it on my own. So yeah, I'll be doing the rapping. That's the idea of it. Because the night belongs to lovers. I don't know. I just don't like the. It's not Jewish enough. It's just not Jewish enough. It needs a little bit more spice. Let's see. But yeah, I'll be doing that maybe tomorrow. It takes me a while to do voice things. It's a lot of editing and shit, and I'm not super fond of doing it. I'm also probably gonna try to do it with an auto tuner, so that it sounds even worse. Because why not? Um, no, Batman took the night. Yeah, Batman took the night. United States Marine Corps. So remember, you have to. Stay. Better fucking stay. To Abe. Happy fucking bitter. I don't know about little hat people, things to fill out versus. Well, it's not about knowing them. It's about stereotyping, right? Like the whole, it's a joke about. It's a joke. All of the things joke, and I'm making fun of them. That's the idea of it. And I know there's gonna be somebody that's gonna get pissed angry at that rap, which is funny. I don't know if I should get like a beat and do like an undertone beat of Haba. Haba Nagli, I think that's the name. Haba Nagila. $2. So yeah. Oh. So this is the idea. But maybe I could just add like a beat to it and just work on the beat. And maybe instead of having the whole thing have an Naglia flute, maybe I can just get the flute. This is really bad.
Hava Nagila. I play part.
Yeah, no one cares.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm pretty sure I can find a MIDI out of it, or just get the MIDI going, and yeah, and just put it down and get a beat, and under the beat just do the just mix it up. It's if I do this, it's gonna take me like a week, and I don't know if I wanna spend a week doing it. But at least I want my lyrics to be there. And the other problem is if I do it like that and then I put it, it's gonna be a big issue. The Crucible's new anthem, since Emmett is representative and all. Who let you out of your cave? Who let you out of your cage, Paige? Oh, that would be a cool. Who let you out of your cage, Paige? Yeah. Well, you don't know it, but yesterday I realized that since I'm the Crucible representative, I also am the horrible person.
I was there.
Yeah. So the Crucible new anthem system is representative and all. It's like, well, you know. Do you know that Paige is our There's a
Resident
cage
Wacky?
now. Oppression must continue until morale improves.
Mm-hmm.
Since Paige is our representative of the in female when it comes to cult, that's why. Who let Paige out of the tower? How's your food, Abe?
It's good. How's
What do you
yours?
think? Should I do a Habanaglia and just get a beat under it and do like a mix, or should I get like the actual MIDI with the flute and then get an actual beat for the song and then do the rap on top of it? What do you think?
I like the idea of MIDI.
And I try to find it. There must be one. If not, I'll just do it with the piano.
There's got to be a MIDI MIDI file mixer out there.
Well, I can. Give me a second. Right. I can actually see the page with the music, so I can just go ahead and play it along, and I don't need to be on time or anything because I can work the time.
What's up, Voltaire?
Hey, I was just coming to say, Emmett, you should just go onto YouTube right now and just type in "Have a Nagila rap beat" and just see what they got for samples.
The chick was just there to troll Andrew. I don't think she was there to troll Andrew. I actually believe that she was so dumb that she couldn't
Hey,
do
Paige.
like half the thing. Oh, I know what's happening. Can
What are you
anybody say
eating,
anything?
Abe?
Burritos.
Doritos.
No, burritos.
Oh, burritos.
Burritos.
Yeah, I took a page out of Brian Atlas's playbook. I'm eating some burritos.
Like you made them yourself, or like frozen ones?
There's a tower. That's
I can't tell
Henry
you.
VIII, y'all. I dig it. Welcome to monarchy, Paige. We got towers. We got towers and shit.
So,
how's it going, Voltaire?
I'm doing
Emmett,
well.
how was the debate?
The debate was fine. I missed like the second half of the debate, but the debate was okay.
You
I
jerk.
realized, well, I got a call.
You jerk.
Always. I realized that EOD was I think we actually went through pretty much the argument from EOD side when we went through it. He was way more indignant than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the entire thing. So
yeah.
You
that
dick.
sucks. Yeah, my wife is like, "Oh, I want to watch RT Games play this new game called Life of P or something like that. I don't know."
Life
I'm
of
like, okay,
Pi?
fine. Pi, yeah.
Life of Pi or Lies of P?
I don't know. It's like Pinocchio and stuff like that, but like
Lies of
Souls
P.
games.
Lies of P.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
it's not a new game. It's kind of old.
Oh well, it's a new stream, I guess, of his. I really don't know what. I just said yes, and then I continued playing Fallout.
I see.
So I'm gonna have to go back and watch the whole thing.
I see.
But apparently you did really well. Really well. You had him on the fence a couple times. That's what I heard, anyways.
Huh. I can't tell.
What do you guys think? Should I play an anime, another anime game, or should I play a non-anime game next?
What kind of anime game, though? That's the real question.
I don't think the chat cares. I think the chat will think that it's gonna be degenerate anyway. But should I troll my chat and be like go full anime, or should I be like no?
When do you not troll your chat, Emmett?
It's true. True.
What's your favorite anime game?
Jesus, I don't know. Let me see. I have a lot of games.
I don't even know. Like this, like what is an anime game? What's
It looks
give
like
me some
anime.
examples.
That's the
Game
idea.
based on an anime?
Yeah.
Like is Pokemon an anime game?
No. Well, yeah.
Kinda?
It is. Yeah, it is. My bad.
Is Final Fantasy an anime game?
Oh, you're telling me to play Pokemon? The problem with Pokemon is that I will have to play the old one because the new ones suck, and I don't want to do the whole thing.
Play like old Game Boy Color Pokemon?
That's the only ones I play. I don't think I've ever been past Gen 3 or Gen 4.
What can I play that it's like an anime? That it's not that long. I have a lot of RPGs, and I really like playing those RPG games. But the problem is that they take forever, fucking ever.
Emmett and his degen waifu games. Says Smoking Spaceman.
Yeah, that's you see, Smoke Spaceman is coping.
Is that cope or is that just truth?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, you tell
Abe,
me.
do you
You're
like
the one.
anime? Do you like? You tell me, Abe. Do you like anime?
Who said I like anime?
I'm asking you.
Who said that?
I never said that you like him or you don't. I'm asking if you like him.
I think you already know the answer and you're trying to expose me or something.
I don't know. I never asked before. I need to know, Abe.
Trigun's good. And Gundam Wing Zero is good.
There you go. Tell him, Smoking Spaceman. Tell him. Tell him. The Degen anime.
Is Dynasty Warrior considered anime?
I think so.
Well, then that was probably my favorite. I miss the old Dynasty Warriors where you fought off hordes of men and you're just taking out like thousands of guys with a few swings.
The way to do it. 10,000 with your right hand and 10,000 with your left.
There's just something like just so epic about it.
True.
And then they try to add too much into it. It's like just go back to basics, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of interested to see how the new Grand Theft Auto is going to be. You think they're going to ruin it, or is it going to be woke?
They're ruining everything. Why wouldn't they ruin that too?
I know. I could play Persona 5.
What is that?
It's like one of the best RPG games ever.
False.
And then people are gonna and this dating sim too. So people are gonna be like, oh my god. Ah yeah, that's great. When I'm telling who.
Chat, how did I do in that debate? I was not paying great attention to chat because you know why.
You did well, Abe. I think I killed the panel though.
You definitely dominated it.
Do you ever go on Terriax for his Wheel of Madness?
Say that again?
No. Do you ever go on to Terriax channel for his Monday Wheel of Madness or his Wheel of fucking Madness?
I haven't been on since then, no, but I've been on it in the past.
That's always fun.
Yeah?
Well, he's always got some, like, the most random fucking people on there, so you can have complete fucking lunatics and mentally brain dead people. I find it pretty fun. And then, like, Clay goes on, and then me and him just fight the whole time.
Yeah, Clay's interesting.
He's something else. I do agree with a lot of his takes, but the way he argues is just it's just different.
And by different, you mean annoying?
Yeah, very annoying. Yeah. Like, I'm like, I don't care what you have to say. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. Just shut up.
What is VR Troopers? I never heard of that game. Do you guys know about it?
I don't think so.
No. Like virtual reality? I never played any of the virtual reality games, if that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't remember that game ever. It says Emmett, play VR Troopers, make my childhood cry. And then the other one person says Emmett played a game with his game AI digital girlfriend.
It's true.
Nah. It's not true.
Uh-huh.
I
True.
disagree.
Prove it.
No, you prove it.
Prove it.
I said it first. You prove it.
Where's the proof of your sheet?
On your stream.
Oh, come on.
What? Everybody knows that you are a game. And if you're in a game, playing a game, then that's just true.
How can a person be a game?
Yeah, it's
Ask Emmett.
impossible for me to be a game.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is impossible.
Really?
What is my combo? Huh? You know the combo?
Yeah.
No, because I don't have a combo. You see, because I'm not a game.
It's right eye, left eye, sleep.
Where do you insert the disc? Or
It is.
download the program?
You know where.
Oh, okay.
Floppy disk or like hard drive type?
5.5-inch floppy. What the fuck? Sorry, you said disc, and I. It's crazy that things don't even have discs anymore. Like,
I don't like that. I like having physical copies.
I agree with that, but it's weird. Everything's
Yeah.
digital download, and
I mean, there's some convenience to it, I guess. I mean, it's never going to get destroyed, but then again, they could always just yeet it or make you like pay for it extra, or who the fuck knows.
that's true.
It's like it's amazing what they're doing with subscriptions and ads and all that shit. Like Ubisoft, it's like certain games are just like, it's just not even fair. You basically pay for your build out.
Oh my gosh, Paige. Damn.
Paige, you can't. You know, we're gonna let you out of the cage to go to the kitchen once in a while. After that comment, that was a great comment.
Paige, did you watch the debate? Do you want to come up?
Please, Paige, come tell us.
In fact, you could take part in a debate breakdown with me and Emmett at some point.
I am not worthy.
Supreme Leader, thank you so much. I'm not worthy. Shut up. I'll tell you if you're worthy or not.
Who's that question for, Kokomo? Us?
What does objective mean?
Objective mean? Oh, that's from Andrew, isn't it? Earlier when he was asking.
Okay, it's something that it's mind dependent and not mind dependent at the same time. That's what objective is. Abe, what is a right?
There is no. That was funny.
No. It's no, it's something that is mind dependent and not mind dependent at the same time. It's objective, but also subjective, but also objective. You know.
It's a privilege.
It depends on
a duty.
It depends on my it depends on my preferences on the day.
Yeah, exactly. It's imaginary. It's inevitable.
It's inevitable.
It's inevitable.
Objective is inevitable.
It's inevitable.
Okay, Agent Smith.
I am in. Yeah. True. Now, what are we doing anyway? What the hell is going on?
What are we ever doing?
We are coping. You're coping, and then I cope.
I never cope. I've never coped
on.
before in my life.
Welcome to Copelandia.
Why didn't you watch it?
I did watch
Paige.
it. Oh, because Paige was in chat.
It's like, who else didn't watch it? What the hell?
Yeah, because Paige was in chat with the Crucible because she's a mod. Yeah.
Damn it, Paige. How dare you?
That was second to sleep time, you see? She has sleep times.
Who said you're allowed to sleep, Paige?
Yeah, that's true. Who's could give you?
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Wait a second, I'm being too benevolent here. What the fuck is going on, Paige?
You're like, wait, I didn't even notice. What the hell? See? Oh shit, that's funny. Oh man. Oh man. Mr.
Oh, I had
Anderson.
a exchange with Sarah and with
Really?
Felicity today.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Today?
Why don't you tell us about it?
today. Yeah, it was funny.
It was.
It was like at first
Yeah,
starts
the
and I'm
pause in the
like,
game,
yeah,
that is.
I don't think there's such a thing as a place with no bias. And if there's gonna be bias, I want it to be on my favor. And they're like, oh, but then you're acting like a lefty, and I'm like, yeah, what what's that fucking wrong? You know, they're gonna do it anyway. If this is where the system that we live on, why should I be beholden to another standard? And do you remember when I told you when I said that Sarah was having trouble booking lefties, and that's why she was going more and more towards the idea of left?
Yeah.
And you know exactly what she said today. She said, "Oh well, lefties ask for so many things. They're like kind of hard to book." And I was like, "Oh, I knew it 100%." But if
Yeah,
that is
there's
the
this
case, then we can do the same thing. We're gonna be like, well, we're gonna be fucking hard to book too.
I'm gonna give you all in the chat a hint. If you sacrifice your original audience for one you think is gonna be better, it's just like picking the greener grass on the other side that's actually spray paint. It's not real.
Yeah, no shit.
Don't sacrifice the good thing you've got for something you don't have.
I was telling my wife this the other day. Like, I couldn't imagine being on the left, how emotionally draining that would be to always have to like think that somebody's watching your back because they're always watching you because somebody always is ready for you to make the smallest
Oh, yeah.
mistake. Then
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, oh, haha, that he said that. Like,
Ostracize
Ryan
him
does it all the
quickly.
time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ryan does it. Like, people, they'll make a joke. He's like, that was offensive, and I'll be like, you were offended by that? He's like, no, I'm not offended by it. So then why state that? But it's like, oh, people are watching him. Like a
Whenever
fucking
he's
hawk.
whenever he says stuff like that, just say "cry harder, bitch."
My favorite part of the whole exchange that I had was when she was like, "Well, you think this all matters? It doesn't matter. You guys, you think your debates are so important?" And I was like, "Okay, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with everything you have to say in this regard."
Don't worry,
Okay.
I say the same thing to Emmett
If it-
too. I told him to
if
cry
it doesn't-
cry harder too.
if nothing matters and all of this doesn't matter, it can matter. It can also not matter to them. So if it doesn't happen, I still want it to be on my end. It's
Of
gonna
course.
be, or our side doesn't matter, their side doesn't matter either. So.
If the bias is inevitable, then why would you not want it aligned with your side?
Yeah.
And they were like, they don't get it. And I was like, fuck, I do get it. You don't get it.
Yeah, you don't get it.
You
Well,
don't
you're
get
just going to erode the whole system if everybody's doing the same thing. They're all doing it right now, dumbass.
The guy, I remember the guy, the lefty that actually came up, was like, we lost it. This thing and this thing. It's like, you just won an election. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
What they have to say. Oh, but that was because it was different. It's like, well, yeah, well, it's different for us too. Like, I understand that you want us to hold to a different set of standards than your own, but we're not gonna play by that ball anymore. We have our own set of standards now. And yeah, that's it. Good luck. Good luck and fuck off.
That was a weird stream.
Well, the only reason I got it. Oh, and you know the part that actually pissed me off is the weak part. They were like, "Yeah, Weak is a fucking awful moderator that goes on, and if you are on the right, he will debate you, he will attack you, and he will do whatever he wants." And I really like the idea that he brought it up because I was able to say, "Well, you see how Weak does it." Weak, fucking Soy Peel was a complete asshole during the whole exchange, and we got his back because he's a lefty. So W nepotism.
For
And
sure.
it's like, and he got his fucking back and he swallowed his pride and he was like, yeah, this is my boy, and we're gonna go ahead and protect my boy. And if that is the case, I agree with it. Nepotism. You see how it is?
That's kind of why
It was
what I was
not
thinking about this.
nepotism. Fuck, it was nepotism. I know exactly how fucking nepotism looks like. I look exactly like that. I go in, I troll the fuck out of you. After I troll you, I go, instead of me being like, you fucker, no, I will defend you all the way to kicking the guy. Because that's how it works.
Yep.
Going back to what Bricky said, he wanted us to have an actual person we could point at for like the sneaky fuckers, and I don't think Sarah actually qualifies. I think the sneaky fuckers are the people who have been ostracized, they've been kicked out of their like the left for being stupid, and they're just trying to find an in back in. I think that's a lot of the sneaky fuckers.
That, or they're trying to worm their way into the right to cause hate and discontent.
Oh no! I know who the sneaky.
But I feel like
fuckers
that's.
are.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me explain this to you. It's very easy to know who the sneaky fuckers are. Have you heard this phrase lately? Oh, I am a lefty, but I didn't vote Democrat.
I've heard it, but
I'm a lefty, but I'm actually like, it's not responsible. I don't like extinct. Do you know who he is one? It's gonna come back to me. It's gonna be bad, but an actual person that I would say is kind of an infiltrate is Confluence. Confluence is like, I am in the right, and then he talks to you 10 seconds about trans rights. It's like, Jesus Christ.
No offense to you, not Voltaire, but Confluence is a Canadian, and he acts as a Canadian.
Oh, okay. Hey, no offense taken. I just want to be an honorary American. So if one of you could make that happen, that'd be great. Just an honorary one. You don't have to make me an American.
Yeah. I don't know. His takes are not right. He says he's center right, but like he seems more like center left.
The biggest problem with Canada, it's all about location. If you're not in the Midwest, then you're going to be a leftist no matter what. Like, it's hard to explain. It's just the culture. Like, you could say you're on the right, but you're going to have so many leftist ideas that conflict with your own worldview. It's kind of crazy.
The topic of that debate is great, though, Abe. I wanted to debate it, but I was too late on the docket. Did you take the?
I was the affirmative page.
Did you take the science?
I took the affirmative.
Or against? I was going to say that it was justified legal basis. Yeah. Well, I am on the side of being justified, right? Actually, I am the side of it. It was playing a little bit of devil's advocate. I'm not. I am.
I mean, that's the whole the long and short of that prompt specifically. Like, there's a certain level of devil's advocate you have to play with it. I think, unless you're all for government in every facet of your life, which I don't know.
Well, I would say I still think that it would be necessary for, like, remember what I said is like the government has to be able to defend itself in a sense, and it has to have the jurisdiction to be able to do it. So if he's gonna be able to do it, and it's gonna have the capacity of killing like the people doing it, then it should be able to do the. It should be able to take lives when it comes to justice as well. That's the part of what I'm talking about. At the end of the day, it has to be able to do that, and not doing that is the election of duty. That's how we'll see it.
I know, yeah, Kokomo, I could agree to a point, but the problem with that statement is that only works so long as the government's on your side.
Yeah.
The moment that your own government actually sees you as a problem, it doesn't matter if you have something to hide or not.
And this is why camps was mentioned. This is why. That's the reason why.
Right.
In Canada right now, they're trying to get a bill passed where, well, they've just said that minimum sentences for CP is unconstitutional, but now they're trying to pass something where you get a minimum sentence for having hate content on the internet, like hate speech. Canada is so messed up.
So don't punish the really bad things, but punish the semi-bad things. I get it.
Well, if
I
you
don't
read
Semi.
understand how.
I can't even say semi bad because hate is such a fluid
if you
term at
read the
this point.
Yeah.
if you read the Gulag Archipelago, it's part of the reason why it's telling you about it. And if you actually read it, especially the beginning of the book, it's like telling you how exactly it corrupted the system and corrupt it how corrupted it went. And if you actually read it, it was not the government that went corrupt. It was the people. That the people had all of these lies ingrained in them.
And they turned on everything,
Yeah.
even their own.
Emmett, say that. Which word, Mr. Bill? I'll say it, but I need to know which word. No, it can be done right now. I think it pretty much can be done right now without much problem. Especially if you're not a citizen. The problem is when you're a citizen. It's when does it get out of hand? Is it a bunch of intrusion to Patriot Act, or was that repealed? Arcapelio, 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 Arcapelio.
So the Patriot Act is still in effect, but chunks of it have been diminished. And so he brought that up, but there's not like recent bad effects, not like the complaints of it of the past were. And I would agree there was definitely some oversteps in it, but not like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's useful till it's not. Right? Like
Go ahead.
You're good. Go ahead.
I'm wondering did you agree with the Patriot Act when it came out?
I don't think that I fully understood the Patriot Act when it came out, to be fair. I was a young adult in the military.
Yep.
So there was a level of
Archipelago?
I support my government, and that's that kind of thing going on with me. So
it was different times back then too.
It was absolutely different times back then. And the threat was real and felt real.
Yep.
And like I was in the Middle East shortly after it happened, after 9/11. So
it's crazy what happens when just time passes. Something becomes that you think is, completely fine, not thinking of the malice of it, and then it's like, now it's like, holy fuck! Now everything that goes through law, you're just like, hey, what are the consequences?
well, that's why like our whole generation is like tiptoeing around what we think should and shouldn't be enshrined. Because it's like, oh shit, well, yes, we need this, but if we put it into law, then the moment that the other side's in office, they're going to use it against us in some way. And it's like, that's a terrible place to be when every new law that gets passed might get used against you by opposition.
Well, that's a terrible place to be if you are beholden to your own standards, right? But it's the same thing that happened today when I was talking to Sarah and Flow State. It's like, well, we can't do anything. Like, we have to accept that the leftists are gonna be this and this. Like, okay.
Well, I don't necessarily even mean it that way, Emmett. Like, if the language is loose enough, it can be used for purposes it was never intended to be used for.
Yeah.
So, like
what?
Like, say you create a anti-T act to weed out terrorist cells in the United States, and then the next rotation and the president comes in and he deems, I don't know, your religion, for instance, an act of T, and then starts utilizing the same laws that were put into place to stop extremists, is now used against you.
With Biden, right? Like they went after, like they said that white people basically are the worst. Like he went up with
and domestic.
he with the red background behind him, like that was messed up.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, but that implies that the other side, which is our side, is not going to do the same. And at that point, it's like, at this point, I understand that it doesn't sound nice, but If it's being done from one side, it has to be done on the other side until the other
Sure.
side decides to stop being completely dumb about it.
Okay, but are you saying you're willing to just do whatever the evilest thing is they're willing to do?
It depends on what the evilest thing is, right?
No, I don't think
Yes,
it does.
I am willing to do a bunch of things, especially because they are literally, well, in my eyes, they are um killing babies at extreme rates. So I have no long lost for whatever they think is fair.
Right, but humanity isn't a monolith, so
So what? I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
they aren't all of them.
Oh, we're talking about the leadership, right?
I'm talking about in general.
Oh,
Like all, right? Because if we say it the way that we say it, right? If you say they or you say the left, then you're not talking, in the minds of most people, you're not talking about a person or a group of people. You're talking about all of the people on that group at that point,
okay.
right? And so if I say, are you willing to do any evil thing that they are? And you're like, well, it depends. And I'm like, I don't think you're
Yeah.
willing.
Where do you draw the line? Because I
There's
don't
a
think they
certain
have one.
level, right? There's a certain level of morality.
At stopping the killing of baby.
Well,
How
that's what
about
I'm.
there? And I'm not having any problem of doing anything it takes when it comes to that.
Anything is a lot of things. It's everything.
Yeah, I know. But they're willing to do the same, right?
I know that. I just don't think I don't know.
I think there's some lines that shouldn't be crossed.
Well, what was the last time? Well, do you remember what was the Canaanites doing when they received the actual judgment of God? Okay, well, what they were doing was they were
Sacrificing,
babies, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Okay? And then the judgment was anything that moves goes.
Yeah.
So, that's the point. The point is there are things in this world in which you are willing to do actual.
Would you actually do this, Emmett? Would you actually? Because it's fun. It's all right. It's fun being trying to be like, oh, I'd be for this, I'd be for that. But
If I have power, is that what you mean? Yeah.
no, not
like,
telling
there's a-
somebody to do something. You doing it yourself
With your
As
own
like-
two hands.
Yeah.
Will I deliver judgment? Yeah, I think so.
Because I think there's a difference in divine commandment and us right this moment.
Well, but my point is the way that they usually work out and it should work out is you utilize it's like you break a couple of eggs and all the hens getting 9. Pretty much how it works.
I mean, I would agree with that if we weren't seeing some of the things that we see today.
Are we actually
A
breaking
rot-
eggs? That's the problem, right?
No,
Like, there hasn't
that's
been any
not.
broken eggs. You go into these places and they, we're gonna go ahead and capture this guy, and then they put it on in jail for less than an hour, and then he's out, and then he's all around doing the same kind of bullshit.
Sure,
It's been
but-
going on and on and on, especially in the left. So
Look,
there's
I'm
not
not
been any-
saying I'm not saying that it shouldn't be stopped and we shouldn't be the ones to stop it. What I am saying is the rebellious spirit of humanity leads them to grin in the face of righteousness and continue to do evil
Yeah.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
where I'm kind of stuck on it.
and spread it and
Yeah.
push it and laugh and scream and
It's
claw
kind of like the
and
seed, the very seed that got us here.
Yeah,
Like
and
it's-
the way you deal with that is not by saying, "No, yes, you can do anything you want. I'm sorry." It's by
Well,
saying,
obviously.
"Now I'm gonna kick your teeth in." That's how you deal with it.
I don't disagree to a point. I think evil has to be punished, but I also think that the method matters. I mean,
How
I
would
don't know.
you? I don't like the left. They're pretty unified with what they're willing to do, but I can't see a unity in the right, basically, on what people are willing to do. Like Emma, you said you would your bare hands, but there's a lot of people that would say no.
Yeah, I know what a lot of people would say, but that's why you have to. There's a difference in there's a there's a point in which you have to be able to bring up the cultural ideas, right? And then actually move ahead and do the changes that you want. The way that this has been done, and Nape can pretty much express it himself. It took years. It took like 3, 4 generations to go to this fucking mess, and it's gonna take us at least a couple of generations to bring us either back or to move us towards a better solution. And you have to do it through one of the ways that you can do it peacefully, because otherwise what you're asking for is war, is through changing the culture and trying to explain why these kind of ideas are better for society in general, than if you don't do them.
Yeah, but
So
I get that, but I'm talking about the visceral part of it. If we're willing to go as low as they are, because they're you know what I mean.
yeah, but they're getting pretty low because they think they have the power, right? And the reason and the idea right now is that they think they are justified in everything that they're saying, and most of the people would be against even do anything to them because Christianity is about peace and love and acceptance, and it's about feeling good, you know. And it's
Mm.
not about doing the right thing or using force to stop them or do all the other things that have to be with actual Christianity. So, if I have to have this conversation when it comes to even the idea of using force to stop, maybe like
What?
yeah,
What?
I have to have this conversation against that. It's like, well, when I use force, when it comes to the idea of this is the line in the sand, we're gonna stop killing babies. That's
Yeah.
it. That's the line in the sand, and I will do anything that's necessary, including
Yeah.
burning witches if need be. That's the line in the sand. And then it's like, well, would you go do it? Yes. And I think it's that there's the justification. I think that is the justification of it. It's completely and absolutely unacceptable.
We need to change the law.
Yeah.
We need to make it illegal and unacceptable.
I liked
And
on.
I agree.
Go ahead.
You're good. I said I agree.
I liked on whatever podcast last night where she's like, yeah, well, if you know the birth rate's declining, then they should just make it illegal to have birth control. And then he's just like, oh, I love you, and it's like, well, this is what's going on, and then it's like backpedal.
Yep, hard backpedal. And she continued to backpedal the rest of the conversation because of it, and then wouldn't answer any other questions, really. Like, oh, that's funny. How did you not know?
Yeah.
Oh, right, because you're the demographic and age group that should be having children that won't.
Yeah. And I don't know. What you got? Would you guys abolish all contraceptives?
Yeah, I would.
Honestly, I never thought about it really deeply because
I didn't think most people don't think. Emmett's like, fuck yeah. He's like, if you can use a Ziploc bag, never again. Those Ziplocs are banished. I'm fucking
Well,
with
it's
you.
not even that. It's like you have to be able, like the whole idea is kids, especially when they are growing up as teenagers, need to be able to understand there's consequences to the fucking actions.
Yeah.
And one of
Yep.
them is you do this, you get a baby. Okay? And if you have a baby, you have all of these responsibilities. And if you're too stupid to get it until you get a baby, then fine. Okay? You get married and you have a family and you have to do all this shit now. Because that's how you have to do it. But otherwise, if you don't want to do it, you need to be able to control you. That's the whole point. Like the other day, they were talking about segregating schools. I would segregate schools 100% and put male teachers and female teachers. And the female teachers would go to the female schools and the male teachers to the male schools. And they're like, oh my God, how would they do? Like, well, they did it in the past.
Yeah. My grandmother
Well,
literally was in an all-female school.
They did it in the past, and guess what? We are here, and the grandmas and grandpas met each other. Guess, incredible, right?
Yeah.
and I would like remove all of it, and I will give it back to the churches. The churches were the ones that were in charge of education.
I
It
mean, I
can
can
be done.
understand.
We've done it's been done before.
I can understand where like kind of everything started going bad. Like, well, teachers are too strict, or just that little kind of worm that gets into society. It's like, but today they've thrown everything, every baby out with every bathwater. They're like, fuck it all.
Well, it's like I said, right? Like whenever I talk to the later people, it's like you had your choice, you had your chance, you had your chance. You told us all you wanted was be normal and be accepted in society, right? And the moment you had that, you squandered it. Now it's your turn to go back into the fucking closet. So far, so far down the closet that I don't have to see you, okay? Because otherwise, you're gonna go high, high, high on the tree, so high that you could be hanging, okay? So the point of it is, you had your choice, you had your chance, squandered it. I'm done with this conversation. I'm not gonna have the conversation about that anymore.
I hear you, and that is what happened. Really, like they we could have just lived together. It was like that to me, like the '90s, but like late 2000s was like, or 2000s was like, everything we're kind of
There's like
cohabiting the area, but
this is such a much bigger puzzle than that, though. Like, yes, I agree with you. They definitely did do that thing, the squandering and all of that. I think the bigger piece of the puzzle has to do with earlier time than even that. And I think that the ushers was the women's movements, like the feminist
totally, I agree.
movement, ushered in the gay movement, ushered in the trans movement.
But I feel like these
And
movements should have
every
just
single
figured out they stop at one point.
yeah, but every single one of them rode on the back of women's liberation, and that movement is still pushing with all the veracity it possibly can, and has not stopped since it started.
But it's so nonsensical.
Obviously, but
like I just wish. I mean, life would have been good if they just had any sense and just stopped it right where they had it. Right before the press, where we just felt everybody. It's like we're on a giant iceberg or floating ice, and then they wanted to go all to one side, and the whole fucking thing is flipped.
Well, the worst part is it gets worse the more you examine it. Because the more you look at this picture, the worse the picture looks. It's not like, oh, they did this one thing and they did that thing and they ushered that in and that didn't help us at all. No, it's way worse than that. They eroded the cultural norms, the cultural structures, the religious centers, the education system, and the businesses, like every single thing that could be affected by the feminine persuasion has been, and to the extreme, to the point where your feminist leadership are all practicing witches and espouse goddess worship,
Which
and
is crazy. I did not know that. But now, like, in these spaces a lot more, I'm like, holy fuck! Like, why are all these women witches?
Yeah, because the feminist movement needs something to latch onto, and humans are predisposed to belief of some kind.
Yeah,
and they're not going to believe in the thing that doesn't let them do whatever they want. Just like most of the offshoots of Christianity that have come in the US are occult-based women's movements that had to shift their church into a new form of church just to continue. It's wild when you actually break it down and look at what's happened. It's like, oh, that apple got eaten at the beginning and it's been eaten ever since. No offense, just
offense to who?
To the ladies. I'm not like blaming individual women. I'm just saying, like, the movements to destroy what is natural have caused so much freaking damage. It's crazy to me. Worldwide, for generation after generation, it's bad.
Mm-hmm. And the enemy is at the gate.
See that? You see what Paige just said right here. I don't know if Jared was listening to this, but I debated liberal Christian witches the other night on Tard Talk. Catholic, even for one of them. Like, can somebody explain to me how you can be Christian and a witch?
Christian in name only. That's a sneaky fucker.
That's it's craziness. It's all just craziness.
It is. Well, like you said, once you latch onto one thing and start exploring that further, it's like every little thing is a rabbit hole. It's like, wow, it can't be that bad. Oh, yes, it is. Well, fuck. And then you go on to the next thing, and it's like, yeah, no, it's that bad. Well, fuck.
It's like every next generation made more and more twisting to the system until welcome to the modern era where nothing makes sense, everything's topsy-turvy, and it's hard to even know where you stand.
It's hard to know where our kids are going to be, when the way in our age now.
It's terrifying to think. That's why we have to work on fixing it now and teach our children that it needs fixed.
Yeah.
And work with them. Help
Well,
them
that's the thing.
see.
You have to, right? Exactly. I think that's the biggest shocker will be people that have never. Well, it'll be such a difference in society where you're going to have kids that know everything and kids that know nothing. I never thought, like, that's going to be crazy. It's really hard to convert people too. Like, I didn't want to. I was kind of forced to, just by my own curiosity and reasoning, to figure out what the hell was going on. But it's not like that for a lot of kids.
Yeah. Paige, this reminds me of what just happened on whatever with Andrew, right? That girl saying she just does affirmations under the full moon, and it's like,
Under the full
well,
moon.
you're actually a witch then. I don't know what to tell you. You see this? After I countered them, Abe, the host said, well, I'm not actually a witch. I just practice divination and manifestation. I was raised Catholic. Okay. What part of divination didn't give you witchcraft vibes? Like, I don't. But that mental disconnect is there. Like, and it also, I think this is the craziest part. I think that, like, all the women judging themselves as tens, all the women being more concerned with how they feel about themselves than how they actually are, all of those things are tied into the same movement. And they don't even have to be raised with that knowledge. They don't have to even be taught anything that has to do with feminism. The entirety of the culture fosters it into them from the day they're born until the time that they're adults. Their television shows, their popular media, the music, everything tailors this story for their minds so that they could be anything, they can do anything, they can act however they want, they don't have to be or do anything in our world. They just get to be whatever they want.
It's a lack.
However,
It's a lack. To me, it's a lack of self-awareness. But it's weird when I say self-awareness because it's always based on how actually other people, you thinking how other people perceive you, and they don't care. Like they're against self-awareness basically in that sense.
well, that's part of it. Part of it is that if the brainwashing sets in, which in 90% of the cases it probably does because of the way that society runs now, they will have a cognitive dissonance or a cognitive disconnect so powerful they can believe completely opposing ideas all at the same time, and not just two, but many all at the same time, and see no problem with holding all of them at the same time.
Yeah, fair.
That's crazy. Like, that's freaking crazy. If the logical entailments of your belief system break your other belief systems, maybe they're not congruent with one another. But that doesn't ever register.
I think it's crazy that go ahead.
When the Bible says, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, and yet you're a Christian witch, explain that to me. Yep. Nada. Like, There has to be some crazy disconnect within your head to think that those two things are fine to be at the same time.
Well, I think that's exactly it. I think they're how the synapses work and stuff like that. Two things can exist in their brain without ever connecting to each other. It's just, to me, it's crazy that we live in a world right now where back in the day you were a simpleton. You kind of went on one branch of thing. You were a scientist. You did woodworking, and now we're so saturated with information that you can have 7 or 8 different things. If you don't actually connect each one, you can have those. And it's like the world's at, the information's at our fingertips, but we still don't know how to. Most people don't know how to actually use it or understand it or connect to things. I feel like our brains are just saturated without any actual connections between the two.
Yeah, it's wild to me. Because nothing has to actually make sense for it to be true to people anymore. And
well, I believe that people could have lived like that easily before, but now it's really detrimental to the society. Like,
well, here's one too. You talk to like older conservative people, like old, like 80s, right? And try to talk to a woman about generalizations, and she will still mostly get them. But you talk to a young woman today about things in general. Women in general are weaker than men. The immediate response you'll get is, well, not all. Obviously, I said in general, women are weaker than men. Yeah, but I know some women that are stronger than men. Okay, great. I said in general. They can't, like most of them can't even think in general terms. They can't even think.
Yeah. And that's why forced doctrine absolutely obliterates them.
Right.
It's like, it's so obvious. How can you not see this? It's like, I was just talking to the wife about this last night. We were saying how crazy they always say the same things, and it's always such a stupid fucking argument they give. It's like, did you not think about it for at least 2 seconds?
Well, and I have a theory on this. I think there's a natural disposition in the feminine persuasion to look to the particulars. And the reason that is because women in general were meant to bear children, and because they're meant to bear children and tend to those children, they pay very close attention to the unique and individual, whereas men are workers. We're out there doing tasks, and we have to see the general, we have to care for the family and watch the camp. We have to be general thinkers, and I think that men are more tailored for general thinking and women are tailored more for specific or particular thinking. And because of that, there's already a disconnect. And then they amplified that over the generations to where women can't even think in those terms.
Yeah,
now,
because men are macro. That's why we're not so great at individual things, like because we can't put our energy into that tiny thing like they can.
Well, that's why we can lose something and look over the house and not find it. And our wife's like, it's right here. Yeah. We're like, I didn't see that. Like, well, it was right on the table. Yeah, I didn't see it. I literally didn't see it. What are you looking with your man eyes? Yep, evidently I was.
Glossed right over that bitch. Yeah.
Right. And so I think that there's a certain natural predilection to that. And I think that a lot of the natural predilections that we suffer from as human beings have been amplified and used against us.
Emmett, where are you at?
I don't know. I think it doesn't have to do with that. I think it's just I really believe is social cohesion and the way that we actually look at how society should be run. And most of it is like we have this underlying libertarianism that just prohibits a lot of the force and the things that I think we should do to be done, because it would not be nice.
Nice is a bad word in the first place.
I use it as a pejorative.
You should, because it used to mean...
Well, I did. I used it as a pejorative.
It used to mean an idiot who doesn't know anything. Someone who's nice is an idiot who doesn't know anything. That's the origin of the word. And yet we use that word now as if you got to be nice. You got to be nice. No, I'm not going to be an idiot who doesn't know anything. Thank you. Look up the origin of the word nice.
No,
To all those out
well,
there,
I will, but
to all those out
I
there, your whole life you've thought it just meant to be kind and good. No, kind and nice are very different things. One of those mini slips of things that got changed over time.
it's
Notice
crazy how definitions change.
Well, notice that when you're kind, it doesn't mean that you bend over backwards or you do something you shouldn't. It means you're doing it by the goodness of your will. And if you're being nice, it's usually because you shouldn't be, but you're doing it anyway.
It's funny how they can join words together when it fits their their needs, and then they split ones apart, like gender and sex. It's like they're like, oh, it's just a social construct. It's like, yeah, you guys made it that way. It was always conjoined, and it took what was it, John Money, to say he split it apart, and he's like, well, I'll show you that it's not, and then he failed, and then everyone's like, oh
Right.
no, it's still the same thing. It's like, what the fuck?
So the word nice originates from the Latin necius, meaning ignorant or unaware. Latin, necius,
That is
ignorant
crazy.
and unaware. 13th century, foolish, stupid, senseless. 14th century, began to shift to fussy and fastidious. 15th century, dainty and delicate. 1500s, precise and careful. 18th century, agreeable and delightful. 19th century, kind and thoughtful. So it went from
Yeah.
ignorant and unaware to kind and thoughtful.
Yeah, we wanted to adopt it to be kind. That's what I mean. They join up words and they split the other ones. It's crazy.
But notice the difference when you use them. Why would you use the word nice? When your kids are picking on another kid, you say, hey, be nice. What are you saying?
But how would
Are
you,
you
would it?
are you saying to ignore, or are you saying to be kind?
But if you said to be kind, wouldn't it mean the same thing in that context?
Well, being nice is like, for me, I've always thought of it as you're telling your kid to be nice, even though there might be a good reason for what they're doing. And if that's the case, you're telling them to ignore the behavior or the way that the other person is being and act kind, even though there's not reason for it. Right? When you go to your aunt's house and she's being a total bitch and your parents tell you to be nice, they're telling you to be polite, but at the expense of yourself, even though that person's being rude
Well, I think
or
yeah,
horrible
like you
to
just
you.
said, polite is definitely the best word, because I think kind and nice kind of are the thing. Like, but no, even polite works like that. Fuck. I'm just thinking, like, I'm trying to put kind in all the scenarios where people say nice, and I'm like, well, that still works there. And be polite. It's like basically don't say what you should be saying, what you need to say, what you would say. But nice makes it over encompassing. Just like, no, you can't say those things.
Right. It's literally a cautionary word, basically, to do the thing you don't feel like doing.
Yeah. Okay. I see you now. Yep.
Right? Like you say be kind when you want them to genuinely be kind. When you say be nice, you're telling somebody to act out of their normal character and do the opposite of what they're doing. It's a weird thing we do with language, and it's always bugged me. I understand semantic shift happens. I get this. Words change meaning over time. However, when they're used very purposefully to make us into something other than what we are by force, right? Like calling things woman that may not be, for instance. These little shifts in semantics are purposeful and they force your way of thinking. Because I've said this a million times on my stream, you think using language generally. Humans generally use words in thought. And because of that, what words are acceptable and commonly used are going to sculpt how you think. So if they can change your words to what they want them to be, they can shape your entire thinking. And every next generation is more of whatever it is that they want you to think based on the words that are acceptable at the time.
100%, but it just triggered something in my brain. I've heard you say this before, and when you said it last time, I thought like for V for Vendetta. Like, are ideas actually bulletproof? Like, can you kill an idea?
Yes.
Emmett, go ahead, contribute.
Can you kill an idea? Well, ideas are like demons, right? You can kill an idea, especially if you think that it's a stupid idea. But it takes time to actually kill an idea. And the energy.
It's all,
and you know what we don't want to spend most of the time.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it either takes a long time or it's all at once.
Huh. Yeah. Because like actually, like that was something I never thought of. I've used that quote many times because I love that movie. But then I'm just like, wait a minute. I had to think because I'm sending it to you guys, so you guys are gonna critique the fuck out of it. So I'm like, wait a minute, are ideas actually bulletproof? And then this is why I'm asking the question.
I think there's a certain truth to that.
Certain ideas, I guess. Certain ideas are bulletproof.
Well, no, I think even bad ideas or any idea, if upheld strongly enough and spread enough, becomes bulletproof. I don't think any idea itself is, right? So I think like an idea that propagates through populace, yes, it becomes bulletproof because once people have grabbed onto it enough, it can't be snuffed out because it just continues to spread on its own and take on like a life of its own, so to speak. But if something's like a terrible idea and nobody listens to it, then the idea dies on its own.
So would you say it's a good quote or a bad quote?
I mean, I think it's a good quote if you're I think it's a good quote if you're utilizing it for good, right? Like I love that movie, by the way. And
it's great.
Remember the 5th of November, gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a level of truth in it, and I think it's good and bad. It just depends on who's using it, right? Because you could sow a really evil idea and it will catch on. We know this because, well, we see it in our world today. And we struggle against it all the time, trying to shift our culture back to one that is less degenerative. And it seems at the least like that one has been bulletproof since 1700s, maybe earlier. And maybe 16, 15 even.
I don't my brain just said like I was thinking like bulletproof, and then like somebody just comes by and drops a nuke. So it's just like it can be bulletproof, but it can be approached in a different
well, that's why I said it's either takes a long time or it's all at once.
Yeah.
Like either it's snuffed out completely or it takes a really long time to deprogram and change. So
yeah, and bulletproof, the things they call bulletproof are you could shoot the same size 50 caliber at it, and eventually it's going to get through.
Right. True. Well, and that's partially what we're seeking to do. We're trying to cast down bad ideas with good ones, right? Like if we're pushing Christian morality and we're pushing the nuclear family, all of these are good ideas that are long, fast, strong ideas, but we're coming up against the liberal paradigm or the progressive paradigm of the other side of that, the anti-side of the ideas that we are trying to push. And so it's almost like right now we have bulletproof ideas on either side pushing against one another. The difference is ours are morally grounded and theirs are not.
Yeah. Well, it's like to me, it's like shooting. Let's say you've put a cannon on a wall, and our wall is a foundation, and we shooting at them, and their wall it always crumbles every time they fucking shoot their cannon. I don't know. It's a weird analogy, but that's what my brain came up with.
Well, I can say that we have the chief cornerstone on our side, right?
Yeah.
like Jesus is the truth, he is the way, he is the life. And if that is the case, then we have the truth on our side.
It is.
Which is an undefeatable quantity, an undefeatable entity. Like there's no, even if we all fall away from
Yeah.
the
Well,
living.
that's what I tell people. Like but they don't like that. When I say the truth will always win, it's like, well, it might not win in our lifetime, and they don't like that. But that's it will always win, in my
Yeah.
opinion. What is it? But then my brain says, what constitutes winning, right?
Well, I would say God's will be done, no matter what we want to do or say. So it doesn't matter. God wins. Jesus Christ wins, regardless of our actions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So either way.
Is it possible that the struggle between good and evil is the way? Like you know what I mean?
Well, I think that we should be standing firm in Christ in the world. And so like scripture says, we have to be not of the world but in the world, right? We have to act as Christian moral agents in this world. We have to uphold the values given to us, and we have to stand against that which is evil. What level is that for each person? That might be different, but we should still have the same stance if that's the case, right? We should be against the same things. We should be for the same things. Like there ought be no Christian out there that says that the taking of baby lives is okay. There should be not one. There should never, ever be a Christian that condones the taking of baby lives, right?
Well, because it's a complete hypocrisy. Your life is a lie.
Right. Right. And that's as bad as the Christian witch, right? That's the same idea. It's that disconnect.
Yeah.
So, and we see, I look at things uniquely, I guess, at times. And so when I watch Andrew, for instance, I see the brashness, I see the harshness. I get why people have complaints about how he acts. I get them. I don't necessarily agree with their stance, but I can understand it, especially from like the Protestant persuasion. I can understand the disconnect that happens there. But I also see like the overarching things that are getting done and said, and kind of the underlying whys of the actions that he's taking. And it makes a ton of sense to me. And then when I'm like sitting with you guys, we may all agree, oh yeah, obviously that makes sense. And then I'll be with somebody else and they're like, why would he do that? And it's like, well, let me help you understand. Because it's that disconnect is huge right now still too. And there's, like I've told Emmett this before, I'm trying to build the bridge between, because I don't think most of the Protestant world understands Orthodox Christianity or even Catholicism. And it's so disconnected that most of what they see, they think is some weird, messed up version of what Christianity is, when in reality, most of Protestantism is an offshoot, weird, twisted thing that came originally from Orthodoxy. But that disconnect
isn't everything that? Aren't all religions that though?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's just this weirdness that has happened over time, and it's like I was saying earlier, there's that shifting and schisming that's happened just due to progressive movements, whether it's a woman's movement or an occult movement within the church that creates this weird split, and then now a new thing is born. And then you add in like governments developing alongside of religion, and you add in like behavioral norms, and you like all these things start stacking on top of each other.
Yeah.
And then when your modern day Protestant looks at somebody who's in the tradition of the Orthodox Church, they're like, whoa, you guys got this all wrong.
Yeah.
And they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Right? So even like, I don't know, it's a hard bridge to build because the work that's been put into the division in the first place is so massive.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like I'm trying to build a bridge over a Grand Canyon that they're still digging bigger.
I can't laugh too hard. That was good though, but because in my brain that completely fucking defined it. They just started digging, and now yeah.
So
but what I really what I really enjoy is that people of all walks of religion and shit are just flocking to orthodoxy because it makes sense, and I
Well-
mean, it's been a decent movement so far.
yeah, I see, and for me, I still have some struggles with moving that direction. Not to say that I never will, or that like I still want to go to liturgy. I still want to go talk to the priest. I still want to do all those things, and I intend to. But even the separations within myself, just because I was raised in Protestant churches and went through like some theological training and all these things, to me, there's still weird disconnects. And so long as those disconnects exist, it makes it really difficult to fully lean in. And so I need to just go to liturgy and talk to priests and figure out what this is. And so I don't
can
know.
understand that. I mean, I can say that I don't understand, but I can. Like, I was raised Catholic, completely fucking, you know, I fucked off from that, and then so I learned quite a bit, but I was never full on devout, basically. And when you're that far into it, you need a lot more convincing.
Yeah,
because you've learned specific structure and meaning, and which I totally understand that.
Well, like, even, okay, so I'm kind of a thinker in the first place. So as I sit back and look at everything and think about it, I'm like, okay, Sola Scriptura is something that I was taught normal, right? Like you read the Bible, you pray, right. Okay. And God will, the Holy Spirit and look for answers and pray to God that he reveals and all this stuff, right? And as much as I want to say like that is true, at the same time, I understand where Orthodox is coming from, and probably Catholic as well, in saying that Sola Scriptura is not good. It's not right for the whole of Christianity. And I'm like, the more I look, I'm like, I can see why. That's exactly why there's a million interpretations of one verse, and people are throwing verses at each other thinking they know what they mean, and. It's also why I haven't like jumped fully into more scripturally based stuff. Like I'm pretty firm in what I believe. I know Jesus Christ is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. He is God. He is the King. Like everything, I agree with those things. I've looked some into like the apostolic succession and like all of that stuff, and even then, I'm still like struggling. And it's not because I feel pride like I'm right. It's like I want to be sure. I want to.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking about this. I'm like, because you would have had to probably be really curious to know as much as you did in Protestantism. Like, am I wrong?
No, I want to. That's something for me too. Is like I'm a seeker. I want to know everything I possibly can.
Yeah. I am like, I didn't know I was a seeker until after my kind of awakening, but yeah, I was never a seeker of Catholicism though.
So,
but I've always been a seeker. That was one of the things I rejected until I could like it was weird. Like I learned more things after I rejected Catholicism. It would seem too structured. It seemed too punishmental, and it made me kind of break away. It kind of made free my mind to think of anything else other than what they were saying, because it seemed like they were trying to restrict even certain thoughts, right? But they don't tell you, like, if you're you'd have to basically talk to the priest. What might these thoughts mean?
Right.
or anything, because like there's not fatherly figures that have like in my life that actually were really religious or anything, or anything, any kind of anything like that.
Right. It's just a ton. Like, and then there's that. I know that Emmett hates it. People say they've gone on their journey and stuff, but like, we're all walking some road.
Emmett, we're all on a journey, bro.
You need to make sure that road is towards Jesus Christ. And we're at varying stages of where we are on our path to Christ, but we're at least seeking. And I
Would
think
you
that
say
that's
would you say the road always leads towards Jesus Christ, and that everything's just basically a will for rejection of the road?
I think, well, I think if we go biblical with it, you know, the road is straight and narrow and few there are that find it. I think that that scripture speaks volumes. I think that we as human beings tend to get led astray pretty easily, and we think we're right when we're not because of our own cognitive bias and all kinds of other things. And I think that we have to be earnest with ourselves. We should cry out to God to help us find him and
Yeah.
do everything in our power to make sure that we reject that which is false and seek truth, both in Christ Jesus, but in our daily lives. Find what is true.
Do you feel what is true? How do you know what is true?
Well, obviously there's a few ways you could say that, right? Like there's what is logically true. And if logic
Yep.
is an objective metric of what is, then it has some level of trustability that your opinion or your thought or your belief does, right?
Yep.
So if you can break those things down, that's pretty helpful. And do you feel truth? I wouldn't say that it's impossible to feel what is true, but I would say that I would be really careful with what you feel, because
I mean,
feelings can be led astray.
yep. I'm just saying, like, how do you know? Do you feel when God, like, do you feel when something is true? You're like, yep,
Okay.
you got a feeling.
If I was going to say for myself what I feel internally and have felt internally, then yes, I would say that I have felt and had personal experiences that I would say let me know that Jesus Christ is God, that he is true, that he is the truth, and that I
That's
ought
where
to
I was
seek
getting
that.
at. Yeah.
I will not say that I know which denomination or anything like that was just automatically true. I just know
Oh
that
no, yeah,
Christ
no.
is the only way.
It's the
So-
former, and like, because I've had the same, feelings, and yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah,
thought it was a good question.
I do too.
Emmett, what's your thoughts? And now you're
You can't
listening.
handle the truth.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, you can't fucking. You just got to put people in cages, especially the sand people. Only the sand.
Oh my gosh, Emmett. Emmett's a wild man.
He is. That's what I love about him, because he's all calm and collective on the outside. He's like, I'm just doing karaoke.
Oh my god, that was muted. Fuck. What do I think? I think everybody's on a journey, and I hate the other passengers.
You just said journey. Oh no.
You can't be on a journey with us, Emmett.
No, I'm not on the journey. Well, you
You
know
just said
what?
everyone. Are you not everyone, Emmett?
I'm not part of the everyone. No, I'm a special. I'm a special
you're
case.
special?
I'm a special pleading.
Special ed?
I'm a special ed. Exactly. You know it.
You know where
That's
you
exactly-
are? Emmett?
Yes, it you.
I lie beneath.
I'm not part of everyone. That's exactly what the FBI would say. So
Welcome to the FBI watch list.
Emmett.
The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Damn it. It's over, boys.
It's over, boys. It's okay, Emmett. It's okay. I'm here for you.
You've been healed.
You've been healed.
You've been healed.
Emmett, what character is that?
It's for easy, and it's gonna be a barbarian. It's has a bear
Oh.
on top of it.
A barbarian.
That's pretty sick,
That's
actually. Do you
freaking
think?
fun.
Yeah, I saw it on chat on easy. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
awesome.
actually gonna be sick.
That's pretty sick.
Like, I mean, it looks awesome now, but I mean, like for
It needs-
speakeasy,
it needs
it's like holy
work.
fuck, it makes sense.
It needs a little bit of work.
Sheesh.
I'm listening to
Where did he go?
what? Oh, he's gone.
He just disappeared into the.
Yeah,
into-
the wife came and picked him up.
She picked him up. Is she that
Yeah, she
strong?
picked him up. Yep.
That's a strong wife. Your wife picked you up?
My wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, the wife picked him up, and the wife delivered.
And
delivered.
threw him?
No, actually, it's funny because my wife always tries to wrestle me and tickle me and shit. Am I coming in through?
Yeah.
Am I coming through all right?
Yep.
Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah,
So anyways,
We can hear you.
So,
Unfortunately,
anytime we try to, oh, that's cope, Emmett. That's cope. Anyways,
I'm always dude. People think that when I say this is cope month, I'm being facetious. No, this is cope month. This is the worst month of the year. It all sucks. The weather, the shit you have to do.
Daylight gone.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Daylight gone.
Okay, that's fucked. Like I in Saskatchewan, we don't have daylight savings time. We're fucking the base. We're pretty based, right?
Dude, it got freaking dark at 4 p.m. Okay, what the fuck?
And then we're not
fucking
even.
sucks right now.
What is it? December. Yeah, we still got another month basically before it starts getting bright again. So what does it get dark at 3 o'clock there? Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yep.
3 o'clock. What the?
Yep.
What daylight are they saving?
None.
We're not saving daylight.
None. We go from
There's no daylight.
We go from 6 hours of darkness to 6 hours of light between the midsummer and the midwinter. That's what happens. We go from it being dark from midnight to 6 a.m. to it being dark from like, I don't know, 6 p.m. to 7 or 8 a.m. Like it's freaking crazy. Or 5 p.m. to it's just a full reversal.
To be honest, that was something I grew up with too. Like I said, I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario. So like we were right in that shit. And they were always like it's because of the farmers. That's why they did it. That's what the teacher said. So I'm like, okay, it's the farmers. So I come up to Saskatchewan when I'm fucking like 19, 20. And then it's like, no, we don't have that. Well, you guys are all the farmers. Yeah, we don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, no, it
It's
was
like,
for the
holy
freaking,
fuck.
it was for the corporate America is what it was. It was for all the factory workers and the people to keep some semblance of daylight working hours, and it's very, very strange.
What do you mean?
I
Like,
think it
they
affects
hoped that when you got out.
No, I think that it works differently if you're like in a lower part of the country.
Mm.
Like if we were in like Texas or like the closer to the equator, then the hour change would change things a little bit, but not terribly, and it would keep their schedule closer to normal. But when you're in the north, all it does is make you have like many, many hours less of sunlight during the winter months.
Well, you have more sunlight in the morning.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's
So
just
that's what I was thinking. I thought that's where I was going when you said for corporate. I was like, so it's to me, it would be like you're more happy basically going to work.
yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense to shift the day to an earlier time so that you get that morning daylight to go to work.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't help that much, like this far north. It's still not light until freaking 9 a.m., 8 a.m., something. During the summer, it's like getting light at 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and then like winter
4
hits
in
and
the
it's
morning.
Yeah.
Well, where I am, I'm a little more east of you.
Yeah. Wow.
So, like, if you went up into Canada right now, fuck no, don't answer that. Never mind. No, actually, nobody knows where I live. No, never mind. Don't answer that.
It's like an hour from here, less than an hour. That'd be like drive time. Mileage wise, probably like
No. I was gonna say a town, but never mind. I don't want you doxing anywhere.
we'll
near
just
yourself
we'll
ever.
just keep it like generic.
Yeah, okay. I'm on the Dakota side of Saskatchewan. That's as generic
Okay.
as I could be.
Okay, I would say I'm closer to like Glacier Park or
Are you closer to the Dakota
Waterton.
side?
You know where Waterton is, right?
No.
Like the national park?
No.
Okay, so
hold on,
I'm
are you
closer to
closer to-
Idaho. Closer to Idaho than I am to the Dakotas.
Yep.
Does that help? I'm on the west
Do you know where
side.
Idaho is?
Oh shit. Can you still hear me? Was I
Yeah.
still talking? Fuck,
Nope.
I hate doing things on my phone.
Why are you doing it on your phone then?
Because I told you, Emmett, the other night that the only other thing is my wife's piece of shit computer.
It works.
It just works. It barely works. I
Isn't
had to
that funny?
you know how long it took me to delete a bunch of shit and fucking install a bunch of other shit?
Days.
2 seconds.
No, it didn't. Because I had to realize the problem first. That's
2.5
why I dropped out, and
months.
I was like, I'll be back. I said I'll be back, and fucking, I was gone for like half an hour.
No, I'm on the Idaho side of the state.
Gotcha.
So
Makes sense.
It's probably more beautiful there.
it is. It is. It's almost like being on the coast. As much as it's not, it's like we get weather patterns from the coastal than more than we do like the east side of Montana's like the plains lands and rolling hills and
Yeah, that's my area kind of thing.
yeah. And so
By the way,
the
happy
other
birthday.
side. Hey, thanks.
Happy birthday.
Is it
Not
your
my
actual
birthday.
birthday?
No, it's
Oh.
the Marine.
Yes.
It's the Marine Corps birthday.
Well, it is your actual birthday because
Well,
you're a
yeah.
Marine.
Happy birthday of the Marines. Well, how many
Yeah.
years?
217, 70. Let me think.
Holy fuck.
250? 250 years? 249, 250. I can't remember now.
I mean, it's long enough, right?
Yeah, almost.
That's awesome.
Almost my real
Almost.
age, which is 216.
Yeah.
Almost.
So that's what I mean. It's long enough.
Yeah.
Have you seen? I'm going to change the subject. Fuck it. Have you
Okay.
seen? Like, I don't know if I asked this already. I should say. I should ask. What's your favorite war movie? Fuck. I feel like I've asked this already.
Jeez, I don't know what my favorite war movie is. That's a hard question.
Okay, what's the one that's most closest to combat to you?
Most closest to combat. For some reason, like Saving Private Ryan sticks in my mind because I saw it in theaters growing up. But
Yeah.
um,
For your
Yeah.
combat, I mean.
yeah, that one had some rings of truth in it for the combat side.
Have you seen? I think it's called Warfare.
I don't think so.
It's new. It's this year actually. Fuck! I just realized I was talking too loud.
Morning, Ray.
I just realized I was talking too loud.
Why are you talking too loud?
Because I'm getting a little. Because well, to be honest, it's a headset.
getting rowdy?
Right? Yeah, no, it's earplugs, kind of basically. This is a work site headset. So when you put these in your ear, you can't hear how you're actually talking.
Oh.
And when you become Robo Abe, you don't hear anything you're saying.
Yeah, Robo Ape is best Ape though.
What the hell did somebody say today? Abe not fuck. What the fuck was it?
Skyneb.
I'm
Fuck, no, it was Abe is something. It was fucking awesome. I can't remember what it was, but yeah.
Abe Dinkus.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I don't know where I've read it, but
It's not that one.
no, it's not Abe Dinkus.
Hmm.
Anyway.
Likely story.
Yeah, wouldn't believe it if I told myself.
Yeah,
What are
well,
your
you know.
plans for the future when it comes to living in India? I mean Canada.
Any plans? That's actually that's a good question. What plans should I have? Or what plans can I have? Because when you go to what is it? The lottery they have, I guess, in America. Or basically just transferal of skills. Like I don't understand.
Yeah.
Have you guys
What
ever
can he do, Evan?
looked up the? Have you guys ever looked at the like who you guys actually take from countries like Canada, not just flood across the border and shit?
Nope.
Yeah. Well, it's basically almost impossible for me to go over there.
We take your comedians mostly and actors.
Well, yeah, because people are willing to put out the dollars to say, "Hey, this guy's all right." Like if you have it's sponsorship. That's the best and only way you can do it. So Abe, sponsor me. All right. Emmett, well, no, my wife can come for me, but Emmett, I have friend that can maybe you can sponsor him. Yeah.
I have friend. I have friend.
I'm sorry, but I'm already
Abe.
branded.
Well, yeah, you came from Canada. You came from Mexico. You came from Canada, or Mex-Canada.
Yeah, I already.
I'm from the Great White North, right? Like up above the states, the big landmass that the rest of the world hates. We're like above that, fucking north, I guess.
That's. I might be in that video.
Out for a rip, are you, bud?
Oh, Robo.
You heard that
Going
song?
for a rip. Going for a rip. Robo Abe.
I'm just gonna tell you something. It's very important. Okay, I need you to listen. I need you to listen to me. It's very, very important. I love you.
Gay.
Didn't break him. Didn't get him that time.
I love you.
He tried. He almost got her.
It doesn't matter. We all know what happened. He said it first.
False allegatings.
First.
False allegatings.
We have video proof of him saying
Those are
it
false
to us
allegations. That is false allegations.
Pure
Emmett is full of
fucking
shit.
Do you hear that?
Emmett's full of crap. It never happened. He can't prove it.
Le Cope.
You can't prove it.
Well, I heard it, so.
They're both liars. Both of these guys on my panel aren't real. They're both liars, and they don't exist. Just so everybody's aware, they don't actually exist.
I still love you.
Oh my god. This freaking guy.
You see, not involves a lot.
He's so clingy.
It's so clingy. This fucking guy, so clingy.
Oh shit. That was good. That was a good one. And I would appreciate it if you would stop making me crack myself up, okay?
Okay, I will. What do you thought about yesterday's stream? About my yesterday stream?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember yesterday. Don't you remember? I only remember one day at a time.
No. Okay, fuck off, Abe, okay? Fuck off.
It was a good show.
I enjoyed it.
Ask
Yeah, I
yourself
enjoyed it. I
this.
think
Who's
you,
more
I think
likely
you
to
needed
have said it
to
first?
decompress.
Abe or benevolent patriarch Emmett? Vicious, omnipotent cult leader. Ask yourself the thought question. You see, this is exactly how you people should be referring to me.
Oh shit. You have no power here, Bear Man.
I actually have some power over here, okay?
It's only because I gave you keys, you smartass.
Listen, look what I can do to my. You see?
You see? You see? You see what I can do? Oh, Emmett. Smartass.
We give you the title of man, bear, pig. What?
Man, bear, pig. Yes.
Let's
That is
put
man,
a
bear,
bunch
pig
of
right
animals together. That's what we're gonna do.
You don't know man, bear, pig, Emmett?
No.
What?
I don't know who man, bear, pig is. Do you know La Llorona? Do you know that?
This is how we know Emmett is an alien, okay?
Yeah.
I found it funny that I was like saying, people need to learn English. And Cat put in chat, he's from Czechoslovakia and he knows English.
So good. When you were like going on that whole rant about people speaking English, I just couldn't help it. I was like cracking up so hard inside. I was laughing so hard. I was like, this is so ridiculous. We have a Mexican on panel espousing American values and how freaking Mexicans need to learn freaking English. I'm like, shit, damn, Emmett's cold.
Yeah.
Don't come here if you can't speak English, bitch. I'm like, okay.
I like it when I come in panel, I was like, now, for an actual authoritarian.
Emmett, you came into into that country hot. You're just like,
Yes.
I fucking know.
It's like, I know the rules, fuckers.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna do what you're told.
Can you please tell me why we would be wrong if we put all of the same people under surveillance? If they don't like it, they can go back to Sandlandia and build their sandcastles.
Emmett's like,
They can go to their sandcastles. Every time you said sandcastles, people were busting up, man. You can go back to your sandcastles.
You wanna go ahead and kill them all? No, you can just go back to their sandcastles.
They can go back to pod racing for all I care. Oh man, Emmett,
Remember,
you're
pig
funny.
is real, guys. I'm serial, super serial.
Cecil, why aren't you on my panel, smartass?
Yeah, come
McGibb?
on up. Come on up, Cecil.
What? Like you came up a couple times a long time ago, and now you're just a bum in the chat, and you don't even come up anymore. What is this?
A bum. Just calling motherfuckers out now.
This is either
gets-
a PR
he
win or a
gets that
PR nightmare
treatment.
for the cult. I can't tell. It was funny, okay?
This is a special announcement. It's a W. It's a big fat W.
The answer is yes. The answer, this is a yes, okay?
Attention, attention. This is a public service announcement. We win.
Is that a win or a lose? It is a yes.
It's a yes. It is a yes. Oh man, that's good stuff, Emmett.
We watched I went to a electrical class in Canada, and they were teaching us about basically like the breaker, the main breaker to the house. And he just switched it off. He's like, "What's that mean?" Or he's trying to tell us what lights and things go off. And when he's like, he clicks it off. He's like, "What does that mean?" And I'm like, "Yes." Yeah, but he didn't like that. Everyone else laughed.
Oh man, that's funny. Cecil, where are you?
Cecil is doing stuff.
Yeah, I said the same thing. Oh my god, I puked in my mouth a little bit, and then I told him to stop being so clingy.
Oh my guys, I come to check out stream. I'm on my break, and the first thing I hear is Emmett saying, "I love you." Listen, okay, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Okay, this is a secret. I'm making fun of him. Okay,
It's a lie.
Because he fucking
It's
said
a
it
lie.
on stream.
It's a
to
lie.
his
It
kid
never
in
happened.
the most fucking cute way possible.
It's
it
a
was
lie.
so endearing.
I can't even be cute. That's
Think
bullshit.
as if he
Yes.
was saying it to a
Love, love,
child.
love.
Like the child wasn't
yeah.
there. You know, nobody knows the child was there. You know, but as if he was saying it to a child.
Yeah.
He, like that's the love you. That's the love he felt for Emmett
So
and everybody else.
he was like saying, like, yeah, have you done this? Have you done this? Okay, I love you. That's exactly how it was. It was incredible. So I just have to tell you that because
didn't happen.
because
He
you
can't
might
even
not
prove
understand.
this.
You might not understand
He can't
the
prove it.
context.
It never happened.
But we're making fun of him.
Prove it. Prove it,
I
Emmett.
have the video.
Prove it. Prove it, or it didn't happen.
You know what? I'm not even gonna try.
Here, sipping syrup, playing hockey. Before we learn to walk, we can cross-check properly. Just right.
This is deflection.
Yo,
What's good, y'all?
Hey,
how you been?
Ugh, good. Freezing my ass off. Am I seeing your cold breath? I'm like, you don't smoke. I keep seeing. Oh, or is it a vape? Gotcha. I mean, it's
Well-
not even that cold here, too. It's like Florida, but this is cold for here.
It's
like
not
30?
even cold.
Cold
It's
how?
Florida, but I'm gonna have my
It's like
beanie on
30
with
right
my
now. No,
sweater.
it's 30. I had to go put like stuff on my plants out there so they don't get frost.
You should
say
be
it's
wearing
30?
shorts. You should be wearing shorts and a tank top right now. What are you talking about?
Cecil,
it's like
don't lie
it's
to
like 2
us.
here.
It's like 2 here, man.
It's like 2 here,
Fucking here, right?
which is like minus 16 to you guys.
You're at
Cecil.
-2?
Yo.
Is that what you're saying?
I've missed your presence.
Oh, thanks, man. Good to see y'all.
It's good to see you. You're always over at Emmett's now. You're like, screw Abe. I don't even like him anymore. I'm just Emmett's friend
Yeah,
now.
sometimes I just like to lay low, you know. Sometimes it's like it's fun to enjoy it from the watcher side, you know what I mean?
Sometimes I feel like I'm such a watcher. Sometimes I feel like my only
Staying in chat.
friend is the city I'm seeing,
not
the
karaoke night,
city
Devin. What do you
of angels. Lonely,
Lonely
as
a
I
lurker.
am, in chat we stay. Dun.
I don't ever want to feel that way.
Yeah.
Never mind, I'm coming on panel.
Just like I did that day. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's a little Smokey. I call him Junior. His daddy over here, he's always around like flipping a quarter or something. He don't come up too close though, because he's a stray.
Is he a tiger?
When you say he's daddy here, are
He's
you
something.
referring to
He's definitely
yourself?
something. What you say, Emmett?
When you said his daddy here, were you referring to yourself?
No, I'm talking about Paul Sparky. He going around flipping around the corner.
He's like his daddy over here. He's a stray. He don't get too close. He's talking about himself. Like, are you talking about yourself? Yes, I'm a stray. What? What now? What?
Yeah, it's an allegory or something like that.
Oh man. What a day, gents. Like almost 3:30 in the morning. What's the hell? Cecil, what are you doing up this early?
I fell asleep after that Andrew debate, and then I just woke up a little while ago.
Oh, see,
How
you're
did you
another.
like that Andrew debate? Churchill.
Chill.
Churchill, how did you like the Andrew debate?
Churchill.
I'm such an idiot. I don't even know what it says, Churchill.
How did you like that debate, Churchill?
Oh, Churchill, how do you like that debate, Churchill?
He called you Churchill instead of Cecil.
I just figured it was a Mexican way of saying it or something.
Mexican way of saying I
I
love you,
don't
hello.
think it is.
You know what? I'm calling nice on myself for that.
I'm calling nice on myself. I'm turning myself in, damn it.
Hola, señora. Sí, yo solo estoy aquí.
That's not allowed.
Take me now. Calgon, take me away.
What do you think of the debate,
man.
Cecil? Of the Andrew debate?
I was like, oh man, bless Andrew for doing that. Yeah, like Ryan must be bugging him a lot for something, or I don't know.
Were they actually able to go to the point where the criticism started? Because
They just kept
bugged
changing
them.
the prompt, and she wouldn't even engage on any of it.
Morning, Wobbly.
But what about the criticisms? Did they actually go to the criticisms?
I don't think so. It was just a bunch of obfuscation all night.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
And then that one with Charlie. You guys caught that one? That one
Yep.
was crazy.
I saw part of it, and the weirdest part of that whole okay, the good, maybe the good part of that, the good part of that debate of the Charlie debate was at the end.
Good day, Grumple.
But it was
No.
all weird.
No,
Yes.
it's not a good
Yes.
day.
I know. I've already avowed it. It's already a good day. Too late.
Yes.
No.
Yes, yesterday
Fuck
was a
off.
good
No.
day.
No, it's
Yep.
not.
Nope. Too late.
Happy
No.
birthday.
No. No.
Happy birthday.
Abe,
It's too
Abe did
late.
not come and do happy birthday with me. So yesterday was the Marine Corps birthday, and you. No. Hey, Emmett, you will not fuck with us on this.
I was in a debate.
He was in a debate.
There's not a debate. I literally just did Blade Marine Corps bolt like friggin' shit. You
Too late. It's a good day.
Where was
You
my
did a
message? Where was my message?
Happy birthday.
Where was my
Wait,
message?
hang on. Abe.
Man,
It's a good day. It's a good day. Just
he had a
Grumple?
debate. Did you
Did
see
you
the
message
debate?
him?
I
it's always
see.
a
I
good day.
see. I see that face. That face says good day.
No, hang on. This
Oh,
if you were to ask me, okay, maybe put the debate with EOD about the friggin' is it okay for like state observation, which I don't even know which one of y'all was on each side. I was worried about doing this.
Yelling
like,
at me?
Don't do
You
that.
You were too busy yelling at me?
Yes, I'm too busy yelling at you
Okay.
right now.
I'm just checking.
I'm very too busy yelling at you.
Are you drunk?
No, I'm not. So I'm not drunk. Sergeant G is here though. Sergeant G is also live still. You're like an
Who the hell's
encapsulation inside my stream right now.
Well, Corporal
Just
A
by the
is
way.
right here, so calm down.
Fix your view.
Fix your
first
view.
off.
Fix
And
your
second
view.
No, there's
off,
no
Fix your
fixing.
view. Get on my level.
Sergeant G is here, and Sergeant G is not happy about like Abe scheduled. It just I really, dude, I gotta call you out on this one. You scheduled a debate with EOD about something that's like, okay, whatever, on the Marine Corps birthday when we could have been doing like some shit together.
You didn't tell me you were doing something on the Marine Corps birthday.
I know. I didn't even think. I didn't even think about it until I was at the grocery store today. But like, you're a Marine too, right?
Yeah.
You're a Marine, yes.
Yeah.
So
did you slap that
why
ass
did you schedule? I wouldn't have scheduled something on the birthday to like because I like maybe I'm gonna go live. Even if I'm not live, maybe I'm gonna be at a ball. I don't even know what's gonna happen. That's why I didn't schedule anything.
Well, they don't
As
hold.
a proper
they don't
Marine
have,
Force, he went against Air Force.
They don't hold. Yeah, exactly. I had to show Marine
Who said
supremacy.
what the fuck about Air? Wait, hang on. Who's trying to like make more deeper voices at me right now? Who's talking about Air Force? Because I'm about to like go and like try and bully an Air Force recruiter into letting me join to go fly Warthogs.
I think it was
I'm literally about. Who's talking about that?
I
Who
thought
just
it
tried
was
to bully me?
Chechen.
That was
Who's
Ryan.
Chechen?
That was Ryan that said that. He left.
You're gonna get choked out by somebody that may or may not be me. However, I will endorse it.
Why would I get choked out? Grumple, happy
good shit.
birthday. To be fair, I thought
It is
was
the Marine
day
Corps
because I'm
birthday.
retarded.
Don't just happy Grumple birthday, happy Abe birthday, happy every Marine birthday. Thank you. Wait, no,
I said
no,
happy
I'm not.
birthday to
No,
Abe.
not disparagement. No disparagement to Emmett. Thank you, Emmett, for your participation, which is more than Abe did.
I participated in the Marine Corps birthday. Trust me.
What did you do?
I danced a jig on the dark side of the moon. What'd you do?
I had an entire stream where I've been reviewing every single thing that the Marine Corps birthday had to do. And
I saw your stream.
I have
and I
words
liked
to
it.
do with JD Vance. Just by the way, yeah, I've had between 1 and like 4 viewers on YouTube. Nobody's been viewing my shit. However, I've been doing an entire
I'll be your
Marine
shit.
Corps
I'm not
stream.
nobody. Don't even try.
When did
guy.
you start?
No, a few friends have shown up, and it's been fun
When did
because
you
I've been
start?
talking to them too. Like 9 post-meridian Texas Standard Time.
Yeah, I was already in the thick of the debate at that point.
Oh no, it was 8 hours ago is when I started.
When was that?
If you look at the live, it says
8
9
hours ago.
hours, 28 minutes, and 40 seconds.
That's true. It does say 9 hours, 28 minutes, 43 seconds.
That's fine. And no,
it doesn't.
Abe,
It says 48 seconds.
Look,
Abe, I'm not
avoiding you.
disparaging you. I'm not disparaging you. I don't even care about my viewers right now. It's like I'm trying to put out what I was doing, which I'm still going to be doing, even with this and with after this. I'm still going to be reviewing and doing Marine Corps birthday shit for tonight. That's the content for tonight. That's what I'm doing. Well, I'm just hanging out for a little bit to say hi, and I'm honestly to harass you about not doing Marine Corps birthday stuff.
Grumple, are you drunk?
But have you told people
No,
to make babies today? Have you told people to make babies today?
That should be implied by Marine Corps, but I mean, what are you talking about?
Make babies today.
I did it the other day.
Do your civic duty. Make babies today.
Abe, hang on.
Actually
You
did it the
just
other
got that mic set up, didn't you? Like there's something that's still muffly.
I can hear.
You're
it.
muffly.
You are muffly. his microphone is fine.
You're muffly.
No, moving it closer maybe isn't gonna do that. It's not. Hang on, wait, hang
You're-
on. Say.
Your butt's
Just say
muffly.
one. Just say 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's work on this off stream, dude. Like
5, 4,
you've
3, 2,
never-
1.
You heard him
You
say
have
trade
never-
babies to Smay, but no, he said
Nobody
make babies
has-
today.
Nobody has ever like messaged me. It's like, hey, can you help me work on my mic? Nobody has ever messaged me that. Abe, you would be the first because you need help on that.
My
Offline.
microphone is perfectly.
So we're not
fucking
doing it
fine.
line.
I have
Okay.
a secret.
No, it's not.
I have a secret.
My microphone is fine.
He's got a
No,
secret.
it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Secret. I got a
wanna know the
secret. What's the next line?
You are
Domo.
so
Gay.
So
Domo.
why are you gay? And then Tony here with like, hey, I got all the signs you want.
Domo
that's-
arigato, Mr. Roboto is the next line. You guys are
No, that's not even the. It's. I've got a secret. I've been hiding under my skin. So don't even start with that.
I got
Dave.
No, in the song he says secret. I got
a secret under my
Wait,
skin.
hold-
I just got
pause.
it. I already got it.
not pause, not Voltaire.
Gosh.
You got to make that sound more German, but also no, Abe.
You said what comes after a
You're
secret?
very
secret?
muffly. You're like your entire everything is right now very muffly. Like
Am I muffly
You
to
are
everyone?
muffly. He's doing fine.
It's
Am I muffly to everyone?
No.
Sounds fine to me.
if y'all don't know how to do audio engineering, maybe calm down just a little bit. But
Maybe you
It's-
are. Maybe it has to do with you being.
I want
being
his
an
audio to
absolute-
be better.
I
Listen,
just think. I just
it's
think.
I
also
want his
Emmett.
audio to be
kinda-
clear. I want
Emmett-
no fuck.
Emmett, it's
Shut
both
up, Emmett.
November.
I want your audio to be clear too. But
I
you're
want
not
it to
live
be
right
clear,
now.
too.
But I think someone is deaf. I just have the idea that someone
Deaf.
is deaf.
Yeah, that's why I'm the best one to friggin' judge this because I can only listen to it on a couple different levels.
A few
I can't
couple?
I can't make heads or tails of when things are muffly. So it makes me the best possible person to help somebody else. No, we're not going to work on this right now. Hit me up later, like after stream, after everything, offline. I will help you get this shit dialed in.
Did you say hit
You
you later?
jerk. Ha, that's not clear. That's not going to be good for stream. This is not good.
Hit you later one more
You son
time.
of a bitch.
Hit you later.
One more time.
I don't even know what you're saying right now. This is like,
Oh,
hang on.
baby.
How
Okay.
how is everyone else fine understanding me the whole day, but now I'm just
Yeah, his problem is Robo.
A garbled
Right now he's
mess.
fine.
I do go
It
robo
sounds like you're-
sometimes.
It sounds like you're yelling into a milk jug, and then the mic is on the other side of like one side of it right now.
No,
to me,
it
You're-
doesn't.
You're on the other side of the moon. Because I'm on the dark side of the moon, which means you're not on the same side as me of the moon.
I mean, okay, just if let's bring up all the pieces, whatever.
Poises
I like.
pieces?
I,
Is that like-
no, I
that
want to
like
help
Reese's
every
Pieces?
single. No, Abe, you're a friend, and I want to help all my friends get their like streams good to go. And the most important piece is the audio. And if like, no,
You know,
if it's something on my end, I want to know about it. But I honestly, I want to help you and everybody else get
but
their shit
how would
good
we
to go.
know? How would we know? Do you even know the software I'm using, or the hardware I'm using, or
But I know how it sounds on the other end, which is what matters.
the ether that I'm using?
But I know how it sounds to me, which is what it's sounding to your stream.
But is it?
Well, hang on.
Chat,
I'm gonna mute.
How do I
I'm gonna mute.
sound?
Hang on. I'm gonna mute this tab and I'm gonna listen to how your stream sounds to me.
Yeah, sounds like a deal.
Ah. Here we go. Let's pull up Abe's.
I mean, there's definitely some empty room. There's definitely some empty room sound, but not like crazy.
Does it sound the same to me or not? This is the. Here we go. Does it sound the same to me or not? This is
I don't know. Does it? You tell me.
Oh,
You
my
tell me
my
how it
mic doesn't
sounds.
sound exactly the same as I was, but no, Abe, go ahead.
Tell me what you think, because I think I still am understandable to the chat at the very least. Tell me what you think, because I think I still am understandable to the chat at the very least. I hear me in your stream. It's amazing.
Okay, it sounds a lot better on your stream than it does into the stream. Hang on, let me unmute so we can communicate. It sounds a lot better to your stream than it does to the StreamYard. However, it's still not what it should be. Not
Fascinating.
muffled.
Well,
And then why in the world does it sound so much different into the StreamYard? That's
question.
You yeah,
StreamYard
you gotta
sucks.
change.
It
mean,
doesn't
change
really.
It does.
No, it's you.
Why
It's a you problem.
No, why am I being disgusted by how Abe sounds in the StreamYard versus how he does on his stream?
Because you're oh god.
What
okay.
magic do I hold between
Hey.
YouTube?
Abe, why are you so Emmett, why are you so racist?
Yeah,
What the
because
fuck
I'm
are you
Mexican.
doing?
Okay,
That's
first
because
off,
he's Mexican.
because I'm
Oh,
Mexican.
shit!
Second off,
Oh no, he just trump carded me. My bad. No, you win. Oh, that's it. No, you just win. Oh, I please, sir. Please let me do things. Please. Please.
Please, Papa.
No, Emmett, no, he sounds legitimately different on the StreamYard versus on the call versus on a stream. And
well,
I want to help him.
Interesting.
I want to help him fix that because I'm apparently the only one that notices and is a friend that wants to help him. You jerk. Yeah. Yeah,
Sure.
you just got called out. Why didn't you let him know that he sounded very muffly on your call? And you
I can
can't
just go
understand it?
robo mode.
you know what?
I'm not no wait, hang on. I'm not hanging out here forever. I'm gonna get back to doing Marine Corps ball stuff pretty soon. So we got a little bit of time with Grumple on
You're gonna
this.
turn me into Robo Abe again. That's what's gonna happen.
Oh man, I would love that.
Robo Abe. I don't know what makes it happen. It just happens out of the blue on its own. I just become robotic.
I think you're using a different audio device for the stream and the call.
How is no?
Because they're very different. It's incredibly different.
It's- I only have this mic hooked up, and YouTube is being linked to the StreamYard, so I don't know how I would be running two different audio devices between YouTube and StreamYard.
Your audio right now, it's like so S's are so clear, but the rest of it is so muffly. It's like it's incredibly frustrating to try and help you figure out what the problem is right now.
Listen, Grumple, it's gonna be okay.
that sounded bad. Say,
Listen, you don't know what you're talking about.
hey, that sounded good.
Did it though?
Yeah,
Are you sure, little man?
I'm pretty sure.
Robo Emmett is kind of an amazing addition.
I could just do a bunch of stuff, especially with my
Who's doing
fucking
who's
autotuner.
doing this right now?
I am doing it. I got my
Who's I?
autotuner on. Me. The Mexican.
Who's me?
The Czechoslovakian.
Wait, the Mario Slovakian? What the fuck?
The Mario Slovakian. Yes.
Okay, that's
It's
reducing the
me,
time. I like there's a
Mario.
time before I'm just back off to just doing Marine Corps birthday stuff.
It's gonna be wonderful.
what-
though.
What's the last thing we're gonna talk about before I go back to doing that?
Gyrocopters.
Gyrocopters.
Gyrocopter.
Yeah,
Pretty gay.
autogyros.
Y'all are
Everything's
not
gay.
old enough to remember Mad Max or Road Warrior, so I don't want to hear
Excuse
nothing about
you.
What about Waterworld?
Excuse you.
No, I didn't mean you, Abe, because I mean You're actually no, you're not old enough either. I was talking
About
about Emmett.
Waterworld, Grumple. That one
You're
don't
not.
count.
You're not my mother.
Or your father.
I mean, wait, hang on. Hey, yo, hang on. Abe, are you sure that I did not give birth to you out of my ass cheeks?
I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
my god.
Pretty sure.
I mean, maybe.
Miss Grumple
Oh,
you
shit,
look
wait.
very nice.
Oh wait, hang on, Pew Professor. I'm sorry, Pew Professor. In my Twitch chat, he agrees that your audio is untenable and wants you to watch a clip that he dropped. Where did you drop this clip?
I'm pretty sure that what he's talking about is when he becomes Robo Abe.
No. He says literally, if it weren't for Grump, I would have dropped instantly when he heard the audio. Wait, hang on. No,
What
Pew
audio?
Professor, where
This audio right
what-
now, Pew Professor? This audio right now.
No, his name is Firearm Instructor. That I call him Pew Professor.
Okay, cool.
Send Abe this. Hang on. So hang on here. Here we go. I scrolled up. Send Abe this. I'll put this in the back chat for you. I'm
Okay, but
I'm not
be
gonna
careful.
I'm not gonna hang out. I'm not gonna hang out for very long. But I don't even know what this is. This is between you and him. Click this. Don't have it live though.
Just put it on the back. I'll check it out.
I linked it in the back chat. No, it's for Abe.
No, it's not in the back chat.
It's literally in the studio private chat.
In
Oh
yours,
no, wait,
maybe.
sorry. Yeah, no, my bad. Private chat. There we go. There's a
Nerd.
no, I'm in
Nerd.
like I'm still live and your entire thing is inside my realm. Because I'm about to leave, but we're gonna entertain for just a little bit. There you go. That is what the Pew Professor. His name is Firearms Instructor. I call him Pew Professor. And is that the same? Yeah. No. Hey, I got it. Yeah. Reading the chat might me dork. Yes, I read the chat and I linked it to him in the back chat so he can link it or he can look at it. You know what? Hang on. Abe, if you don't play it live, I'm gonna play it on my end.
I already played it live, or I already played it for myself to hear. So
Okay.
It's something on your end, Grumple. Something's weird
I mean, on the
your
Twitch
end.
end, I was just really loud, like overburdeningly loud. So
It sounds like you're yelling into a tube
that's
on the call.
what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm
but I
yelling
think
into a
it's
tube called a microphone.
your mixer.
No, it's got nothing to do with my mixer because when I pull up the stream, it's different.
It doesn't
if-
sound like that on our end.
But if everybody else says that I sound normal to them, then
I mean, they might not be audio engineers ever and know what it should sound like. Just saying.
It sounds you know how it sounds? It sounds like your mixer is getting saturated. That's how it sounds to me.
mine.
No,
No,
Grumple.
Emmett, you sound normal to me. Like you sound how you usually sound to me.
Emmett sounds the same as Abe. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, Abe sounds very different. And I mean, to
That
me anyway.
seems really weird.
It's so weird.
Yeah, it does. It does,
No,
and
on
that's
my
why
end,
I brought
they
it up to
sound
his
the exact
attention.
same.
I mean, I can hear a little bit of like empty room sound in my mic, but
It may be missing a little more treble and a lot more bass.
All about that bass, no trouble.
No treble.
I got myself a new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. We're not doing
Grumple.
karaoke tonight, but
Grumple, did you slap that bass? I mean bass.
Slapping the
it's,
back.
the bass
it's right
solid.
there. No, I'm playing this coming Sunday. It will be Strom. I'm not sharing where the stream link is,
slap
but
that bass.
it's just like every week when the church is live, it is Strom.
What's that? Is that right?
Oh yeah, man! With my 10-string bass, it's like, oh man, I love it. However, I really want to help you get your audio. Like, I want to help everybody get their audio fixed because it
You
does.
want to get
I
my
don't
audio
even.
fixed?
Yeah, you too, because yours
What
is a little
what the
bit.
fuck is wrong with my audio?
No,
Yeah.
honestly,
What the hell?
I want to help everybody get their audio better because
I
audio is the most important part of being a streamer.
I
Honestly,
followed
seriously.
I followed your shit. I just did it on a different area.
Why are we all slouches to you?
Yeah. My audio is fine. You know how you sound most of the time, Grumple? You sound like an overbearing bass. It's like
You do come
like,
in
that's
like
how you
Godzilla a
sound
little.
to us most of the time.
Yours is really
I've had to deal with the
projected
resets a whole
and
few
powerful.
times, but no biggie. I mean, yeah, I understand if I'm louder. However, I want y'all to listen to the things that are linked in my Discord under OBS for how to do OBS studio
not using
audio
OBS
filters
right
and
now.
stuff.
I mean, I can be
It
louder
does.
if you want me
No,
to.
no. You still need to listen to it to understand how it felt like to
I can be
deal with
louder if
like
you want me to.
the lessons there are how filters work and how to do the tuning
I mean,
for
to be
your
fair.
filters on different levels. And because
I
Forest of
can
Wires
be.
is an amazing teacher about how to stream.
We could make.
That's what I've linked. And that's what I encourage everybody to use. I do use it, except my shit has been reset a whole bunch of times. And like I'm about to reinstall again, and then I'll rebuild mine from there. So I understand if my audio doesn't sound good right now, but if this isn't how I've sounded for the last
You sound normal.
6
You
years.
sound the same way.
But can you dance if you want to?
You can leave your
can
friends
leave your friends
behind,
behind.
but if they don't care, and if they don't care, then they're no friends
No
of
friends
mine.
of mine, anyway.
If
Exactly.
exactly. If they don't care about their audio, then I mean, I don't care about their audio. I want to help them with their audio.
No,
But if they don't
we
care
care
about their
the
audio,
audio. We care.
then okay.
We care
We
about
care
you,
about it.
Grumple.
But yeah, we can dance, right? We can dance.
I really
But we can
think
dance
you've
if
been
we
drinking,
want
but it's my estimation of the thing.
I haven't drank in 8 months, dude.
Okay.
I know I have
Jared
a little bit of
speaks.
hollowness,
Message.
but
Hang on. Whose Discord is it, or whose channel is that? Is that on Abe?
Jared speaks.
Yeah, no. Message me on Discord and let's set something up. Yeah, message me and I'll schedule you. Let's do some time and let's figure it out on different levels. A lot of people say that a lot of time. I'm honestly willing to work with somebody on audio because it's genuinely frustrating working with audio about things.
Well,
But
I had
I want to
problems
help.
before.
I want to help everybody in the community get better. Honestly, like seriously.
yeah.
You know what? I will accept. I will accept the fact that I need help because I can't figure out how to put my chat on OBS.
Wait,
So I'll accept. I'll accept
Jared,
your
I'm not-
offer.
Shut up, but yeah, you're welcome
Shut
to.
up.
Shut up, but yeah.
Yeah, no, shut up.
Shut up, but yeah.
No, Emmett, no, you're. I mean, honestly, you're decent right now. You with your equipment, you could be better.
You're decent right
Oh,
now.
fuck off.
You know, I'm pretty decent right now.
You know what? You're decent right now.
You know what? I'm gonna.
There you go. Just whatever nerds you want to join, let's troubleshoot your audio.
You troubleshoot.
I'm there
You're
already.
You troubleshoot.
My audio is fine. Okay.
You shoot the trouble.
Actually, wait, hang on. No, Abe, you have M Gundurm in your chat. No, everybody bug him. That's Wobbly. That's one of my friends.
Yeah,
That's
we
one of my
know.
oldest friends. That's one of
We
my
know.
oldest friends.
Wobbly's
no.
a good dude.
Yeah, no, bug Wobbly. No, he'll do it for you. No, like I'm offering, but if I'm
Well-
not available, bug Wobbly. Bug Wobbly.
Wobbly, I've been instructed to bug you.
Yes.
Bug you.
Aggressively. No, like aggressively.
Whoa, buddy. Calm down. Starting to get into that territory. You don't pull an Emmett on me now, okay?
I'm just shutting up.
I'm sorry, Abe. I couldn't actually understand what you just said because it was very muffly. But it was loud but muffly. It was kind of weird.
It's a you problem. I don't understand why you don't get it. Everybody
I'm the
hear
only one
him
that's
fine.
muffly.
Maybe, hang on. Maybe it's just because of the hearing damage that I have. Maybe it's just because I'm deaf.
No,
I'm
it's
not sure.
something on your mixer. You have to check if you have to check your shit.
It could be my specific setup isn't cooperating with your specific setup too.
Listen, the robo is infective, right? So it's probably just ended up on your end. Maybe Abe is cured now, right?
I haven't gone robot in a while, actually, which is weird.
So Decepticons aren't actually welcome in the Grumple sphere, okay? As much as I like to play, Decepticons aren't actually welcome. Let's just put that out there.
Wobbly. There's no switch on the mic.
Abe
Well,
has
that
his
rules him out.
volume good, but
I thought
it's like
aren't the Decepticons
muffled.
the good guys? They're just willing to do what it takes.
Grumple, we just ruled you out, bro. Come on now. You're a
I
Decepticon.
mean, no, Cecil. No, excuse me, sir. I'm a Dinobot. Fuck off.
The Dinobots are pretty
everybody.
badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Wobbly, is my sound really messed up to you in chat?
No, your sound is fine.
You got to make sure that it's the same device that you have in the call as in
It
your
is.
stream in order for that to in order for that to make a difference.
In the only way I'm using YouTube is through StreamYard right now.
Okay. So is it the same audio device? It sounds like it should be at RIP, but it's not necessarily. Is it the same?
I'll look. I haven't changed it, so I don't even.
Thank you.
Hey, Jared Speaks. That's some bullshit, and you can walk away with your bullshit because I mean the Decepticons.
Coco's
It's not exactly. It's
Decepticons are
it's all
too.
the entire Transformers war. Everything's morally gray, bruh. It's Decepticons be Cybertronian also. The war still happens.
That's exactly what a Decepticon would say.
Yeah. I don't trust these Decepticons.
Yeah, no, I'm Dinobot side. Like I know I'll fight Optimus too. Because I'm bigger and stronger than him. Fuck him. Fuck Optimus and Megatron. I'm bigger and stronger than both of them. Fuck them.
Fucking bitches.
That's literally how the Dinobots operate. Like, we align with, like, I don't know, whatever feels good.
Whoever's winning.
No, it's whatever just kind of feels right at the time.
Yeah, in the movie you got treated like a bitch though.
Oh yeah, no, that's the Michael Bay. All the Michael Bay verse shit is not canonical. Like literally the entire
true. That's
the
not
entire
true. This is Cope November. Emmett, run.
No,
you need to, Emmett, you need to
there's
have
no
a Cope November fucking stinger being
Welcome.
like.
Excuse me, sir.
Welcome to.
If you
Cope
want to know
November.
about Transformers canon, the Bee, the Bumblebee and then the Beast Wars one movies are now the new like Transformers cinematic universe canon, which because nothing Michael Bay did made sense with anything that was canon ever.
I just want
and
to
it
say
also
that,
like that.
Hold on, Emmett has something to say.
I just want to say that this is
Why
a
you
Cope
gay?
stream, and whenever somebody is scoping on the stream, we gave him a scene chat. So give Grumple his C because he's coping hard.
Cope Master General.
Oh, excuse me. If you say I'm identifying as Grimlock, yeah, that's okay.
I'll type it because it's nothing great. That's for sure.
No, me Grimlock not happy that Abe Marine didn't do Marine Corps birthday stuff today. Grimlock did birthday stuff today. Abe did let's debate with EOD, who's a zoomie about some bullshit on somebody else's stream today. That's I just came on here to give you shit, Abe. That's all. Because you didn't.
I held a crowd on my
birthday.
stream the entirety of the debate, all the way through till now, as well. And
But you didn't. You were doing some kind of what what was even the topic? I don't even know or care.
Did you make babies?
I cut a fucking cake with my NCO sword on stream. I was doing Marine birthday shit. You were doing something else.
My NCO sword got stolen, so cool.
In my life.
My NCO sword and a whole bunch of my uniforms and everything got stolen over a decade
Pull me
ago.
up. Pull me up bigger.
I'm not pulling you up bigger, okay? I will make your image large, but yeah, mine got stolen like a decade ago, and it's heartbreaking, actually. So
What is that? A Star of David? What is that? Oh.
Yeah, here's a thing that I had a question about tonight that I hadn't realized before is what the fuck is this on my NCO sword? What the fuck is that?
It's pretty badass.
you never noticed? You never noticed that?
I've only taken it out of the sheet like 3 times ever.
Oh, I noticed it a long time ago.
What the fuck is that?
Why don't you
on
look
this
it up?
side, it says things.
Yeah.
It says made in Spain. It's stainless, and then
I have lived a life. This
USMC
is
380. What the fuck is? Why is there a Star of David on there?
Highly suspect.
Because the markings have meaning.
Da 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 da.
Welcome
So
to
now that I figured out that I have it again, I'm a dude in a workshop right now, and I own an angle grinder. So unless somebody can give me a really good reason under Jesus why that symbol should be on my sword, I'm gonna take the angle grinder to that and then put a better edge on this, because look, it's still
Grumble. What's crazy is that you pulled that out in pride, and now you're like, oh fuck, I'm just gonna fuck this shit up.
Well,
no,
don't
it's been the same thing the entire time. I need to know what the fuck this 6-sided, this 6-pointed star on the Marine NCO sword is.
Look it up. You can probably Google it.
Yeah, I probably could.
Abe,
but excuse me, I've eaten red crayons on stream.
Yeah, they taste the best.
Good for you. They got more iron, right?
It's not the Star of David.
Tell me what it is.
Hold on. I'm telling you right now. It's not the Star
delegating this right now.
It's not the Star of David. It's the Star of Damascus. The mark
said
of the,
that?
Here we go.
It's the mark of it's the mark of the proved, showing that you have been proven in battle.
Is that audio wait, hang on. Who audio retard? Who are you? Because your audio your name and your icon are different than it. Was that Voltaire?
You know exactly who it is, Grandpa. It's not Voltaire. I am not Voltaire. Don't even fucking try.
It's a cardioid mic. You're correct, Wobbly.
I am not Voltaire. Don't even try to say I'm Voltaire.
No, you are Voltaire, aren't you?
He's not
No,
Voltaire.
I'm not. I'm not.
He's not Voltaire.
I'm gonna I'm gonna hit you in the head with this side of the sword.
I'm sorry, Grandpa. Okay, I'm not Voltaire. Sorry.
It's got gold filigree around the handle, you see.
Wobbly, does that mean something else that I have to do, or is that just the type?
if I Pew Professor, wait, hang it. Wait. Oh, actually, wait, hang on. Hey, oh,
What?
Okay, give me just a. I'm sorry. Oh no, Pew Professor, my bad. Oh shit, he has the entire thing. Get ready, nerds. History lesson.
Let's fucking
So,
go.
along with what Voltaire said. Okay, so from Pew Professor, aka firearms instructor on Twitch. That's his name on Twitch. He's not on any other platforms that I know of, but we're interacting on Twitch. The 6-pointed star on a USMC sword, which NCO sword, not the Mameluke sword, is what I have. So pause. But is a Star of Damascus, not a Star of David, and it symbolizes high quality steel and strength. It was originally used to indicate a sword that was made with Damascus steel, but today it represents the blade that meets the Marine Corps standards for a ceremonial sword. That symbol can also be a variation of an interlocking bar or mark signifying the sword has passed a specific durability test. Part 2. Damascus steel. Historically, the Star of Damascus was a symbol of high quality, strong steel. Military standards. The mark now indicates that the sword meets the military specifications for quality and durability. Symbol of strength. Some sources suggest the symbol is made of 2 interlocking triangles and symbolize the unbreakable strength. Proof mark. The mark is sometimes a proof slug or disc that the manufacturer stamped onto the sword to show it had passed certain strength tests.
Good.
Read your chat, you asshat. Well, thank you, Professor. I got you. And Rome for all those red crayons. I do appreciate. But no, that's what we got.
Rest in peace.
Highly suspect still. It's under investigation.
Red tastes the best. But rest in peace.
Your face tastes the best.
10 November raw. Yeah, it's like no, Pew Professor, you missed. We went through the entire Marine Corps birthday extravaganza tonight so far. I'm probably going to do it all again. Actually, no, it's like 5 a.m. No, I'm not going to do it all again.
That's what they all say, Grumple.
Why does it sound like you're inside Hershey's bar right now?
Because I am.
Every time you say Pew Professor, you say it so fast it sounds like Poo Professor.
It does. Sounds like you're talking about poop.
That's
like
pretty
That would be the worst
disrespectful to a friend.
professor. That would be a terrible fucking
We're just saying what we hear when you're
It
speaking.
just sounded silly. I'm not calling him that. I'm not throwing no insult. Just the way you're saying it. Your audio.
I think his.
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay. Disappears. Gone forever.
Maybe got
Actually,
nervous.
I'm gonna,
Gone forever.
how do I
Forever.
turn your volume down? No.
I'm trying. Okay, calm yourself. Calm your tits.
Oh, Rome, the cutting of the tiramisu was glorious. Thank you. I did use my sword. Yes. Abe, you missed when I was playing the DC Marine Corps ball, I used my sword to cut. I used a piece of tiramisu because that's the cake that I had from my Marine Corps birthday. I used my Marine Corps sword to cut the cake, and that was
good man.
You missed the ceremony, dude.
You didn't send me a message that you were even doing anything. If you had sent me a message that you were doing something, then
I didn't know that I was until I got started. I didn't know that I was until I got started, and then like it only occurred to me while I was going that like, hey, I should probably let some people know. And I started in trying to while I was streaming, and it was or while I was live about like 6 hours ago, and apparently because that's and that's where we're at. I'm not mad.
Well,
I'm a little bit disappointed that you didn't.
You should be.
Even though you didn't know that I was doing it, although I did DM you. Wait, hang on. Hang on. I DM'd a few people. It was like I was in between things. Did I DM you?
I don't think you.
I'm not sure if I did. I was in between things. Oh, I did. I definitely DM'd Jixer, which he was in. Oh no, I did at 2310. Hey, I'm doing Marie birthday stuff. You want to join? I know you have a debate with EOD. Have fun either way. That's I DM'd you before midnight on Discord. Yeah, I did.
Ooh.
Abe, I'm gonna cope and leave because I'm falling asleep. So
It's probably a good time for that.
yeah, I need to sleep for a little bit.
Who said you're allowed to sleep, Emmett?
No one, but at the same time, go and bite me and fight me if you want to. You know, come fight. In 12 hours, you'll be here and I'll be awake. So
You should be careful what you say sometimes.
we'll meet in what's the place? In Yellowstone. We'll meet in Yellowstone.
Oh, Nuxus, have a great night.
Yeah.
Oh man, I missed you.
Oh my god.
Wow.
What was that?
That's Abe's audio right now.
Jesus, that was bad.
It's got a lot of hum going on too when you're not speaking.
No, it doesn't have it.
No, just now, did you not hear all that hum?
I heard the hum when he spoke in some kind of weird shit, yeah. But right now it doesn't.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to.
No, you.
What did you do?
Hold
That
on,
sounds
I'm
weird
looking.
now.
Because
Everybody heard it open up and then close
Crazy.
up again. Just say it and it's fine. No biggie. It's I just want to help you dial it in to get better because I want that to not be something that you do unintentionally. I only want you to do that when you're intentionally doing it.
well, I wasn't having
And I
any
used to-
complaints prior, so now I'm like trying to fidget with it, and I think I'm making it way worse. So that's always good.
Dude, you like hang on. Like is that what it's it sounds way worse on no, you sound way better on stream than you do in the StreamYard. But why? Why should it sound so much different?
I'm telling you, there's something weird in your mixer. Anyway.
No, Emmett, you sound the same. It's something. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery that we need to figure out. Like why? And is it just me? Is it just me that Abe sounds weird too? Maybe it's my hearing damage. Like
It's your stream.
What? No. What about my? No, y'all aren't on my like.
It could be.
I'm not streaming through there.
And right now he sounds really weird. I will agree. I will grant you that one. He sounds kind of weird.
Well, why even say anything about my stream? No, I am live, but I'm live on like 2 levels removed from
Because
this
on your
StreamYard.
live,
Because
it
now you have me all
sounds
confused.
really bad. But it's on your live.
No, I'm not listening to my stream on the outside, dude. I'm interacting with y'all right now.
Yeah, and then your stream picks it up from your end, and it sounds bad.
I'm not listening to my stream picking up anything. I'm interacting with you individually.
The Twitch.
I'm not listening to how Twitch sounds right now. I'd have to go and unmute a whole Twitch stream to hear how it sounds. That would be echoing something weird.
Oh Lord.
Yes.
Lord have mercy.
Emmett,
on
I
my
don't.
soul.
Yeah, Emmett, I don't think
I'm
you
finally made it
understand how
back.
things work
Holy
right now.
fuck.
Holy shit balls, Batman.
Emmett, you don't know how things work, bro. Just calm down.
I agree.
What you're saying
I
doesn't
don't
make
know.
sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Just calm it
God
down
have
just a little bit.
mercy on my soul.
Yeah, indeed.
I hope. I hope, but I mean, there's no reason to invoke that for just like talking about audio right now. That's silly.
Oh dear.
But I do wish that all the mercy on your soul,
I wish
and I would
it.
help
I wish all
and,
the mercy on your soul as well.
pray for
Anyway,
all
I'll
that.
be
I mean,
leaving now. I'm gonna go to sleep
if
for
you
a
have some
while.
kind of trouble or something.
Have an excellent night, everyone. Thank you for being here in Grapple. Happy birthday.
Emmett,
See
I'm
you.
gonna actually pray for you. But why are you so gay?
I'm not gay. That's all I have
okay.
to say about that.
Maybe I
Not gay.
misunderstood. My bad. Entirely my bad. But I'm still gonna. I'll pray for you at least.
Why the fuck would I be gay?
Next day.
I want them hanging for trees. So, see
Oh
you
no,
later.
no! I mean that's cool. It's fine. Just okay. Maybe I misunderstood. That's my bad.
Yeah.
No biggie. People can make
There's two places. There's two places they should go. One
I'm-
is so deep in the
Emmett,
closet
I'm
I can't
saying-
see them. Or so high up
Emmett.
a tree they're hanging.
Emmett. I'm saying I made a mistake, right? Obviously, you're not, and that would be silly to assume or do anything with that kind of stuff. But I mean, maybe there was a reason that somebody thought so. You don't know. You don't know what's on other people's hearts or souls or minds, right? And maybe you want to just pray for all of them too. That maybe anybody who had ill wishes for you, you pray for them that they help see the errors of their ways, because that's what I do. I would love that. Please, I need it.
Okay.
No. And
Doesn't
you have
everyone?
no idea how much I need other people to be praying for me right now.
See you later, Chechil. See you later, Abe. And
Good night,
See you
Emmett.
later,
Good night,
Voltaire.
Be
Have a
good.
one.
God bless.
Emmett, you sexy bitch.
Be good.
Keep it sexy, nerd.
See you later.
Thank you.
Cecil, I think your fucking mic's muted. I haven't been able to hear anything you're saying.
Cecil, did you disappear?
No, I'm here.
There you are.
You're like,
Cecil
no, I'm
has-
not.
Cecil's
He's like,
right
no, I'm
there.
right here. What are you talking about?
Wait, who's making fun of Cecil's Slavish audio?
Slav.
Yeah, he's got Slav audio. That's fine.
Audio
I
slave.
know. I got
He knows you.
What do you call it? Swamp audio, not a slobber.
Slobber Ollie. You're just slobbering all over that.
Good call.
motherfucker.
Good call, Wobbly.
Weevils wobble, but they don't fall down. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody does. It ain't me.
Somebody always falls down.
Oh man. Sometimes you just gotta wonder.
I try not to. You drive yourself crazy, man.
Oh no.
What are you eating?
I'm
Grandpa?
already crazy.
Yeah.
Some beans.
We're actually-
beans from a can.
We're 6 hours later. It's okay for me to eat another slice.
You had
Thank you,
something with a
Wobbly.
spoon.
That was helpful. Legitimately helpful. Things, the more you know, right? The more you know.
I know I can't hear shit what Grumple's saying.
That's because he's too busy showing you his dessert pizza.
Yeah.
I think that's dessert pizza.
Oh no, this isn't dessert pizza. This is breakfast pizza. What are you talking about?
I was wondering what you were eating with a spoon.
What are
That's
you
what I was
talking about?
This is
You don't-
breakfast pizza. This is like normal pizza. We've
You don't
just
even
been up.
know.
We've been going so long, dude.
No.
I've apparently been live for like, I don't know, a little over 6 hours. I wasn't
Yeah.
planning on going this long. We were just going to do birthday stuff, but I still have a whole bunch of stuff queued up. But
Yeah.
I got pizza now to eat along with it. Hey, you want to play some of the things that I have queued up just so you can participate in birthday stuff? Do you want to do that?
I can for a little bit, but it is rapidly approaching the doom of the moon.
You're doom with the sun.
Okay, Link. Oh, shit.
Okay, Link. How about you call him yours?
Listen, I am not Voltaire. Don't say I was Voltaire. I'm not Voltaire.
Voltaire is in your name.
I am
Aren't
not
you not
Voltaire.
not Voltaire? So wouldn't that make you Voltaire?
Voltaire is in your name.
That's a double negative.
Double negative means true.
No, I'm not Voltaire.
Not. I'm just gonna start calling you not from now on. Hey, not. How are you?
Not Voltaire. Like not like, and then not, and then not Voltaire, and then I gotta put a ring around that and then put a cross. So I'm not. You know what I mean?
That's almost like saying the Knights of Knee.
Yeah. I mean, just have not. Just go find me not. That's all. I'll say.
Not.
Yeah.
What if you came on panel and that's like what you did? You get on a full panel and everybody's conversing and you're like, not, and they're like, what the shit? And then they ask you a question and you're like, not. And they're like,
yeah, Rome.
I don't know. I might be able to win VK like that. I don't know.
You might. That'd be a good shtick.
It would be, because VK is not about fucking. It's not about verbal contact. It's about the audience and the show. Right.
Right. Right.
Or wait, hang on. Who are we gonna use?
Right.
What's up,
Right.
Grumpston? Grumple.
Stilt skin.
Oh wait, hang on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, here we go. This pull this up. And this is on yours.
Yes.
This is just an intro. We're gonna do a few things. Ready?
Sure. Let's do
3,
it.
2, 1, go.
For 250 years, Marines have celebrated their birthday on November 10th. From cake cutting to toasts with fellow Marines, this day has always been a time to celebrate our history. But at every pivotal moment in our country's history, when our nation has needed the might of the Marine Corps, Marines have celebrated with a true fighting spirit. On November 10th, 1943, Marines celebrated their birthday on the small island of Guadalcanal, where vicious fighting took place on our way to securing victory in World War II. November 10th, 1965, Marines were landing on the beaches of Tom Key, kicking off Operation Blue Marlin in South Vietnam. November 10th, 2004, Marines were fighting door to door in the city of Fallujah, executing Operation Phantom Fury. To a Marine, locating, closing with, and destroying the enemy is the best birthday present one could ask for. Here's to 250 more years of fighting, shooting, flying, detonating, landing, scouting, jumping, driving, charging, and always winning. Happy birthday, Marines.
That's good shit, Grumple.
There's more.
Oh, I'm sure.
I apologize for not inviting you to the initial thing, but you were literally in the middle of a debate, and I DM'd you, but then after the debate,
got too busy.
You know,
got too into it.
Yeah, you know, 6 hours ago. Yeah, it like I understand. No, I get it, but no, we're still like no. I'm here now. So I'm your local Marine Corps birthday ossifer. That's what excuse me, I'm just a lowly sergeant, but
NCO,
Marines.
non-commissioned officer. I'm your lowly.
I'm your friendly,
non-commissioned officer.
I'm your friendly, I'm just a comm guy and your friendly local Marine NCO, sergeant of Marines. But no, no, Abe, I know you're in because I'm now enforcing you for mandatory fun day because this is Marine Corps. Come on, dude. Unless you don't want to be in the club.
You're funny.
If you don't want to be in the club, you don't have to be
already in the club, you dork.
Oh, well, then you're in the club, so you have to. Go figure.
I mean, how long
I
are we
was
going?
I don't even care who's live right now. I'm just taking,
You're such a nerd. Oh,
bites of pizza. Oh no, hang on, check this shit out, right? JD Vance. Oh man, I covered the entire DC Marine Corps ball where the commandant and JD Vance and so the funny thing to me, the thing that was an irritant to me as a prior sergeant of Marines, we'll say, but also just a person that has common sense.
Mm-hmm.
So the event in DC, the Marine Corps ball that happened in DC, where JD Vance was propped up as whatever, which he was active from 1998 until 2002, and then for some reason Grok thinks he joined because of 9/11 when he was in 2008 or 1990.
I don't think he could have been
1990. Yeah, no, he joined in 1998 apparently, and he left in 2002. And Grok is apparently associating his joining with 9/11.
I think Grok is wrong.
Yeah, no, Grok is 100% wrong. I joined because of 9/11. He joined in 1998. There's a difference.
How old is he? How old is he, Grumple? Because if he's 41 like I am, then he didn't join in 1998. He would have been in high school still. No. He wouldn't even have been able to go into the delayed entry program yet in 98.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he didn't join. He still could have joined because 9/11. Maybe he was just late to it.
Well, I'm saying I don't think he joined in 98. I really don't. And Grok has said some weird shit about dates and times of things recently.
Wait, hang on. That might be. Whoa, wait, hang on. Let me back that up. That I might be thinking of. I was asking Grok about John Bernthal also, who did the commentary. Who did the commentary on the?
Yes.
Wait, hang on. Did you play? Just hang on. So John Bernthal, who, if
Played
you
the
don't know,
Punisher.
he was. He was Shane from The Walking Dead, which I didn't like him in that so much. But John Bernthal was he was an active duty Marine. Hang on, who did I say? Because what I was talking about,
You said Vance.
that was. Oh no! Wait, hang on. No, John Bernthal is who I'm like. Oh, see, no, Mr. Abe, I've been hit in the head a lot. Things might not be straight. So John Bernthal apparently joined the Marine Corps in 1998 and got out in 2002 as a corporal. I don't know nothing about JD Vance.
He was a war reporter, I think. Vance's MOS was journalism in the Marine Corps.
Yeah,
I
back up. I don't know nothing about JD Vance or his service. I was everything that I misrepresented. That's my bad. Nothing that I've said was about JD Vance at all.
Okay.
Everything that I was talking about was about somebody just, somebody weird. Was about John Bernthal, who was Shane, the character in the first season of Walking Dead, which I didn't think he was that great in. But as I said on my stream, he was also the Punisher in the Netflix series, and
he played a damn good Frank Castle.
Hell yeah.
I think he rocked it, and he was an active duty Marine, and he played a Marine, and like, oh, I mean, that's the dude that was like not the blue milk guy, but the dude with the younger 3-piece lightsaber for the Star Wars. Whatever.
Anakin.
That dude.
Kylo.
No, not Anakin. Yeah,
Kylo Ren.
Kylo.
He was also a Marine vet.
I forget his name.
Oh,
yeah, he's a Marine vet also, but yeah, he's like Disney interfered with him doing whatever.
He got artsy is what happened. He got artsy for
So do you want to hear the entire I mean, are you okay with that? Do you want to hear it just on the day that it's important?
Have I protested?
We're gonna I have now control about what's gonna happen. Let's bring this up. We're gonna replay this and share this tab, and then share this on share. How do we hang on? How do we do this? Share. This is the actual birthday message. And then in order to make it better, we're going to do this. 3, 2, 1, go.
Since the birth of the Corps, we have answered the call. Through every battle,
As narrated by John Bernthal.
time, in every place. No matter the odds, no matter the obstacle. We adapt, we overcome, and close with and destroy the enemy. We know the future will not be the same, but the one thing we know will always remain is the Marine. For 250 years, we have formed ranks and held the line. And we will for the next 250.
Marine Corps is a far-flung organization. Detachments of Marines are serving in every Navy yard, naval station, and guarding every naval activity everywhere in the world. I visited a great many of those places. Everywhere I heard expressions of goodwill towards the Marines. Everywhere I observed the friendly relations existing between the people and the Marines.
For 2.5 centuries, we have shouldered the responsibility of freedom on behalf of our nation. Every battle fought, every sacrifice made has been etched into our legacy.
We're Marines. We always find a way to work things out. No matter what happens anywhere, we can make something happen that'll turn the tide of battle.
We are that adaptable.
I have to apologize. I didn't see this the first time through.
You're good.
Marines. We always find a way to work things out. No matter what happens anywhere, we can make something.
Y'all, we caught one.
That's CWO. That's legend.
Abe gets it. No, a CWO5.
Yep.
Caught on camera for the first time ever. Somebody gets it. Thank you, Abe.
It's an unattainable rank. like
Wayne, rather, nobody knows what you've done or anything, sir, and honestly, nobody cares, but it doesn't matter if they care or not. They're not going to know the depths of anything that you've done, because chief warrant officers, man, they make so much happen that nobody knows about and they don't need to know about.
They're a different breed.
They're
like unicorns.
They are actual unicorns. They don't they exist in whispers only in the forefront of your mind. They don't need to show up for formation. No, excuse me. They're beyond that. They exist in a different plane of reality. However, they are there to help you. They are benevolent fairies.
They are the ghosts in the middle.
They
are the ghosts in the in-between.
Hang on, I just said they're benevolent fairies. I'm going to stick with that. And if any of them wants to fight me about it, I'm okay with that. In person, I'm okay with that.
You won't see one
it
again.
Will not be
so...
televised. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Is that's the thing. It's a zero risk thing because they don't exist. However, this is a chief one, a CW05, and he was one in Vietnam. This is like the rarest unicorn of all military people ever. A Marine one too. I don't even know if the Army has warrant officers. Oh wait, no, hang on, I do, because when I was a very young Lance Cooley, the Army, in the early 2000s, the Army was trying to recruit Marines to come over and join and be Apache pilots, I think, and then be warrant officers. I'm not sure. I just I was but then I wouldn't be a Marine, so get wrecked, nerd. That's how I answered because they were trying hard to get Marines who had passed Marine Corps boot camp to come over and just inter-service transfer right now, and
they're trying to bonus us over too, big time. They were trying to bonus everybody they could over. See, this is a bonus. You could just leave the Marine Corps and come over here.
Wait, hang on. You said they tried to bone you, but I mean, yeah,
bonus. They tried to get big checks to go join the different branch.
Excuse me, sir. I joined the Marine Corps, and I'm a Marine, and fuck off. I imagine they didn't get all that many. I mean, they probably got a few, but probably not all that many. I'd be very interested in how many they actually got. Interesting. You remember? Wait, hang on. When were you in? Because I was a November of 2001 is when I went to boot camp until 2008. When you were
2003 is when I got. 2003 is when I got in. I was in Fallujah in 2004.
Okay.
Yeah. So just after. But the same stuff was going on. They were still, both the Air Force and the Army were trying to write big checks and get Marines to come to their branches during that time. So it was interesting.
Man, I was only 2 years. Wait, how am I so much older than you? But I'm only 2 years before you in the. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I wasn't 18 when I joined either. I was 20. Just Abe, for fun fact, not nobody else cares. Abe, for fun fact for you, you know how most kids have blackout week in college where they just drink forever and whatever. My 21st birthday was my grenade throwing test.
That's interesting.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
I think that's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna push play.
Something happened that'll turn the tide of battle.
We are that adaptable to whatever the situation is. We trust our corporals with more responsibility, our lieutenants with more responsibility, our lieutenant colonels with more responsibility than any other branch of service, because we do more with less. There's no other branch that can do that.
It's by far the greatest institution still in my mind on the face of the planet, because not everybody can be a Marine. You have to earn the Eagle Globe and
Pause, back up.
Dakota.
This This is Dakota Meyer. He so another dude's gonna come up. These are some of the people that are still alive that have medals of honor, which isn't a thing that usually happens. Usually, when somebody is awarded the Medal of Honor, it's posthumous. Dakota Meyer is one of the ones. This idiot got it when he was fucking alive. So did what's his name? I Love Scars, or what's his name? He's in this message also. Chicks Dig Scars. That's his online handle. No, Kyle Carpenter.
Yeah,
or something like that. Whatever the fuck his name is. He'll be in this message also. But Dakota Meyer, this is fourth Marine. Yeah, was fourth. Now he's like now he's everything. He's doing everything. He was a sergeant. Kyle Carpenter was a corporal.
Yes.
Yeah, they did some shit.
Most Medal of Honor
Most of them
recipients
posthumous.
receive them after they have given their life on the battlefield. Just, yeah.
That's thank you for translating it. That's what posthumously means. Nerds, you fucking idiots. Learn to get some dialect in, like learn words. Fucking idiots.
I was just making sure it gets said so people know.
All of chat is retarded. All of chat is actually retarded, and I appreciate you explaining to them because I forgot that all of chat is retarded. Let's play.
My mind on the face of the planet, because not everybody can be a Marine. You have to earn the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor, and I think that's what attracts the type of people that the Marine Corps has.
Every Marine who has earned the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor bears a responsibility that stands the test of time. To the Marines, past, present, and future.
We don't join the Marine Corps. We are the Marine Corps. The core of our being is that we're convinced we're the best fighting force in the world. And the truth is, we are.
I believe the immediate bond between Marines is so strong just because of the way we're trained. We have a very specific niche culture of, greatness, our heritage, our warrior ethos. I think all those things, separate us, and we find them in each other.
You may have a reason why you join, but there's a reason why you stay. You stay because of everything you're learning about how to be a warrior, how to maintain those warrior ethics, so that when that bomb goes off, you're ready to do your part.
As Marines, our warrior mindset is something.
This is the other guy. His name is Kyle Carpenter. As you can see on the screen, he's the other one, the most biggest living recipient of a Medal of Honor. Also, his face is looking so much better now.
That's what I was gonna say. He's healed a lot. That's like significantly better than it was.
He's the guy who, hang on, if I'm remembering the story right, he literally jumped on a grenade, of like a frag from some. I think he put either a helmet or somebody else's flak underneath him, and that's how he survived. And it shredded his face. One of his eyes is fake, and from this angle, you can't tell which one.
Yep.
Dude's looking good.
Considering what I remember, yeah, it's significantly better.
From
even has facial hair,
it's
man.
and I think it was 10-ish years ago. And his I believe it's on Instagram. His handle is Chicks Dig Scars, which I think that's his shit everywhere. However, I think his main thing is Instagram. Go follow him, Kyle Carpenter. It's that's one of our brothers. Not having anything to do with that range incident that one of our other brothers had to deal with. Nothing to do with that. This is just Kyle Carpenter. He is a Medal of Honor recipient, and his face is healed up a whole lot. And his handle is Chicks Dig Scars. Dude's a baller and a badass, and I will not stand any disparagement upon his character, or there will be violence upon your character that I will cause Even if I'm not the one doing it, I'll make it happen. Doesn't matter where you are. If you're in Alaska, you talk shit about Kyle Carpenter, something bad's going to happen to you. Don't worry about it. If you're in friggin' Indonesia.
What? Okay.
No. I've never talked to this man. But he's my boy.
Yeah. It's your brother.
I'm a sergeant of Marines. This is, I mean,
yes.
He's under my umbrella. If you're in fucking Indonesia and you talk shit about my man, oh, bad things will happen. I'll make it happen. Let's continue.
I got a special set of hate. I will find you and it will make you hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it has nothing to do with that. It's just I mean, I have very particular skills.
I got a very particular set of skills.
So that very particular set of skills is buying a plane ticket.
I've done that before.
For that. However, I mean, getting on a red eye to go somewhere for free is that's a different skill set. But then also causing violence in that place. I mean, I'm not trying to necessarily say anything about that. That'd be super weird and not toss at all. That'd be very not toss. So we're not going to say anything about that. But yeah, don't say shit about. Nobody's going to say shit about Kyle Carpenter. He's everybody's homie. Dude lived through freaking getting shredded. He gets free drinks everywhere. And if not, I mean, I'll pay for him.
Yeah.
That can never be defeated.
Push play.
For 250 years, the Marine Corps has been successful because that's the only option. Success is all we know.
The character of war has and will continue to change. We have adapted, evolved, and innovated, but our warrior spirit remains consistent.
Remember, the narration is by John Bernthal, who was Shane from The Walking Dead, but also the Punisher in the Netflix.
Because to those who don't remember, the Punisher was a Marine before he became the Punisher. So
yeah, and that's I think that's why how somehow it became better, because he was a Marine. Even if he wasn't that flavor of Marines, I mean, there's so much bullshit that happens in movies and TV where that's not how things work. At least he knew and did a little bit of justice to it. That's all we ask.
Yep.
I think collectively that's I can say on behalf of everybody, all veterans. Just don't be stupid about it. Just do a little bit of hey, maybe how things kind of work.
Yeah.
Okay, push and play.
The nature of war is taking something that somebody else has that you want, and it's never changed, probably never will change. The character of war, however, has changed a lot. World War II, we used ships, planes, bombs. All the way to today, we use, as you can tell by the news, we use ships, planes, bombs. We just have a lot better technology.
I don't know that one battlefield's ever been the same for any generation. The types of war, the ways of war, all that is constantly going to be changing. What's going to decide our next and our future wars is not going to be the technology. It's not going to be money. It's going to be the level of the belief of our people, of what they believe in and the standards that they hold themselves to.
We are more lethal, more capable, and more ready than ever, while grounded in the traditions that made us who we are. We will not win the next fight on platforms alone. It is the Marine who will break the will of the enemy.
As Marines, I believe the most powerful aspect of our training and such an important part of who we are, holding on to that history that came before us. The Marine Corps is lethal because of our willingness and our eagerness to take the fight to the enemy in any climb or place and win those battles, sometimes at any cost.
Our history is not only a story of battles won, it is a story of people, of commitment,
Rome.
A family. An unbreakable bond that transcends ranks and lasts a lifetime.
I think the only way to honor them is to live a life that's worthy of their sacrifices. And the only way that you can do that is by going out and being the best that you can be, by going out and by still upholding those standards as a Marine, by celebrating them, by telling their stories and giving the next generation some legacy to live up to.
Cream rises to the top. And that's what we have in the Marine Corps.
Just a moment.
WrestleMania 3 at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. It's a day that
Cecil.
I gotta switch this just for a moment. And then we'll get back to this. I gotta switch this from what I'm sharing.
Ugh. Okay,
Oh,
say
wait,
it.
hang on. Oh, wait, that's I messed up with the wrong. Oh, fuck, I messed it up. Okay, got it. There we go.
You disconnected it.
Yeah, this is more important right now, and then we'll get back to that. Share that.
You had to be there.
You had to be there. I'll reshare the. Oh, hang on. You get to share it up before I push play. Okay.
Marine Corps. But there's another aspect of the Marine Corps. It's those former Marines or former active duty who are out there in all walks of life. It's amazing when you think of it.
Being in service was a privilege. It was the best time of our lives. But
yeah, Roma
it was
Slim
a
Jim.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
And your family is part of that sacrifice. And Marine wives or Marine spouses, they deserve a lot of credit as well. The kids being up, moving. It's a sacrifice to serve our country.
Without the support of their loved ones and their immediate family, it's hard for them to complete their job. So again, it's so important for military families and Marine Corps families to understand that their role and the role that they play in supporting their loved one while serving is just as important.
For 250 years, we have proven there is no better friend and no worse enemy than a U.S. Marine.
For those people who wish evil upon the greater good, David Bellavia said it best. Somebody else will raise your children.
To the enemies of our nation, don't get comfortable. Whether you're in the air, at sea, or on the ground. We adapt. We always have, and we always will.
But if it comes down to one-on-one, mano a mano, and you turn us loose, I can promise you this, you're not going to survive.
From our first
Notice on this auspicious occasion, the 250th Marine Corps birthday, not the reading of General John A. Lejeune's original message, but this portion of it by the Commandant and the smudge of the Marine Corps is now being given in the rain. Pay attention, nerds.
Amphibious landing at Nassau, to the black sands of Iwo Jima, to urban combat in Fallujah. Our Corps has come a long way since Samuel Nichols first took command of 2 battalions at Tun Tavern. Though weapons, platforms, and technology continue to evolve, our individual Marines' grit, discipline, resolve remain our decisive advantage.
For 2.5 centuries, Marines have preserved our legacy as America's premier expeditionary force because we are forward, ready, and lethal. When the moment a Marine earns their Eagle Globe and Anchor, they inherit a rich tradition of honor, courage, and commitment, a legacy that is etched on our souls forever. Our history is one of winning our nation's battle, and make no mistake, we will be called to fight again. We will be ready, and we will win.
Since our foundation, we have fought in every climb and place, upholding our oath and preserving who we are, the few and the proud. But we cannot break stride. We must continue to train for the next fight, because victory will go to those who seize the initiative, impose their will, and never yield. The pursuit of excellence in the profession of arms is our heritage, forged by an unbreakable fighting spirit. The memorial behind us stands as a testament to that fact. We stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before us. We must not fail them. The challenge is on all of us every day to uphold the standard that the title Marine demands. Happy 250th birthday, Marines. Semper Fidelis.
Take it down.
Pretty crazy, man. I didn't even know they were 250 years.
It's exactly 250. 1775, Tun Tavern. Actually, hang on. Give me just a moment. I have something that I didn't stream on my stream yet. However, we're gonna bring it up. Give me just a moment. This is the shit that I saw in the 90s. Okay, this is like what I was like. Oh yeah, I gotta join. No, the Marine Corps is the only option. Okay, got it. It's a minute and some change, apparently. Here we go. Share. Wait, hang on. This is like a share inside of a share. Oh, I don't. Pull it up.
Which one? What? Same one? You don't have a different one pulled up. Cecil.
That's
Yeah. What's up?
When was the Declaration of Independence signed?
1700s?
4th of July, 1776. The Marine Corps birthday is when?
Is it the same day?
November 10th, 1775.
Damn.
That means the Marine Corps is older than the Declaration of Independence.
That's pretty crazy, actually. I mean, you're going to need some people to
Pull it
back
up.
up that declaration, right?
Yeah, Cecil, but check this shit out. This is what I lived on in the 80s and 90s. Hang on. We got to unmute the tab because I'm a professional streamer. This is on TV.
I played this the other night.
It is more than a trial by fire. It is a rite of passage, a challenge to join the elite. And if you succeed, If you can master your fear, outsmart your enemy, and never yield, even to yourself, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
When did that come out? That looks old.
So that shit, that was in the 90s. And so Abe is also of my kin. Abe was also a Marine. He's a little tiny bit after me. But I never fought the friggin' lava monster. I think they keep him at Quantico at like Dermo or something. I'm not sure. I think they keep him like the TBS, maybe. But I think they just keep him in like Dermo at Quantico. And it's because I never got to fight the thing. And that's like, I mean, that's half of what I joined for. Come on, dude.
We all looked to fight the thing. They never had the thing. What the fuck is this shit?
No, the thing that prompted me to join was like, oh, hey, people that speak Arabic just did something. So let me go and do a job where I have to speak Arabic and like, let me go and join Arabic. And like, no, I really wanted to be violent too. But then like this kind of bullshit comes out and oh wait, the lava monster. Wait, what about the lava monster's kids? What about those fucking things? Like, what's going on here? The lava monster. Does World of Warcraft know about this lava monster? Is it a raid boss right now? What's going on? Because I never got to fight the lava monster, and I was enlisted, and
I didn't get to fight the lava monster or the dragon. Neither one.
This is some bullshit.
There was a fucking dragon.
Yeah, I didn't get to fight that either. It's really sad.
Wait, what dragon? Hang on, what was that in an ad or what?
I think there was a dragon.
Wait,
I think there was a dragon ad.
How did you get convinced there's no? I like. Hang on, I'm disagreeing. I don't think there was a dragon. You got to convince me there was a dragon from like our time.
Jared, can you find if there's a recruiting ad with a dragon? Because if there is one, I'm gonna need it.
That the Marine Corps used because the Marine Corps has the best recruiting ads ever, and everybody who's just mad or anything about other services, like, get the fuck on our level, you idiots.
Yeah. Do
you
it.
Jerks. You know, a lot of them are my friends too, and I'm just like, I mean, you made the wrong decision, boys.
You're like,
just
do it now. You're too old, but do it anyway.
You're like, we've all been out for however many years. It's fine. We're all friends, but you didn't join the Marine Corps. You're all kind of gay. That's, I mean, is it Abe? Am I wrong in this?
No, you're not. But I will say this much: I'm feeling pretty old these days, considering my combat team was had their 21st year anniversary this year. So,
wait,
21 years ago,
your combat team. Dude, I was a comm guy. I was like all over the place. That was.
Yep. 21 years ago? That's crazy.
Man, that's like, I kind of regret that because I was all over the place. I didn't get to really embed with a whole lot. Like, I don't have a whole lot of dudes that I was just like, no, we're brother, like with when I was deployed ever. And it's like, it feels shitty now. It's like, what the fuck did I even join for?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm like massively detached from everything, but.
Oh, no, that's 21 years on my level. Yeah. You're massively detached from reality and it's like humans and stuff. Like, yeah, no, like, oh, yeah. No,
well,
let's talk later off. Let's talk later off things.
I constantly refer to people as humans, and people stare at me like I'm very, very strange for it. So, yeah, humans are weird creatures.
Oh no, they are, and like we agree. Just like, dude, talk to me before you do anything serious. Let's talk about things. Either way later. Like, just not right now. Let's talk about things later. And no way, but somebody was going to bring up some kind of dragon recruiter.
Yes,
ad from. Was that Cecil or somebody who was here, or
one of my mods is looking for it right now?
Is one of your mods one of my friends and one of our friends? Or
Jared
could you
Speaks.
say- Oh no, that's a person.
Yeah, Jared Speaks is looking for the ad right now. I asked him if he'd go find it.
Jared Speaks, do you want to be a mod for me too? I'll talk to you by name instead of just saying you're just a mod.
Yeah, because I'm such a terrible person. I call my mods mods. Fucking guy.
Mods.
Mods. Jared says sure.
I've been watching a lot of
Hey, bacterial vaginosis is an infectious disease, and it does get all over the place. Just if it's infecting you, you might want to call. Hey, hang on. So at the bottom of my stream, I have about the vehicle extended warranty. However, that's the number you should call if you think you might be exposed to one of these bacterial vaginosis diseases.
Okay, good to know.
That's not good.
Grumple. I don't know where that came from, but
oh yeah, no, I actually own the domain onlyredcrayons.com. I haven't done anything with it. I think I need to do something.
You probably should.
But yeah. Onlyredcrayons.com. I have that domain. I don't know what to do with it yet though.
Could brand the shit out of it.
Media. Yes, it does, but with what? Give me ideas. I don't know what to do. And like nothing will be attributed to you if I do it. That's more endorsement for you to do things, like to give me ideas.
What do you think? I have good ideas or something?
No, right now it's
actually
no. Just right now it's like a honey pot right now. Just I'm trying to use it at some point. But right now it's literally a honey pot for me to go mess with.
All right, Winnie the Pooh, I hear you.
Y'all gotta calm down, nerds.
We're the nerds. I see. Thank you for letting us know.
I feel like a nerd.
I mean,
Cecil, what the fuck? You are the biggest nerd I've ever known. I'm in a freestyle right now.
I've been called worse.
Cecil, he's me soul. Don't even know that you. Actually, never mind. I'm not freestyling.
Weasel.
Right. He's a weasel. Yeah. Oh no, that's good. Yeah. Wait, no, that's hang on. That's that's good.
I hate that shit.
That's good. No, wait, hang on. No, nobody's calling you that right now. We're just.
No, I don't care. When I was a kid.
We're spirit boarding right now. No, that's good. You should keep that.
And they call me Seesaw. Like like you sit on like at a playground. They weren't that creative, to be honest.
That one's not as good.
They also call me Seesaw. I used to get that
one. Yeah, no, that one's not. Seesaw is not. I mean, the other part you said, no, that was really good. Honestly, I didn't even write it down. I forgot it at this point. I have my notepad in front of me. I was gonna write that down, and I forgot because you distracted me. So it'll be new to me if you do it again. Just do it good.
Oh, I see. Well, if we can't find it, we can't find it. We'll find it eventually because that's what we do. It's how we roll.
I don't really know that much about like the services and stuff. Like my grandfather, he was the person I was named after, but I never got to meet him. Grandpa Cecil. He used to fly the helicopters in like I think Vietnam.
Wait, which helicopters in Vietnam were they? Little birds or?
I had a painting of it too, like, but I don't have it anymore. But I don't know. It was like green with black blades, like the transports. It had no doors. Like and such.
The color doesn't matter. Just no. It's the next question is going to matter very big on.
The whole reason they got him in
Okay,
the
just never mind.
military too, it was a cool story. He was in Cuba and like he put together like parts like and made like what do you call it? Like one of those banana boats? I'm not saying that right, am I? I mean banana planes, you know, like scrap something together, and then when he landed it in Florida, like they asked him if he wanted to serve.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my family told me he was a cool, good man, so
I'm going to share another thing. This is like a very small portion of the entire thing from the ball. If you'd like.
Sure.
Oh, there we go. There was a lot that had to go on with the ball tonight, and as soon as I hit play, I'll be able to make it bigger and not as like wonky.
Okay. You're fine.
Just the thing that everybody I think misunderstands is the cake was a giant bald eagle, and it's on everybody who has powers leisure to allow you to even see this. It's only on the goodwill of people who are present to allow you to be part of this ceremony.
Because usually the Marine Corps ball is not recorded in any way, shape, or form.
And it's not. And there was a lot of shit that didn't happen. The cake cutting was I was like I had pulled up a live feed of it, and it was, oh man, it's like the only one that actually had press pass access.
Have I not roboted in a long time?
Not in a while.
That's amazing. That might be. Wobbly told me to turn my mic around because it's a cardioid mic, and I turned it around, and now its sound is significantly better and isn't having issues. Just turning the microphone.
You just had it
It is significantly better.
I don't even know how that's possible, but it's possible, and it happened.
Your audio is like 1,000% significantly better. However,
That's what I'm
it does
saying.
sound like your gain is a little bit up more than it like, but that's like tweaking. That's tweaking the audio. That's like tweaking the shit right now, and then then where we can get better. So I'm gonna push play.
Okay,
just so everybody can hear it.
Okay. Live now. We are seeing that
Oh, excuse me.
Eric M. Smith, he's the commandant of the
Mute
United
tab.
States Marine Corps. He is speaking right now. at
That's
this
General Smith.
Event where we expect the Vice President, who himself is a Marine Corps veteran, he'll be speaking shortly. We expect. Let's listen. This is live.
Brother out there in my Humvee, and I said, Corporal Jaime, I don't know what to say to you right now.
I know it sounds like somewhat kind of weird. That's actually what this guy. That's actually what this guy is saying right now, and it's like the audio is going to get dialed in because the dudes that were doing this stream were not dialed in on all the different sources of audio and shit. Just FYI, it's like I know it sounds like a meme that's about to happen. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. It's not a meme. This is literally what serious people are saying, and I would appreciate the respect. Let's calm down and listen. This is at the Marine Corps Ball.
Corporal Jaime, I don't know what to say to you right now. And he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, sir, It's been my privilege to serve in this battalion.
Wait, hang on. Before we continue, Abe, would you like to know, or would you like me to find and rewind the story for what happened with
It's all
Corporal
right.
Jaime to where he became a thing?
Nah, we can play this. It's fine for now.
I covered it, but okay, we can continue from here. Just as long as you know that Corporal Jaime is an actual player right now and has to deliver his dead brother to his family. That's who Corporal Jaime is. That's what Brian Boitano do. No, that's who Corporal Jaime is. That's what happened right before this. He told the story about Corporal Jaime now has to deliver his dead brother to his own family. That's what's happening here. And then Marines are still getting agitated and caught up in the moment because we're still Marines and we're still going to get caught up in the moment.
That's what I heard. Every time I say you were a Marine to someone, they're like, no, like you don't get it. You're always a Marine.
Oh, wait, hang on. Cecil, based on your you're just your social demographic, I'm really surprised you've never been hit for saying that.
I did get some some friends did put me in check, like especially like when I was way younger. I used to like be super against the military, you know, but I just didn't really understand a lot of things.
No, just in this particular context, saying, "Hey, you were a Marine." I'm very surprised that you have not been physically checked.
Meh.
For that.
Self-control goes a long way.
It does. However, I mean, hang on, Abe, you got out as a corporal, right?
Yes.
So you were, hang on. No, you like, I want to say a lot of slurs to you. No, you know my struggle about herding cats. That's no NCOs. Yes, we herd cats. That's what it is. Oh man. Yes, 100%. The only reprieve you get is from the jerks that just really want to be there. And then like, hey, yeah, I got y'all guys. And then, oh man, I wish I could just take y'all, like the two of you, and go do this thing. But oh, we got these other idiots that we have to fucking deal with. And then now fuck me running Batman. That's Abe, Sam wrong. Sam wrong, or like just don't say anything and then I'll push play. Sam wrong about that. Say just Sam wrong.
You're not wrong.
Anybody. I got out as a sergeant of Marines. I got out as a sergeant of Marines. I was a professional cat herder, and I'm about to push play on this fucking video. Anybody, please tell me I'm wrong. Anybody, literally
cats.
anybody.
I heard a cat.
Yeah, exactly.
I will throat slam you, sir.
I'm just saying they don't listen. The cats, they do what they want.
That's exactly what we're saying. What did you fucking hang on? Maybe I have a lot of hearing damage. Maybe what did you say? What did you say to me? I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood.
The cats, you can't hurt them.
Oh, we're gonna herd some cats.
No, yeah, you misunderstand. No, Marine NCOs, we are professional cat herders, okay? Cecil, calm your shit and listen for just a moment. I'm gonna push play on this thing, okay? Cecil, calm down. Cecil, for the next 30 minutes, don't speak until spoken to.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
That's not what I said. Can you listen?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that?
Hey, Grumpus.
No, Abe, hang on. Abe, hang on. No, we're not in mine, we're in yours. Abe, remove anybody who speaks unless spoken to. Like, right, hang on. Just are you Cecil, you're okay. Please, just for the next until this is done. Please don't speak until spoken to. Is that okay with you? Cecil, I need a yes from you.
Spoken to.
Okay.
Got you.
Okay.
I was like, should I
please
say
don't speak
something
until
or is he testing me?
Yeah, no. This is a like I would need an answer. Please don't speak until. And then whoever said something else, I don't even know who you are. Who? Actually, it doesn't even matter. Just whoever said something else. Don't say shit until you're spoken to. We're listening to the Marine Corps message right now. If you say something, Abe, remove. If not, I'll leave and I'll do my own thing again. We're doing Marine Corps shit right now, but I'm trusting you, Abe. And I'm trusting everybody else. Don't interrupt important shit, and we can talk when it's okay to talk about shit. If everybody understands, I'm pushing play right now.
Grumple, just shut the fuck up and play the fucking thing. God damn it.
No, you shut the fuck up.
You fucking idiot. Just play it.
I'm going to eat your soul.
That's fine.
Obviously.
No, I'm going to actually eat it. I'm going to actually eat it.
We're all waiting to watch the movie.
If you speak during this, you're done.
Who's
yeah,
and he flew his dead brother's body home to Las Vegas.
Test me.
Now, I don't know where we get the likes of Corporal Jaime. I don't think we deserve them. But the truth is, for our adversaries, we got lots of them. We got lots of them. And they're all willing to kill you.
The audio's low.
They're all willing to bring the fight to you. So if you mess with America, you're
there we go. Thank you.
A bunch of Corporal Jaimes coming after you.
Actually, thank you for letting me know. I'm going to rewind it because I had the volume low.
Okay.
I'm assuming nobody could hear it. I'm going to rewind it the entire thing now. What, Abe, what did you have to say about it?
Go. We're good. Let's do it.
I jacked the volume all the way up. Now we're going to play it again.
Okay.
If there's an actual problem, that's the kind of thing you should say.
General Eric M. Smith, he's the Commandant of the United States Marine Corps. He is speaking right now at this event where we expect the Vice President, who himself is a Marine Corps veteran. He'll be speaking shortly, we expect. Let's listen. This is live.
Brother out there in my Humvee, and I said, Corporal Jaime, I don't know what to say to you right now. And he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, sir, it's been my privilege to serve in this battalion. And he boarded a helicopter, and he flew his dead brother's body home to Las Vegas. Now, I don't know where we get the likes of Corporal Jaime. I don't think we deserve them. But the truth is, for our adversaries, we got lots of them. We got lots of them. And they're all willing to kill you. They're all willing to bring the fight to you. So if you mess with America, you're going to get a bunch of Corporal Jaimes coming after you.
If I may be so bold as to add on to this from the friggin' General Smith Commandant message, what he said is they're all willing to bring the fight to you and die for it. That's the part he said. That's the quiet part he didn't say out loud. All Marines are willing to die for it. That's the part he didn't say out loud, because they're going to bring the fight to you and willing to die for it. So be ready to play on that level or just back off. Seriously. Does anybody have anything significant to say before I push play again? Outstanding.
And again, I've committed the ultimate foul because I haven't said all of our VIPs tonight, but everyone here is a VIP. And so we have U.S. senators here tonight. We have distinguished visitors, distinguished guests. We've got too many to name. We've got the former ACMAC, now the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Christopher Mo Mahoney.
Oh, the fucking ACMAC.
We have senators from the states of Montana. We got Senator Ernst from the great state of Indiana. We've got the Honorable Stephen Daines. We've got the Honorable Dan Sullivan, U.S. Senator from the great state of Alaska and a veteran Marine himself. Again, the list goes on. We've got Ambassador Sean O'Neill, Ambassador Designate to Thailand. The Honorable Hung Cao, Undersecretary of the Navy. General Dave Berger, former Commandant of the Marine Corps. And I'll end with
A lot of
this
cheers
one.
for Dave Berger.
We got Sergeant Dakota Meyer, Medal of Honor recipient. We're all honored by your presence here today. So again, I'm going to skip my prepared remarks because I think when I tell the Corporal Jaime story, that epitomizes everything you need to know about our Marine Corps. And it epitomizes everything that is good about our Marine Corps. And it epitomizes everything that our adversaries need to understand about our Marine Corps. Because if you mess with the bull, you get the horns. And there's a saying, again, that nobody likes to fight. Somebody has to know how. But Marines do know how, and they do like to fight. They do like to fight. So Marines, on this, your 250th birthday, I wish you a happy birthday. I wish you 250 more. And I hope that we don't have to deal with any more Corporal Jaimes, but I'm afraid that we're going to. And I'm going to depend upon all of you, the leaders of this Corps, to have the mental, moral, and physical courage to do what is required when the time comes. When the time comes to stick a bayonet in our adversary's chest, I'm going to depend upon you to do it. And I know you will, and I know you can. Because we've been doing it for 250 years, and we're going to keep doing it for another X thousand years.
For just for context, for anybody who doesn't maybe know, it's literally part of Marine Corps boot camp training. Like before you go on and do anything else, bayonet training is part of like literally Marine Corps boot camp. He said, stick a bayonet in somebody's chest, which, you see, the funny thing is, just on the technical, you want a more gut shot with your bayonets. It's literally, it's a moto thing he said. But as we also learned in boot camp, actually, is sticking your bayonet into ribs means because you push in, that's bending them in, even if the subject is now deceased, pulling it out is going to be a challenge. So you want to not, if you want to actually use a bayonet attack, which, hey, my hell divers people pay attention if they actually make this thing. You want to not stick your bayonet into anywhere where there's bones that you're going to have to push in, and then that will prevent the bayonet from coming out. That's why triangle bayonets, the original ones, were so good, because they make a giant hole and don't have to worry about that. That is all. Please continue. Bayonet's good. Certain toss words are bad.
Because there's no end in sight to this Marine Corps. It is the biggest, baddest, most war-fighting organization on the face of the planet. It is all about lethality. It's all about war fighting. That's all we do. That's who we are. That's what we do. We war fight. We're Marines. That's all we do. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to get off the stage and I am going to simply introduce our guest of honor tonight, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, a veteran Marine. Hoorah.
He also, from what I understand, was 1998 to 2002, which I don't understand.
I think you're mixing them up again.
Yeah, it's John Bernthal and JD Vance. I mean, they're both they're both celebrities now. I mean, yeah, one's one, the other's the other. Is that the worst thing? Is that the worst thing to confuse them?
They're still brothers. They're still brothers, right?
Do you think? Yeah, I mean, whether or not, whatever. Do you think John Bernthal or hang on? Do you think JD Vance could have been a convincing Punisher?
No,
I agree. Hard agree. No, I would have been a much better. Like, actually, wait, hang on. Should I? Hey, could I be no, I'd laugh at everybody. I can't be serious enough to be Punisher. I'd laugh at everything. Oh man. Could you be though? Could you do it? Could you be a Punisher? Could you be an actor or Punisher? Just FYI.
Probably.
No, man. You want to do like a contest? No, hang on. I got an idea for a contest, like for content. Like let's do this for later on. Remind me later. Like we're watching this now. We're watching this now. No, remind me now. Or remind me later. We're watching the Marine Corps ball right now because you didn't see it when it was live or even soon after. But now I'm forcing you because I don't know why. I'm a friend. We're just friends. It's not because I outrank you or when I outranked you when I got out and then you got out. It doesn't matter about the ranks that we got out in. However, I'm peer pressuring you to see this and show your audience also the same thing. That's all we got. That's literally all we got.
I'm about to have to rate it off to you.
I can't order you to do anything because we're all civilians now.
First civ div.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm third civ div, dude. I honestly, apparently, from what I've looked up, apparently my like super bad RE code is like I could still be re-engaged for certain things, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And maybe no, I'm better trained than at this point than whoever you're going to come to enforce that. And if I don't agree with it, and like, let's see what happens, because I have better gear also. Wait, hang on, Abe. If you're gonna be done, like, because you can, yeah. If you're gonna raid me, and I'll figure it out at because then we can play the rest of it.
Yeah, I might do that because
if you want to.
I'm at like 11 and a half hours, and I'm feeling like crash time is upon me. I'm still gonna watch this now tomorrow at least. So
we're doing. I'm still doing I'm just doing Marine stuff. I'm just doing Marine birthday stuff. That's all. And it's getting wild. You fucking nerd.
All right. Let me see here. Let me figure this shit out. Shit out.
If you're gonna do it before I push play again. Just okay. Figure it out, please, sir. Where's your thing at? Oh no, it's mine. Where's yours?
Crazy head.
Dude, I don't even. Crazy? I don't even know. I don't know what you're speaking foreign tongues to me right now.
I know. That's how I do.
I sent you a message on Discord.
Where's yourself? Grumple, where's yourself?
At your mom's house.
Well, she's in the ground, so good luck with that.
Then
actually, she's not in the ground. She's actually ash, but
I don't even know. Wait, hang on. Where's my
you should send me a link.
If you want to hang on, fuck. Yeah, I'm trying to find my actual like live link. Give me just a moment. What the fuck? Where how do oh, this is not. Oh wait, no. This is that it? Is that it? Okay, then. Oh, okay. That's the. I think. Wait. Okay, so then wait, hang on. Over here. Back chat. Did you see this?
See what?
Oh no! Wait, hang on. Where do I need to put it? No,
is that your? Is that your?
Oh
link?
no! You mother! That's the one that's live. There you
go. Okay.
I DM'd it to you in Discord also. Fucking.
Okay. Good.
Oh shit. K2, give me just a second. K2's in the back chat. I gotta respond to him. Wait, hang on. Wait. No, K2 left. Oh. I'm about to push play on this, but we're not gonna watch it there. We're gonna watch it.
I'll send everybody over to you. Listen, chat and panelists. God night. Good night and God bless. Good night and God bless you all.
Thanks for bringing it.
Thanks, Abe, for having me up, man.
Yes, of course. All right, I'm sending you to Grumples. You gentlemen can go jump on his panel or however you want to do it. I don't really. All right.
I'm linking the panel in the back. I'm putting it in your butt.
Wow, that's creepy.